Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 272, Into the Road, The Call of Nature. Hello everyone, your favorite slacker here. I'll be posting this chapter first before the continuation of the side chapter since it's still underway, though I should have it done within this weekend, maybe even zero fate to boot. Peace. Step. Crunch. And thus, it began, their journey into the continent, to lands they never went before. Most of them at least. With each step, as they walked further and further away from Orario, the number of travelers and people to be seen on the road slowly decreased, leaving them alone with the rocks and weeds. Humming. Taking this chance, Hestia hummed a song she heard on the main plaza a few weeks ago, happily skipping as she looked around excitedly. To her who had never explored the outside world beyond the walls of Orario, everything was new and extremely exciting. There was nothing to fear and everything to enjoy, as she knew there was little in the world that could pose them harm with their escort at their side. Whoa! The more she walked, the more the terrain changed and the greater her awe became. The tales she could only hear from others slowly became a reality as they unfurled in front of her very eyes. From the lush green fields surrounding Orario to the distant deserts and kingdoms, they slowly made their way to the rocky cliffs of the Biol Mountains directly north of the great city as they traveled deep into mostly abandoned and unexplored territory. Here, nature was in control, wild and savage, monsters waited in the shadows, biding their every move. Genkai was gargantuanly extensive, so massive it would take months to years for boats to arrive from the Far East depending on their route, hence its name. Beyond the Biol Mountains, the Elves' forests and its great river laid the Sea of Medulla, an ocean that cut into the continent, so wide one could fit the entirety of the Far East inside with ease. There were many secrets and mysteries scattered throughout the lands, some better off left forgotten, sealed away for eternity. Albeit Silver had plans to dig some of them out. Strange. Hestia mumbled to herself as she looked around. Is something wrong? Artemis asked as she turned to her. Well, since we're now outside of Orario, I thought we were going to see some of Demeter's farm fields. But there's nothing around us. Oh, that's simple. Silver said as he pointed ahead and then to the east. This path leads directly to the Biol Mountains. It's not a path used frequently, so there aren't many travelers around, if any. Demeter's farm fields are indeed located to the north of Orario, but a bit further to the east and west of where we are right now. The land around us isn't very fertile, or better put, it's rocky and hard to be used as a proper field, not to say of its dangers due to its proximity to the mountains. Monsters frequently descend the mountain, and Demeter is known for their farm products, not her strength, and even if she has guards, what would happen if a wyvern burned her fields to a crisp? Orario would fall into a food shortage. Artemis added as her expression soured. That's right, because of that, her farm fields are much closer to the west, in the fields between Melon and Orario where it is safer. We saw a few of her familia members on the way to Orario, didn't you see the many carts coming and going? Those belong to her. Her manor is at a very suitable location, causing many merchants to pass by and trade with her, albeit she never trades food directly with them. She only sells her produce inside Orario, which allows the guild to control the market prices and keep them low and accessible due to how massive and trustworthy her image is. On that note, I did hear Demeter had a secret warehouse in the Biol Mountains, a super silo of sorts in case there were hit with a famine, large enough to sustain Orario in its entirety for quite some time. My parents and grandparents also joined her familia so they could grow a bit through her blessing. It's slow, but over the years the blessing will have an effect. Field work isn't easy nor light, years of doing it under the scalding sun will increase one's stats, and then, an encounter with a monster may be just what a farmer needs to level up. Extremely rare, but nowhere as rare as there are level 4 adventurers within Orario. As for my grandparents, did it mostly as a way to update their old statuses, and if not for the fact I knew of this beforehand, no one would even know Demeter has 2 first-class adventurers under her name. Knowing their personalities, they may very well help her if she asked for it, but at the same time, knowing how kind-hearted she is, Demeter would never pull them into her issues. And until recently, my grandparents were being pursued. So they likely refused to stay with her. That is, if she knew of their troubles. It's almost like a paradox where neither will approach the other as a way to protect them. Cough. In any case, that is where her main farm is located, can't say for the others under her name. She likely has a few large farms scattered around to grow specific crops. Silver said as he touched the back of his head. I see, I didn't know that, Demeter never went into such details. Hestia said with a curious expression as she squinted her eyes, trying to find her manor on the horizon. Well, it isn't proper to talk about it anyway, it isn't that good of a conversation topic. Artemis said with a chuckle as she put her hands behind her back. Demeter isn't the kind to share her troubles, she usually buckles up and solves them on her own, which is pretty annoying. Hestia said with a nod, agreeing with herself. Then, where are we going? You have yet to tell us that. Where else? My home. It's been a while. Silver replied strongly. I also. Exclamation point. Both goddess already expected to hear something along those lines, given all of the stories Silver shared with them from his time growing up. But hearing that was their destination. To see where he had grown. His family. It was an experience in itself. It may very well be their way of finally claiming him as theirs. They only needed the approval of his parents, wasn't that how mortals usually did things? Yeah, right, there was a special word for the term, when two individuals joined hands together. If they could get it. Because of their shock, Silver's words slowly dissipated into the wind as their focus went elsewhere. Fire. Somehow, the eyes of both goddesses lit with fire, a hot and burning passion, and a silent yet warm love. This is the path I took when I first came to Orario. It's a bit different from when I arrived, given we were in the middle of winter, but I remember the way back with no problem. Silver said as he looked around. I came around the end of November to the start of December and met Hestia around the new year. Right now it's still the second week of September, a bit far from winter but the air is already starting to get a bit chilly. On my way home, there is only one place I wish to visit in the Beol Mountains. Maybe two. Though maybe I can leave those to after meeting with my parents and catching up with them. It's not like it'll just run away. Whoa. I know I asked this already, but that was your first time at Orario, right? Hestia asked as she looked at the very ground with a strange emotion, maybe pride. Pride that this very path led her lover to her. What a strange way to look at the world. Yes, before, I only ever heard of the city through word of mouth and sometimes, albeit very rarely, from pieces of journal and books that somehow made it out of its walls. The guild always kept tight locks surrounding the city's activities, to the point it wouldn't allow even good news to come out sometimes. But from time to time, it was natural for things to spread. Arenas couldn't keep the merchants and travelers in the city, and neither would he want to. Orario exports a lot of things and that generates interactions. A little bit of a leak won't kill the city nor bring it much harm. Besides, with the city being as large as it is, if someone skilled enough made its way inside, they would already be able to get a lot of info. The important thing about the city is its adventures and technology development. Those Arenas keeps under tight wraps. Some famous adventurers will unavoidably be recognized, but as long as their strengths and weaknesses aren't known, then what will they do about it? A kingdom will have, at most, a level 3 knight, maybe 4. Sometimes, it's only a few level 2 individuals. What can they do against a top level 7 monster if not just beg for mercy? You said you grew about here? Artemis asked as she put her hands behind her back. Not quite, but not wrong either. Silver said as he looked at the mountains in the distance. I grew up in a village at the foot of the Beol Mountains, around a week on foot from here. If you take your time. It was a rather safe place as rarely would any monster descend from the mountains and cross the forest to reach us, but it did happen from time to time. He said as he remembered some unpleasant memories. I still hate orcs. And sometimes, I'll have the urge to puke upon seeing a goblin. The amount of goblins my grandfather had me kill for the sake of mastering weapons and combat. Maybe that is one of the reasons I awakened the skills I have, but at the same time, I would prefer had I never gone through it. Monsters. Was it dangerous in any way? Artemis asked with some concern, clenching her hands as she thought of the many people who still lived in fear. Not really. Silver said as he shook his head, understanding full well what Artemis was thinking and reflecting about. Even if she is strong, a single goddess cannot save the world. 2 tried once, and after 1,000 years of preparation, they failed. Still, my village was one of the lucky ones to have retired adventurers in it, so we never had any trouble. Monster encounters aren't that frequent, but while a mob of villagers may be capable of dealing with a kobold or your ordinary goblin, a troll is something else entirely. As such, it's not like we were safe all the time. He said as his voice grew a bit quiet. Memories he didn't quite want to remember. Silver spent most of his time growing up alone, but he wasn't entirely an antisocial child. Albeit it was mostly because he wasn't interested in playing around the mud with other kids, he did once have people he considered friends. However, one day, when he was much smaller, one of them was attacked by a goblin and unfortunately, died before his grandmother could save him with her potions. Losing a friend like that, one too young to even have appreciated the world, left quite the scar on him. It was always too sad to see a child die, much less one you grew close to. Silver may have been the child's age, but he saw it as family in a sense. The little bugger had grown close to him somewhat. When he saw the corpse, he lost interest in interacting with the others, focusing instead on training and studying. It was cowardly in a way, but that wasn't done intentionally, it was mostly something he did naturally. As someone with a head too developed for his own good, the moment he lost his soul hook to the world of children, he completely let go of it soon after. And as the years passed, he just outgrew it as all do. The problem is time only moves in one direction and one can never recover what belongs in the past. Living outside the city isn't easy. The further away you are from it, the wilder things become. That is why people cluster together. I grew up safely, thanks to the hard work of many. Silver's tone grew heavier as his words slowed down. It shouldn't take too long for us to get there, as even when I made my way here, it didn't take me too long to arrive. Silver. Don't, this wasn't meant to be sad. I kind of wandered about too much on the topic. He turned to Hestia, tapping her head. For now, let's enjoy the way forward. There are many paths on the way back home I never tried. How about we check them out and see where they lead? In the past month, as I was recovering, I took the opportunity to access the Gnome Library. The Gnome Library, likely one of the oldest still-standing libraries in the entire continent. As its name said, the library was erected by gnomes, spirits of the earth. Most of them are thousands of years old, their intellect unmatched. Funny enough, their sole interest is in amassing wealth while protecting their knowledge, and the way they found to enforce their way of living was by creating a luxurious, high-class library. People would pay astronomical values to access their knowledge, as they should, and the gnomes knew it, so, to not make others covet their secrets, they made it public, if you had the coin. It was a very profitable business module. It stood the passage of time for centuries and it would continue to do so. That is, until the gods create the internet. There, apart from information on magic and its relation to the physical body, I also studied many books on history and geography. I know exactly where to go. Even if I lost my way, I just have to follow. Silver. Silver. You listening? Hestia asked as she jumped in front of him. No, I got a bit distracted. Can you say it again? Stop thinking so much. You're always thinking about something. Hestia said with a pout as she pulled his index finger. Still, as I was saying. Despite trying to get Silver's attention, soon enough, his thoughts strayed away as he looked at the distant mountains. Step. This place is. After going through a few more minutes walking, Silver decided to speed things up by teleporting them to the top of the slope of the mountain, leading them deep across the mountain path a few hours away from Orario. From here, they couldn't see the city anymore, nor babble. It was safe to say they were a few km deep in the mountains now. Silver didn't feel strained by using his powers to cover such distance. However, he knew his limits. He had already tried to connect directly to his home once, and the result wasn't positive. There is progressive feedback the further he tried to extend his reach, and right now, he suspected his limit to be between 15 and 20 kilometers, maybe a bit more, which was already rather extensive. As for his quick, short-distance teleportation, he placed a range of about half to 2 kilometers, maybe more or less depending on how desperate or tired he is. He calculated his home to be around 190 to 240 kilometers away from Orario after checking many maps and asking many merchants over the months. However, that was only on a straight line, because for once, travelers would often walk around 40 to 60 kilometers a day before resting. Southwest, the fact the road he took by the mountains was expected to make him arrive within a week didn't quite add up to the numbers. And above all, the mountain road was assumed to be the faster route since it cut right through it, even with all of its twists and turns. Most merchants would have to go around the mountain if they wished to get to Orario directly from the north without meeting any monsters or getting any unfortunate accidents. Although there was always the chance of meeting a monster, whenever you are. But of course, when he took the path all those months ago, he arrived within 2 days because he used his plasmids to dash around faster than a horse. Still, as he admitted before, he could easily get home in a few minutes by opening several portals back to back and traveling across them. He would get a bit tired by doing so, but the time he would take to walk all the way there would far surpass the time it would take for him to recover from his tiredness from magic overuse. His powers were really convenient. And fearsome. Like some of his familiar companions said, he was a scary man. Facing an adventurer was one thing, facing a monster was another, but he was something else entirely. For once, wasn't it ridiculous to think of an enemy that wouldn't die if you pierced its heart? That was how absurd he was, even though that wasn't necessarily the truth. Could patch up most of his injuries as long as he had mind to sustain it, but if he was pierced in the heart without the resources to heal himself, he would bleed to death. Or maybe not. It would be a fight between his natural mind recovery and his body's constitution as he bled away, bit by bit. This place. I remember it. Memories of many months ago filled his mind, of the time when he dreamed of the city and the many adventures within it. This was where I was. Robbed. When he walked from the mountains and was approached by several thieves, throwing them down the ravine before continuing on his way. Thinking about it. I guess I was a hillbilly in my own right, huh? Being impressed by it all. I never went after that treasure map too. Well, it was just 100,000 valis, that's the price of a barbarian's magic stone, maybe two. I wonder if by now the gods of death already purified their souls and sent them to reincarnate. Hopefully, they were luckier this time and were born in a better household where they can grow to be productive rather than resort to a life of thievery. It would be depressing to kill them again. I plan to live very long, enough for several lifetimes to pass, so that could happen. I'm a hypocrite for that, but so be it. Caw, / exclamation point. Flap. Flap, / Suddenly, a strong chirp echoed in the mountains, and soon enough, the sound of wings flapping reached their ears. Caw. A strong and heavy raspy call, it was a massive eagle with dark gray feathers. Silver. Hestia exclaimed in worry as she jumped into his embrace. Hee hee. Meanwhile, Artemis reached for her back, but unfortunately, she was walking without a bow. She then turned to Silver and Hestia, and upon seeing Hestia's expression as she shoved her face onto his chest, her mood soured. Maybe I should have done the same. Sigh. Feeling a bit left out, she walked to his side nonetheless, though she was ready to kick ass if the creature came to her. She could still fight with her fists if necessary, she could and would snap a minotaur's neck if it got too close. Chuckle, / Meanwhile, Silver laughed a little as he patted Hestia's head, looking at the angry eagle jumping on the ground in front of them as it opened its massive wings to block almost the whole path. The eagle was massive, having a wingspan of around 5 meters, it was enough to cover all 3 of them in a blanket. Shoo shoo. Please. /CAWW, / Ah. Hestia on the other hand raised her hand, trying to shoo the creature away, only to cause it to screech back at her. Calm down, that's not a monster. Silver said out loud as he snapped his fingers. Snap, / Caw. Caw. With that, the 3 of them vanished, becoming invisible. But that wasn't the only thing Silver masked, their smells, breathing, heat, everything the eagle could sense was also hidden away, causing the animal to jump back warily before looking up the precipice. Not a monster. That large eagle? Artemis asked with some confusion. She had gone many places, but this was her first time seeing such a large eagle that wasn't a monster. It's a cliff eagle, they're the natural apex predators of these lands and they must have taken this spot off the road as its territory, its nest should be all the way up on those cliffs. Silver said as he looked up. Their path was around the edge of the mountain, a wobbly and decadent road carved on the stone. Image. To their right was a tall mountain, and to their left was a deep ravine leading to the forests below. But don't they live all the way up there, why would they attack us? Hestia asked as she held his hand. Because it's almost winter. Silver said with a chuckle as he looked at the eagles. This type of eagle mated for life and they usually remained in the same spot all their lives, they're a type of bird that will find a mate, build a nest, and use it continuously. It's rare to see them bother others like this. But today was a special day. What does winter has to do with any of this? Hestia asked out loud as she scratched her head. How about we approach them? You'll understand. He said with a cheeky smile as he pointed forward. All right. Hestia said as she stepped forward. I'm curious now. Smiling slightly, Silver and Artemis watched the exited Hestia walk closer to the eagles. It was impressive how much she trusted Silver, and how big those birds were. So, does this frail goddess need some comfort after such frightful encounter? Silver asked as he pulled her close to a hug. Exclamation point. Kiss, stop. You're usually more accepting, are you embarrassed? Silver asked with a chuckle as he let her go after a kiss. Sizzle, He felt as if he could see her head steaming, likely from multiple forms of embarrassment layering atop each other. Anyway, we should go before she gets too close. Silver said as he held her hand. Mum. Artemis replied with a gentle smile as she held it back. Kia. It's so cute. Hestia said with a smile as she watched the small chick on the ground, though it was about her hand in size, pretty chunky. So this is the reason. They were moving their chick through the road. Artemis asked Silver as she looked at the eagles. Not quite, that's only part of the reason, look above, there comes another. Ha. Wah. Hestia screamed as she saw another chick hit the ground like a cannonball. Thud, Silver. The bird. Help it. Hestia exclaimed as she shook his body. Ha ha. Calm down, it's fine, see. It just got up again. He said as he pointed at the chick. Well. I think. Huh. What? Are you surprised or happy it survived? Artemis asked as sweat fell from her forehead as she looked at Hestia. Happy of course. But why did the chick jump? Because it's almost winter. Silver replied with a small smile. Soon enough these mountains will be full of snow and these chicks will die of cold. So to prevent that, They need to go somewhere else, but the nest of these birds can only be reached by flying, something it'll take a few months for these chunky boys to figure out. So they jump, it's the only way to get out of there. Oh, there comes another. Silver said as he pointed up. Kaya. Hestia exclaimed again as she saw the bird jump. Even Artemis closed her eyes. Slash thud. Up, slash. But just like the ones before, the chick got up, chirping as it ran after its parents after wobbling a little, getting beneath the wings of the father bird as it continued to look up. 3 that's quite lucky, most don't survive the fall. You said they would be fine. Hestia exclaimed as she grabbed his collar. Well, they were meant to be fine, that's what they were built to do. But this is a cliff, not a kid's park. Some are just unlucky. Not to say the predators lurking around. He said as he looked around. No matter how much you evolved, if they fall onto a sharp rock, it's game over. Nonetheless, I guess this path makes things easier, it cuts down the way down considerably and makes it easier for the parents to watch over. This is an example of human influence in nature. Even a simple road can affect an ecosystem considerably, making a bird whose population is controlled through the survivability of its eggs thrive. Though that shouldn't change anything anyway, the ecosystem is already half destroyed due to all the monsters. Silver added as he touched his neck. There's another. Artemis said as she closed her eyes. Kia. Slash later, slash. In the end, all of the chicks survived the fall, a total of 5. Slash chirp chirp, slash. Huff. Huff. This is too tense for me. Hestia said out loud as she looked at the little birds chirping. The parents seemed rather pleased as they walked down the road. Where are they going? Artemis asked as she looked at them. Likely to one of the many hidden clearings of the Beol Mountains. As you know, there are many hidden forests, lakes, and similar places within, and it's the perfect place to raise them while seeking shelter from winter. Then, once springs come, those chicks will have grown enough to be able to take care of themselves while the parents will reconstruct their nest and repeat the cycle. I think they'll still take care of their children if they do meet them, but that shouldn't last long. Then, the next winter after, those chicks will have matured and the cycle renews itself. If they survive. Out of 8 eggs, it would be unlikely for even one to survive to adulthood. It was already incredible that 5 had lived, but given how there were only 5 indicates a few died before even having the chance to jump. Such is nature. I see. It's beautiful. Hestia said as she saw the birds walking away. It sure is, nature is full of surprises, some cuter than others. Silver added as he started walking. How do you know so much about them? Artemis asked as she followed him with Hestia. My grandparents lived in these mountains for decades, there's not much they don't know about them. I just learned a thing or two over the years. He replied with a smile as he kept walking. There was still a long journey ahead of them, and although it was fully subjected to Silver's will, he decided to enjoy the little things as they went. The moment they started to grow tired, he wouldn't mind speeding up things a bit. But from their expressions, it seemed that wouldn't be happening anytime soon. That was how they went by on their journey. Notes. Done, a cute little chapter to start this new arc. Next chapter will be the end of the side chapter and we'll proceed from there. Peace. Chapter 273, A Village Deep in the Woods. Sorry for the constant delay, here's the thing. I'll maintain the usual chapters for now until I finish the second part of the side chapter, then I'll release it, and after a day or two, move it so both parts are one after the other. We continue this chapter with Silver and company traveling across the mountains. Just that, bye. Step. On their way, they discussed many things, some of them being monsters and their impact on the environment and its ecosystem. And after a light discussion, he gave Artemis her bow back, which had been stored in his inventory for safety and to lighten their burden. Although Silver could easily protect them all, even now, aside from their clothes, they weren't carrying anything with them, which was something that greatly distressed Artemis. She just felt better with a bow in hand and a full quiver on her back. Have I finally found it? Nonetheless, as he walked, Silver's attention was momentarily taken away as he looked to the northeast. There, deeper in the mountains next to a long river that went through the many precipices and ravines hidden by the rocks, a rather large village stood within a hidden forest. Enough to be called a small town even. There was a simple path connecting the main road to the village through a bridge going over the river, but it didn't seem to be used often due to how hidden it was. Hidden wasn't the right word, it was simply covered in vines and plants. In the first place, there was no reason for it to be hidden anyway as it was unlikely to meet anyone here. Silver could likely count on one hand how many traveled across this path in the last year or so. And most of them would be adventurers, people who usually didn't go that far from the city unless it was due to an important reason, like a commission or simple retirement, which was rare. However, what's important was the fact that this village was a bit different from the others they had seen so far. It was clearly located at the heart of the mountains in an area with quite a few monsters, yet it looked peaceful as if nothing had ever attacked it. There were no broken trees, no toppled houses, no shattered blocks of stone hauled by wyverns, and the river was full of fish and the forest of birds. Only a large forest and the many farm fields within it. This has to be the place. No amount of luck can give birth to such a place unless all of the odds of the universe come together. Silver's right eye shined with faint light as he used his plasmids, taking control over his drone. Right now, he had several birds flying in the sky, observing the surroundings and making sure nothing dangerous approached them. Silver could likely prevent anything bad from happening with or without them, but he wouldn't take any chances. Aside from that, those birds could notify him in case anything of interest passed by. Thanks to them, he found around 3 broken wagons full of items inside, mostly broken or full of rotten materials. Together with a carriage with jewelry and gold, and now, an entire village, the third one they found, albeit the other 2 villages were rather obvious as they were in the path. Of course, that wasn't something he told nor showed the 2 goddesses next to him. Seeing the bodies that usually accompany such disasters would only work to spoil their overall happy mood. So with his eyes sharpening, he said, "I think there's a village nearby, and we've walked for quite a while. Would you like to make a quick stop to rest and take a look while we're at it?" He asked calmly as he looked at the 2 goddesses. Of course, but a village? So deep in the mountains? Artemis asked with a confused expression when she heard his words. "I'm curious about it too, but I'm pretty sure there's one nearby." Silver added with a light smile. "How do they fend off the monsters?" Hestia asked as she touched her chin. "Let's figure that out then," Silver said with a smile as he turned to the right, following the off-road path leading to the village. It was full of vegetation, and given how perilous this place is, no one would try to risk going onto the wilds. That must be how the village defends itself from human problems. After all, monsters aren't the sole issue people have to deal with while living outside of a city's strong walls. And oftentimes, even people protected by large walls will fall victim to the greed of men instead of the ferocity of a monster. More often than not, those were just decorative. Half an hour later, Following their descent into the overturned path, they eventually arrived at the entrance of a village, a large wooden ark with a few words inscribed in it. It read, "Welcome to Ida's village." There were no walls protecting it, only a tall wobbly fence barely good enough to prevent children from wandering off too far. Though, knowing how children are, there is definitely a hole hidden somewhere they used to go out of its perimeter. Silver wondered where they got the metal to make the nails for their fences, given they're quite a few hours away from the city and that it would be quite dangerous for them to walk there. But then again, being surrounded by mountains on all sides, there's no one stopping them from collecting directly from the source. Or if they were lucky, maybe they can just scoop it up from the river shores. There are no monsters around. Nothing, not even a sign of one. In this entire massive forest a few kilometers in diameter hidden in one of the most dangerous regions surrounding Orario, there's absolutely nothing here, only common wild animals. Yup, that confirms it, this is the place. It has to be. If it's not, then something pretty serious is going on. Inspecting his surroundings, Silver was quite impressed by the village's peaceful scenario. And for a moment, he thought that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to live like this. Until he remembered that would mean not being able to sleep in his ultra-deluxe mattress bed made with the silk of dungeon spiders. Though with his powers, life anywhere can be made trivial as long as he had food and water. He may be efficient, but he can't keep condensing water from the atmosphere to recover his stamina and mind. It may work for a while, but eventually, things would balance out. It's not like water is a block of coal he can use to fuel his body to keep mining for more. Whistle, thud thud thud, As they approached, they met with their first villager. Right next to the gate was a man crouched on the ground, hammering a nail onto the fence surrounding the village as he whistled in a low tone. Who? Oh. Hey. We have visitors. The man exclaimed as he saw them approach. He then turned around and walked deep into the village, leaving the trio hanging awkwardly as they walked to the entrance. Chatter. As they got near, a small crowd gathered around the entrance, mostly children, although there were some adults in their midst. They all seemed very curious about them, but from the atmosphere and the looks on their faces, on the mountain path, sometimes through their feet, other times through Silver's plasmids, the trio had already gone quite deep in the mountains, so much so they met monsters more than once. Albeit they didn't seem to abhor their presence, they instead seemed rather welcoming. There was no deception hidden in their smiles, they were genuinely happy to see newcomers, meaning that they lived good lives without much hardship, at least in the regard of human interaction. Of course, they could all be good-hearted people by nature. Still, life in the woods is certainly challenging in its own right, imagine conceiving in such remote places. Even so, they looked extremely happy, their clothes were tidy and their roads were paved and clean, there was a lot of care everywhere even if things looked rustic. It was an extremely pretty and well-organized village. Step. What are you 3 standing there dangling about? Come inside else you'll get all dusty. An old lady said with a chuckle as she approached the three of them, passing by the crowd quickly. She looked at Hestia and Artemis, and with all of her dexterity, she gave them a bow as she realized their identity, though before she finished it, Artemis approached them, stopping her from hurting herself. Of course. Hestia replied as she beamed a large smile as a bead of sweat fell from her forehead. Maybe it was due to her experiences within Orario, but she was a bit awkward at first, but soon enough, she molded herself to the atmosphere, being the kind-hearted goddess many loved. Thank you for welcoming us, my pleasure. Artemis said as she followed after the old lady. Silver on the other hand remained silent as he walked behind them. Not because he wanted to, but because he just didn't find a chance to speak. Tug. But as he passed by the gates, one of the children grabbed his pants, pulling it a bit, stopping him in his tracks. Hey. Mister. Are you an adventurer? The child asked curiously. It was a small Chianthrope with circular brown ears and hair, rather cute. Yes, I am, why the question? He replied with a smile as he turned to the child. Those goddesses, which one of them is yours? He asked innocently as he clapped his hands together. The gods give their blessings to adventurers to make them strong, don't they? Is this supposed to be a trick question? Silver's expression twisted a little bit, but as he realized he was just dealing with a child, he eventually laughed and said. If you're asking about the one that gave me the blessing, then it would be the one with the twin tails. But if you're asking me, forget it. Oh. What's her name? No. What's your name? He asked as his eyes began to sparkle with light. Jibu, ask him his level 2. One of the other children asked as they approached them, somewhat shy as he hid behind someone else. I also heard they have nicknames. Another child, another shy one, asked as she also approached them. Me. I'm quite a few questions. Silver maintained his cool, but it was hard to reply to each child when they were competing with one another to climb him, asking questions as they pulled his pants. It was a struggle to even keep them on at this rate. Now, children, stop bothering our guest. A woman said as she approached them. She stopped in front of Silver as she gently pulled some of the children onto her legs, saying, I apologize, it's just that we haven't had a guest in so long. As long as I can remember, it's the first time these children are seeing anyone from outside. They don't know how important such information is for an adventurer. It's not really a problem, it's not anything special. Silver replied with a smile as he looked at her and the children. Most call me Silver, and I'm a level 4 adventurer of the Hestia Familia, and that goddess over there is Hestia. He said as he pointed at her from afar. We were making our way back to my home, a village at the foot of the mountain. It's honestly pretty similar to this one. Silver thought about keeping his level low, fearful they may be intimidated, but in the end he just said the truth. Satisfied with his answer, Silver turned to the children. Only to see a bunch of confused expressions. Level 4. Is that high? The children that asked the question asked out loud as he looked at his fingers. 1, 2, 4. It's not, I can easily count to 17. Another child said proudly as she shook her head. Hey. Mr. Adventurer. Are there any level 17 adventurers in Orario? Another child asked in curiosity. Ha. Oh, of course. I do have a long way to go before getting to level 17. Silver said as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. By level 17 wouldn't I be strong enough to evaporate the dungeon in one strike? URG. It's better not to think too much about it. C. Laughs. The children began to laugh as they clustered closer to him, asking more questions about literally everything and anything all at the same time, causing Silver to be a bit overwhelmed as he tried to answer them all. Meanwhile, Hestia and Artemis vanished as they went deeper into the village, only stopping once to look at him play with the children before leaving him behind to deal with them alone. And they were smiling as they did so. Notes. Chapter 274, A Being Beyond Imagination. Sorry for the delay. We continue from their visit to Ida's village somewhere in the Beol Mountains. /later, / chatter, / Come on. More. One of the children asked out loud as they jumped in excitement. All right. But only one more time. I need to follow my goddess, okay? Silver replied as he focused on his plasmids. Around half an hour had passed since Silver and company arrived in the village, but while Hestia and Artemis went down the road to meet with its residents, Silver was locked in place, bound by duty by his jailers. Nothing but children whose numbers only seemed to increase. It all started with a few questions, curiosity. And then one of them asked for his magic. One thing led to another. And before he knew, this was his fate, to act as a clown. Maybe it was his fate, he brought this upon himself once he began to show off, he was a fool. Now he was standing atop a small wooden stage he set up for himself, using his plasmids to create many interesting effects as he told them stories. Sometimes, he threw colorful sand in the air, controlling it to form images of monsters and fairy tales he heard as he grew up. Other times, he controlled little dolls as he recreated events he saw or heard over the years. He would spew small fire tongues and freeze the air slightly, causing the children to giggle as they clapped enthusiastically. Even the adults felt admiration, as they sat nearby on chairs Silver made for them. If he saw himself right now, Silver would realize that his plasmids had been reduced to something akin to the tricks of a party clown. Not that he was against using his powers to such down-to-earth entertainment, it was just that. It was too much already, wasn't it? But still, he knew that Hestia and Artemis were okay, he was watching them from afar from time to time, so he was fine with playing around. It was a good experience for him as well, playing with children and listening to their nonsensical ideas and requests wasn't that bad from time to time. Still. He was getting tired, not mentally, and not in his mind sense. Much less in a physical sense. He felt tired on a spiritual level. Phew, these children are quite enthusiastic. Or are they all like that? Well. The ones in the orphanage weren't that different, although they had fewer questions, that's for sure. The differences from living within and outside of Orario. Exhaling a bit, Silver performed his party trick one more time. Open sesame. He pulled a small twig from the ground, and with a very exaggerated motion and a chanting that didn't quite mean anything, the twig grew rapidly, becoming a small tree that slowly lost its bark, becoming a translucent emerald sapling. Silver turned the sapling onto a glass sculpture. It may seem meager and simple, but it was quite the consumption of mind, as permanent alteration of matter was extremely taxing, even if on such a small scale. Slash clap clap clap, slash. Everyone clapped happily at his display while Silver himself exhaled with a light smile, giving the strange tree to the closest children before stepping down from the stage. Phew. That was incredible. Thank you for spending time with them, Mr. Adventurer, it must have been tiring, I heard magic isn't that easy to do, they'll never forget it. One of the adults said with a smile as he approached Silver. I don't think anyone will. It's really nothing, back home I do such displays daily, people aren't that different. Silver replied with a smile as he looked at the children gathered with their parents on the side. It seemed they also realized Silver wanted to rest, so they slowly led them away, despite their unwillingness. Oh. Are there many children in your familia? The men asked with some curiosity. Silver looked at the children and then thought about his recent recruits. And even his old ones. Depends on who you ask, haha. Silver replied with a chuckle as he scratched the back of his head. Certainly, children will never admit they are one. Yeah. Children. Following his conversation with the men, he cleaned the area by transforming the wooden stage and chairs back onto logs and planks before moving on. As he made his way deeper where the village chief's home stood, he took this chance to talk and listen to the villagers on the way, learning more about the village and its people. But as he walked, he stopped in front of a shrine, and for a moment, his breathing stopped. The shrine itself was rather big, being in the shape of a small house with a triangular roof made purely out of roughly sculpted stone blocks and somewhat shaped like a pyramid. Image. It was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and about over a meter deep, housing a single object, a large black boulder that was slightly reflective, like a block of iron. Its surface was a bit rough, like a sheet of iron that had been hammered thousands of times. Silver knew what it was, albeit, he was so shocked by it that he lost his breath, to the point his heart stopped beating. Even though this was the very reason why he came here. This is supposed to be a scale. How in the? This isn't a scale, this is a damn boulder. These scales were the reason Silver had come to this village. The several dozen scales surrounding it, protecting it, and the entire forest from monsters in a protective circle formation. Ah. So there you are. It seems the dragon scales got your attention, they are quite unique, even for an adventurer, or so I heard. A villager said as they approached Dale from behind. It was an elderly man with a long grey mustache and a cane, he walked with one arm behind his back and when he talked, his long mustache trembled like the whiskers of a cat. Yes, they're quite large. Silver replied as he recovered his bearings. Oh. You don't seem surprised, we had visitors before, many decades ago, and they were completely flabbergasted when they saw them. I remember as if it was yesterday. Speaking of them, they were quite like you. A single man and his god came to the village. Or was it a girl? I don't quite remember anymore. The old man said as he became pensive. He approached the scale, touching the shrine, dusting it slightly. Ironic, isn't it? The greatest monster of them all. From its injury 1,000 years ago, its scales fell down into the earth as it fled from its clash with Orario's ancient heroes. A creature that toppled nations, took uncountable lives, shattered an endless amount of dreams and the being at the very center of all fairy tales, akin to the dungeon itself. Now its dead scales serve as protection for us, centuries later. Because its very presence strikes fear to even its own kind. Do you think of us as vile? For seeking protection not with our kind, nor the gods, but with a monster. One that slayed the uncountable. No. Silver replied as he shook his head. He approached the men, showing his gloves, a pair of leathery brown tight gloves. They weren't impressive but they were strong, being made with the skin of middle-floor monsters. My gloves are made from the leather of monsters. My halberd was made with the metal from within the dungeon. My strength came from fighting in the dungeon. And my experience came from learning from those that went inside the dungeon and that trained to go inside once more. Everything I am came from the dungeon. While you all use the scales of a dragon for protection. What right do I have to complain, when we're all the same? In the end, all of this comes from the dungeon. It doesn't matter how you got your hands in it or what the material belonged to in the past. It now has a much greater purpose. I can't quite claim these as my own words, but there is a bit of my own opinion in it. Using your enemy's own tactics against them isn't cowardice, it has another name. It's called being resourceful. Right, it is not cowardice to hide behind the scales of a dragon, because so do adventurers, using the remains of monsters to protect their own and those they love from those same monsters. The elderly man said as he raised his head to feel the sunlight. It is a cycle, one that is perpetrated by the dungeon itself, so I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're all doing. Silver said as he turned to look at the scale. Although another thing is encasing it within a shrine and half deifying it. If only all thought like you. You have quite the unique way of seeing things. The old man said with a dry laugh. During my years growing up, I've seen several adventurers pass by, and there are also stories of others that came from the times before I was born. And they were always either shocked beyond words or spiteful, maybe out of fear, maybe for another reason. It does not matter. Some even had their will and determination shattered at the sight. He then turned to the scale, pondering in silence. Recently, I've been thinking if keeping these is the right course of action. The scales protected us for millennia, but they cannot do anything on their own. One day, someone will decide to take them, perhaps not out of greed nor spite, but out of necessity. And we won't be able to do nothing but watch, maybe beg. As without them, we can't protect ourselves. Nor can we afford to leave, we don't need to in the first place. I may be jumping ahead of myself though. 1,000 years have gone by without much trouble. I don't think there'll be much of a change in the next few decades. Though I would wish to depart while leaving the next generations the grace of a choice at the very least. But that is too greedy of me. Well. It's hard to say, they're definitely one-of-a-kind materials. Silver said out loud as he looked at the scale intently. Would you like to take them? The old man asked as he looked at Silver intently. Yes. He replied honestly. I can only imagine what a god of the forge would be able to do with it. But I won't, I do not have the right. I'm not ready. He then smiled. If the black dragon came from the dungeon, then there must be something inside that will help me pull a few scales from its skin on my own. The dragon can be killed, it can bleed, these scales and its name are proof of that. And in the situation I don't find anything. Then that's that, someone else will, one day. I see. You're an odd one. To say you have desire but do not wish to take the simpler path. It is a heavy oath to follow, a thorny path would most prefer to avoid. Some may say there's no fun in taking the easy road. I agree, most of the time at least. Silver said as he tapped the shrine lightly. Besides, it won't do me well to get something so high class for no effort, so for now, these will do just fine standing right here, where they have a use. But I can't do much for what you said before. It is true that someone may come to claim them one day. And as long as they can reach this village, then they'll likely be strong enough to do so. His eyes then darkened a little as he spoke in a raspy tone. Though, if that is good enough for you. Anyone that tries to do so won't be able to enjoy it for long. Listening to his tone, the old man's forehead sweated a little, he realized what this adventurer was talking about. Cough. I've taken too much of your time, young man. He said a bit awkwardly as he faked a cough. It's nothing, I'm the guest here, take as much of my time as you wish. Silver replied with a smile. You're kind. Are all adventurers like you? Kind. I'm not kind. I'm just good at listening, some call it understanding. And no, adventurers are exactly like the rumors, don't ever trust one. Silver said quickly as he shook his head and arms. Would that include you? Ho ho ho. Trust an adventurer. One would be better off trusting a goblin. Silver thought for a moment as he exhaled quietly. Don't misunderstand the people Silver knew, those were the good kind of adventurers. And they weren't that numerous. It was just as that saying goes, honesty attracts good company. It isn't unexpected that of the people Silver interacts with daily, most have good morals. He just chose to keep the real ones close and shun away the false people. Tap. Being understanding can be said to be a trait the kind have, don't undervalue your own traits. Maybe that is why those two like you so much. He said as he tapped Silver's shoulders. What? Ho ho ho. I may be old but I was young once too. I've seen many youths in my years, I know exactly how they look at each other when in love. He said with an understanding gaze as he chuckled loudly. And between you and me, gods and mortals are so very alike. They may play and hide their emotions, but they always end up the same as us. Maybe that is why we are so similar. You're a lucky one, two at once. Goddesses even. And I can see you still have some energy to spare. Not bad at all. Or so my old man would say if he were still here, ho ho. Well, I guess that's to be expected, a strongman who defeats monsters is often seen as the dream man for the lasses, and you're quite the man yourself. He said as he tapped Silver's body with his cane, causing a clicking noise to resound. You also seem to have a good personality, you're good at listening, I can tell that just from looking at your eyes, you must be rather popular back in the city. Ha. Not really, I just do my thing. Don't be humble. I say, enjoy it. We're not Elvins, we better make do of the decades we have ahead of us. I don't want to make this seems like I'm cursing you but you never know when it may all end. You only live so long, yeah. He said awkwardly as he touched his chin. In any case, good luck with all that, it must be tiring, you have my blessing. The old man said as he walked away in a hurry, leaving Silver flabbergasted. Phew. Guess it's not so much of a secret now. Well, it was bound to eventually be so. He said out loud with an awkward smile as he turned his gaze back to the scale. Two at once, huh? Tired. One is tiring enough. I barely even started with the other one. Maybe I bit too much. Regardless, after thinking for a little while, Silver turned his attention back to the shrine. I have many questions. Some are easier to answer than others. In short, from what I know, 1,000 years ago, the dragon was repealed from Orario, and that was how it became known as the one-eyed black dragon. From its injury, it lost one eye and with it, turned back, flying far into the north. The story says its scales fell from the skies as it flew away like comets, but funny enough, by now, most believe it to be a fairy tale, even though the dragon claimed the lives of the two biggest familiars ever to exist just 12 years ago. There is also that kingdom to the far southeast that vanished in a single night, and I can't really think of anything else with the ability to do such a thing other than the dragon. Still, it could have been an ancient monster, anything with the strength of a level 6 adventurer would raise the continent and cause the same result. Although the kingdom in question used to be the biggest in the world. But the fact no one knows what truly happened or even recognizes it happened just proves how insane the guild's ability to suppress and distort information is. Or maybe how hard it is for information to travel around in this world. People do have to send letters through caravans and pigeons, if you stop both, time just stops in a place. It could also mean that none survived its rampage. Nonetheless, with it, I have some questions. Why didn't Auranas ever look for these scales? Wouldn't they be easy to deploy around the dungeon and keep it under control? Is it because of their origin? Maybe they are simply too valuable to be used in the open or even remotely close to the dungeon. Maybe something will happen if the dungeon feels the presence of the scales. Or most likely, they are living proof of a myth Auranas wish to keep as such, a story. It would do no good to keep reminding adventurers that out there exists something scary enough to drop such a scale, a being that can destroy Orario in a single breath. As for the people that visited them. Was it Zeus and his captain? I can't think of anyone else. Hera and someone else. That's a bit of a shot in the dark. Considering Auranas was in the mortal world during the time of the Black Dragon, he likely knew where it fled. He may have been the one to collect and safekeep all of the scales dropped in the center of the fight, maybe they are already in use to keep the monsters in the dungeon to this day, or maybe they were stashed away somewhere inaccessible. If it was Zeus who came, it was likely in a way to calculate the prowess of the dragon and to see if a raid would be feasible, and considering they still went on with their plans, it would lead to two possibilities. The first one being a suicide mission, one where they knew they would die but still chose to go, maybe to keep up the hope of the world. While the second one is that he did consider the raid possible, but in the end, they fell because a scale sitting on the ground for 1,000 years cannot compare to its source, a gigantic mass of such hulking scales. Just thinking about it. If I were to compare a wyvern scale with this one and then adjust the ratio, the black dragon would easily be over a few hundred meters long. And although that's not really the biggest monster out there, it is still insanely huge for what is currently known. Of course, these could be uniquely modified scales to fit a certain body part, but they don't look like that. They're simply too numerous and consistent in size. It would be more believable if these scales were instead talons due to how thick they are. Alas, turning a blind eye to them just because reality is too harsh is not the correct answer either. Nonetheless, there are simply too many ifs. For the affirmations before, although it's not impossible for Maxim, the captain of the Zeus Familia, to have accepted going on a suicide mission, it's not within Zeus' personality to allow such a thing, and it also does not fit with what the surviving members of the Familia thought and knew about the fight. I really need to pester Auranas and Fels about information on them. How much do they hide in their vaults? Speaking of that. Althea and Zald. Althea saw the fight while Zald must have heard from her. They did not participate in it due to their own respective health conditions, and paradoxically, what was slowly killing them ended up extending their life, much to their displeasure, despair, and depression. They eventually threw it away for the sake of the future because they couldn't live anymore with the mere thought of fighting it. They did not see themselves even capable of rising to give it a challenge. It may have been mostly in part due to their terminal diseases, but they were pinnacle level 7 adventurers, way stronger than their level indicated, maybe even to a degree higher than me. To break their will to such a degree. Of course, the truth could be completely different. It's not like I can ask their now destroyed bodies for the truth of what they felt at the time, but they certainly chose to use their lives as a way to pave the way for the future. As such, they had hope, meaning, they may not have believed the dragon to be an unreachable foe. This is about everything I know about them, the little I gathered from asking Fels and some other deities. Together with some information I brought with me from another past. The little from faint scarce memories and unreliable rumors and stories passed down from word of mouth. Well, they weren't the first ones to suffer such a fate, to succumb to the black dragon's power. Another died not so long ago as well. It seems the dragon's strength was so overwhelming it traumatized all who saw it. Nothing good for me. The more I seem to learn about it, the more my already exacerbated expectations are exceeded. As for the second affirmation, well, if they believed they had a chance, well, they miscalculated it severely. Though in truth, it's hard to say how much they did since the fight's results were never really publicized. Maybe not even Zeus knows the truth. The black dragon could be bleeding in its own nest by now. Or soundly sleeping as if nothing ever happened. Still, to reinforce that, given Zald's and Althea's reactions, I wouldn't say it was positive. Had the dragon been left to its death, they would have likely gone there to end it, even if at the cost of their own lives. After all, they threw them away once for a similar goal, so why not be direct about it? What kind of monster could resist the dying strikes of 2 pinnacle level 7 adventurers? But oh well, it's just another if. And that's about the extent of what I have on me. To know more, I would have to go after the gods present in those times. Not just any gods. The ones that can actually give me some insight into prejudice or distortion. The likes of Hermes, Auranas, Zeus, maybe even Ganesha. Forget about Hera. If Hermes calls her mad, then she's beyond saving. Hermes doesn't call Freya mad, and she's quite something. I've asked Hermes about the past once, but he always spoke about it in short sentences. It's really a pain in the ass, but at the very least, he was direct about it. Although it's hard to say if his words are cold hard facts or his own interpretation of said events. Going back to my previous affirmations, assuming Zeus didn't fetch the scales, I can only wonder what he had in hand to go after the black dragon. Was it arrogance from succeeding twice? Or did he have that much faith in his children? From everyone in heaven, Zeus is by far the one who knows the most about the black dragon. After all, he saw what truly happened to Ace. He saw Albert's death and his legend. Maybe he didn't see everything, but he should have had some idea of what was going on while up there when his powers were at their pinnacle. Gods aren't omniscient, but they have incredible powers while in heaven. Nonetheless, from everything I heard and researched about, the Leviathan and Behemoth raids weren't really that successful. The Leviathan was the most stable of them, with the final strike being dealt by Althea's magic. While the Behemoth fell to Zald after he devoured its flesh, using his newfound gargantuan strength to cut its neck in one strike. There were very few mentions of anyone else. And that's concerning. Auranas won't answer me if I ask. If I do ask, I fear he'll only stare down at me and give me some sort of solemn speech about it. And I'm sure Hermes won't either, maybe out of respect for both Zeus and Auranas. And because he would find it entertaining to see me seek the truth on my own, and funny because he's an ass. Lastly, I'm not that much of a jerk to go after Zeus and ask him about the details of his children's deaths. Not when he chose to retire to the mountains. So this leaves me with only one solution. To level up. That's the only way. And gather equipment that can resist a bout with a being I can only call a god. Once he came to terms with what he had to do, his attention returned to the present, towards the scales once more. URG. I really want to take them. But I can't, I'm not a monster. Still, if the dragon moved from Orario to here, I can easily make a line and infer its movement. Silver looked at the distance, beyond the White Mountain ranges. There must be other scales buried in the mountains and snow, unless the ancestors of these villagers took them all and gathered them here. Maybe this was actually what happened. It wouldn't be hard to find them, after all, each scale has a massive range where they keep monsters away. Besides, if the arenas of the past needed somewhere to store the scales out of the public's eye, why not throw them inside the most dangerous mountain range surrounding the city? If he did so, then he struck gold, because no one ever came to bother them for 1,000 years. While for me, I can only say I'm the unlucky one. Arenas may have already swept over the entire mountain range and the path the dragon took, gathering all of the scales here. 1,000 years. Funny how the villagers see it as a fact and part of history while everyone else sees it as a tale to tell their children to go to bed at night. Thinking about that. Even if this village is big. Almost a town. He thought out loud with a frown as he scratched his chin. Wouldn't there be some level of incest? Even if distant, it's likely that someone would become connected through their great-great-great-grandparents without a doubt. Unless they bring people from the outside. But they're so far away from the main path. Slowly, Silver's thought derailed as he kept thinking about useless things, but as always, he managed to regain his focus as he moved to do what he came here to check. Touch. He touched the scale, and activated his plasmids. As I thought. Notes. Chapter 275, Unbreakable. As I thought. Nothing happens. Silver said as he took his hand off the scale. This scale is extremely resistant to magic, so much so it may as well repel it back. My hand is tingling just from this short exchange. Whenever my plasmids try to seep into it, they just scatter and pure magical power is rebound back into the atmosphere, in other words, they're dissipating. This is just one step back from the juggernaut who will absorb and redirect any magic applied to it, and to a certain extent, this is worse than it. Having magic rebound is sure bad, but you can still overwhelm or break the juggernaut's shell. In this case, the scale as a whole seems to be resistant to it. Well, it could be partially due to my low level and the natural weakness of my plasmids, but I find it hard to think Reveria would be able to damage it at all, even if alone. The dragon would have an entire wall of these scales positioned above each other like a castle's walls, so the defensive potential of one lone scale like this isn't really going to define the dragon's true defenses. Much less one that's been sitting in the sun and rain for 1,000 years. Although, the most annoying part of this is that were it not for my plasmids change, they may have affected it. Or maybe not, there isn't really a way for me to confirm it. This scale is way more than it meets the eye. I wouldn't say this is anti-magic, but I can't deny it is either. The magical power isn't vanishing. Still, what do I call this? Once I grow much stronger, I can try this again, but if it persists, then I either repeat the process, or I'll have to admit that magic is useless against the dragon. With a pensive expression, Silver changed tactics. His right index finger changed in both color and texture, becoming akin to stone. Screech. Silver scratched his now rocky finger across the diameter of the scales, and a long white line was formed on its surface. But as he inspected the line, his eyes twitched. Shit. You ought to be kidding me. Fuck. Although it looks like I scratched the scale, the only thing I did was clean it. It's thin and faint, but there's a layer of a strange material covering it. The bulk underneath it remains intact. The material itself is likely oxidation or some sort of natural degradation, maybe the solidified minerals of the oils covering the dragon's scales, it could be a mix of those as well. It's just a bunch of dirt. And by the looks of it, even if I remove it, there doesn't seem to be any change in the scale's anti-magic property or structural integrity. Unless I were to try and check it on a molecular level. Just to show how ridiculous this is. This is extremely abnormal. I've just changed my finger to the hardest natural mineral composition I know, something I took from a tier long ago. It's a material that if put on a scale, it would have a hardness value of 12. This old scale is harder than that too. Or is there a problem with my plasmids? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. This is the first time I'm trying this after such a long time. Maybe it's my current strength, causing the formation of the mineral to be incomplete or defective. After all, I'm far from being able to control molecules, much less the atomic structure of objects. Even before, that was something hard to do, albeit not entirely impossible either. Going solely for my memories could be causing problems given the different sources of power for my plasmids and simply the fact I may be rusty. Covering his forehead as he frowned, Silver eventually shook his head as he remembered the world he was in. Right, in the first place, it makes no sense to compare or try to pull physics into things. In the lower floors you already have monsters with diamond-like shells, why wouldn't the scales of the black dragon be harder than those? The dungeon is constantly trying to form new and impossible shapes and biologies with powers that may as well surpass those of the gods. Emphasis on the euphemism. With the creation of this world being a mystery the gods keep tightly under wraps, the dungeon's ability to create and evolve beings is many steps ahead of that of nature itself. It may be a bit of an exaggeration, but it wouldn't be wrong to say that, if the dungeon is akin to the gods in some aspects, who themselves are beings whose origins can be said to be akin to that of nature, then the dungeon could be said to be its will. The will of nature. Though of course, gods won't ever reply if asked such questions. They will either dodge the question, play around it, try to shoo the person off by saying they wouldn't understand, or something along those lines. I wouldn't be surprised if they replied with nonsensical jokes such as, "I am Mega Man." Sigh. But in any case, hardness is one thing. The question is, how durable is it? Silver looked around, knowing full well he couldn't let anyone else see what he was about to do. Slash whoop, slash. In an instant, he grabbed the scale, switching it for a dummy one of similar proportions. And a moment later, he disappeared with it, leaving behind only a failsafe in case a monster somehow made its way through the gap in the village's defenses. From his perspective, a single scale was more than enough to completely isolate the entire valley from all monsters, much less a few dozen. No one would notice one missing. Slash schwa, slash. A few dozen mountains to the north. Slash snap, slash. Okay, time to work, make some tests, just like the good old days at my lab. Silver said as he snapped his fingers before he stretched his arms and legs. Slash thud, slash. Silver took the scale from his inventory, and it hit the ground with a rather powerful thud. Well. I expected it to be heavy, but it's not as massive as I thought. Still, that in itself isn't something to be surprised about. It seems to be slightly underneath my weight, about 80 to 90 kilograms. But even then, despite the scale being light for its size, if the dragon has thousands of those around its body, how would it even fly? Even if dungeon monsters have stupid large proportions or questionable biological features, they usually still obey some rules. It's not like you can have a horse walk on air just because the dungeon wants to. It would have to have a magic of some sort for it to do so, and maybe be within a special environment where it can put said abilities to test. Magical organs but still fleshly objects. The only beings that can wish something to happen and defy natural order would be the gods with their arcanum, but what can they do with those is as much of a mystery to me as what lies beyond the edge of the observable universe. From the small critters that habitat the dungeon to the boss monsters, every creature follows a certain biology. It's the reason why if I cut a creature's neck, its bones, innards, and whatever will spill out, as for what they turn into dust after is because their bodies are mostly composed of pure magical power converted into other forms of energy, which all dissipate at once, leaving behind only a bunch of gunk. Monsters aren't a solid block of ash that explodes when they die, though the process through which their flesh turns into ash is something I've been trying to understand for a while as well. Even the gigantic wyverns in the deep floors have humongous wings and extraordinarily powerful muscles to support their flight unimpeded. Though in exchange for that and their monstrous breath attack, they're mostly inept in close-quarter combat, relying mostly on their size, sharp talons, and muscles to deal with adventurers. Nonetheless, if an adventurer reaches them, they would end up as the least of his problems. Monsters were usually paired together to impede adventurers. It's not every time you see a monster that is an all-rounder. There are many studies on monsters and their biology. The problem is that the people of this world, or better put, adventurers, aren't really interested in progressing said research that much. Since adventurers are the only ones that can go deep in the dungeon, and the fact it's considerably difficult to bring back a monster's body to the surface, regardless of their size, it's no surprise most of the research is either assumptions or only detailed when it comes to upper floor monsters or from the monsters that live in the surface. A monster's body can easily be destroyed if handled roughly, and only professionals can properly subdue or kill them, something that won't always work as one goes deeper, meeting monsters that are either too hard to be moved due to their size, or impossible to contain due to their physical features. Good luck containing deep floor monsters that are usually a few meters in height. Some assume the dungeon doesn't need the monsters to live for long, thus explaining their unusual biology, which has no need to last long. There is some semblance of truth to that, as more often than not, that is the purpose of a monster to blow up and die with the adventurers, end of the story. But no one really knows what the dungeon thinks, because at times, it takes a lot of care to its residents, and other times, it'll completely and utterly fucks them. But as some may say, so is nature and evolution itself. As for the reason there aren't that many monster carcasses being brought back to the surface, aside from all the reasons stated above, is due to the depths of the dungeon. Just imagine bringing back the body of a molten giant from the 50-ish floors back to the surface, absolutely impossible. That is why most research is made directly on the field. The problem is if any is done at all. How many familiars can step into the deep floors? From the guild's ranks, likely only be rank familiars have someone strong enough to be there, but that doesn't mean they can go there, much less conduct research. If Silver was to step back and form an expedition with every member of his familia, they would likely only be able to reach the end of the middle floors. Maybe not even that, they would only be able to safely reach Rivera before turning back. If every level 2 in their familia led the way, that is, so in other words, they would be carried there. Not that they would succeed, since the number of level 2 adventurers in the familia is not even 10% of its numbers. That is why the Hestia familia is ranked as an F-rank familia, although after the war game, which Silver predicted would increase their rank to D, and the subsequent recruitment, that value was about to change even further, and not by a single rank. He wouldn't be surprised if the Hestia familia was announced as AB rank familia, though in the end, that was up to the guild. If D rank was too low and B rank was too much, then why not the middle ground? In any case. Sigh, monsters, and their uniquely nonsensical bodies. Enough lazing around, time for experiment number 1. Silver said as he looked around. Pull. Silver pulled his halberd from his inventory, resting it against the ground as he planned his next few steps. I don't think I'll be damaging it at all. But I might as well give it a try. Inhale. Exhale, Phew. Transform, crunch. Crack, From that point on, Silver's body began to distort gruesomely, his muscles changed shape as they moved beneath his skin like worms. His back hunched, his legs grew thick, his skin changed colors, becoming darker and rougher like stone, while his tendons changed position as they tensioned beyond the limits of the human body. Well. That of an adventurer too. Phew. In this mix of plasmids, Silver couldn't even speak, he barely even thought anything as he focused his entire being on his task. That of turning his entire body into one giant spring muscle. There were many creatures in the world that possessed hunting methods that involved tensioning energy within them to release it on any unsuspecting prey. It was just that none could compare to how unhinged his was. Crunk, whoosh, Just as every fiber of his body locked in place. Creaking loudly, he let go of all said energy, snapping onto the scale with the blunt end of his halberd. Together with his transformed body, Silver used his plasmids to propel his body, decrease the air resistance, and consequentially increase the gravity at the point of contact, doing everything in his being to maximize the power of his strike. Shatter, shua, The flat end of his halberd struck against the scale like a meteor crashing against the earth, and for a moment, a flash of light overtook that of the sun at the center of the mountains. The mountains around Silver shook as the snow pilled upon them began to fall like tsunamis. The ground he stood on completely collapsed as the scale vanished amidst the exploding debris. Mayhem descended upon the fields as the entire world was uprooted, trees had their roots scattered and birds flew to the skies. And if they hadn't already been knocked out by the sound, any other land animal in a 300 m radius of him was swiped off their feet, if not straight up killed by the shock waves of the impact. For those that survived, ear pain to deafness would soon follow as they bled. Boom, What is it? Hestia asked as she looked at Artemis. Did you hear that? Artemis asked as her ears perked up. No. Did you hear anything? Don't be so tense, Artemis, with those scales around, even if there are monsters around, they'll never be able to get here. Hestia said with a smile as she tapped her back. Even if they do, they wouldn't really be able to do anything, would they? You're right. Artemis replied as she exhaled lightly. Anyway. As I was saying. Far away amidst the mountains, an old man looked far into the distance as his white hair swayed in the wind. Shua. Faint wind passed through his body, blowing his clothes away as his gaze focused somewhere beyond the distant hills, far away. Grandfather. A little boy approached the old man, holding onto a small scarf due to how cold it was, breathing lightly as air condensed in front of his lips. Little Bell. Didn't I tell you to stay indoors during the cold? But you went out on your own and I. Shoo. I'm not scolding you. The old man said with a chuckle as he saw the boy panic. What are you looking at? Nothing much, I just got reminded of something of the past, that's all. He said as he turned around, grabbing onto the boy's hand. Let's go back before you get sick. If that red-haired sister saw you like this, she would have a heart attack, wouldn't she? And kick my ass in the process. Let's go back, I'll heat you some milk. Yay. Even far away beyond the mountains and into the distance, the echoes of his strike reverberated throughout the entirety of the Beol mountain range. Animals and monsters alike raised their heads as their ears perked up as the tree leaves rustled in the wind. This was the strength of a level 6 adventurer, someone that could cause mountains and rivers to tremble and topple. By far, this was the most extreme game of whack-a-mole ever replicated. Splat, splurge, urg. The moment the entire energy in his body was released, the recoil of the counterforce soon came, blasting his entire skin out as it rippled across it, causing his muscles to rip apart like towels snapping in the middle. Some muscles unlodged themselves from his bones as they cracked under the violent force. Even though Silver had changed the constitution of his bones to that of a metal, they still failed catastrophically, snapping in the middle like twigs. Well. The best metal he could employ as an adventurer's bones were already stronger than most metals anyway, especially the bones of an adventurer with high constitution and the appropriate development abilities. His entire body had been torn apart, his arms were the most damaged while his head suffered the least injuries, although his eardrums had been blasted open, his teeth completely caved in, one of his eyes popped out of his skull, and his head wasn't looking that good, to be honest. His legs had burst open due to the force and most of his thorax area was now pure muscle that slowly fell from his body, exposing his internal organs. Huh. Ouch ouch ouch. It hurts, a lot. I can't breathe. Phew, not as much. Severing his nervous connections in pretty much every single inch of his body, Silver completely and utterly crippled himself to save his mind from the rivers of pain that followed his own attack. The only reason he still stood was because, despite the immense physical devastation his body had undergone, he still had most of his mind to use his plasmids. And without the pain to disrupt his concentration, he could fully focus on recovering. Otherwise he would die. Fast at that. From the very moment he struck the scale he began healing himself, knowing full well that if he was even a single second late, he would likely die. And a very miserable one at that. Death to rebound of one's own strength. That seemed like something a villain would experience, not him in the middle of the mountains. As such, before he checked out the condition of the scale or the damage he caused, he began working hard by fixing himself. The broken bones and muscles, together with their pieces, were placed back where they belonged, starting with the most important organs. He didn't even clean them, opting to do so after he had recovered to some degree. His snapped muscles were tied and glued back in position. All of the internal and external bleeding was corrected, and his open vessels were closed as he pulled back as much of his lost blood into his system as he could, stitching back his blasted heart, allowing him to stop focusing his attention on regulating his blood flow. Once that was done, he quickly regenerated his skin, or in better words to depict what he did, it was more like gluing it back in place as he stitched it back up. Even though Silver couldn't quite regenerate entire body parts from zero at once, he could rather easily glue back what he lost, especially if a cut was smooth. Not entirely something that can be said about this case. It was a terrific sight to behold. Slash whoosh, slash. A few minutes later, after his body had returned to a somewhat optimal state, with his right hand, Silver recalled his halberd, which had been flung across the skies and into the distant mountains. URG. I'll never try this again. For many reasons. He said as he looked at his weapon. After he struck the scale, the rebound force was so great it sent it flying as his fingers ripped apart. And now. Its appearance said it all. The hammer tip of the halberd was almost completely flattened, like a plate, while its shaft was now curved by around a 30-degree angle. It was impressive the metal had held together in the first place. Something that couldn't be said for all of its parts. Its tip was now nowhere to be seen, although Silver already knew where it was, while the frontal edge of the halberd now possessed many cracks along its edge. Thankfully, the halberd was a one-piece item, something almost impossible for any blacksmith to do, but not a divine one, otherwise, it would have broken into pieces like a Lego character's death animation. Slash shine, slash. The halberd shone faintly in his hand for a moment before the lights flickered off. Yeah. I know. Sorry buddy, I won't do this ever again. Silver said with an apologetic smile as he closed his eyes in pain. I don't quite know if the halberd is alive, but it's something far greater than just a piece of emotionless metal. It seems that even though it was made to take a beating, this time, it was a tad much. Or maybe it's complaining I did all of this outside of combat. It didn't even get this battered last time when I used my skill on it against Phryne. Phew. Shit. Hephaestus will fucking kill me. Silver cursed out loud as he touched his forehead, only to recoil a bit due to the pain he was feeling. My entire body is in tatters. How much strength did I even use? It's hard to compare it to a standard because not only am I unordinary, none of the adventurers over level 6 are either. There is no average, they're all irregulars in their own right. Well, if I were to make a guess based on Phryne's strength. Probably something along the lines of a level 7. Maybe even a bit higher if I'm taking her as the norm. Right now, my physical constitution is around that of a level 5, high level 5 to 6 perhaps, already counting my plasmids. So by exerting the physical strength of a level 7, 2 levels over that by tensioning my body like this. Maybe even more than that. There is the concept of the strengthening from leveling up from 4 to 5, then from 5 to 6, and finally from 6 to 7, so it's hard to say if my stats, even if high, can make up for this massive gap between levels, not to say I've yet to update my status ever since I became level 4 over a month ago. The problem is that almost every level 5 adventure onwards is special in its own right, so maybe that is in itself the average. A rank in a stat at the very least. It makes sense. I almost exploded. My stats aren't meant for this degree of physical power. Well, in the first place, it would be impossible to display such strength anyway. I was just a fool for overusing my plasmids in such a reckless way. Now then. How much damage did I cause to the scale? I don't expect much, but at least some sort of light indentation, pull, Like a fisherman pulling a fish, Silver pulled his prize out of the broken ground. How far did I send this damn scale? He asked out loud as he kept pulling. Given the shape of the scale, Silver had hammered it deep onto the soft earth, passing even the hard rock layer underneath him. Over 20 meters deep. Damn. I'm quite strong. Normally I apply my strength to monsters, and the dungeon itself is also super sturdy, growing sturdier on average as one goes down, so I don't know how strong I am. My idea of strength is rather distorted. I can't really go around destroying things above ground to test that out, but it puts things into perspective. Adventurers are monsters to real people, it's no wonder they are treated with such respect outside of Orario. In ancient times, even a man with the strength of a level 2 adventurer was likely already strong enough to establish his own territory. At a time when the gods stood in heaven watching over the mortal plane with no choice but to send their spirits down with their relics to aid the mortals, be it out of pity, understanding, or entertainment. A time when a level 4 warrior was seen almost like a god. And those stronger than that were marked down in history, eventually even becoming gods, even if in name only. But when the gods themselves descended and they refuted the existence of said beings, the faith of many crumbled down into pieces. Can the gods be said to be cruel for their honesty? Should they have lied and kept the people in ignorance? Of course not, the gods don't want that, maybe it's their own form of sympathy. They want mortals to show them their worth and to not live in endless delusions. At least, most. Well, anyway, time to see the results. Pull, shwa shwa, thud. Silver dropped the scale at a smoother ground further away before circling it with his arms behind his back. Only for his expression to darken severely. Nothing. No changes. No, there was something. I peeled off the layer around the scale, but only that. Clunk. Ha. At least I know that if the dragon appears, I can give it a nail polish. Silver said in an ironic tone as he tapped the scale in frustration. Silver stared at the scale in silence for a few moments before he focused once more. No damage, huh? And it's not like this is my ordinary strength either, this is something I'll never really be able to perform in combat. Nor will I ever try. By the time I finish changing my muscles an adventurer my level would have cut my neck off. It's not a fast transformation, nor can I make it so. This is a meaningless test that proves nothing but the fact the dragon is as scary as I imagined. Just when will I have the chance to display such strength on a daily basis? Casually I mean. When I'm level 5. 6. How upsetting, frustrating, and downright nerve-wracking. But expected. I'm only level 4, and the heroes that fell to the dragon were likely all just as talented if not more than me, double my level, being able to jump levels and accumulate strength beyond their wildest imagination while also holding the best items and while under the best of buffs. If I could damage it now, then their deaths would have been strange and maybe even worthless. Sigh. This is another wake-up call. He said as he kicked a stone away. The dragon is not a fairy tale, it's a monster, and it'll come one day. I have to get ready. And so does Orario. That was why Evolus was made in the first place. Even though that's not their goal right now. Sigh, Erebus, are you there in the sky, watching me fail? Silver asked as he looked at the clouds above. Are you together with the souls of the heroes that died as well? Do you all think I'm pitiful? Because I sure as hell do. He said with a chuckle. Would it take too much for you to steal a divine artifact and send it down for me? Let me borrow it for a few moments. He said with a sigh as he kicked another stone away. If there's any gods watching me, I wonder how they would feel. For a fleeting moment, an idea went through Silver's head, but he pushed it aside for now, deciding to test other things first. Anyway, if pure strength doesn't work, maybe other approaches will. How about heat? Puffed. I'm stupid for thinking about that. As if a dragon would have fire as its weakness. Its scales are likely strong enough to resist its own breath attacks if it has any. But knowing the dungeon, it would be strange if the dragon didn't have one. How hot would the black dragon's flames be? Several times that of a volcano erupting at full force. I don't even want to think about it. However, what if it's not ordinary fire? Fire. With a weak spark, a white resplendent flame ignited at his fingertips. But before he placed his hand on the scale, Silver stopped, hesitating for a moment. Is this a good idea? Hestia told me to never let this flame extinguish, but if I put it on the scale, wouldn't that just happen? But these flames aren't magic, they're something else. Half arcane of sorts. I'm stretching the concept a little. Is the dragon that capable? ? Questions and more questions popped up in Silver's mind, and in the end, he closed his eyes, following his heart. Slash swoosh, slash. In the end, he retracted his flames. I'm not the kind of person to perform such extreme tests. Most of the time. But even in those intense situations, I usually have a plan in mind because the danger stems from something that doesn't immediately kill me. Well, I'm not entirely sure what will happen if the flame extinguishes, and Hestia doesn't seem comfortable with telling me that, and neither am I interested in knowing. It's not even worth it anyway. Even if I can confirm I can burn it, so what? Nothing will change. Maybe nothing will happen as long as I don't let the flame itself die, but for now, I have other tests to run. The flame's core is within me, but I can't be sure nothing will happen if I let one of its tongues extinguish, even if it is one that initially spread from the center. If shit hits the fan when the dragon comes, then if I have no other option, /FUA, /. Throwing those thoughts at the back of his mind, Silver pulled another flame from his inventory, a blue one this time. It's been a while since I pulled this one out. It's too dangerous for its own good anyway. A flame that only burns on organic materials, and it spreads quicker than fire on pure alcohol. While also being close to impossible to take off. This isn't something I'm comfortable with managing in the open. The only problem with it is that it's weak and that it's a magical fire of unknown origins. I normally keep it contained since I want to research it in the future, but now's a good time to use it. First, I have to unseal it. Because the flame was quite beautiful, Silver kept it as an ornament for his office, but to make sure a clumsy Haruheim or a curious onlooker like a certain Palom girl and goddess wouldn't knock it down and spread chaos in the entire city, Silver sealed it in the most complex of boxes. Of course, he usually brought the flame with him whenever he left his office, but safety was never too much. Crunk, /. Now then. Do your magic, little flame. He said as he used telekinesis to pull a small wooden shard from the box, throwing it atop the scale as carefully as he could since he didn't want the entire forest around him to burn blue. /TSSSSS. SSS, SS, / How anticlimactic. The moment the flame hit the scale, it burned and flickered for a moment before vanishing with an unstable snap. Oh. It actually left a little mark on it. A little flame like this. Sigh. Silver thought of the flame's original owner and the terrible fate he had been thrown into. But if not for said fate, he wouldn't have awakened his abilities in the first place. The flames burn the scale as it tries to consume it, but it's too robust for it. If it burned a little stronger, things would be different. Well. For a little spark, it did more than me. That's already commendable. Even in death, your power was strong enough to leave a tiny mark on the OEBD. If he is watching from heaven with the gods, hopefully, he is proud. Moving on with these meaningless tests. How about something corrosive? Tapping his chin, Silver raised his right hand, and with a light pull, he dislodged his index finger from his hand. If Hestia were here to see it, she would have fallen unconscious by now. Bubble, /. In the wound where his finger previously was, green bubbles began to pop from within his exposed vessels, slowly releasing a strange compound onto the air that condensed into a long viscous string of liquid. Meanwhile, with his left hand, Silver isolated the space around him, be it heat or any excessive contaminants from the air, creating a near-vacuum environment. He did this because this acid was so sensitive it would immediately explode when in contact with air, releasing deadly fumes into the atmosphere. Sizzle, /. Nothing. How boring. This acid has a pKa of -41. This would dissolve a person in no time, but then again. Some monsters can do that faster and neater. Wait. It is. A bit shinier. Great. Just as planned, I'm one step closer to being a dragon's manicure. I concede, these monsters are too nonsensical. Silver said in annoyance as he spat some dirty blood on the ground. This is about as much as I can do right now. It is a bit disheartening, but I'm not too upset about it either. Even if I had stronger corrosives, many monsters in the dungeon have rapid regeneration capabilities, and in the end, using a little bit of acid won't really do much in favor. It can stop them for a while, which is very useful. But what I can and did before is use acid to blind their senses or corrode away their defenses, though that is more situational, just like using poisons and toxins. By far, those are likely the stronger plasmids I have available, or maybe the most dangerous. If I can't blow a monster into pieces, then I can inject a liter of a toxin so abnormal it'll stop its breathing within a few seconds. By comparison, I've already studied the poison vermis poison. It's one of the strongest ones known to the world, and it comes from a monster on the lower floors. Its poison is so potent that the only healer capable of detoxifying it directly is the Saintess from the Dien sect familia. Though I already know there are stronger ones below. But even that is weaker than a pufferfish's toxin. Albeit it's extremely acidic on top of that. And on the same string of thought, it's very hard to be poisoned by a puffer fish. They're usually docile and won't really do much to a person unless they really get upset. While the poison vermis will squirt a torrent of acidic poison at you from a few dozen meters away the moment they see or sense anyone other than another monster, and they usually move around in packs, so they're like an artillery unit. The reason why I don't use poison on other monsters or people is because, well, there's no merit to it. I'll gain nothing if I rely on a nonsensical ability like this to win my victories, and while it may give me a lot of exilia by helping me defeat opponents much stronger than me, the moment I meet with a monster that can resist it, I would likely die. Still, exilia by defeating monsters through ingenuity and cleverness is just as important as that which is gained from direct, head-on, life-or-death clashes. And the reason I don't train myself with such poison is because I don't think it would count as proper training. It's not really the same to be poisoned by the dungeon when compared to myself. So overall, I just don't use toxins. If I do, then it's weaker ones or to test things out. But maybe I should employ them more often. Well, that's a question for another day. For now. Silver looked around, exhaling a little. I need to fix this mess. Notes. And it's over. Today, Silver realized the Black Dragon is no joke and is in a completely different realm of existence than he could ever imagine. Despite everything Silver can do and his strength, his plasmids cannot fully compound into his strength and status, so he is technically weaker in a head-on confrontation as, let's say, Zald or even Otar. And with his low level, it's no surprise Silver was unable to do anything to the scale at all. I really wanted to have this interaction going for quite some time and I hoped it was entertaining. Silver will surely come back for the scales one day, but that will likely take years of development and several level ups before then. Anyhow, these last 2 chapters were massive, so much so they almost make up for 2 weeks worth of chapters on their own, so that's about it from me. See you all next Sunday. Chapter 276, The What? /crackle/ A few minutes after pocketing the scale, Silver was still performing the finishing touches in restoring the forest back to its original appearance when he heard something strange nearby. /grovel/ The stone he had just finished repairing shifted and trembled as if something was about to erupt. I knew it. /crack/ A few dozen meters from him, the ground cracked and split as a ravine formed, and soon after, dozens of boulders flew from within. /thud/thud/. As he evaded the falling boulders, slowly, crawling from the depths of the earth, a stone giant made its grandiose appearance. This is rare, never seen one of these on the surface. Much less heard about it. Silver said with great surprise as he raised his head to stare at the tall beast. It must have survived centuries by remaining in a place like this. This is a deep floor monster, similar to the flame rocks found around the 40-ish floors. The stone giant. It's a pretty strong and durable level 4 monster, but since they're so easy to track down, in the past few centuries, whenever one was found, they would be quickly dealt with. They also don't reproduce that efficiently. I wonder why, /ROOOOAARR/. Despite the monster's exotic cry, Silver wasn't bothered by it at all as he stood far away, waiting for it to dislodge itself from the ground like an unskippable cutscene. The higher the monster's level is, the harder it is for them to reproduce. If they can at all. A monster's reproduction doesn't follow ordinary methods since it involves their magic stone and the magical particles within. And for a level 4 monster, it's almost impossible for them to reproduce at all. Level 5 monsters would terrorize the surface world as moving disasters, and they would take over entire nation-sized areas as their territories, and sometimes, they would terraform a region to fit their needs. So seeing even one of them multiple would be a turn-of-a-century event that could and would shake the borders of kingdoms and empires. And this monster could even be one of the original monsters the monster spat out 1,000 years ago, if not older. Given it was hibernating this deep in the mountains a dozen meters beneath the ground. It makes me wonder sometimes if out there, monsters the dungeon doesn't make anymore still live. Like the Black Dragon, Leviathan, Behemoth, and other ancient beasts. Though I can't really prove that since what lies beyond the 59th floor is kept tight in a dark place by the guild. And I tried asking for it but was refused. Well, they've given me many books already, so I'm sure they'll surrender it to me soon enough if I keep pestering them about it. Maybe those monsters were one-time events, maybe not. I can only imagine how it would be to see the floor where they can appear in. Over time, the dungeon slowly changes as it tests out new ideas, although, for the last few centuries, there haven't been any mentions of the dungeon changing the structure of its floors that much. Even if it has, people didn't notice it, albeit it's not unusual for paths to be blocked off or change, but that isn't that large of a change. Maybe I could look into it, as a pastime of sorts. In any case. /rower/. The large beast took slow strides in his direction, slowly picking up the pace as ancient roots and stones broke free from its body. Yeah. You're angry I blew up your home and waked you up from a century-long slumber. Can you understand me? Rowayer, Yelp, that's what I thought. Never too sure to give it a try. Some will call me crazy for even trying to talk with a monster, but I have my reasons. The Xenos believed to be the only ones of their kind, but it's hard to say how many of them are born every day in the dungeon. And considering they are targets of other monsters, the ones who last long enough to meet with them are likely just a faint fraction of the total produced over time. The Xenos can also live rather long lives since they have little need to fight or defend the dungeon in the same way other monsters do, allowing them to reach the end of their lives and to develop themselves in ways maybe not even the dungeon knew possible. It's hard to say when Xenos began to appear, but if I were to assume they've been around for thousands of years. Who's to say several of them didn't escape to the surface in ancient times? The dungeon has been there for as far as human history goes. However, it was only after Orario was established that people started to venture inside. So maybe the Xenos were the dungeon's attempt to make something of equivalent power to adventurers, beings that can grow. Unfortunately, it lacks the essential key aspect of what makes an adventurer themselves. Nonetheless, it's just a theory. For all I know, the Xenos could be a mistake, a side effect from the dungeon's experiments, a result of the dungeon's meddling with the soul. Or even just a natural effect of accumulation over time. All monsters have souls. But it doesn't mean they have intelligence, at least, not at first. It is debatable if monsters on the surface return to the dungeon when they die, or if they vanish into nothingness under whatever principle that governs such transformations. If their soul goes to heaven, then the gods would be aware of it. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they feigned ignorance. But if this isn't an intelligent creature, then there's only one thing left to do. Silver moved his left sideways against the air, drawing a line across the monster. Blast, slash. And immediately after, a powerful explosion rang in the center of its body, cutting it in two. Thud, slash. Like a sand castle, the beast collapsed into a million pieces, turning into a pile of boulders no different from any of the ones lying around. Done, now, moving on. Silver returned to his task as if nothing had even happened. Later that day. Further south, silence, Phew. That's my first time seeing it up close and it's all wriggly. Just what did you put it through for it to get bent up like this? Clink. Clank. Clong, Did a part just fall off? Whoa, it's been quite some time since I've seen a first-class weapon so beaten down, and I have that dwarf in a contract. Did you go to the deep floors to fight a whole army of those rocky monsters? But even so, its edges would have been broken and the hammer might have been a bit flatter, but this is just... Didn't you say this weapon was... Tsubaki? Please. Less. Before I lose the rest of my mind. Back in Orario, Hephaestus and Tsubaki watched in complete and utter astonishment as Silver showed them the state of his halberd. While Hephaestus' expression was completely dark in a mix of desperation and confusion, Tsubaki was almost impressed Silver managed to damage the weapon so damn much. And they had seen their fair share of broken equipment. It was indeed impressive to break one of the finest weapons of her goddess to such a degree, and it was important to say this hadn't been Silver's first time doing so. Last time he came here, the halberd was half molten due to his flames. The halberd had always been something Tsubaki had been interested in. But never had the chance to see it up close due to reasons, mostly from her own problems though. Since Tsubaki was someone so focused on her own task of improving her techniques and forging, she didn't even bother to go to the Hestia Familia to ask, and she couldn't quite ask Hephaestus since even if she did, the goddess may be unable to explain the process through which she made it. So this was her first time seeing it up close because when her goddess was working on it, not even she was allowed to carelessly enter her forge. It was not only disrespectful, it was also an infringement of privacy, and for the prideful Tsubaki, she would never go so low as to spy on her to catch her secrets. If she wanted to learn anything, she would immediately ask, and the combination of her honesty and straightforwardness made her the most trustworthy person in her familia. Although all blacksmiths were straightforward in some way, mostly seen through their prices. Not like Hephaestus could say much about that since she herself rarely interacted with anyone aside from Tsubaki daily. Everyone else saw her as, well, a god, revering her with the intent of being recognized by her, not seeing her as a person. Though this was a fate shared by many gods, and for good reason. Was it disrespectful to see a god for what they were, or was it disrespectful to not treat them equally? That was why her life was always so frustrating, and maybe why Tsubaki's desire to surpass her felt so refreshing. I'm also curious. Just what did you do to break it like this? Hephaestus asked as she exhaled lightly. You won't get angry? Silver asked in a somewhat meek tone as he prostrated on the ground. Obviously, Silver didn't feel the need to be so dramatic or reverent, but given this had been the second time in about a month he visited her with a half-broken weapon, he felt it was necessary to show some devotion and appreciation for the girl since she fixed his weapon for mostly free as per their contract. Though she would likely still do so even if there wasn't one anyway. And not once at that. And for such a busy girl that opened up her tight schedule for him, he needed to show her he cared, even if in such an exaggerated way. It may be humiliating, but amidst friends and family, what was a bit of pride lost in the face of upholding honesty and displaying affection? Besides, if he tried to act tough here, she would likely shove another 100 million bill down his ass. He knew what to do. Even if it cost some decency. Sigh, do you think I have the time for that? I won't get angry, I just want to know what you were doing to break it up so much. Maybe this way I can understand just what you've been up to. While Hephaestus exhaled lightly on the side, Tsubaki smiled a little as she turned around to pour some tea into a cup. Look at her, acting all concerned. She should just say it up front, she's so dramatic sometimes. Not like she could say anything, as, despite her age, Tsubaki had zero experience in that field. And that would likely remain the case. Until someone beats her in a forging match. Although as a joke, Tsubaki had already participated in a competition with her hand in marriage as the prize. Though again, she did it mostly out of annoyance in the past when she still used to receive such proposals, she hadn't received them anymore ever since she rose to her position. And in a sense, she felt a bit sad, since now, she didn't have any mortal opponents. Though such feelings were minuscule and so weak she barely even processed they existed. Well. I was, trying to break something. And I failed miserably. Silver replied slowly as he thought about what to say. What? From her expression, it was obvious she wanted more, but Silver was a bit hesitant in sharing too much. How do I say this? Fuck it, here, I was trying to break this, Silver said as he opened his inventory space, carefully dropping the black dragon scale in the middle of the room. Slash thud, slash. Slash sparkle, slash. The moment she saw the scale, Tsubaki's eyes shined with light as she sprung to touch it, leaving the teacup behind, a very unfortunate thing for Hephaestus who was thirsty. Slash tap tap, slash. And with each tap of her fingers against it, Tsubaki's expression changed more and more. This is way harder than even orichalcum. This sound. Hardness. These properties. In one single moment, Tsubaki went from an Amazon with an imposing and mature figure to a little kid looking at a toy in front of its mother. But if before Hephaestus would exhale and roll her eyes at the sight, this time, she remained stoic as her expression turned gloomy. Is something wrong? Silver asked as he looked at her, using telekinesis to pour her the tea Tsubaki had left behind. No. It's just. Forget it. Just something I got reminded of. Memories of the past flowed in front of her eye, but in the end, she closed it, going back to the present. So, let me see if I understood. You were trying to break this scale? Hephaestus asked as she raised an eyebrow at Silver. Scale. This is a scale. Tell me. Please tell me where you got this. I'll fetch some myself. But the moment she said that, she shook her head, understanding how naive she was being. A material like this belongs to a monster out of her league, because even though she was a brute and a bit of a blockhead, Tsubaki was still a pretty strong level 5 adventurer. She knew of the dungeon's dangers very well. As such, her first thought was commissioning someone else to do so. But as she thought of Loki, she stopped to think again and again. And, as I thought, you know what this is. Silver said as he looked at Hephaestus, ignoring Tsubaki. I won't. I don't want it. Silver said as he interrupted her, knowing full well what Hephaestus was about to say. I don't need it. This is everything I need. Silver said as he looked at his halberd. His words, albeit a bit cringy, made Hephaestus a bit embarrassed. Hello. Was I too forceful? Cough. Sorry, I got a bit distracted. Ahem. Hephaestus said as she coughed lightly. Anyway, I understand now, thank you for telling the truth, I won't ask any more. Hearing this, Silver smiled as he exhaled lightly, saying. You don't have to be so considerate, it's nothing special. I found it on the northern mountain range, but I would prefer if you didn't go after it. He said as his tone shifted, becoming more serious. Why? It's such a good material. Well. These scales already have an owner, I only brought it with me today in case. Well, you already know. He said with a chuckle as he looked at Hephaestus. I'm only borrowing it, I'll put it back in place in no time. Besides. You should stop daydreaming, this isn't something you can work on. Let me tell you something, there's nothing. Normally, Tsubaki was pretty chill and all smiles, but being doubted like this itched her in the worst spot possible, causing her to frown as her eyes became fiery. Stop it, Tsubaki. He's right, this is something only we can mold. She has much room to grow, but if it's her, then she'll for sure. Just what is this then? She asked bluntly as her anger went away completely. It's not every time she was shot down so harshly by her goddess. Usually, she would say something along the lines of "not there yet" or "strive for more," not straight up admit she couldn't do it. She wasn't that prideful of a deity to deny her efforts for improvement. The scale of the one-eyed black dragon. Silver replied with a serious gaze. Come again. Notes. Short chapter, the usual size, about 3K words. Peace. Chapter 277, Entering the Dragon's Lair. / a few minutes later, / Phew. That takes care of it. Silver said as he walked on Orario's streets. After calming down a confused Tsubaki, Silver gave his halberd to Hephaestus and left her workshop with the scale as he still had one more thing to do before returning to his goddess, who by now, was likely going after him, either worried or angry he went off on his own somewhere again. He already had his excuse ready, but he was sure that, were he to return, he wouldn't have the chance to come here again anytime soon, so he decided to bite the bullet and finish it now. There was someone he had to visit, something he had to confirm. And maybe even, send out a warning. Clang. Clang, / What am I even doing here? Sigh. This is a bad idea. In every sense of the word. Silver muttered to himself as he stood in front of a large pristine white wall. She's definitely there. Maybe she's waiting for me, watching my every step. There's no way to tell how far a god sees. I once asked Hermes about Hestia's temple and he jokingly said that the entirety of Genkai could be placed within, and I don't think he was completely ironic when he said that. What was my plan again? Right. Silver raised his head, looking at a golden carving on the wall, the face of a Valkyrie, the emblem of the familia this massive plot of land belonged to. In all of Orario, there was only one singular familia who possessed such a massive territory in the southern district, the richest area of Orario where business was made. Right now, Silver stood before the gates of Folkvanger, Freya Familia's home. And he intended to cross over the rule he wrote himself the very day he entered Orario. To never interact with Freya or any of her followers. All due to his curiosity. And a desire. What men don't do for their dreams. Their folly is exactly what makes the gods so perplexed. Clang. The faint sounds of weapons clashing could be heard in the distance. No matter the time or day, the children of the Freya Familia were always fighting. Such a shame it was for a completely mundane goal. He could go on and on as to how futile he felt their efforts were, but at the end of the day, it was none of his business to dictate their course of action. After all, Freya was still the strongest familia around. This stupid daily confrontation was what made her children so strong to begin with, so it worked, even if at a cost she couldn't fully pay. It's now or never. Shit. The reason Silver was so displeased with this situation wasn't only because he was literally entering a tiger's den, but because his previous plan had been soiled. Silver's sole objective in interacting with the dangerous Freya Familia was to get the chance to speak with the king, Otter, Freya's captain. So at first, he made his way to Babel, knowing full well Freya lived there. Most of the time at least. He wanted to get the chance to send a letter to him, which he did, only to be refused. Because he wasn't there. Freya lived on the topmost floor of Babel, together with Otter who was always by her side, something already said many times and a fact everyone already knew. But of course, Otter wasn't the only one there, he wasn't a maid, much less a cook. Together with him were a group of the most elite of butlers and maids to make sure all of Freya's attires, daily needs, and desires were followed quickly and swiftly to the highest degree surpassing even that of royalty. Someone had to clean her room from dust, to make sure her clothes were smooth and pretty. To clean after her, whenever Freya went on a killing spree on her wardrobe. Freya was likely one of if not the biggest customer of some of the shops within Babel. As such, Silver first approached the butler, which wasn't hard. He entered Babel's elevator, making his way to the highest floor he could get, only to be stopped by a few guards. Thankfully, they recognized him, and went through with his simple request of sending a message up to her room. This was necessary since he wasn't the only one willing to send messages to Freya, although this time, he was replied to quickly because of his status and the fact he wasn't just another man trying to give Freya something. Either way, a few moments after his arrival, the butler came to him, and they talked for a bit before he received the terrible news that Otter wasn't there. Everything went as he expected, short, direct, professional, no useless talk, no looking down, the butler did his job and relayed to him what he should, end of the story. Nonetheless, even if Otter was present, there was little chance he would follow him, but depending on Freya's mood or how Otter saw him, there was a chance he would at least come to talk with him. But he couldn't leave Babel, Otter would never leave Freya alone. Of course, aside from all of that, there was the risk of meeting with Freya directly, which was something Silver wished to avoid at all costs. But fate was often playful. As Freya wasn't here today, being back at her true home. And if she was there, so was Otter, and maybe all of her famed warriors as well. More people Silver was unwilling to meet. It is true Silver had past interactions with them, but right now, Silver was uninterested in pursuing the truth behind them, as he was not strong enough to confront them. Maybe strong enough to not die, but definitely not strong enough to keep his familia in one piece. And also because he knew every single member of the Freya familia had some sort of mental disorder due to their obsession. Well, it may be not to that degree, but they were indeed an annoying bunch to deal with. The Palom brothers, whose anger was always suppressed, finding out they were just as good with a weapon as they were with their crafting tools. The tyrant elf king, who is too conceited and arrogant to rule over others, and not wise enough to choose a successor. The cowardly elf king, too foolish to even complete a sentence due to his fear of social interaction, his naivete such he let his empire die due to lack of motivation and his anxiety. The beast who lost his home and family, abandoning the sole thing still tied to him by blood to seek out divine comfort, even if it meant eternal scorn, he never regretted his actions. And last but not least, the orphan whose name was unknown to even himself, rescued by a goddess in search of purpose in the mortal plane, he now wields his weapon in her name, whatever it may mean. These weren't the kind of people Silver wanted to get himself mingled with. Since they were already too far gone. Regardless if shit hit the fan, he could just leave, or try to. He had to be careful not to make Freya pissed or bored, and at all costs, disrespect her. If she got angry and demanded something ridiculous, there was a 100% chance her followers would follow through with it and demand Silver, or most likely, force him to comply. And for everything sacred, he did not wish to be the target of her orders. That was why he previously wished to meet with Otter alone, because of all of her followers, he was the sanest of them all. So much so he may try to argue back at Freya if he believed it was for the best. Though the chance of that varied. But now, here he was, in front of their home. This will certainly come back to bite me in the ass in the future. Silver said with a sigh as he made his way to the entrance gates. I wonder if this was a coincidence, for her to not be in Babel exactly when I was looking for her captain. She may not even be here either, though it would be weird if that was the case. If I were to ask, would she reply? Or would she play around like those other gods? No, what am I thinking? There's no point in trying to interact with that goddess. If you try to dance with the devil, it'll take out your hands with it after the music's over. Freya was a troublesome woman. More because of her followers than herself. Silver was in a way, intimidated by her antics and beauty, but he felt the latter to be subjective. Her beauty was as high as Babel itself, and if one was not attracted to her, be they men or woman, then there was something wrong with their head. You cannot deny the beauty that is nature itself. However, that is the nature of men. To rule over their minds and shape their own world. For him, there were too many pretty girls around, so over time Silver began to appreciate their personalities more. Even if divine in origin, Silver could not bring himself to enjoy Freya's body and personality. Although he didn't know much about the latter to opine. Still. To find that out, he would need to hang out with her, and gods forbid him from entertaining such thoughts. If any of her followers were to hear his thoughts, what would they do to him? They're 1,000 times worse than elves whenever Riveria is brought to the table, and that's something all right. If that wasn't enough, one shouldn't forget that Freya isn't all looks, her mind is as sharp as her chest and bottom are round. One would inevitably fall into her words the longer they interacted with her. Because Freya was a goddess, one who did not care to let herself go even in the mortal world. Which was rather paradoxical, given Freya was something forever cursed with being locked away. Nonetheless, some may say gods are all powerful in heaven, but how far can they see, think, and predict? Is it even possible to visualize infinity as men? No, it was not. And Freya knew that, she never tried to hide it anyway. It was already annoying dealing with gods. Silver didn't wish to make his life harder by interacting with the most troublesome of them all. Silver would exchange Lokis, Freyas, Hermes, and the like for dozens of Mayaks and Takamikazukis any time. But alas. Step. Silver slowly approached the gates, a bead of sweat falling from his forehead. Because he knew that someone could jump him at any moment. A letter. For Captain Otter. Yes. The sender. Captain of the Hestia Familia. Wait here. Sure thing. Clack. Rude fuckers. There were 2 guards in front of the Freya Familia home's gates, and both of them were level 4 and clad in gear that would make a first-class adventurer whistle. People often forget the exorbitant health the Freya Familia posseed. They sure are ostentatious. And conceited. But whatever, I don't care how they treat me, I just want to talk with Otter. I made the letter pretty well and it's rather respectful, he shouldn't have a problem with it, though I don't he would regardless. The problem is if he cares about me enough to listen to me. I'm sure there is no lack of people trying to get on his good side as a way to get to Freya or something else. I could try to contact Finn. Gareth isn't that much weaker than Otter physically, so I could predict the results, but that would lead to something else I don't quite want to deal with. Still. If he refuses to meet with me, then I'll just leave and contact them at a later date if I have the chance. I have no obligation to be nice to them anyway, the same thing can be said for them tough. Who am I to them? But who are they to me? They have ambitions, and they are strong when compared to me, but mine surpasses them despite all of that. They seek love, and I seek an adventure, but what does their goddess seek? Isn't it love also? Unfortunately, none of them can provide that, albeit they believe they can. Or do they? When did their love turn into a materialistic obsession? From the start? Or? Well, I don't know them anyway. Am I that bored? I am an arrogant person, but so are they, yet we both have our own reasons to act like this. Does it validate anything? Does a side have more worth to be arrogant when compared to the other? Maybe I'm just bored and am thinking too much. /thumb/. The giant doors opened, and the guard appeared with the verdict. You may enter, follow me. He said deeply as he quickly turned around once more. Lead the way. Silver said as his expression sharpened. No turning back now. With heavy steps, Silver followed the men as he entered the home of the strongest familia. Notes. Not really a chapter but more of a build-up for what's going to happen now. This was my way of pulling the Freya familia into future plot matters, not that it'll matter much now anyway. See you all soon, smiley face. Chapter 278, he is. /stairs/. Whenever he went, eyes followed, silent and cold gazes from the members of the Freya familia. Silver felt like a zoo animal, but this time, there were no smiles in his direction. Nothing but pure silence followed his steps. It was clear that he wasn't appreciated here, not that he minded, he didn't plan on staying for long. Of course, it wasn't like all stairs carried malice or resentment, many seemed neutral if that could be considered good. Even if everyone in this familia fought for the sake of their goddess attention, it didn't mean they were bad people at heart, although the degree of their infatuation was what led them down the path of insanity from others' perspectives. However, none here seemed to enjoy his presence, something Silver didn't quite understand why. Was it the attention the goddess gave him? Did she pay attention to him though? It wouldn't be strange if they resented him for the insignificant interactions she had with him so far. Nonetheless, at most, they tolerated him, maybe out of respect, maybe out of fear. Although that seems impossible deeming where he was. The people of this familia already had their hearts stolen by someone of divine stature, they lived under the shadows of a true monster, or pack of beasts if one included the other executives. They had no reason to put him in their eyes at all, regardless if they could defeat him or not. Or anyone for that matter, as they didn't even respect each other. The only one everyone seemed to respect was the one he was about to meet. But that was natural, who wouldn't respect the very king? Unless they were planning a revolution. We're here, the captain is waiting for you. The guard said as he stopped at the edge of the castle. The Freya familia home was built like one massive temple surrounded by gardens full of verdant flowers. At the very center of the temple stood the castle reserved for Freya, Otter, and her maids. However, Silver never even entered the temple. Throughout their entire journey, they merely walked around it, giving him the chance to see some of Freya's warriors fight in the flower fields in their unending daily training. One thing Silver noticed was that there were almost no level 1 adventurers in the familia, pretty much everyone had already leveled up either once or twice, which was the average around these parts. Maybe it was because level 1 adventurers weren't fit to train in these fields, as they could very well be out there, in the dungeon. Although Silver found that possibility to be low. It was likely that Freya had simply not fished any new members recently, giving all previous level 1 adventurers enough time to grow. There were over 100 level 2 and 3 adventurers combined, and Silver noticed a few dozen gazes of adventurers that felt heavier than those of the others, if could describe them as such. Like the gaze of a deep floor monster. They could only be level 4 adventurers. It was hard to explain such feelings, it was a sense one developed as they fought continuously, their ability to determine if someone was strong or not. Maybe it was a feeling developed together with the intensity of their blessing, one of the many things outside of human control and understanding. Silver could kind of cheat his way through it and use his plasmids for a more detailed analysis. Sometimes, he could even directly read their status if it wasn't previously hidden, but this time, he tried his best to not use his abilities at all. With so many top-of-the-line mages here, wouldn't it be suicide to try anything? The last thing he wanted was to give them a reason to act, which many of them seemed to be looking for. All right. Silver said as he took a step forward into the back garden field. This was the training area reserved for the executives, the place where the true heroes fought. It had a name, to symbolize their desire to become their goddess' true champion, the Einherjar. This was something shared by them all, even Otter was not considered one yet. This was the cradle, the birthplace of heroes. Although one had yet to rise. /step/. These flowers. How unique. The entire back garden was covered in colorful flowers, but this also meant he couldn't walk without damaging them. To walk into the birthplace of heroes it is necessary to break something else that is pretty. There was definitely a metaphor here, or maybe a light joke only Freya and other gods would understand, but Silver knew that this wasn't optimal and that there had to be another reason why this was such. But then again, knowing Freya's vanity, it could just be because she wanted it to be pretty and beautiful, regardless if this was an arena or not. It could be both also, as gods would often seek everything and nothing at once, as their lines of thoughts transcended what mortals could understand and comprehend, usually seen as hyperbolic manifestations of emotions. This was most commonly seen when gods played games with mortals, predicting dozens of moves ahead without much difficulty. Although the intelligence of a god varied, it would be foolish to call any dumb. Because they were either playing around, or they saw no point in acting serious. It may sound strange, but Silver never won in a game of chess against Hestia. She would always place the pieces in the perfect positions, pushing him to the edge of his intelligence with her every move. And eventually, he would often concede after hours of thinking and driving himself to an edge, mostly out of tiredness or from his ever-growing headache. That is, if he even lasted long enough for that. The only way to win against a god in those scenarios was to act against their expectations, to leave it to the fate they so very much love. The very excitement they sought in the mortal world. Silver found it all too unnecessarily complicated. As he walked, Silver felt a few extra gazes fall on the back of his head, something quite strange since it had been a while since he had felt anything. So he turned around, immediately spotting a girl with light red hair, a bit younger than him, wearing what seemed to be maid clothes, although he couldn't quite determine what it truly was due to its unique designs. Her gaze was cold like the others, but it seemed a bit warmer than theirs. However, one thing was certain. She looks tired. Incredibly so. There were two large dark circles around her eyes and her expression was lackluster. That's the looks of someone who works to the bone every day. At least an order of magnitude more than even Daphne. Silver recognized her appearance. It was similar to being anemic. It was the state of using too much mind every day for extensive periods of time. No matter how much she slept, her body would continue to try and recover its lost mind, but by the time it did so, she would wake up, feeling as tired as ever. A cycle she must have repeated far too many times. Upon looking at her, she quickly moved on with whatever she was doing, not paying him any heed as she moved away from the window. Even though she had left, Silver still felt somewhat strange, but no matter how much he looked, he couldn't seem to pinpoint its source. It was likely a feeling brought from being in this ass of a place, so in the end, he moved on, not noticing the gray-haired lady watching him from behind a curtain just a floor above the red-haired lady. Her expression didn't seem as neutral though. There was hatred there. Step. You're here. I made you wait. Standing with his arms crossed in the middle of the flower garden was a giant man with boar ears. His biceps alone were likely as large as Silver's head. His stature alone even made Silver look small. He wore a metallic chest plate and a few leathery clothes around his torso and arms, although they were likely only for training. His fierce emotionless gaze could drill a hole through stone. The king, the strongest, Otter, the monster who pursued strength beyond all. At first, it was silence, and in a sense, that was expected. Both of them had similar personalities, being too serious around people. Albeit Silver tended to open up and be more laid back as he became closer to someone, turning even playful most of the time. From his attire, it seemed Otter had the impression Silver was there to challenge him, and for a moment, he almost had the urge to do so. But without his weapon, there was no point in challenging this beast. Nonetheless, whenever such impasse happened, Silver had the habit of opening his mouth first. First, I know this was sudden, and I am aware of your duty. Thank you for having made the time to listen to me. But it seems you misunderstood something. Silver said as he looked at the large sword next to him. I'm not here to fight you. If I wanted a duel, I would have made it that much clearer. Besides, I severely damaged my weapon recently. I'm in no condition to challenge you and give it my all. There's no point in trying to play around with this guy. An apology is unnecessary. However, despite not saying much, it was clear Otter wanted to hear his reason for being called. I'll cut the chase down. There is something I wanted to show you, as I believe it would be of your interest. And I was also curious. Here, I'll show you. Silver said as he raised his right hand to the side. Crackle. The ground shifted as something slowly rose from the ground, a large boulder just a bit smaller than Otter. Exclamation point. Just by looking at it, Otter's expression seemed to shift slightly. I made a mess of this place. But this is it. Do I need to tell you what this is? Grip. The moment he saw the scale, Otter's eyes flared with a flurry of hidden emotion so great he almost broke his character. His grip tensioned as if he had a blade in hand, his body moved, feeling the intensity of the creature it belonged to, his muscles reacted instinctively, almost causing him to take a step forward. But as quickly as all of that appeared, he returned to his usual calmness, taking control over his body and mind as he gazed down at Silver with his stony eyes. Despite his desires, he had his image, and he wasn't going to be swayed so easily, regardless of his own wishes. What is your purpose? Otter asked as his gaze shifted from the scale to Silver. His eyes had changed, but their depths remained. What was he thinking? Maybe only the goddess would be able to tell. Break it. Silver said in a deep tone as he looked straight at Otter's eyes. He did not sugarcoat his words nor did he dance around the subject, he was clear and honest with what he wanted. I want to understand its strength as I can't fathom it. And I imagine I'm not the only one that thinks like this. Silver continued as he touched the scale. This scale is old, likely already weakened by the decay of time, but it remains sturdy and shouldn't be far from the real deal. I tried before, but I didn't even leave a scratch on its surface, so I came here. To see if the strongest alive can do what I could not. Otter remained silent throughout this entire exchange, but despite how condensing and self-righteous Silver's words were, Otter didn't seem to mind those aspects at all. From a certain perspective, Silver came to him as if he was doing him a favor, although, from his tone, it was clearly not as such. However, there weren't that many ways to phrase it, this was what he wanted, and he believed Otter would wish for it too. If he was wrong, then he was ready to be corrected and leave, end of the story. TCH. I've had enough of listening to this bullcrap. Someone exclaimed from the side as he made his way to them, interrupting Otter. Unfortunately for Silver, there weren't that many out there who would act like that before Otter. Shit. Silver's expression soured when he heard the raspy tone, there was no way not to know who it belonged to. Who else in this entire familia would barge into a conversation like this with such disrespect? There was only one such person. Vina Freya. One of the strongest adventurers alive, the fastest alive with a pride just as high as he could run. Alan Frommel, level 6 adventurer. And probably on par with Bet when it comes to a foul mouth. If not worse. Probably much worse. Definitely worse. // Hey, twerp, get the fuck out of here. Alan said deeply and with a frown as he pointed his silver spear forward. Out of every annoying bastard in this familia, why did it have to be this one? You took too long to reply, I'll take you out of here myself. Alan said as his hand turned into an afterimage. /grab/. Nonetheless, Silver easily grabbed onto it, preventing Alan from holding onto his collar. Alan was extremely fast, so fast it would be impossible for anyone who was not a first-class adventurer to see his movements. But Silver wasn't just anyone. Silver's speed and strength momentarily left Alan surprised, maybe he did not expect a reaction, much less for his arm to stop in place like that. But there was no respect or awe in his surprise, only a faint interest. I'll be leaving soon, just. Silver tried to converse with the men, to keep it civil, but he ended up committing a grave mistake. He forgot where he was, this was the Freya familia's territory. They weren't used to talking, instead, whenever a conflict arose. /whoosh, /smack, /. Alan punched Silver in the face with a fist even faster than the one before, sending him sliding into the distance. His strike was so fast it left a faint afterimage where his arm once was, as if it had teleported from its previous position. /slide. Stop, / cough. Ouch. Puffed. That hurt a little. Just as he stopped moving, Silver quickly got up from the ground, shaking his head a little as he cleaned some blood that flew from his nose before looking at the two of them with a rather upset gaze. I thought Otter would at least protest a little, did I upset him? Maybe I came out too strong and domineering, they may think I'm groveling in my reputation and strength and challenging theirs. Or maybe this was pre-planned, this guy came from nowhere, and he's alone. I don't think the other executives would have stayed still knowing both Otter and Alan moved. I don't think they would miss a chance to gang up on Otter if they both were to fight. So they must be watching now, out of interest I suppose. But still, rude. Cleaning the dust off his clothes, Silver got up from the ground as he looked forward. If you want me to leave, I shall, we can talk another time when it's more proper. No need. Otter replied as he turned around, leaving the training grounds and Silver behind. What? Why is he leaving? Hey, aren't you so full of yourself? Brat still wet behind the ears came all the way here to meet his idol or something. Bet said in a snarky tone as he moved closer to him. From afar, he could see a few members of the Freya familia looking at him in silence, having made their way to the edges of the garden. Their gazes were a mix of ridicule and disappointment. And when he saw that, Silver's mood started to deteriorate. Right, he was foolish, he shouldn't have come here. In the first place, it didn't matter if Otter could break the scale or not, because he would continue growing stronger regardless. He would kill the dragon, with or without his help. He came here to see if Otter would be interested in sharing this experience with him, but then again, what wishful thinking it was, akin to the thought process of a child. In truth, part of him held doubt and even a degree of fear, and by coming here, he wished to see if there was any glimpse of a solution or hope with the strongest alive. But different from him, it seemed the latter was fully aware of his own condition. Otter trained every day knowing fully well how unprepared he was for the dragon, having fought the heroes it slew before. The sight of the scale might have drove his curiosity and desire forward, but he knew without touching it that he wasn't there yet to face the future, or maybe he felt something else. The sight of the scale might have been more hurtful to him than Silver ever realized. Chuckle, HM. Is this funny to you, brat? And when he thought of all that, he chuckled. Right, when in Rome, do as Romans do, why waste his time trying to be polite with a fucker that gave 0 fucks? He had his pride too, and he wasn't going to throw it to the ground just because these people were strong, even if they felt bad, what of it? He could just beat them all up too. You know, did anyone ever say you look like a fucking thug, you cat bastard? Silver said with a smug smile as he looked at Alan. Pierce, boom, Immediately after, before Silver could even finish his words, faster than a bullet, Alan pierced Silver's head with his spear, creating a sonic boom in the garden as the wind rustled chaotically, obliterating the flowers and throwing their petals around in a beautiful yet apocalyptic display of power. Drip. Slowly, blood began to spill onto Silver's neck, clothes, and the ground, running down the spear's length and into Alan's hand as he stood there, slightly stunned. What? Already dead? Seeing his spear pierce Silver's skull caused even Alan to be extremely surprised. He expected Silver to be weak, but killing him like this in cold blood. Alan may be a bruteman who only cared about his goddess and her affection, but he knew when to draw the line. This wouldn't bode well, not that he feared the repercussions of the people. He only cared about his goddess, and knowing full well why he had been here, his actions here today could lead to her complete estrangement, something he could not tolerate at all. He hated how someone so pathetic could be in his mistress' eyes, but he could not deny her will. He knew full well what happened to those that defied her. He cut the necks of thousands of those. Alan wasn't the only one surprised by this outcome, as everyone watching from afar had their eyes open wide as they didn't expect Silver to die so quickly. Maybe it was expected coming from Alan, but to think things would end like this. Otter on the other hand remained as stoic as ever, but different from the others, his eyes didn't leave Silver. TSK, how annoying. Alan said as he pulled his spear. Splat thud, Silver's body fell on the side, and Alan remained there, a bit annoyed as he thought about what to do and the consequences of this act. But suddenly, the ears at the back of his head were raised sky high as his eyes turned red and his heart pumped out blood furiously. Smash. Suddenly, Silver reappeared in front of Alan, smashing his fist against his face as he sent him sliding down the garden. Alan tried to evade, but the ground underneath him vanished as well, leaving him hanging in the air. He quickly moved his spear into place to block the move, but Silver's hand passed right through it, smashing straight into his nose. Slash. Meanwhile, the body on the ground slowly turned into dust. It was a fake one all along. You sure know how to be annoying, fucker. Silver said as he cracked his neck. Due to his anger, he began cursing left and right. Maybe that was just how Silver was all along. Pierce, boom, gore. I'll. Press, grr. Suddenly, Alan reappeared right next to Silver as he swung his spear against his face with even more strength and violence than before, so much so both moves were on two completely different levels. Right now, Alan had lost all resemblance of control and reason. One swift move so fast it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he teleported right beside him. But instead of defending himself, Silver only looked in his direction, and all of a sudden, immense weight downed onto his shoulders, causing him to stop momentarily. Whenever he raised his head, the pressure increased, caving in the ground around him as the air started to condense and become mist. The flowers were pushed down so strongly they became mush, fusing into one continuous layer of fibers. You're a cat, but you act like a dog, so you'll be treated as one. Silver said in a deep tone as he raised his right hand before pressing it down once more. Boom. The pressure increased even more, causing Alan's neck to bend. I'll be taking that, snap. Silver snapped his fingers, and the spear in Alan's hand vanished, reappearing in his left hand. Different from Phryne's axe during their fight, this spear wasn't coated with a magic-resistant alloy, so he could easily snatch it up without much resistance. The only resistance one could employ against such a dirty move would be to move faster than Silver's ability to calculate their location, but in this situation where Alan was momentarily immobile, he easily stole it away. Now, with only his body left, what could Alan do? Was this fair? Who cares? He asked for it. Quite light, which makes sense, Alan is a runner. Whoosh. In an instant and without hesitation, Silver swung the spear in Alan's direction with one hand, intending to cut off his head. But in the blink of an eye, Alan got up and dashed forward as he closed in the distance between them, his eyes open wide as his anger reached a new pinnacle. It almost looked as if he was transforming. He broke through the intense gravity binding him down and rushed ahead with blood in his eyes, intending to rip Silver apart. If at first he only intended to heavily injure Silver since he felt the latter to be a thorn on his boot, now he fully intended on ripping this bothersome fella from the bud. Slash smirk, slash. Slash flash, slash. Yet, instead of the feeling of holding onto him, Alan's hands passed right through Silver's body, which quickly became more and more vibrant, eventually exploding into light, blinding him as it burned through his cornea. It was by far Silver's strongest flash bomb, so strong it would burn the skin. Poured directly into Alan's eyes. A brightness of such intensity the entire folkvanger lit up with light, causing many to squint their eyes. As for Alan, he didn't care if he blinded him here today, not at all. If this led to a conflict with the Freya Familia, then so be it. Silver had his way of ending it anyway. A Familia was only as strong as the walls that protected their deity. Slash kick, slash. Blinded, Alan could not react to Silver's kick as not even the air trembled as it cut through it, reaching his stomach soundlessly. Slash crack, slash. Slash boom, slash. Alan was sent flying back like a cannon, hitting the ground like a meteor. Slash snap, slash. But before he could react, Silver appeared next to him, snapping his fingers right atop his ears. Slash boom, slash. An incredibly loud sound exploded in the center of the Freya Familia home, loud enough to echo across all of Orario. Like a volcano erupting, it shattered the earth around them as it rippled through the dirt, only to vanish a few meters after. Obviously, a sound this strong would only cause mayhem in the city, so Silver stopped it soon enough before all windows in Orario were reduced to atoms with the people's eardrums. After he did this, Silver used telekinesis to raise Alan into the air, removing his ability to dash and walk around. By now, Alan was silent, and he knew why. He was inspecting his surroundings with his remaining senses the best way he could, because he had deemed Silver as an opponent. As such, he could feel intense bloodlust coming from the Catboy's body, so much so it made his skin crawl. If he could, he would have killed him right now and dealt with the source of what would likely be future trouble. Nothing personal, it was more of a self-preservation tactic. He felt Alan to be too dangerous, like leaving a furious hungry tiger on a farm without fences, where the cattle was everyone he knew. Besides, with Alan's strength, if he decided to throw his spear at his room as he slept, would he be able to react on time? It would have been easy to take him down now. There were many ways to do so. The Catboy was faster and stronger than him, but if he could not walk on the ground and he had no weapon to defend himself, what was he supposed to do? Chant. Silver would stop him before he could do so. Punch him. Unless he was faster than Silver's Plasmids activation time and his overall reaction speed, then there was no way they would ever connect. From the start, Silver played with the Beastman's senses. Was he even seeing reality right now? Light, smell, air, sound, vibrations, everything was under Silver's control. The fastest adventurer. How pathetic. But that was exactly why Silver was so careful. Because no way in heaven it would end this easily. And above all, if he could wish, Silver would have preferred if things had never progressed like this. Alan may look defeated, but this man was a beast in a man's skin, not the other way around. For the same way he saw Otter as a monstrous fellow, he saw Alan as a beast ready to erupt out of its shell. I'll. Question mark. What is he? I'll fucking kill you. Slash slam, slash. The moment he exclaimed that, Alan broke free of Silver's telekinesis with pure strength alone, only to be grabbed again and thrown against the ground like a boulder mercilessly. Slash punch, slash. Alan did not let his injuries impede him as he ran after Silver immediately after he fell, even if a bit slower than before, giving him some time to think. As I thought, magic resistance, my Plasmid's effects are already starting to recede. Well, it's not like he can recover from being partially blind or having his eardrums ruptured. That's not magic. Not entirely. But his blindness. Is it natural regeneration? Is it because the light I produced can be considered magical in essence? I never thought that the after effects of my Plasmids could be considered magic, and although some are more obvious than others, it's not like this is as obvious as me creating a pillar of ice and having it fall atop someone else's foot, slash bam, slash. Slash punch. Punch, slash. Slash evade, slash. Slash smake, slash. A furious exchange of blows between the two began, but against everyone's expectations, Silver completely dominated Alan. It wasn't that Alan was angry and thus unable to think properly, on the contrary, Alan's anger only made his moves sharper. But at every nook and cranny, Silver used his weakness to strike him, playing with his senses whenever he could. Alan felt he was in a dream as every time his fist reached Silver, he turned into smoke. But the pain he felt was very real. Silver's moves were also no amateurs, his training had proven more than beneficial. Because even if Alan was talented, he was only self-taught in the end. Most of the members of the Freya Familia were. They fought each other and lived through their injuries. The only ones that were taught anything here were likely the elves and Otter due to their unique backgrounds. Slash punch, slash. Not that it changed how heavy each of their fists were. URG. No matter how capable Silver was, Alan showcased the reason why he was a level 6 adventurer with his inhuman strength, speed, and durability, culminating with him being able to punch Silver in the face once despite his physical limitations. TSK. Slash punch, slash. Alan sent out a punch against Silver, but as his foot reached the ground, a hole formed, and he lost his balance. Silver took this chance to elbow his stomach and raise the ground underneath his other foot, piercing it as it drilled a hole through his soul. GUAH. Alan's pain almost escaped through his teeth, but he did not let that go as he punched again with more fervor than before. Slash grab, slash. Humph. But this time, Silver held onto his fist, using his right hand to pierce through his stomach as blood splattered all around. Slash raise, slash. Yet, the beastman was far from done, and as such, he went on with his wishes. Silver raised his right hand mercilessly. Slash turn, slash. It slowly became black, shining like dense metal. Slash smack, slash. Slash clang, slash. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the garden as Silver's metallic hand smashed against Alan's face like a pneumatic hammer. But he did not fall. Alan still stood, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed loudly, trying to lash out at him. Slash clang, slash. Again, Silver punched Alan brutally without resting, not giving the man a chance to recover. Gwahaea. Absolutely enraged beyond belief, Alan punched again, but Silver did not defend himself. His entire body turned metallic just like his hand, with many blade-like protrusions forming above his skin like razors, sharper than most first-class weapons. And as Alan's fist clashed against his body, it was slashed by thousands of small blades as it slid off Silver's body due to the strange oil substance coating his skin. To add on to that, Silver mixed other chemicals onto the oil, intending to knock out Alan within a few breaths. Yet, the catboy remained conscious, fighting with brutality as if his energy would never fully end. Slash clang, slash. Meanwhile, Silver delivered another fatal punch to Alan's face, and at the same time, dozens of roots began to entangle themselves around Alan's legs, drilling holes into his skin as his blood was drained and more toxins were directly injected into his bloodstream. He tried to move but the intense pressure from before downed on him again, and then. Slash clang, slash. Another fist, several every second continued to fall onto his face, not even giving him time to think. Slash crack, slash. In front of his eyes, another scene played out, confusing his senses even further. A combination of things he had never experienced before, causing a momentary gap in judgment. Aerg. Slash burn, slash. Alan exclaimed from atop his lungs, his strength rising once again as he almost pushed Silver and the roots out. But the only thing he received was a fire blast to his throat, burning it. Slash thud, slash. Slash clang clang clang, slash. Silver pushed Alan's body onto the ground once more, binding it with the same roots that now ran across the entire garden before pummeling him with his fists violently, causing blood to splash around and taint the surviving white flowers around them red. Slash flash, slash. Slash pierce, slash. Alan tried to push him away, but whenever he tried, his hands and flesh were cut, but he was persistent, ignoring pain even if it meant a cut into his bones. But Silver did not even give him a chance to recover, knowing full well that if he did gather any sort of momentum his initiative would die out in a moment. He may be in an advantageous situation right now, but by no means would Silver let it go through his head, regardless of how mangled Alan looked right now. Normally, he wouldn't end a fight in such a way, but against this opponent, there were no second chances, he would push him down instantly with everything he had. Besides, he was angry, and for such a rude person, he felt only satisfaction in acting without constraints. Slash clang, slash. To a monster like this, Silver would become one as well. Punch again and again, drain his blood, inject venom, until his bones shattered and his skull caved in. Silver used as many plasmids as he was capable of mustering within a moment, causing his body to transform more and more into that of a monster as he continued to claw out at Alan's flesh. He did not limit his powers, letting them run wild, even if meant displaying the bodily changes he usually kept hidden. Slash bam, slash. Slash shwa, slash. Enough. Stuck in the fervor of punching Alan's face into a mush, Silver didn't even realize the fact that he had been surrounded. In his immediate surroundings, he saw two elves, one white and one black, holding a sword and a staff across his neck. Behind him, there were four small adventurers holding all sorts of weapons, a spear, a sword, a hammer, and an axe, all ready to attack him. Further away, he saw the other members of the Freya Familia holding their weapons as they looked at the blood-stained figure of Silver, some of them having sweat falling from their faces as they approached. And in front of him with his arms crossed was Otter, looking at him with his usual cynical expression. "I can't move if you don't take those off my neck," Silver said in a cold tone as he looked at the elf. I knew it, they were watching. But why move now? I was far from done. And so was he. Silver looked at his blood-stained hands before turning to Alan's mushed face. Despite the beating he received, it was still relatively intact, in the sense that no pieces had flung out his body, causing Silver to sweat cold. The durability of a level 6 adventurer was off the charts. Had it been a solid piece of pure steel beneath him, it would have been shredded to pieces by now. Even a block of pure adamantite would have received some scars from his outburst. But to this adventurer, he was just as beaten as a fighter in a ring. A bit worse. Okay, that was euphemism. Move. Both elves took their weapons out of his neck without much protest, and Silver immediately moved, walking to the side as he casually scrubbed some dirt out of his shoulder. Silence. The atmosphere was tense as no one said anything. Looking at the people around him, Silver knew it was time to leave, so he was the first to open his mouth. You don't seem to understand how things run here in Folkvanger. The white elf, Hayden, said as he looked at Silver with a calm gaze. To be heard, you must display your strength. To be respected, you must show your devotion and courage. Ranks are everything here. Only by defeating someone stronger can you rise and become a being of authority. To be heard, even if you do not deserve said responsibility. He said deeply as he adjusted his glasses. It doesn't matter who you were outside, in Folkvanger, you start as nothing, so you must display your will. That is why no one here cares about what you did to this stray. I, in fact, would have preferred that you punched him a few more times for his arrogance and lack of care when facing an opponent. Too long have I dealt with his lack of manners, and I'm tired of his face and attitude. A fool that doesn't understand the strengths of their opponents and their own weaknesses will only end up like that, on the ground, like a beaten dog. I particularly liked your analogy. If he's a cat that acts like a dog, then he should be treated and disciplined as one. You have opened my mind a little, he said with a faint smile. Meanwhile, the 4 palums behind Silver all nodded their heads together. He. Beaten like the puppy he. Shut up, Hogni, who called you for this conversation? So why stop me? I wasn't planning on going that much further anyway. It is because of the ever-so-warm grace of our goddess who does not wish to see this stray suffer for his stupidity. I hope you understand. I do. All gods love their children. Albeit some more than others. And love may have different meanings to each deity. And is she watching? Time to leave. I seems you do indeed. I am Hayden, the voice of reason amidst this group of barbarians. Voice of reason. The 4 palums asked at the same time. Speak for yourself, 4 eyes. The palum wearing a green pattern on his armor said as he crossed his arms. Who are you trying to fool? Hypocrite. The palum wearing a red pattern on his armor said ironically as he raised his head a little, although his expression was hard to see due to his armor. Dvalin, Berlin, not now. Just hold it in. Your ego is as tall as your staff. Since when did we ever listen to you? Do you deserve it? Grr. Not now, Alfred. The other 3 said as they cut their brother off, causing his expression to darken. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Hayden said after glancing at the Palom brothers for a moment. Ugh. I can tell. The woven lies within your words. Darkening the air with their whispers, coiling around the truth like a spider's web. He. You're not that pure. You're an embarrassment to all elves, Hogni. Remain silent from this moment forth. Hayden said as he interrupted the chunny dark elf on the side. Grunt. Meanwhile, Otter just grunted, as if fed up with this situation. I just think you're all damn weird, twitch. At that moment, Alan began to move. Despite his gruesome condition, no one came to his aid, and surprisingly, despite everything Silver threw at him, the men began to awaken. What determination. Oh. You're still conscious. Had enough sleeping on the dirt. What a disgrace for Freya-sama's carriage. You should go to the corner and kill yourself quietly to retain what little honor you have left. Hayden spoke quietly and coldly as he saw Alan's body twitch. Silver even had the impression that, were he not there, Hayden would have kicked him up. Shoo. Shut the fuck up, annoying fucker, before I rip out your mouth. Alan said in a surprisingly straight and coherent tone as he slowly moved his trembling body up. He still bleed, his throat was still burnt, but it seemed his heart pumped rage instead of blood, allowing him to still move despite his clinically questionable condition. You. Next time we meet, I'm going to kill you. He said as he turned around, walking slowly as he made his way to the castle in the middle of the garden. Even though his bones were broken, the fact he was poisoned and anemic, he still walked with a livid expression. He was literally too angry to die. Try it if you can. Silver replied as his expression grew dark. Alan said nothing as he walked away. Is it always like this? Silver asked as he looked at Alan walk further and further away. It may seem I won, but in truth, my hand still hurts. Every single one of Alan's punches cracked my bones. I had to try my best to not grunt in pain. He was stronger and more durable than me. With the difference between our stats and levels, I'm afraid I may only be a proper opponent for him when I become level 5. As long as I can restrict his magic, I'm confident in dealing with him in a direct confrontation. It is a common occurrence, but we're distancing ourselves from the subject at hand. The subject? You mean my previous question? Exactly. Step. That was when Otter took a step forward, sword in hand. He said nothing, but it was clear what he was about to. But Silver interrupted him, taking a step forward as well. There's no need for that, I already know the Asenwer. Silver said as he shook his head. Oh. You do? Then that's that. Hey Dean said as he turned to look at the scale. Step. Without saying anything, Silver walked to the scale and touched it, and immediately after, the scale was sucked to the ground silently. Once that was done, he snapped his fingers, and the broken garden slowly repaired itself, returning to its previous appearance as Silver said. Thank you for having me here today, it is a stunning and elegant home. If possible, I would request that the existence of this scale be kept a secret, as it does not belong to me and their owners deserve no such trouble for my mischief. Thud. With that, he looked one last time to Otter and company, manifesting Alan's spear and placing it on the ground as he gave them all a nod. Whatever you all fight for. I wish you all luck in attaining it. I mean it. But it may seem arrogant coming from a nobody like me. There is still much for us to walk before we can be comparable to them. Nonetheless, that's not enough. That's all I wanted to say. Have a nice week. I hope we can have the chance to talk more in the future. No, I don't. Anyhow, time to leave. I can feel a god approaching. It's definitely her. And I'm tired. Alan. He was much stronger than Frine, even a bit more durable than her. He also must have magic resistance as a development ability. I used almost all of my strength to press him down and he got up still, managing to attack me. He said that he'd kill me the next time we met. And usually, I would roll my eyes over such a thing. But I can't do so when it's one of them. Just what I needed, a madman going after me in the dungeon. Maybe I'm not that safe in the surface either, //. And like that, Silver vanished from the garden, leaving behind the members of the Freya Familia in silence. Whatever they discussed afterward was none of his concern. Notes. This chapter was massive in size, so I won't be updating on Sunday. See you next time, peace. P.S. This chapter was quite interesting as it was a way to see how strong Silver has become. I didn't try to undermine the strength of the stronger characters, but at the same time, Silver did progress quite a bit since he began his journey. Chapter 279, Home, Sweet Home. //. /crunk. Phew. Back in Ida's village, Silver stepped out of a portal before placing the black dragon's scale back in its shrine as he whipped out a bead of sweat from his forehead. It's done. Somewhat. I should be happy it ended, but I just feel worse than before. Those fucking people. I shouldn't have met the Freya Familia. Or at very least, I should have approached this another way. This wasn't how I expected things to go. I heard Otter was a serious man, but not that he held contempt for others. Did I poke him at a bad spot or something? Maybe I should have baited him to strike it. No, it wouldn't have worked. It doesn't matter, Otter is not strong enough to damage the scale, that's all I need to know. His magic wouldn't change anything, but maybe, with a level boost or another form of enhancement, he might have been able to leave a scratch on it. Well. That's about what I expected to see anyway. I went there to fulfill my curiosity and to try and motivate the bear guy to grow stronger because I felt that if he tried harder, he may be able to level up within a year and grow stronger. The stronger he gets, the lesser of a burden will fall atop Orario in the future. But alas, I underestimated how stuck up in their asses that Familia is. They don't care about anything that is not Freya or directly related to her, which limits their potential despite how much effort they put into themselves. What purpose is there in pursuing a romance with a goddess when the world is about to end? Do they have no sense of urgency? Is it because the dragon is far beyond them? Otter seems to try, but not hard enough. He has the qualities of a hero, but those qualities were thrown away when Zeus and Hera vanished. Now he's just Freya's butler. Anyhow, whatever he wishes to do with his life, it's not of my concern anyway. As for the rest, do they think they're safe? Do they ignore reality? Their safety and arrogance are so easy to shatter, the moment the lid falls the entire world will be plunged into desolation, yet they have the balls to act like that. For adventurers that never went beyond the 60th floor, what do they even think they have to boast about? To most, it would be, but who are they supposed to be? Is the concept of Orario's fall simply too fantastical for them to even conceive? Well, today I won against Alan due to luck. He underestimated me and lost his momentum. And without his spear, things became simpler. Not to say he wasn't wearing his combat equipment, just simple training gear. Albeit even that alone is likely more expensive than all of the equipment of the Hestia Familia combined, not counting mine. Not to undervalue myself, I do think I did pretty well, but he won't commit the same mistake again, and he'll likely prepare for our next encounter. I made an enemy without even wanting to. Maybe the most annoying out of them all. That place is hell on earth. Sigh. It's over anyway, no point in crying over spoiled milk. It's been around 40-ish minutes to an hour since I left. Time sure passes quickly. Silver thought as he checked the time through a pocket watch. But this means Hestia and Artemis are likely bothered I'm not there with them yet, and this is not counting the time I spent playing with the children. Time to go see what they're up to. Pad. Brush. After cleaning the shrine and giving it a light inspection, Silver turned around, going deeper into the forest, circling the village as he thought of what excuse he was going to use to explain his absence. Hopefully, they didn't even notice he left. Later. And that's the gist of it. Hestia said with an excited expression as she looked at Silver. It's a shame I lost that. Silver replied with a smile as he looked at her. I got lucky. Again. After going after them, Silver's senses led him to a house at the edge of the village. It was about the same size as the others, but its location was a bit different, central almost. Without much ceremony, he entered the village elder's house where he saw both Artemis and Hestia in strangely unique clothes sitting around a table. In short, not long after they got in, both of them were dragged to a small party in their name where they danced quite a bit. Hearing about it surprised Silver, but when he thought about it, things made sense. They were gods. For the common folk, the mere sight of one would make them pious to an unbelievable degree, especially if the god in question was an unworldly gorgeous girl who was also kind. Hestia and Artemis may be no goddesses of harvest, but Hestia watched over the fire within all people, the fires of their homes, the warmth of a family. While Artemis watched over the hunt and the bow, an intrinsic part of their lifestyle within the woods hidden within these mountains. A simple party to welcome them into the village so their blessings may remain even when they leave wasn't that out of the expectation. If they ever pass by another village, things like this would likely happen again, not that they minded, it was fun even. Sorry for missing it, I played with the children for a while and then I made a trip outside of the village to the forest. In the end, I lost track of time. Silver said apologetically as he mixed in lies with truths. Well, there were no lies, but they weren't truths either. Foo. It's never too late, you know. Hestia said with a slightly flushed expression as she got up from her seat. Oh. As expected, Hestia has grown greatly. In the past, she would throw a fit if I arrived back at the church even a few minutes late. It took me a while to convince her to let go of that. Chuckling a little, Silver got up from his seat as well, holding onto her hand as he pulled her to the side, and under music that seemingly came from nowhere, they began dancing. As expected, Hestia was terrible at it, she just jumped around and about without chorus, but that was the style of this folk dance, it wasn't meant to be formal at all. I'm still here. Artemis, on the other hand, stood still as her forehead tensed, her expression only seemed to deepen in displeasure whenever her and Hestia's eyes met, because it seemed the little goddess kept mocking her with her eyes whenever she spun around. Of course, Hestia wasn't being mean, but it was a form of rivalry. Artemis was usually the one who acted first whenever they were together, but this time, she did it first, even if awkwardly. It was a refreshing feeling. Get up. That is why, she got up too, and with a twitching expression, she looked at Silver who woke up from his slight moment of carelessness. Crap. For a moment, I forgot she was there. An excuse. Ugh. Cough. Do you want to dance too? Oh. Don't be like that, let's have some fun for once. Silver said as he spun Hestia one last time before raising his hand to her. Humph. Ahem. I can't complain, I'm happy even. But I dug this hole myself. And if someone asks, I can't say that I've been coerced to do it either. Only partially. The heat of the moment sometimes causes things to go awry, but those are just excuses. I chose to finish this hole with the shovel I was given. Though this is quite the grim way of seeing this situation. I love both of them. But this is hard. In the end, Silver danced with both of them and they laughed loudly while the birds chirped nearby. Later. Cough. Are you leaving already? An elderly man said as he looked at Silver and the goddesses. Image. I'm deeply moved by your hospitality, Elder Calm, but we still have a destination, and the day is still very long. Silver replied calmly as he looked at the old man. That is unfortunate, but understandable. Be very much aware that our village is always open for you three and... Cough. That wheel. Cough cough. Amidst his happy words, the village elder went into a fit of coughing, so much so he needed the help of his daughter to stand up, who helped him sit at the edge of the bed. Due to his advanced age and condition, the elder usually remained inside his home, leaving only to greet others and for a light walk around his home and oftentimes, in the main roads of the village. It was clear to all that he didn't have much time left. Father. Lena, Calm's adoptive daughter said in worry as she helped him sit down. Cough. Don't worry, I'm fine, my throat's just a bit dry, that's all. Hestia and Artemis said little to nothing throughout this ordeal, knowing full well this old man's time was coming. It may not be today, but it would be soon, very soon. They were no goddesses of death, so they couldn't foretell his time, but they, as beings deeply connected with the world and the souls of mortals, it was easy to see that Calm's body was slowly failing him. As Loki would put it, even if a god was stupid and careless, they would still be one at the end of the day. I meant to say that. You're always welcome. He said with a smile as he gently grabbed a small cup of water from his daughter's hand. Slash tug, slash. Hestia tugged at Silver's shirt, clearly meaning something, but there was little he could do here. There were times he could extend someone's life by helping them overcome a decaying part of themselves. But today wasn't it. It may have been a long since he tried anything of the sort. Silver could still do so, but Calm was beyond saving through normal means, even if he pulled up technology from another world. Maybe Hestia was merely feeling sad and nothing else, but he also felt she wanted to see him do another miracle. It's just that this time, he truly had no solution. This old man's body was dying not just from its physical condition, but from something deeper than that. He had already accepted death, he awaited it, embraced it. There was no solution for a mind that expected its own end, and what point would there be in convincing an old man to live longer? It was clear he was in severe depression, the only thing preventing him from dying right then and there was his immense mental fortitude, a sense of duty he carried deep within his heart. But even Silver could tell even that was secondary to this old man. Silver wasn't quite sure why that was the case, he didn't remember, but he had an idea what was weighing down on his mind. But it wasn't his business to pry into others' affairs, much less those of a dying old man. Thank you, Calm, we'll be passing by again soon. After all, if we're going, then we'll be going back eventually. Silver said with a smile as he gave the man a nod. Ho ho. Is that so? Well. If it's not too much, pass by during the new year. We usually have a festival amidst the falling snow. It's one of the best times of the year. Cough. Albeit it's not that kind to my throat, as you can see. He said with a chuckle as he placed his cup of water aside. Calm's smile was contagious, as it may be worn out, but it was a genuine one. An old man at death's bed, doing what he could with the remaining of his time on earth. But just what was his true regrets? It seemed he had no intention of sharing, or maybe, his daughter merely had no courage to ask it of him, fearing doing so may permanently shatter his fragile heart. A few minutes later, We'll have to come back here. One day. As he left through the gates, Silver took one last look at the village and the people waving them goodbye. He wasn't sure if Hestia and Artemis had noticed, but Calm was an adventurer. Was one at the very least. To confirm his suspicions, at his drawer beside his bed, Silver saw a bronze badge of a familia long gone, recognizing it due to none other than Hestia. He would often study in his bed, reading books to pass the time at night, and most of those times, Hestia would tag along and tell him stories or merely read with him, even if just for a few moments before sleeping, which would prompt Silver to move her to her room. The badge on the drawer was the emblem of the Brigid familia, one that never really popped off. Even after having properly registered. Seeing the emblem sparked a few memories deep within his mind, causing him to have faint recollections of his past. Calm was likely the only one left alive by now. Or maybe, the only one there ever was. And that in itself told a story. His depression may originate from his regrets. Likely connected with the one he misses the most. That may explain his strange gaze when he looked at Hestia, because if it is Brigid, then there was a chance he saw something in her that reminded him of his goddess. Hestia herself said that Brigid was somewhat like her, albeit more childlike due to her antics, especially whenever she was about to lose. The more he thought about it, the more of Hestia's stories he remembered of when they were still in the church. It was kind of their pastime before going to sleep. They used to exchange stories by their beds. She told him stories of her friends while Silver had to go with bits and pieces of his life in the village. Thankfully, he had enough, because even though she was a lazy goddess, Hestia had an eternity of stories to share. In any case, if Calm's regrets were carving away his health, and he was truly connected to Brigid, then this is something Hestia would wish to know. But that was something from another time. It was a bit cruel, but Silver really wished to know how his parents were faring, and he couldn't wait any longer. Hopefully, Bridget could forgive him for ignoring the plight of her follower. Otherwise, he would accept punishment for being cruel. Nonetheless, for now, he went on with his goddess across the mountain path. The hours went by. The path back home was short and fulfilling. All kinds of exotic creatures and plants, beautiful sights, all under the sunny skies as they made their way across the mountain path. It wasn't as cold as they expected it to be, but it wasn't hot either, just the perfect temperature for a stroll. Whenever they got tired, Silver would stop, sometimes playing with them, oftentimes carrying them on his back. He didn't hold back on his powers, nor did he overuse them. He wanted to experience traveling around, and so they did. They told each other stories of their lives as they walked. Artemis and Hestia laughed as they remembered things that happened back in heaven, and oftentimes, even Hestia got surprised, not to say Silver. And like that, they eventually arrived at a forked road. Step. Crunch. This road. I remember it. It's a bit dirtier than before and partially covered in snow. It also looks like there was a landfall in the last few months. But I can still see it. We're getting there. We'll be taking a left here, across the landfall. From here on out we're leaving the mountain, no more ragged roads, we'll be walking on the good and old stony paths across the plains. Really? This quickly? How long has it been since we left Orario? Artemis asked as she approached Silver. How long? Let me check. About 6 hours. He said as he checked his pocket watch. That's pretty fast. How far away are we from the city now? Hestia asked as she raised her head to look at a nearby mountain. How far? Silver asked out loud as he looked at the mountains. About 140 kilometers away. What? Just when did we walk so much? Hestia asked as her eyes opened wide. Also, I'm pretty sure we spent half of that time resting, if not longer. How far did he transport us? Silver's abilities are stronger than I imagined. I told you it would be fast. Each gate can cross dozens of kilometers in an instant. I could even try opening a gate directly to Orario, but since we still have some road left to cover, it would be best if I retained my consciousness. Silver joked as he took a step forward. Come, there's still about 80 or so left. Silver said as he raised his hand, pushing the rocks and dirt out of the stone path. Shua. From the looks of it, no one had crossed this path in a while. It was desolate and untouched. It was to show how afraid of monsters people truly were outside of Orario. Here, it says there's a village down this path. Is that the one we're going towards? Artemis asked as she looked at a sign. It was a pretty old stone sign carved within a large boulder just off-road next to the fork. It was full of moss and cracked in some places, clearly in dire need of repair. Village. Silver stopped, looking at the sign for a moment before turning his head as he walked down the now cleared slope. No. In fact, we should take off that sign. He replied in a deep tone as he approached it. Eh? Why? Oh. That village is no more. It vanished long before I was even born. We'll be passing by its remains. It's a waypoint in a sense, if you wish to treat it as such. It's about 10 kilometers from here. I didn't even remember it was there. I must have rushed through it while on my way to Orario. I was really excited back then. I still am to some degree. What happened? Artemis asked in a low tone as she looked away in frustration. The fact she was asking Silver such a question came to show how confident she was in him. After all, hadn't he just said the village vanished before he was born? It would be strange for him to know anything. What do you think? The same usual, it happens every now and then. A monster attack, which one I don't quite know, probably a wyvern. There were quite a few around. Although I shooed them away. Outside of Orario, if a monster doesn't take down an entire place, the people will eventually leave even if it means losing everything they built and have. It's just how life is outside. At least in here, people are somewhat close to Orario and the ground is fertile and clear. Other places have far more than just monsters to worry about. He said in a deep tone as he turned around, raising his hands to them. Artemis knew of that, but the truth was painful. Come, time waits for no one. With a light smile, he held their hands before pulling them gently. And with mixed expressions, they followed. Chirp. Alongside a long river that flowed down from a nearby lake was a small humble village surrounded by a forest that went into the distance. It had stone paths, the houses were organized, and it had fences surrounding it. From time to time, children could be seen running around, laughing as they played with each other, sometimes, with dogs and cats as well. They held wooden swords and pot lids as they imagined themselves as knights, fighting monsters and evildoers as they became the heroes of their own fabricated stories. It looked peaceful, it was peaceful, a welcoming sight in this world filled with monsters. Meanwhile, atop a hill, Looking at his hometown from afar, Silver couldn't help but feel a bit strange. A somewhat foreign feeling began rising in his chest, causing him some discomfort. It wasn't until he took a deep breath that he realized what said feeling was. And that caused him to exhale loudly. The feeling of home and family. And a bit of embarrassment. To think there would ever come a time I would go back home to show my parents my girlfriend. Plural. This is a bit concerning. Silver smiled awkwardly as he scratched the back of his head. Southwest, this is the place. It's exactly as you described. Hestia said in curiosity as she looked around in excitement. The people here seem happy. I've seen some children with blessings on the road, those must be the reason why it's safe here. Artemis added as she looked behind her and into the path they had just taken. Children of the Demeter familia, they've become more proactive in protecting some of the villages around the city in recent times. It's more correct to say they're external members. Silver added as he turned to the side. These people will likely never be adventurers, I assume they're villagers who decided to protect themselves, it's not uncommon. I've talked about this before. In truth, the reason this place is safe is because my grandparents hunted everything noteworthy within a few kilometers of this region. I killed quite a few too as I trained myself and my plasmids. The only things left around here are level 1 monsters no one cares about, sometimes so weak they'll run away in fear at the sight of a human. Goblins and kobolds, giant spiders as well, they'll usually stick to their territories, the only thing they'll attack is children or an adult when they're in groups of 3 or more, which is unusual. Any decent trained knight can deal with a party of simple-minded goblins wearing nothing of importance, they don't even need a blessing, so yeah, this place is rather safe. As he said that, he walked to a tree nearby, crouching next to it as he looked for something. It should be around here somewhere. Aha. Dust. Silver cleared some vines and dust from a tree's bark, revealing several straight knife marks in it, together with a few carvings on the tree's bark. These are. How cute. My height as I grew up, Grandpa used to carry me in his back to this hill with Grandma so we could have picnics, he would then mark my height on the wood before we went back home. I can see the back forest from here as well, including my training dummy. Far in the distance there was a tree bigger than the others, it was a rare and exotic iron oak tree. Its wood was strong enough to make materials for level 2 adventurers, it was likely planted here long ago in the past before his grandparents were even born. Silver used it as a training partner as he grew up, it was full of scars and cuts, but overall, Silver took good care of the tree, it was good to see it again. I marked it my height once before leaving Orario on my own. I think I grew up a bit since then. He said as he scratched his chin. My body changed quite a bit, my parents will get quite a shock. Only one way to find out. Artemis said with a chuckle as she looked at him. Of course. Let me do it. Hestia said excitedly as she walked closer. It has to be me. Both Silver and Artemis looked at each other, knowing full well there was a very glaring problem. Hestia. Something's wrong. It was then that Hestia realized, due to her height, it was a bit awkward for her to carve a line atop Silver's head, and the moment she realized it, she puffed her cheeks as tears formed in her eyes. Not fair. Calming Hestia down took some effort, and it was only after reaching a consensus where Artemis would carve half of the line and Hestia the other half that she calmed down. To help her carve it, Silver made a small rock manifest on the ground so she could step upon it, the rest was simple. Because she was feeling extra feisty, Hestia also carved the symbol of the Hestia familia on the tree's trunk, albeit at first, she wanted to carve H+M on it but ended up stopping halfway through due to extreme embarrassment. Little did she know, Artemis sneakily carved A+M on the side. But she was so embarrassed at her act that her face grew completely red, but Hestia didn't notice it. The same can't be said for Silver, who felt even more stuffy than before, but he didn't show it since he thought Artemis might die of embarrassment if he did so. Once they were done and both of them were smiling, Silver led them downhill and onto the village, immediately meeting with people he recognized. He began catching up with everybody, sharing stories of what happened. But what he heard from them almost caused Silver to lose his composure. Not long after, they moved places. Can you elaborate, Old July? Silver asked in a deep tone as he looked at an old man. Old July was a man around the same age as his grandparents, he was the father of one of Silver's mother, friends. And he was currently acting as the village head after the passing of the last head. Unfortunately, he left this world when Silver was still a teenager. Such is life. Cough. It happened around 2 seasons ago. Old July said as he looked at Silver. That old bastard, Lincoln, suddenly came to me to warn everyone in the village that a powerful monster was moving around the area and that it would be best for all of us to move closer to Orario, even if for a short period until adventurers from the city dealt with it. As such, we all moved directly into the territory of the Demeter Familia where we stood until the end of summer. Once we received notice that the beast had been dealt with, we returned not that long ago. Throughout this entire period, everyone was rather euphoric, thinking they would never be able to return to their previous normal lives or that they would return to rubble and cinders. Thankfully, they were all overreacting. July said as he shook his head. What about my family? What happened to them? Calm down, boy, they are all well as far as I'm aware. Although they did not come with us, I heard they moved to another village deeper in the mountains, and knowing their capabilities, they should be fine. Especially since not too long ago, I received news directly from your grandfathers who were just coming from Orario after visiting you. They stopped by the village to tell everybody that they were okay and also to leave a map with us in case you visited, which I thought odd. If they visited you in the city, why would they leave their address with us? That's because they forgot to tell me where they were. Silver replied in an exhausted tone as he face-palmed. Oh ho. That does look like something they would do. He said with a light chuckle. Phew. Not funny. Almost had a heart attack for a minute. Ho. I apologize, the way I told the story was quite dramatic and with room for bad interpretations. It's okay, they're to blame for everything. But you see. I'll go fetch it, don't worry. Meanwhile, shouldn't we be talking about those ladies you brought with you? Old July asked as a smirk formed on his face. WHIMNN. Yeah. Oh ho ho. Embarrassed now. That's quite the sight. You were always a quiet child, none of the gals in the village ever seemed to attract your eyes, it was just that you had a more refined taste. To bring back two goddesses back home. Now that's a feat that will be remembered for generations. Your grandparents boasted about your success in Orario, it seems they weren't exaggerating things. Ha. There's no need for that, it's not that impressive. Silver replied as he grew somewhat embarrassed. I'll make sure to record it, I was writing a biography you see, I'll make sure to record this day to its fullest. Great, go for it. Please don't. The tales of how a man from their village charmed two goddesses at once would resound across the land for many ages to come, though that was a story for another time. Later. What else? You mentioned a wyvern. Artemis asked as she looked at an old lady. Oh. The great-scaled one, that's a story I love sharing with others. For close to a century, there was a giant wyvern which used to reign over the nearby mountains. While Silver talked with the elder, Hestia and Artemis talked with his wife, hearing stories of Silver's and the village's past, which was always very interesting to the gods. But eventually, once he returned from his talk with July, Silver led them both to his parents' home a few streets down the main road, somewhere close to another small hill where his grandfather's home was built. It was going to be empty and dusty, but Silver wanted to visit it at least once, maybe even clean it if possible or bring back some items so once he does meet with his family, he has something to give them. From the note left behind by his grandfather, they were located a few days on foot to the northeast, or in other words, they were deep in the mountains in a village built atop a plateau, very much like Ida's village in a sense. However, it was a village not mentioned in any of the maps he had found, even the ones he checked on the gnome library, so it was likely either a recent one or an ancient village with little to no contact with the outside world. Albeit how it kept itself safe from the monsters that deep in the Beol Mountains was a mystery to him, nonetheless, he now had an objective, a goal. It was time to return to the Beol Mountains and find his parents. Just being here makes me a bit relaxed, how simple humans are. Brings me back to when I was little, when the only thing I had to keep track of were the books I read in my spare time. To think that while I got stressed over my height and strength the Leviathan was killed. Growing up can be both a blessing and a hassle. Silver's house wasn't that impressive, it was a mostly wooden house with a stone base 2 floors high with a basement and an attic. The house also had a garden on the side and a somewhat sizable shack on the side, the workshop Silver's father used to work in. He was a smith in a sense, although even Silver himself never figured out what he was. Sometimes, he was a farmer, other times he was a house husband, other times he was a smith, from time to time, a woodcutter, but most of the time, a slacker. Clack, /. It's locked. Not like that can stop me, /click, /. The door to his home was large and wide, made entirely out of ironwood. There were several runic carvings on its surface, but they weren't magic, only a few welcoming words and simple jokes that defined who they were as a family. This is Eska household. Wait a minute, is that your middle name? Artemis asked with surprise as she looked at Silver. Yes, it's my father's surname, the one he inherited from his father and a few more generations down the line. I don't usually use it and it doesn't appear in the status sheet either, this is because my parents did not give me their middle names when I was born. Although technically speaking, I do carry the name and consider it to be mine. Why? She asked as she tilted her head to the side. Because my name would have been too long. Oh. That's true. Silver Eska. Doesn't sound as bad. You forgot to consider that is just from my father's side, there is also his mother's side and my mother's, and they wouldn't be happy if I just inherited one side of the family. Mother may have married and adopted father's surname, but my grandparents are unwilling to let their family names vanish, every one of them, and they're all quite stubborn. So you see, it's not just 1 or 2 extra names, it's 4. And I can't have those all, but neither can I have just one. It would mean war. He said with a chuckle as he pushed the door open. They eventually settled down with my father's name though, but for quite a penny, /creek/. What greeted Silver was a sight he was far too used to, a living room with a set of stairs in the back, together with a large fireplace on the side and a kitchen on the right far corner of the room. Feel free to explore the place, my parents wouldn't mind. I'll clean the place and fetch some things in the meantime. If you find anything interesting, just let me know, I would love to talk about them. He said with a smile as magical power began to gather around his fingertips. Though try not to break anything if you can though. As if I would do that. Hestia exclaimed with a pout as she saw his gaze, stomping her feet on the ground as she turned around. Later, URG. Cough. So much dust. Oh ho. Ha. Is this what I think it is? Hestia exclaimed out loud as she looked at a small wooden cradle on the side. Ah. On. WH. Shit, how did she find that? Connected to the living room was a small storage room with many items inside, gathered atop one another to form a small and orderly, messy pile. Boxes of all kinds piled up together covered in cloth to protect the items within from dust and dirt, hiding away treasures of the past. Memories. /thud/. Sigh. Stop digging around for things. Silver said awkwardly as he saw Hestia open a box, trying to sneakily close it as she began laughing from ear to ear. No way. Puffed. Did you make this? Hestia asked as she lifted a small painting of a family of 7, 4 old people, 2 young, and a child. It was rough but it was quite clear. Yes. I made it when I was 4. I forgot this was even a thing. Did my parents keep these little things? I never paid attention. Sigh. At the time I was still trying to properly grow my motor skills, so the painting came quite bad, though I was also making an effort to make it stupid. You made this when you were 4? Ha. Silver was a genius. Hestia said with a laugh as she looked at the painting. What is this? Meanwhile, Artemis pulled a slightly thick book from one of the boxes, curious over what it was. Oh no. The moment he saw the book, Silver immediately knew what it was about. /open/. As she opened the book, Artemis became completely mesmerized by what she saw, stopping to even breathe as she was overtaken by a cuteness overload. In the book, several pictures of a baby Silver doing things could be seen. There were dozens, hundreds. Those, of course, weren't pictures, those were paintings Silver made with his plasmids after he awakened them. To train his powers, Silver thought about recreating scenes from his childhood, one by one based on his memories and those of his parents and grandparents as well. And like that, one picture at a time, this book was born. So cute. Let me see. Maybe it was a bad idea to bring them here. How embarrassing. But at least they're happy. And distracted. For now. Notes. This is a massive chapter going through a lot of nothing, so we can move on to more interesting matters. As such, I'll be posting the next chapter only on Sunday, if I can. I have an exam on Monday, so yeah, we'll see about that. And also, I had a terrible loss recently. My cousin was shot in a horrific shootout, so I'm not in the mood to write a lot. I hope you can all understand. Such things are rare, but when they do, you can only move on. And to me, writing is a form of relaxation and a distraction, but not to the degree I can maintain 3 chapters a week. Either way, this one is already that. I hope you all have a phenomenal week. Pay attention when you're out late. Peace. Chapter 280, a meeting well delayed. / a few hours later, / crunch. Step, / huff. Huff. Are we getting there? Or do we have to climb more? Hestia asked as she cleared some sweat from her forehead. Well. Stop being so dramatic, we barely walked anything, Silver carried us most of the way. Artemis replied as she looked at Hestia. Once she said her line, Silver cleared his throat, opening his mouth to say. As I was. You're one to talk. Back in heaven I just lazed about. Yeah, we know. Ignored and cut through yet again, Silver did not mind it. Instead, he let them talk before replying to Hestia's original question. We should be. What about you? Was your pastime to shoot up gods with your bow? That was because they were a nosy bunch. Slash chatter, slash. These two. Ahem. Finally, silence. With this, Silver took something from his chest pocket, showing it to them. If this map is precise, then we should be getting close. And I mean it this time. Just one more mountain to climb and we should reach the plateau the village is located at. Silver said as he looked at the parchment his grandfather had left behind for him. I think I can even see it from here. The mountains look old around here, and it seems like there's a valley up front. We walked about 15 kilometers across the forest north of the village before entering the mountains again. From there, it was another 40-ish kilometers to eventually reach the depths of the Biol Mountains. We climbed a few mountains to get here and the last one was pretty much a precipice. It's nothing complicated for adventurers to climb, but the last mountain was a hurdle in itself, not something my parents should be able to climb. Or anyone. A few kilometers on foot is already a hurdle to most, much less while on a steep hill. How did they make their way up here? Were they carried like bags? Talk about being gentle with the elderly. But how did my grandparents even know of this place? It seems unlikely this came from my mother's side of the family. Given my grandmother was a wizard from Altina while my grandfather was a hitman. But I don't know much about my grandparents from my father's side. I think my grandfather's parents lived in Orario. Anyhow, my grandparents were adventurers at some point in their lives, something that led to a whole heap of trouble, but I don't know much about their actual lives, such as who their parents were and what they did. They usually didn't tell many stories about their own lives. I should ask them about it when we meet again. Maybe this village is the one they grew up in. Or a place they stumbled upon during their active years. A commission from a time long gone. That seems unlikely. How can a village in the mountains pay for adventurers to go there? Well, it's quite a hidden place, so it's hard to say they just found out about it by luck while traveling. They must have known how to reach it for quite a while, maybe they met someone who was born here. Nonetheless, the details on this map are vague at best, so much so I got lost trying to track it. Most of the hidden paths meant to ease the journey were just glossed over due to this. I don't know where half of them even are. I just brute forced my way through the terrain. It worked, but it didn't help with my headache trying to pinpoint our location. If I couldn't fly, this journey would have been a complete nightmare. Still, if I compare this map to my understanding of the region. There is a chance there is a path connecting to one of the main roads passing through the middle of the Biol Mountains. Assuming the village is around here, that is, otherwise I can only say the villagers live in complete and utter isolation, which isn't quite far from my assumptions. Well then, shall we? Artemis asked as she turned to Silver. Of course. He replied with a smirk as he snapped his fingers. Tremble, slash. The ground underneath them parted open and a rock dist formed, slowly ascending the mountainside. Urg. Hestia said as she clung to Silver. I hate this. It makes me feel nauseous. He said nothing, letting the fearful goddess hold onto him as he hugged her back. I'm scared too, Artemis said playfully as she held onto his arm as well. As if, you can jump and backflip with a bow tensioned and fire an arrow at an ant 100 meters away without missing it, as if this confuses you. But I'll allow it. I quite like her shampoo. It's the one I gave her during our last date. Rolling his eyes, they soon reached the top of the mountain, and from there on, they ventured into the valleys and rivers beyond the mountain peaks. Meanwhile, Huff. Huff. You uncle. I can't. Breathe. Just one more lap, kiddo, you won't cut it without some stamina, you need to be able to outrun a flying wyvern, so don't waste your breath. Urg. Somewhere next to a calm and peaceful village surrounded by golden wheat fields that waved in and out on the horizon, a man could be seen training a young silver-haired boy under the mild sun of the afternoon. Chatter, din, As the boy vanished into the distance, running around a farm field, the men training him heard chattering coming from a house nearby, together with the clear chime of what seemed to be a bell. When he turned his head to take a look, he was met with the face of a somewhat young, red-haired woman in her early 30s, holding a small baby in her arms with a gentle smile on her face. Dinner is ready, are you two still training? She asked lightly so as to not wake up the baby. Almost done, besides, you can't even call this training, I'm only having the boy run a few laps across a farm field, compared to our boy. Tap. Angered, the woman tapped her hand on the window's frame, giving the man a momentary scare as he was startled. You can't keep comparing that kid to him. It's not healthy for his self-esteem. Her frustration seemed palpable, it was clear that despite the kid not being theirs, she cared for him as if it was. And seeing the father talk about him in such a manner felt insulting, to say the least. I've been telling you this for months, if he hears you one of these days, do you even know what could happen? I didn't mean it that way though. The man said awkwardly as he touched the back of his head. Doesn't matter, just be more careful, okay? He's such a lovely boy, don't break his dreams. If you do, you know what'll happen to you, don't ya? The man's expression darkened. Sometimes he wished for the strength to confront his wife, but he knew better than to dig a hole for himself. But he was happy nonetheless. He had already shown he who was the man for too long. Successfully producing 2 little brats already. Though those were only his superficial childish thoughts, some he would never, ever dare to share. If I hear you saying that again, I'll tell that to your mother. She threatened as she turned around. It was never my intention. Please don't. I'm doing this because I want him to succeed, okay? If you want to complain, you should talk to your parents. They are much heavier than I am. The most I do is have him help in the fields and run around with weights. Although he wanted to say those words to his wife, the man eventually closed his mouth while letting out a sigh. In truth, the boy had already ended the training a while ago. He was the one who had been pushing the boy to run more. Over the months, he had been watching the boy's training. At first, it was because he felt a bit lonely, without his son running around doing things all day long, and the fact most of his old friends were now far away, he didn't have many to talk with to pass the time. Most of the villagers seemed to fear him in a way. His wife said it was because of his strong body, beard, and sharp eyes which made him look intimidating. In a way, his son inherited this gaze from him, which was quite problematic. It was good with the ladies as it made him look tough, but he was a married man with children. He can't have the baby cry whenever he looked at it, could he? So he ended up wasting his time training the lad. When the latter came to him looking out for stories, one thing led to another and he began telling him tales of his son growing up. How he used to strike trees with a wooden knife to how he used to see him forge, the way he read books and painted portraits of both him and his wife. Then, he came to learn of the boy's dream and aspirations, and in a sense, he saw his son in him. So he began training him, trying to push him to a path he thought may aid him in pursuing said goal. And he only had one word to describe him. Talentless. He didn't know if it was because he grew up with an irregular child, but this boy couldn't hold a candle to the matureness of his oldest son. The boy was a complete mess. Cowardly, overly weak, even for his age, timid, frail. He even looked somewhat feminine, to the point he thought that if he wore one of his wife's dresses and put on a wig he would be indistinguishable from a woman. Though as his wife would say it, he's cute, maybe that's his key character trait. His son was cute once too, but he got too tall when he got older. Hopefully, things would remain the same and fate would give the boy a new appearance once the time came, much to his wife's complaints. Nonetheless, several traits unsuitable for what the boy wished to become. He didn't think it was the boy's fault though. That would befall the villagers whom he grew up with. There were little to no children in this village as it was occupied of mostly elderly people or very young children who were too little to understand things. There was a generation gap between them, and this poor child was all alone. Because of this, all adults dote greatly on him, causing him to grow extremely dependent on them. At the cost of some of his sense of individuality. But still, there was something there, hidden within him. He knew it would be hard to change those, however, one step at a time, he would do his best to help him achieve his dream. And as the days passed, he learned one thing. The fact the boy had the determination to pursue his goals. He may be weak and frail, overly kind and overly trustful of others, and rather unmanly for a 12-year-old, yet here he was running beyond his limits. When they just started, the boy could barely run a bit around the farm field before panting and falling. One time he even cried. After a while, he began to run a full lap. And whenever he fell, he did not cry. It was a good way to expend his energy before a big meal during dinner, causing him to hit the sack soon after, something his grandfather thanked Marcus a lot for, given that before, he had to put the lad to sleep with a story, which was tiring, especially if he was tired as well. Nevertheless, 1 lap became 3, then 5, and eventually, the boy began to run 10 laps at the same time he used to run 7. But that became his limit. Right now, he was on his 20th lap, he was slow, his steps were heavy, he was stumbling down every rock on his way, falling and hitting his face in the mud as he panted more than a dog. But he kept running as if there was something at the end of it. What could that be? Only he could answer, but as long as he had that vision imprinted at the back of his eyes. Maybe then he would reach the dream he envisioned. Slash crack, slash. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking echoed inside the house behind the men. Rubia. Is everything okay back there? Did you drop another pot? He asked as turned his head. We don't have many plates lying around either. Please, don't let it be a plate, I don't want to eat on a wooden bowl, slash silence, slash. No reply. Rubia. Slash crying, slash. She's crying. That was everything he needed to hear. Concerned, the man got up, quickly walking to the window and eventually into the house's entrance where he saw what was going on. Exclamation point. So that's. There, he saw his wife holding a man tightly, a man taller than himself, stronger too. But very much like him. Quite young, handsome too, clearly awkward at the intense display of affection being thrown at him as his body was squished and the air was pumped out of his lungs. It could only be one person, his son. Mom. You're choking me, I'm not going to vanish, okay? I'll try not to. Silver replied with a smile as he hugged his mother back. You already did so before, not again. She said as tears rolled in her eyes. Slash crunch, slash. She gripped him even tighter. She's being so dramatic, I only left for a couple of months. Oh. That has always been the case, slash sniff sniff, slash. She was crying so hard her eyes and nose turned red, causing Silver to have the urge to cry a bit too. But he knew that if he did so, she would only cry harder, so he held it in for now. You grew so much. Look at you, was city life hard? Were there any difficulties? She asked as she touched his face. Did you eat well? Live well? Was it easy to find work? How is that going? Do you need help? Cough, I only have one mouth. The city life itself wasn't that complicated, finding work was pretty simple, and I can say I'm stable now. I already own a house and have enough money to go by pretty well. Silver tried his best to not show any hint of what was actually going on behind the scenes, leaving it ambiguous otherwise. His mother's happiness would turn into anger and he would be skinned alive. That's great. I can tell you've been eating well and... What's this? She asked as she looked at his arm. There was a small scar on his elbow. It wasn't very noticeable, but for her, it was very apparent. He didn't have such a thing before he left. Just a small scar, work-related injury, nothing to worry about. Work? Oh no, you. Didn't you want to become an adventurer? Oh no, oh no. She began to turn euphoric as her eyes trembled in fear and despair. Mother, calm down, why are you assuming things? It's really nothing special, this is the biggest thing I ever had. I miscalculated, I forgot I had such an inconsequential scar there. And for her to have noticed it. She's worse than Hestia whenever I go back home injured. At least I know that the news of my accomplishments hasn't reached their ears, at least my grandparents kept things somewhat discreet if she's unaware of things. It's better this way, I was expecting a much more exaggerated reaction. Like a slap in the face followed by even more crying. Maybe crying first. Take off your shirt. She said deeply as she looked at him. WH. That's not proper. Take off your shirt, I won't repeat it again. As she demanded, Silver took off his shirt, but as he said, there were no other glaring scars on his body. If there were any, it would be small and imperceptible to the human eye. But not to that of a mother's. The truth was that he hid most of it immediately as she asked him to take his shirt off, the several of the small scars that had become part of his skin. He could remove them at any time, but he usually kept them for certain reasons. For once, they were reminders of his mistakes, and at the same time, they looked a bit cool, he thought so at least. And lastly, he usually kept them for when he did his small operation before leveling up, since it was then when he would cause his body to go through a permanent change. He could heal himself whenever, but continuously changing his skin permanently, and altering its constitution wasn't something he thought healthy, at least not in a controlled and well-thought environment. So he preferred to do it all at once to reduce other permanent side effects if there were any. Though that was something he would have to wait and see to understand. Healing his scar involved fixing his skin, and albeit a rather simple task, it could take some time if he wished to do it while avoiding potential serious repercussions. There was no proper way to understand how his body-altering shenanigans would end up clashing with the blessing of his goddess. And last time he tried something new, he gained a new skill. That may sound beneficial, but skills are merely manifestations of a person's inner potential. They can be both beneficial and harmful. Potentially even terminal. Nonetheless, it's not like that's a permanent solution, as over time, while many of his scars were removed, a few remained, and eventually, more appeared. He would receive a bigger injury, heal it, and a scar would be covered by another, or vanish altogether as he healed his lost flesh back. What would be the point of nitpicking them every time? It would only add to his stress. That in itself is concerning, but so is the life of an adventurer, especially one as reckless as he was. This wasn't common, at all. Silver likely suffered as many injuries as an entire large familia would daily. If not on a monthly one. Every time he descends to the dungeon. Monsters were nasty creatures, some possessed extreme toxins and acids that would melt metals and corrode rocks. Silver's skin being slightly scarred was nothing in comparison. It was just how things went, so this time, to make his mother relax and not worry about him, he hid them. Maybe one day he would tell her what he went through, but today wasn't it. Okay, I believe you now. She said with a smile as she hugged him again. Is it okay to doubt your son in the first place? Silver asked with an awkward expression as his mother let him go. I'm only delaying the inevitable, but it's bad to say I really don't want to deal with this right now. I'll apologize to the future me for this. Son. Marcus said as he took a step forward. He had been watching in the back, but he finally found an opportunity to approach them. Dad. Your beard is longer. The two looked at each other for a while before they hugged silently with a nod. That's it. Don't you have anything else to say to your son? Rubia asked quietly as she punched Marka's side. Ahem. You're taller than me now. When you left, you were still about my height. Haha, I grew up a bit. I'm considered quite tall even back in the city, quite tall in fact. It's overwhelming sometimes since over half of the people there are a head lower than me. Tap. You're strong too, good, that's how a man should look like. Marcus said as he tapped Silver's right arm. So. How's life been? Horario and all of that. Well. Before Silver could reply, Rubia interjected with a sigh, saying. Sigh, you too. Mel, wait here for me, I have someone to introduce you to. Mom, can you stop with that nickname? She's gone. Sigh. Since you're here, did you meet your grandparents? Not yet, we just came from the mountains over there. I saw you sitting here but as I approached, Mother saw me and went into shock, dropping a vase on the ground as she ran through the door. That explains the noise. At least it was not one of my plates. But those mountains. Did you see me from all the way over there? Impressive, you're getting better at this. Too good even. Adventurers are pretty strong. Silver said with a smile as he looked at his father. I know, my father shared the details with me, you have a lot to answer for. But not now, I'm tired. Sigh, and how bold of you. Do you think I won't punish you for that? I'm not that lenient, you know. Silver shrugged, causing Marcus to frown as he exhaled. It's because I'm getting older, right? Sigh, I should have been more strict with you in the past. I never thought it was okay to show discipline by hitting my son. And anyhow, he was already hit enough during training, that was enough for a lifetime. Though in the end, it led to this. But who am I to judge? When I was his age. No, I was only 16 then. I thought about leaving for Horario too, only for Rubia to drag me back. A few years later, Silver was born. A blood runs thick. The only difference is that he had no Rubia to stop him. Although knowing how he is, I don't think that would have been enough. Besides, my father beat me up after I tried sneaking out of the village, I never tried again. Even if I wanted to do the same. My son is way stronger than me. Damn it. Just when did I stop being the man of the house? Look. Don't ever mention this to your mother, I'll try my best to soften things up over time, but this won't do, you know. Different from Rubia, Marcus' parents were adventurers, so he wasn't as against the idea of Silver becoming one when compared to Rubia, although his calmness helped too. I won't ask why you decided to become one, I knew from the moment you left for Horario that things would end up like that. Just make sure to consider a vacation, taking your time to think and reconsider your life is necessary in that line of work, just like how your grandparents did. Anyhow, before we left the village, I also tried this blessing thing with your mother, we joined the Demeter Familia as common farmers. A shame I never managed to give her anything back, even after all of her hospitality and the fact she gave us some of her precious little time. Father. You don't need to be like that, Goddess Demeter will be happy as long as you and Mother are healthy. At least that's what I've heard, that she's a kind and a gentle goddess. I almost said bountiful there. Damn Hermes. I blame him for infecting my mind with that word. Besides, if you wish to help her, we still have many seasons to provide her with harvests. Heh, I know, but while living here, it's just that there's not much to think about, so I usually think of that. For a goddess, the daily life of someone like me is completely inconsequential. Depends on the god in question. But if it's Demeter, she would be very interested in your life. If she had the time to listen, which is a problem. In any case, did you say you climbed the precipice? There was a much simpler path through. Ah, I see. Did Father? Yeah. His map was lackluster at best, the fact I even arrived here is a miracle itself. Sigh, really? He's always been so overly paranoid of things, especially ever since you left. I bet he made the map this way because he felt there would be pursuers after us. I heard from them that they solved this problem, but it doesn't matter anymore. I quite like it here, maybe I'll stay here for a while longer and leave after I've had enough of this isolated lifestyle. I'm glad you made it here, fetching you up would have been an issue otherwise. Now. You said we, did you come with anyone? He asked slowly, curious. He looked around, as if looking for someone. Well. Step. Ahem. That would be me. Hestia said in an embarrassed tone as she approached from the side. She was hiding behind a tree all this time, waiting for the chance to appear. Her plans involved appearing with a bombastic entrance, but when she heard Silver's mother cry her energy deflated almost instantly. Still, it was showtime. Finally. the day has come. Different from her usual attire, Hestia was wearing a traveling cloak around her body, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. And thanks to her suppressing her divinity to the maximum extent she could, the only thing Marcus thought when he saw her was how otherworldly beautiful she was. She looked formal and rather cute, although that was only from Silver's perspective. For everyone else, Hestia was like a fairy, the materialization of perfection and beauty. That was how a mortal saw a goddess, regardless if they were a goddess of harvest or one of beauty. Don't misunderstand, not all goddesses were actually pretty. A goddess with the appearance of a 90-year-old woman isn't as pretty as one with the appearance of a curvaceous 20-year-old. Still, to the divine beings, what exactly made one prettier than the other? A question debated by the gods for centuries. Silver's answer for the dilemma is presentation. Presentation is what makes a goddess of beauty stand out from the others. This. I can't believe it. Is she? Yes. I am his god. Before she could finish, Silver smiled almost like a devil, deciding to play a little too much. So he interrupted her, saying, "She's my wife." Gah. Really? Both were shocked by this extreme revelation. Notes. Another dual chapter, see you all before Sunday. Chapter 281, Family Reunion Part. This is a pretty neat chapter, I like it, definitely up there even if not much happens in it that is exciting. Enjoy. Wah wah wah. I am. Shine. Due to a wave of unending excitement as she pictured a bunch of imaginary, non-realistic scenes, Hestia ended up momentarily releasing a portion of her divinity, causing Marcus' expression to change as his mouth opened wide in both shock and awe. Her hair began to ascend as it began taking a crimson hue, like the setting sun in the sky. Her hair turned prismatic pink as light emanated from her body. Damn. A goddess. I apologize for my indiscretion, Marcus said as he bowed slightly. If a goddess is here, this must be his goddess. To think he would come after us to introduce his goddess to us. He's troubling her quite a bit. But it seems like their relationship is more than just that. This didn't sound like a joke to me. Oh my. Hestia's expression went from ecstasy to confusion, and then, realization. Why is he apologizing? Wait. Oh no. Sigh. Meanwhile, Silver exhaled in frustration. Maybe I came out too strong, I should have known she would be unable to restrain herself. Worth it still. Still, Hestia is still unable to proclaim our relationship, not without dying of embarrassment. It was fun to tease her a bit though, we'll definitely do it again some other time. While Hestia realized she had broken her act, Silver continued. She's my goddess, Hestia. And this is my father, Marcus. I see, I'm honored goddess, welcome to the village. I can't welcome you in the name of the others, but I'm sure they would all be deeply happy and honored by your visit. Ahem. There's no need for such formalities. Besides, isn't it time you stepped up too? Hestia asked in an embarrassed tone as she looked at the side. /step/ WH. Oh. Another lady. Maybe this is his. Wait. Another goddess. From the side, Artemis appeared as she stepped out from behind a tree, approaching them with light steps. It was clear to feel the divinity surrounding her. Marcus wasn't blind, and even if he was, it would have been evident still. The thing that confused Silver was why she was showing herself like that. I'm Artemis, it's a pleasure meeting you, Marcus. She said in a formal tone as she smiled slightly. There goes my plan. Originally, Silver planned to introduce both Artemis and Hestia as normal human girls since he was afraid of overwhelming his parents, exactly what was happening right now. First, he would introduce Hestia, and then Artemis, not because he favored one over the other but mostly because Hestia threw a fit saying it was her right to go first. Being either that or together. Why was this separation needed? Because they were otherworldly beings, possessing both beauty and a demeanor someone who lived their entire lives in a village by the mountains wouldn't understand. Or even if he did, it may confuse them or draw suspicion to their identities. Silver wished to be able to change things as time went by and to reveal who they were and the extent of their relationship, but nonetheless, since his plans were foiled, he would just be transparent with them and showcase the truth. At least, be as transparent as he was allowed to be. Regardless, he knew he would be drawing the short end of the stick with this one. Though some may say he already won. She knows my name. Silver must have told her on the way. Wait a minute. No way. Ahem. Father. I dozed off for a moment, I apologize. Please, get inside since it's rather chilly here today. Marcus' expression was somewhat awkward as he tried to direct them inside. They all nodded in the end, it was indeed a bit cold. Albeit Silver raised an eyebrow as he took a step forward. /step/ But when Silver was about to enter, his father turned around and whispered. "What you said before? About the black-haired one?" he asked in a low tone as he looked around. "Father. No need to be so cautious. And I wasn't kidding." "I see. Then, the blue-haired one. Is she?" Silver's silence told him everything he needed to know. "By the gods. Wait. Is it heretical for me to say so?" "Even if it is, they wouldn't mind." Silver replied with an awkward expression as he scratched the back of his head. "There were times we asked ourselves how it would be for you to bring a girl back home. Your mother isn't going to be pleased with this particular outcome, you know how she is with this kind of stuff. One thing is a lady, another thing is a god. One would have been fine but two. Look, let's treat it as if this never happened," he said as he touched his eyebrows. "I'm too tired for this. Is it really that big of a deal?" But while Marcus became pensive, Silver narrowed his eyes as he thought about his reaction. "Two goddess. I never thought. I'll try to help you out on my end, but we're going to have to keep this a secret. Wasn't that your intention anyway?" "No." Silver asked as he tilted his head. "I wanted to keep their identities as gods a secret, not my relationship with them. In a sense. I can understand where he's coming from, mother is very down to earth. But even if not now, I would have to eventually tell the truth, I'm not backing away from this anyway. Well, maybe you should be more mindful. But at the same time, I don't think your mother would try to break you apart, she's just a believer of standard relationships. Mostly due to that mother of hers." Marcus whispered in between his words. "As if that was the norm." Silver said with a scoff as he put his hands on his hips. "It is here in these lands. Mostly." Marcus said out loud before he controlled himself again. Cough. "I know you read about other lands and their customs, and the fact Orario is a mix of dozens of cultures, so thinking the way you do isn't exactly odd, but your mother grew up here and she was expecting you to follow in similar footsteps as her, you know." Sigh. To most of the world outside of these plains and mountains, monogamous relationships like these weren't exactly the norm. Even in Orario there's no law that limits or restricts anything related to marriage, although you'll see quite a few girls that are disappointed in the prospect of boys seeking such relationships. This is partly due to the gods. Some may say that having a single partner is the correct way to go, but if you ask Hermes about it, he'll just say something stupid like, "A true hero gets all the princesses," or something. Anyhow, this isn't the place nor the time for such talks. Honestly, I wasn't even ready to speak with you about this. Nor do I wish to. To think you seduced your goddess. And one more to boot. Hey, it sounds bad when you put it that way. Silver replied as his expression distorted. Should I say I have multiple admirers? Nah. I don't like to boast about it either, never did and never shall. But I would be lying if I said I'm not proud about it. Haha. A god and their children. A romantic tale as old as it can get. In any case, I have a favor to ask. Marcus said as he turned his head to the side. I was training with the kid back there in the fields, can you go fetch him up for me? You can even go and get yourself acquainted with him, he's quite the nice lad, you'll get along with him just fine. In the meantime, I'll get the girls introduced to your mother, once she gets used and friendly with them she'll instead be happy you bagged them. That's quite the term. Besides, why did you assume I bagged Artemis? Isn't it obvious? Is it? Her expression, son, it's the exact same one your mother had when I first went to tell her parents that I proposed to her. It's been a while but I'll never forget it. I still remember his glare. To this day I think he burned a hole in my soul. Marcus looked at the sky, saying with a hint of melancholy. Guess some things don't change, be it men or God. Gods aren't that different from us. Hey, aren't you one to tell? What's the name of the boy again? Silver replied as his expression darkened. Well. Aren't you in a hurry, go talk with the boy yourself. He's quite lonely you know. Living in this village with no one his age, you're the closest he has for a brother. But I never saw him. I know, it's only a wish of mine. Don't shoo him off, okay? He's sensitive to these kinds of things. I'm not saying I won't treat him like that, I'm asking why he would treat me like a brother. Because we've been feeding him your stories all the time, that's why, even though he never met you, the lad already admires you, especially since. Hey, you'll figure that out once you get to know him a little, just be patient since he can be quite slow. How old was he again? 12. Then why does it sound like he's 7 from your words? Shaking his head in a mix of frustration and embarrassment, Silver eventually left his laughing father behind as he walked around the house, making his way to the farm fields. It's quite a nice place, a secluded village by the mountains. One day, if I decide to retire, it wouldn't be a bad place to stay and relax, not like distance is a problem anyway. And now that I know where it is, I can infer its location somewhat. The closest village I know of is at least half a day's journey on foot down the mountains. It's not entirely impossible to contact civilization, but it would take a while. Still, considering the wagons I saw nearby, the path down the mountain from this side should be rather smooth. As he walked behind the house and into the fields below the hill, Silver thought about his father's words. Training a kid, father must have been pretty bored. I thought I had traumatized him enough. Step. That must be him. Huff huff. Running in the distance, slowly approaching Silver was a boy that seemed to be no older than 10. Albeit that was only due to his appearance. He was thin, something unusual for a village boy who walked up and down across multiple hills carrying sacks full of grain day in and night. His face was childish, even a little chubby. He was rather small for his age, and everything about him screamed naiveness. But that wasn't unexpected, as anyone who grew up this isolated would usually be ignorant of the world's ways. People tend to say that countryside people are usually simpler and more straightforward. However, there was something about this boy. From the way his eyes kept looking forward as his battered body trembled, he kept running, even when it seemed he would fall. Even if he did fall, he got up. He seemed afraid of something. It was evident in his expression that he was tired. But he ran. A silver-haired boy. Red eyes. He does look like one of those darned rabbits. All of that above combined. It could only be one person. One boy, whose dream to become a hero would echo in the sky, the ballad of the champion. A child that had yet to pursue his ideals. One whose story had yet to begin. Now, but a child running alongside the golden wheat fields. Bell. He muttered between his deep thoughts. Step. Stop, slash. Huff. 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 Mr. Shoo, take a deep breath now. Silver said as he touched Bell's right shoulder. Shine, slash. Soothing green light was released from his hand, washing away all of the boy's physical exhaustion, causing him great surprise as never in his life had he seen anything like it. Apart from WW was this magic? Bell asked out loud as his eyes popped open. Oh. Do you know what this is? Silver was slightly surprised as he looked at the young man, but as he saw his hands and clothes, he came to a silent understanding. Calluses. They aren't evident. Don't tell me, my grandparents wasn't tormenting a single child enough. Why pull someone else into this suffering? Yes. I mean, no. He replied as he quickly denied his own statement, closing his eyes in desperation as he realized he had committed a mistake. Chuckle. No. It doesn't look like that. Silver said with a chuckle as he took out some wood branches from the boy's hair. He's rather dumb. What am I thinking? He's a child. Where did you learn this from? SSECR. Was it from an old lady with gray hair and a sharp look like this one? He asked as he squinted his eyes. He's quite terrible at keeping secrets. He keeps speaking his mind. It's as if he didn't even learn how to keep it to himself. That may actually be the case. Yes. Ah. Bell became flustered once more as he realized he had been played. Chuckle. That's my grandmother. She won't get angry at you for revealing this to me. Maybe only a little, but that's for later. Your grandmother? Bell asked with even greater surprise as he approached Silver. He's enthusiastic and easy to trust others. A good trait to have, in a world devoid of malice that is. He didn't even ask how I knew his name, quite the blunder, though I shouldn't expect much in this area of expertise. Even adults may let such blunders of information pass through their ears from time to time. Nonetheless, it proves he is pure, but it's not a great trait for a person to have, especially one that. He's just a kid. Yes, my grandmother. Although it would be best if she didn't know you failed in keeping it a secret in the first place, if you know what I mean. Nod. Bell nodded furiously, somewhat giving Silver a sense of pity. Maybe the boy had experienced similar things as he did when he was smaller. In any case, it's time to go back. My father told me to fetch you up, so let's go back inside since it's quite chilly out here. Silver said as he turned around. How utterly curious. Fantastic even. To think the village my parents moved to would be this one. Not like there were many intact villages this deep in the Beole Mountains, to begin with, probably only a handful. But still. I had plans to find this place, partially due to this boy over here. But not solely for that either. What I truly wanted with this place was to find Zeus, and if possible, ask him some questions. However, that was in the past. After a few months and many experiences meeting new people, be they mortals or more, I threw this idea away, especially after I visited the Freya Familia. I realized that not everyone likes talking or answering questions, even if they aren't harmful. And I'm not going to force them out either. I don't have the time to make enemies or to pursue people like that. Still, after I cancelled my previous plans, I changed them since I still wanted to come here. Not for the boy, not for Zeus. But for the books he wrote. Many years ago, Zeus was tasked with taking care of Bel, so he took him to this foreign mountain village where he would be safe. Zeus is a god that was described as perverted and a troublemaker, but to some, he's a strict and sharp individual capable of great foresight and equally harsh thinking, such as what he did to Prometheus after a blunder with the primordial flame. Zeus has a great love for the people of the mortal world and was said to spend a great deal of time documenting their journeys. That was how many gods that met him described Zeus. I came here for some of those documents. Speaking of that, at first, I thought it was luck that this village remained peaceful for so long, but now that I'm here, I can tell more clearly why that's the case. Buried deep within the ground, I noticed there were scales from the one-eyed black dragon hidden from everyone's eyes. Far from the village's hands, they protect the village from monsters. How they came to be here, I don't quite know. Maybe Zeus intentionally put them here to protect this place, or maybe the dragon just passed through here as it flew from its clash with Albert, though I would have been surprised if it just naturally shed its scales. There's nothing impeding monsters from growing in size as they age, and as a lizard, I imagine the dragon would shed right. Unless it's not a lizard. Though assuming monster biology isn't always a precise endeavor. This place may have even been its nest once. There are many other possibilities. Would the black dragon even shed its scales naturally? Regardless, here, Zeus takes care of Bel, telling him stories of past heroes and lands. And that's what I wanted to find. It's one of the many things I still remember. Zeus' books, the ones he wrote so he could help Bel sleep at night, and the reason behind his determination to become an adventurer. The god of lightning, his interest in the mortal world is something that may only be matched by Arena's desire to maintain it. There was no way I could ever forget that. Those tales. They're the closest to what happened if not one-to-one depictions of those mythical stories. What remains of them is either heavily distorted, fragmented, or subjected to the distortion of the gods and people who don't like the way they were portrayed or wish to add their flavors to it. Reading them may give me a heightened understanding of the world itself, maybe even the location of ancient monsters such as Antares and Nidhogg. Maybe there are dozens of such creatures, sealed away for heroes of the future to defeat. Ancient ruins holding secrets and artifacts, maybe even divine in origin. Exactly what I/tug/MNN. Excuse me. Bel asked meekly as he tugged at Silver's shirt. Yes. I got lost in thought again. I'm not too fond of this habit of mine. Why you? Are you an adventurer? His eyes sparkled as he looked at Silver. They awaited a response as they held back 1,000 other inquires. And Silver didn't know if he was ready for the flood. Notes. Yay, he met Bel. What now? I don't know. What do you think? Peace. Chapter 282, Family Reunion Part. Are you an adventurer? Immediately noticing the gleam in the young boy's eyes, Silver stopped walking as he turned to the side, raising his right hand. It seems this will take a while. My parents can wait a bit more. Since I'm here, I might as well come to know him. I wonder what the future has in sight for him. /crackle/TT. The ground moved. In front of Bel, a magical scene unfolded. A rocky table, clean and smooth, rose from the dirt ground together with a pair of stone chairs, ascending amidst a waterfall of sand and stone particles. Silver did not waste too much time, taking his seat before pulling a kettle with some tea in it from who knew where, taking a sip as he gestured for Bel to do the same. /touch/. Fearful and wary, he approached the table, touching it, but even in this cold, they weren't chilly to the touch, being warm and comfortable despite their rocky and stiff appearance. It's warm. The air got hotter too. Albeit he was naive and foolish, Bel was quick to pinpoint the changes in the environment. It didn't hurt to breathe anymore, his trembling body relaxed and the cold winds were no more. It was as if they had been thrown into the middle of summer. Even if rough, it seemed there was something worth of attention buried within his talent. He was perceptive, in a way. Here, sit. I'm sure he'll be asking me these questions eventually, so it's better to answer them now rather than in front of my mom. She'll likely ask similar things, but then I can just embellish what I already said to Bel, if not just tell her other things, as I have much to share. I do not wish to embellish my stories, but I do know when to stop. Seeing him for myself is quite interesting, to think this small and frail boy had what it took to ascend through the ranks. Well, Finn is a Palom and he doesn't look imposing. At least when compared to Otter. Anyhow, it would be left to fate if he would achieve it this time. In a sense, I don't want to push this kid into a life of blood and tears, to have him follow that which fate originally had in offer for him. But at the same time, I don't think he deserves such pain and despair. Nonetheless, I'm quite excited to see how much he can walk on this thorny path. In fact, before we start, I don't think I've introduced myself yet. ! When Silver said that, Bell immediately got up from his seat, bowing at a 90-degree angle as he said, "I apologize for my rudeness. My name is Bell Crannel. Chunk, /." Even Silver seemed to be momentarily stunned by Bell's extreme act as he bowed politely, even hitting his forehead on the stone table. Almost at least since Silver prevented him from doing so. Cough. "You don't need to be so overly formal. But it's a pleasure," Silver said with a chuckle as he had the boy sit down again. "He is very polite. Almost too much. Are my grandparents partially to blame?" "Hopefully not. Given how my parents are, you likely know who I am by now." "Bell. I can call you that, right?" "Eh? Of course. I. No one calls me Crannel anyway." Chuckle, /. "Then I shall. I'm Melio Silver, but everyone calls me Silver, so just like me, please do so as well." Nod, /. He eagerly nodded, happy to finally meet him in person. "Haha. I guess there's no need to talk about my family. I do hope they weren't too hard on you in my absence." Shake, /. Bell shook his head quickly as he fidgeted with his fingers. It seemed as if he was trying to find the words to explain his situation, but he didn't quite know what to say. But at the same time, there seemed to be some loneliness in his expression. Seeing this made Silver reconsider his approach. He knew the boy was likely alone and that talking about family wasn't exactly a nice topic. "Well, why don't we start from the beginning? You wanted to ask me some questions, didn't you?" Nod, /. "Then let's exchange stories," Silver said with a smile as he rested his arms on the stone table. "I'll tell you about Orario and its adventurers while you tell me about this place. How about that?" Excited nod, /. I expected him to be more expressive. But he's rather shy. I can understand now. He is quite charismatic. In a hamster kind of way. "I'll go first then. I'll tell you of my very first day at the dungeon," Silver said with a wide smile as his hands began shining in prismatic light. With a few details here and there changed, of course. Silver's hands danced in the air as wisps of energy gathered from nothing, condensing from the chilly air around them. Slowly, they fused and stretched, being shaped into something, an image, a series of images. Exclamation point. Before Bell's very eyes a miniature Silver could be seen running around the busy streets of a city. Its architecture and details amazed Bell with every step he took as he approached a massive tower in the distance. It was as if they were watching a movie. Move, /. Silver continued to control the holograms, moving them slowly as he began telling Bell his tale. "Here it is, Bell, Orario. Are you ready?" Gulp, /. Bell was so overwhelmed by his excitement that he could barely talk. Meanwhile, "HM. Is something wrong, Gramps?" a young girl asked as she looked at an old man with a gray beard. "It's nothing, child, the cold air has gotten into me, I'm afraid," the old man replied as he looked through the window, closing it as his expression turned sour. Mumble, /. He seemed to mumble something in a low tone, causing the girl to frown as she tried to make sense of what he said, only for her thoughts to be interrupted by his words. "Go on by yourself, I'll stay here and lay down for now," he replied with a warm smile as he patted the girl's head. "Take care of yourself, you're getting old," she replied in a somewhat cold tone as she pushed his hand away. Albeit her expression was mostly cold, there was a certain trace of warmth in it. She cared deeply for this old man, maybe even too much. Within the distant gaze of her eyes, she saw nothing but family before her. Ho ho ho. "I still have many years ahead of me, a little cold like this won't take me down," he replied proudly as he put his fist against his chest. "I've faced worse blizzards in my time. Nothing can beat an angry woman. Ho ho ho. Now go on without me, by now they should be having dinner, you wouldn't want to miss it, would you? I know you love her food." "But Gramps," the girl said with a somewhat upset gaze as she looked away. Ho ho. She's still too embarrassed to admit she likes her cooking. TSK, what pride, she's more like her aunt than. "Don't worry about me, there's still some leftovers from yesterday, I'll just heat them a little and I'll be fine, in fact, I'll do that now." The old man grew silent as he turned around, patting the girl's shoulder one last time before he vanished inside his home. The girl felt a little strange. It seemed as if the old man was avoiding something, being sneaky. Not in his usual perverted way as he tended to act around some of the younger village girls. Could there be something really wrong with him? It worried her. Thud. Chun, /. Not long after, the girl heard the sounds of wood being placed in the fireplace, a common sound she heard all too often. "Don't forget to fetch Bell on your back. I'm afraid he'll end up sleeping there again." "I won't let him," she replied coldly as she closed the door. Clack, slash. She's overly sentimental. Or maybe it's jealousy. Ho 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 ho. The boy will have quite the trouble when he grows up. Just like that father of his. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The old man began laughing silently, an oddly eerie sight but at the same time, cheerful. I remembered something quite nice. Not too long after, he went to the window and looked outside for a moment, his eyes sharpening before he closed it. Slash meanwhile, slash. Slash slam, slash. Slash open, slash. Where is he? An old lady asked as she flung the doors of a wooden house open. How come that boy comes to visit and he doesn't, HM? Who are you? Mother. He's sleeping. Rubia said slowly as she looked at a wooden crib by the side. Ahem. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream. Misty said as she passed by the little bed, taking a look at the small baby that was now peacefully sleeping before looking away. She then turned to the side, taking a look at both Hestia and Artemis, immediately realizing who they were. What they were. Now that they had removed their cloaks, even if they tried to, their aura was still apparent. N1. Ahem, I apologize for my rude entrance. I was not expecting guests. She said as she approached the goddesses. When I heard my grandchild had arrived, I rushed here. I should have listened to him a bit more. It has been quite some time since I've seen a goddess this close, excluding Demeter. Misty was thinking about one of the villagers who saw Silver arrive from afar. Albeit he was a bit confused, he assumed the boy to be her grandchild, and right he was. Unfortunately, he underestimated how eager this old lady was to see her grandson. Nonetheless, it was time for some introductions. Things were beginning to heat up. Slash a bit later, slash. Slash knock knock, slash. Slash creak, slash. A few minutes after Silver met Belle, the silver-haired young lady stopped by Rubia's and Marcus' home to fetch her little troublemaker of a brother. Yes. The one who opened the door was Marcus, his expression a bit down as he was far too tired trying to catch up with the rhythm of the conversation between the goddesses, his wife, and her mother. He wouldn't last if his mother was here also. But thankfully, it was a girl who spoke far too little. Oh. It's you, Via. Finally. A girl who does not speak. Maybe I can take this chance to run away. Uncle. Via said in a low tone as she gave him a silent nod. Via was a young lady the same age and looks as her brother. Being twins, they looked almost identical, although their personalities were completely and utterly unique. While Belle left his hair short, just a tad bit above his shoulders, she let hers grow long, all the way to her knees. The only reason it wasn't longer was that she was forced to cut it once it got stuck on a fence years ago. Ever since then she never let it grow beyond its current size. Aside from that, while Belle's eyes were red, hers were blue, something she took from her mother. Or at the very least, that was what her grandfather said. There was no reason to doubt him, but taking his words for granted wasn't exactly wise. As he was quite adept at being over the top from time to time, especially when it came to women. This playful way of going about day by day caused her to mature slightly faster, although it was hard to attest if that was due to him or her genes. Either way, if not for their eyes and hair, it would be almost impossible to tell them apart, especially since they could easily wear each other's clothes. After all, she was young and had yet to go through puberty, so she wasn't very developed. Her grandfather would usually joke and say she hadn't much to worry about as if she looked so akin to her mother, then other aspects were bound to repeat. Unfortunately, by the looks of it, she would continue to be like that as some of the older ladies of the village began showing concern about her lack of volume, fearing for the worst. For her, however, none of this mattered, albeit she wondered sometimes. Was it really that bad? Giving the time. You must be here to pick up Belle, right? Marcus asked as he scratched his chin. Via was silent, but she nodded elegantly. Or at least what she thought was elegant. Well, let's jump all that talk about us not minding him here. I left him to finish his daily jog around the fields, but he should be on his way back by now. I sent someone to go fetch him up already. Via's expression did not change, but she tilted her head to the side. If one looked closely, her eyebrows had furrowed very so slightly. But she questioned, if not him, who else? She knew of her brother's daily jogs around the farm fields, she believed it to be beneficial for him due to his troublesome physique. Belle wasn't terminal frail or anything, but he was far too skinny for what a boy his age should be, especially given his position as a farm hand. So much so even she had more volume around her arms than him, and it didn't take much to understand that wasn't right. It was no wonder they could exchange clothes, where she also lacked femininity, he lacked masculinity. Not that anyone ever pressed them to change, not that children needed to bother about such things anyway. In the end, it was a matter of adults worrying for their children. As expressionless as always. Did I ever see her smile? Ahem, / chatter, / Vaya moved her head to the side to peek inside the home when she heard an unfamiliar voice echo from within. "Oh, I forgot to mention it, but something unusual happened today," Marcus said with a smile as he looked back for a moment. "My son out of all people is here and he brought guests with him. They're now inside talking about things. Things. He doesn't know, does he? Cough. They're talking about Silver. In fact, I sent him to fetch Belle. He's really taking his sweet time though. Since you're here, come inside and have dinner with us. I imagine the others will soon make their way here as well. It'll be fun. Besides, weren't you interested in the city? I'm sure he'll have many stories to share with us, so come inside since it's rather cold out here," Marcus said as he looked at his hands. "All right, I can't miss Auntie's dinner," Vaya replied with a nod as she took a step forward. "That's the spirit." Marcus stepped aside for the young girl, and without looking back, he closed the door. Slowly, all gathered, one by one into his home. This family reunion was slowly coming to be. Notes. N. Some items help gods hide their divinity, since aside from some gods such as Uranus, Zeus, Kali, and some others, few can completely hide away their divinity and blend in with the common folk. Chapter 283, Family Reunion Part. This chapter was meant to have been released on Sunday. I don't know why I didn't. I think I just edited it and forgot to post it. Anyhow, here it is, I guess. Sorry for the delay. I had some problems, mainly being my exams. They're done now and I'll be trying to post a few things in the coming days. This is it from me, peace. A bit over half an hour later, chatter, and that was how I first met him. Hestia said in an embarrassed tone as she recounted to everyone in the room how she first met Silver. Ho ho. He did the right thing. I always taught him to be proactive and direct about things. Looks like that netted him a goddess. An old man said with a wide smile as he laughed loudly. Are you sure that wasn't me? The only thing you taught him was how to be a brute. I taught him to be a man of respect. Another old man said as he adjusted his shirt. As if Lincoln. You taught him to be shrewd. Don't distort yourself. I throw that right back at you. Had he followed your teachings he would be no different from one of those northern beastmen barbarians. Whoa hot. Which part of me is that brutal? It's best you don't know. Hashtag. You too. Not in front of the goddess. Haha. We don't mind. Artemis said with a smile as she enjoyed the atmosphere. I can tell where Silver took his personality from. I can see bits of him everywhere. She added as she looked around. You're kind. I just hope he hasn't caused any trouble to you. Silver has always been a little devil from a young age. Misty said as she touched her face. When he was 5, he tried to take down a goblin who approached our village with a slingshot. Oh. That story. One of the old men said as he closed his eyes. He could still see it. What? What happened after? Hestia exclaimed as her eyes opened wide. Well. The goblin's cries echoed throughout the entire village, causing us to step up. What ended up happening is that Silver somehow tangled the goblin's legs on a fence and bombarded it with a dozen slingshots, bursting. Ahem. Causing the monster to scream loudly. We disciplined him heavily after that. You forgot to add how you 4 went on an expedition to the nearby forests, exterminating everything on your way after that. Marcus said on the side as he checked the baby on the crib. Details. Misty added as she smiled slightly. And that's not even the worst we have. What about the day he tried to steal a passing nobleman's ring because he was too stuck up his arse? Language Sapphos. And it's not tried, he succeeded. Said the other old lady with a chuckle as she waved her hand at the old man. What? Laughs. As the minutes piled up, more and more people began to gather at Silver Parents' home and join the conversation. First, it was Lincoln, Rubia's father, trying to figure out where his wife had gone after she ran out in a hurry. Then it was Marcus' parents, Sapphos and Ulia, who learned of Silver's return the same way Misty did, through their neighbors. Like that, what was once a simple home housing 2 adults and a newborn child was now the gathering spot for 10, Silver's family, 2 goddesses, and a young lady with unusual silvery hair. Although, there was one thing in everyone's mouth. Where the hell was he? Meanwhile, creek, hello. I'm back. Gramps. Bell said out loud as he opened the door to his home. Like always, he acted quite shy and even somewhat defensive, but as time passed and no one replied, confusion spread across his expression. Is something wrong? Silver asked as he approached him from the side. No. I mean, yes. There's no one home. Is that strange? Why yes. At this time Gramps should have been home. Same for her. Looking at Belle's confusion and unneeded worry, Silver went through his words in his mind as he also reflected on their prior conversation. Due to his thinking speed, Belle seemingly stopped moving. I can tell people were here not too long ago from the footmarks at the entrance and around this shed. There are dozens of footmarks here, but 2 pairs are most distinctive, one larger than the other, which I can only assume to be the ones belonging to his grandfather and sister. The bigger pair is at most 5 minutes old, and it leads somewhere into the village, while the smaller one leads to my parents' home. No wonder, I was thinking about what it was when I first saw it as I passed through their home on the way here. So that stranger I saw inside was her. Even here, Silver's guard was always up. He constantly maintained a certain sensory field around himself. It was a form of training and also a form of caution. Even if a level 6 adventurer were to appear, he wouldn't be able to ambush him unless he possessed some strange means beyond his range of detection, which wasn't unexpected. If someone is to reach such a level, then their abilities can only be extraordinary. To think he has a sister, I didn't expect such a thing at all. Twins. Is it fate, my actions, or something else entirely that led to this? I was born a few years before him and many merchants passed through the village as I grew up. It is not incomprehensible to think my actions and interactions with them led to a cascading effect which led to her being born. Even if his mother ate one more fruit during the early stages of pregnancy leading to a split in the egg. Even a small change in their diet within a few days could have led to a series of changes, and I wouldn't have been surprised if he didn't exist either. Maybe I would a little. Though I guess it's more surprising he's still the same. Fate is a stronger force than I imagined. Maybe I should try meeting a god of fate if I can. If fate permits it. Well. Anyhow, it's not like things are defined from the start. I'm not entirely unfamiliar with my memories not matching reality. Whatever I think and believe could be completely different from the actual reality. Even back then things didn't quite connect the way they should have. As began to dwell on the past, Silver was quick to shake his head, going back to the present as he turned to Belle. It doesn't look like they left that long ago. Don't worry about it, you can introduce them to me later. Silver said as he patted Belle's head. I would certainly be very keen on meeting Zeus, but I'm not here to talk with the god himself. I've already determined that regardless of who existed before me, I'll grow capable enough to slay the dragon out of my own accord. Even if someone else does it before me. My fate lies within the dungeon. The dragon is only a threat to the world outside of it. Which is still immeasurably important, but not the end of my journey. Unless, of course, if both coincide. Belle replied with a sad expression as he dropped his head. This kid. Albeit they didn't talk for long, Silver had already taken an older brother attitude when it came to Belle, although it had been kind of imposed upon him from the start. At first, he thought he was acting too forceful by being too overly friendly, but the boy accepted it all too naturally. Maybe too naturally, to the point he became concerned. Silver believed that there was no way he would survive out there with such a personality, but as he remembered some of the people he recruited, he actually believed Belle to be in a much better condition than he previously expected. Some of those children were worse off than Belle regarding social interactions. Still, it was unnatural how easily he accepted him, but as he listened to Belle, he soon learned how that wasn't solely due to his personality. Throughout the months, his parents and their parents had slowly integrated him and his sister into their own family from how they spoke to how they referred about their son. And because they had no one aside from their grandfather to rely upon, it ended up that way. It didn't help how his mother treated him as her child. But that was something for another time. To a certain degree, this explained Belle's embarrassment and excitement upon seeing him. It was like seeing a sibling they only heard about for the first time. And Silver wouldn't let the boy down, as to a certain extent, it brought in him the desire to be a leading figure. Not the captain of the Hestia Familia but a brother. Shall we go back then? They're likely expecting us. And honestly, I smelled something delicious from inside. It's likely dinner, and I wouldn't want to miss it. Why you did? I smelled nothing. Belle said as he sniffed the air. Chuckle. With a light laugh, Silver patted Belle's head once more. It would take more than a beastman to smell the food from over here. Didn't I tell you before, an adventurer has better senses than most. Smelling good food from a few dozen meters away is nothing. Even a normal person can if the air blows right. Though I guess this is the case for all. It'll be no different if you wish to become one as well. Some beastmen's senses are so strong they can smell everything in the air, whatever weak it may be, sometimes being able to feel all smells within an entire floor. It takes a lot of control not to be overwhelmed by it. And to discern things from it. As long as there is even the tiniest bit of a dying smell, they'll be able to take it. If they're capable enough for that. Exclamation point. Hearing such words caused Belle's face to prop up as his eyes sparkled, but before Belle could reply, Silver turned around. Come, we shouldn't make them wait. At least not any further than we already did. Hopefully, I don't get the short end of the stick for this. I have my excuses ready, just in case. Wait. Eh. I mean. Ah. Is something wrong? Wait here. Bell exclaimed as he bolted inside. Slash thud thud thud, slash. Silver only heard Bell's hurried steps as he ran around his house, and in no less than half a minute the boy was back with an extremely thick book in his hands. Here. He said out loud as he showed him the book. This is. Is it what I think it is? It was a rather large and wide book with likely hundreds of pages. It didn't have a title, its cover was made of simple leather, the very definition of an ordinary and uneventful book. But despite everything, Silver felt something was off about it, though it could be just a creation of his own mind. Is this what you wanted to show me, Bell? The book you talked about before? Silver asked as he grabbed the book. Nameless, there's no author's name in it either. It's also clearly handmade. Many books in Orario were made with printers and machines, it's not every day I see one assembled by hand like this. Though it's well made enough to look like one of those though, slash nod, slash. Silver opened the book, and the contents within made his eyes open wide. A fairy tale book. Slash shake, slash. Bell shook his head fiercely, so much so Silver was impressed by his sudden change in character. Not fairy tales. These are recollections of heroes from the past. He proclaimed loudly as he pulled the pages a little, stopping at a random chapter somewhere in the first half of the book. Argonaut, the first hero. Silver asked out loud as he read the chapter's title. If this is the first hero, then what are the other chapters about? Yes. This one's my favorite. Bell said with a wide smile as he pointed at the book. And like that, he began telling Silver everything he knew about the tale, from where it started to where it ended, all with a wide smile on his face as he did so. He even added details not listed in the story at all. Even though he couldn't see the book very well due to the difference in their heights, Bell told the story flawlessly to Silver without missing even a single detail. It was evident that Bell had read the book so many times he had memorized every single one of its pages, to the point he could open the book at the exact chapter he was looking for at any given moment. And he had also heard details not listed in here, meaningless details but they gave life to the story. However, there was one important detail about it. This story. It's different. I need to confirm it. Bell, who wrote this book? It doesn't have a title much less the name of the author. Who wrote it? I am not so sure about the tales themselves, not all of them have their writers mentioned, but this book itself was written by my grandfather, it is a collection of fairy tales he heard about as he grew. Ah. They're not fairy tales. Bell exclaimed as his face grew a bit red, correcting his own words in embarrassment as he closed his eyes. Slash chuckle slash. I didn't question you. Silver replied as he patted his head again. As expected. This is the real deal. Fairy tale books are some of the most famous books that circulate outside of Orario's walls, they're the easiest for anyone to read. After all, many peasants outside of major cities barely even know how to read. Most of these are actually only picture books aimed at children, but this one is mostly text. Too much text in fact. But there are several pictures in between the pages. And they're oddly specific, but there's a certain tint of exaggeration, the usual with these kinds of stories. But something's off. Argonaut is one of the most famous stories out there, most kids know of the first hero, albeit his counterpart, the last hero, takes more of the children's imagination. I've read it before, in fact, I've read pretty much every single fairy tale book there is to read. From the rise of empires long lost to the downfall of beasts that terrorized the lands. The more exaggerated they were. And aside from certain local books which I'm afraid I'll never really have the chance to read, I imagine I've read everything there is to read. Most would take it as a childish pastime and curiosity, but I see it as a chance to understand the past, to reflect it onto the future. In this world of fantastical adventurers, it is foolish to not observe the past at least once. However, despite the ridiculous notion of taking children's stories seriously, they were, mostly, based on true events. The problem was differentiating what was true from what was not, what truly happened was rewritten and reinterpreted over centuries of translations and thousands of hands. But this book. It has too many things I've never heard or read about. It treats every action and every step of each of its heroes meticulously, even containing their thoughts in some instances. As if it was sure of itself and its depictions. This isn't uncommon as there are countless reinterpretations of such events, some made for adults, others for children. I like to think that amidst the sea of lies, one was bound to be right, or at least, more right than another. So at least having a certain idea of what happened was bound to be useful one way or another. As such, in any ordinary situation, I would have just laughed and read the book for fun. But this one often mentions things they never really fall upon, such as the specificities of the relationships between the heroes and their companions, themselves and the gods. And their representatives. This isn't a fairy tale compendium, this is a history book. The one who wrote this book is likely the most reliable teller there is. The clown who dances comedy. Interesting. True, that was Argonaut, the clown who dreamed of making heroes, the blind prophet. Silver went by a few more pages, taking a look at the other chapters before he turned to Belle. I've read some of these stories, they're all cool, right? Belle exclaimed out loud as he jumped excitedly. He really loves hero stories. Well, how about we read it later? For now, I think we should go back, is that okay for? It's a promise. Belle said excitedly as he walked past Silver, as if trying to rush whatever they were doing so he could read the stories faster. Slash thud, slash. Yeah, it's a promise. Silver replied with a small smile as he closed the book, shoving it inside his pocket space before turning around. Slash clack, slash. With one last gaze, Silver closed the door to Belle's home before turning around and going after him. It was time to end this family reunion. Notes. Belle's books about fairy tales are actually super useful for the current Silver, and they'll mount the basis for the continuation of this arc and some of his adventures outside. With those stories in hand, Silver will try to track down some of them down and complete the myth many of these heroes left behind, improving his stats in the process and cleaning the world a little too. I have several monsters in line for him to deal with. Are there any cool mythological stories you guys think I could place here? I always accept ideas. Peace. Chapter 284, Family Reunion End. This little family arc is about to end and we'll start exploring the world outside and its secrets, including many adventures I've long wanted to explore. Once we return to Orario, that will mark the end of this volume, possibly, but that will take some time. Peace. Later, slash. Satisfied with my results, I left. Inside Marcus' house, everyone could be seen listening quietly to Silver as he recounted yet again another one of his stories, with Belle being the most excited of them all, unaware of the absurdity of his words. Because while to him Silver's tale sounded like one of his hero stories, to the others, what they heard was chatter, slash. And that's how my first day on the dungeon came to an end. Silver said with a smile as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. Ha. I expected these reactions, but man. It sucks. Their expressions don't look good. Silence, slash. So, let me see if I got that straight. Alia asked as her eyelids twitched. You went to the first floor unequipped, fought a goblin, found it easy, and continued down to the second floor. I did not say that, I said I fought more than one goblin on the way down. Besides, it was not unequipped, I was using the standard equipment issued by the guild. At least until I switched for my armor. This word feels a bit strange in my mouth. How long has it been since I used anything that could be considered armor? Details better off not shared. Humph, that is pretty much being unequipped. Sappho said as he interrupted Silver. Moving on, you continued fighting monsters on your way as you went down directly to the third floor where you then took out your real equipment before being ambushed by a group of 5 kobolds. I wasn't ambushed, the situation wasn't that dire, it would be more accurate to say I stood there and let them come at me first then ambushed. Then, after defeating them, instead of stopping and reflecting upon your discoveries, you moved down once again. You interjected in a conflict between complete strangers, taking the side of the defeated because they. Wait, first of all, I was constantly reflecting on my actions and surroundings. And before you say something highly incriminating, it wasn't like I was completely unrelated to the issue, as some of them did attack me as I approached, so I was given little choice in the matter but to defend myself. Besides, I did not attack the bandits, they fought each other instead. Although his words were somewhat evasive, it was true. Silver did not injure the bandits directly, using his plasmids to have them fight each other instead. In better terms, they were one of his first test subjects, a test to see how well his plasmids would perform against ordinary adventurers. Of course, he would never disclose his true intentions. And lastly, I wasn't going to leave people to die in cold blood like that. Good thing I removed most of the gory details, I'm afraid things wouldn't been even worse. I didn't want to lie to them, but the truth can be heavy. Besides, I'm not sure Belle would be able to keep his mouth shut either. Better the truth be relayed through me than him. At that moment, Silver looked at Belle, his mouth closed, but his voice still echoed inside the child's mind. Remember, Belle, to pick up girls in the dungeon, you have to save them first, keep that in mind. And for the love of the gods, don't tell my family I said this. Sparkle, slash. Although Belle's change of expression was evident, he kept his mind shut as his eyes seemed to shine with light. Don't try to be cheeky here, boy. If you used magic to make them fight each other, that's the same thing as fighting them yourself. Alia said as she tapped on the table. You pretty much went against everything we told you to do. She said as her expression twisted slightly. Cough. Don't be so heavy on the boy, we knew things would end up like that, didn't we? He's good enough and everything went fine, besides, he saved other people's lives and that's that. Good riddance, if she learns he already leveled up. Breaking the record by being the fastest. She'll end up asking how, and if he replies to that I'm afraid. I am curious as to what would happen, but I don't want to see bloodshed. Especially since it'll end up with my blood mixed with his. That is true, saving others is commendable, but... Alia said as she sneaked a glance at Belle and Vaya. But you need to be more self-aware of your surroundings. Rushing things won't lead you to a safer path. The world isn't black and white. Just because someone is being attacked, it doesn't mean they're deserving of being helped. Intervening in other people's business without understanding what is going on is foolish. But had he waited any further, they would have suffered. It's not every time we have the luxury to wait and weigh down our options, it's in situations of strife that one must be decisive and make the choice others would not dare think about. Lingtom said on the side as he played with his mustache. A single second could mean victory or defeat. Following one's heart is the right thing to do if one wishes to live without regrets. What one must do is prepare themselves as much as possible in between so they can pursue their desires. Only the strong of mind and body are qualified to pursue their heart's most intimate desires. Had Silver not intervened, then I fear for the worst for a group of well-intentioned adventurers. Sigh, very well, let's forget about that. Alia said as she shook her head. It was clear she was unwilling to drop the issue, but given that it wouldn't be a good influence for the kids to keep putting pressure on Silver, it was better to drop the issue. Unfortunately, the damage was already done, at least for one of them. Welcome back, Mel, we all missed you. She added with a smile as she got up from the table, hugging Silver lightly as he smiled as well. Thank you, me too, Gran. He replied as he hugged her back. But please stop calling me Mel. That looks like a dog nickname. I thought we were over it when I turned 14. Don't forget me. Sappho said as he approached them from the side, hugging both. Chuckle. Give me some space to breathe, old goat. Alia said with a laugh as she tried pushing her husband away. Humph, when we were young you were the one who tended to squish me in your hugs, guess things changed, huh? Chuckle. Laughing with an honest smile, Silver proceeded to greet everyone again, including a new member of their family. Silver. Here. From the side, his mother appeared from a side room while holding a small baby in a sling. His father was right beside her, smiling lightly as he stopped walking. A baby. Don't tell me. Impossible, it hasn't been that long since I left. Silver said in disbelief as he held the baby in his hands. Mother had me when she was 20, which is already considered old for these times. Though that doesn't matter. Adding to that, it's been 18 years and a few months, adding those together. What a time to have a child. But better late than never again. My parents always had difficulty regarding children, and I never really tried to see why. It was just not my business. But life found its way, and right on time. I wouldn't mind having another brother though. Maybe even a sister, although I don't think I would have the time to deal with one. Would there even be a man who would try to approach a girl knowing her brother is me? That wouldn't work. That would be troublesome. Imagine having me as a brother. It would be either super cool. Or super stressful. I am inflating my ego here, but I'm trying to be realistic. He's 3 months old. When you left, I wasn't even aware of it. By the time I realized it you were long gone. Rubia said with a chuckle as she saw Silver's stunned expression. 3 months. That means it's been a year since she got pregnant. I left for Horario somewhere around late November and it's currently early September. Damn. It's your little brother, we named him Lavos Beryl due to his green emerald eyes. Marcus said on the side as he looked at Silver. Is it a custom to name the children after the color of their eyes now? Silver asked with a smirk as he looked at his parents. Guess who we got that idea from? Marcus replied with a chuckle as he turned to Rubia. Oh, come on, it's cute. Rubia said with a laugh as she turned to the side to set up the dinner table properly while Silver got to know his brother. This is weird. But funny too. Time sometimes passes too quickly. Silver looked at the baby's big round eyes as it stared at him. There was absolutely nothing in its gaze but his reflection. It was innocent and pure. Maybe in that moment, he was everything in the baby's world. He wondered if this was how his parents saw him when he was a child. It's quite the change of perspective to be the adult. Tap. What are you thinking so deeply about, boy? Here, let your goddess get to know him too. Lingtom said as he approached from the side, tapping Silver's shoulder gently, causing him to wake up. Ah. Of course. No I. Heh, he doesn't bite, that's for sure. Silver said with a chuckle as he gave Hestia the child, causing her to freeze over in fear of dropping it down. This caused the others to laugh. The atmosphere was good and everyone seemed happy. MNN. While his mother went with his father and his parents to the kitchen to fetch dinner, Silver noticed Belle's expression as he looked around silently, sometimes looking at both his sister and then at Silver. It wasn't hard to understand what he wanted to do. "Belle, aren't you going to introduce me to this cute gal?" Silver asked with a chuckle as he approached him. Looking at her like this. She is the picture depiction of her auntie. There aren't many illustrations and sketches of how the members of both Zeus and Hera's familia looked like, but I managed to find one about Althea, hers and Belle's aunt, not that she would like to be called or so I was told. If anything, she's exactly how I would picture her. But younger. Thinking about it, even Belle inherited the silvery hair, her genes must be quite potent. If she had red eyes like Belle, it would be very hard to differentiate them. Aside from their clear expressions. Not only are they twins of different sexes but also eye colors, this is considerably rare. Why yes. Yes. Belle said excitedly as he moved to the side. With a wide yet shy smile, Belle brought Silver to his sister who had been watching them from afar. This is. I'm Avia Cranel, it is a pleasure to meet you, son of Marcus Esca, Melio's Silver. She said formally as she bowed slightly and elegantly. To this display, both Belle and Silver remained stunned. Sis. What is it? She asked in a sharp tone. Then. Nothing. Belle replied as he looked away, scratching his chin as he did so. Foo-foo. Isn't she a cutie? I taught her how to do that. Misty said as she approached Avia from behind, hugging her tightly and breaking her tough performance. Granny. Avia replied as she let Misty squish her. She seemed somewhat displeased with the situation but did not try to stop her or push her away. Maybe because she knew it would result in nothing good happening. Oh my, don't be embarrassed now, we practiced it so many times after all, you did exceptionally well. Misty added as she patted Avia's long silvery hair. Avia remained silent, albeit she threw Silver a side-eye before looking away. So. Aren't you going to say anything? Misty asked in a displeased tone as she looked at Silver. Ahem. Sorry, I got a bit distracted, she was so cute I lost my breath there for a moment, haha. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Belle told me a lot about you. Sorry pal, it's on you. I did. Belle asked out loud as he pointed at his face. Glare. Belle could feel his sister's glare on the back of his head, but he didn't dare to turn back and face her. Foo-foo, isn't that right? She always tries to act serious but only ends up being cute, if only she smiled more. But then she would get all the boys, foo-foo. Misty said with a smile as she stopped hugging her. But. What about old Cranel? She asked as she turned to Belle. I'm not sure, when we went back he wasn't home. Belle replied as he looked at her. ? Avia's face changed a little as she frowned, confused. Oh, you know him, he likely went to the woods to fetch some firewood. But while Misty began talking about Belle and Avia's grandfather, Avia herself was lost in thoughts, thinking about something. Excuse me, food's here. Rubia exclaimed out loud as she began setting up the table, Marcus and his parents right behind her as they began laying down plates full of food for everyone. Foo-foo, we can talk more later, sit down dear, we have much to talk. Misty said as she passed by Silver and Belle. Yeah. Silver momentarily turned back, seeing all of his family gathered, talking and laughing. He looked at Artemis and Hestia, still fascinated by the baby in their hands. Things were good. What transpired after was yet again another happy reunion full of hugs and introductions, stories and scolds as Silver continued to share his stories with everyone. Minutes turned into hours as he continued his long list of ramblings, telling them all kinds of things, some completely true, others a mix of truths and lies. The growth of the familia, the people he met, the monsters he saw, and more. And soon enough, the sun began to set. After many discussions, it was decided that Silver and the rest would remain in the village for the night to catch up a bit more with everyone before resuming their journey. Silver wasn't that concerned with time, but he did have some things he wished to accomplish before returning to Orario, and he couldn't spend too much time lazing around, although he did not consider spending time with his family as such. Either way, he would be back to them once he returned, so there was little to worry about. He would enjoy his stay once he returned, for as long as time permitted. So as the sky began to turn red, Silver led Belle and Avia back to their shed as he had promised the boy to read and tell more stories to him after everything was done. He was a little tired himself, but no matter, as an adult, it was the least he could do. This wasn't his first time taking care of children, but his memories of doing so were so distant and vague they may as well be shadows of dreams. Time passed. Notes. Chapter 285, An Unrecorded Place. Ultra chunky chapter, also, Beach episode part 2 should be releasing soon. Peace. Around an hour or so later, / As the sky began to darken with the moon taking over the dark skies, Silver could be seen sitting on a simple sofa next to a fireplace, leisurely reading a book for Belle, who by now had already fallen asleep soundlessly. Shine. Atop his head, a faint ball of light illuminated the pages of the books, glimmering weakly like the stars in the sky. And he returned home to meet his princess. The hero let go of his sword, placing it next to his beloved staff, thus began their life together, the end of their first adventure and the start of many others. Thus they lived, happily ever after. Silver said in a low tone as he closed the book. The end. Z. Already asleep, huh? It's not that far in the night and he's already out cold, but it's to be expected. When you live in the city it's hard to notice it. But I forgot how quickly the sun goes out while living in the countryside. Although the sun has just fallen, the village is already pitch black. This isn't Orario, the city that stays lit even in the night. Here, people wake up before the sun and go to sleep when the moon comes up. Because there is little to do at night. And anything that gives light at night is a resource they can't throw away so easily. Besides, there isn't much to do at night anyway, so better to go to sleep instead. As for poor Belle, he was worked hard from early dawn till dusk before filling his stomach with food. I would get sleepy too if I were him. Above that, he's used to go to sleep with a story. Guess that's where I fit in. I do have some issues with how comfortable he's become with me. But that's not really a problem to be solved now. He's too quick to trust others. But a child shouldn't be worrying so much about such things. In an ideal world, they shouldn't have to. Thinking of that, Silver checked the book one more time, opening it on chapter 1. Since I have the time, I might as well read it while I can. And make sure to record these other books as well. If everything goes as planned, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning, and considering I'll be going out there, these books will do well for me. Thinking about that. It should be around here somewhere, /flip. Silver began to flip the pages of the book quickly, going over dozens of verses at high speed as he sought something. Where is it? Not here. Not here. Aha. Found it. A story long forgotten, a beast sealed in stone by ancient maidens, the representatives of the gods, as it could not be slain even by their fearsome powers. Antares, one of the great beasts of the ancient times, the undying monster, the beast of disaster that brought destruction to untold civilizations, together with many others scattered away in the sands of time before the three great beasts were born. /flip. As Silver flipped through the pages of the story, he quickly came to understand that this story wasn't one of growth, nor one of self-discovery, much less one of understanding. This was a cold story, one of defeat and acceptance, a story to make all remember that heroes didn't always win in the end, and even if they did, their end may not be as sweet as one may wish, making it a bad ending in a way. And if that wasn't enough, not all stories had heroes in them, as more often than not, none would rise to take the role. This story narrated the destruction and chaos in Antares' path as it decimated everything and all that tried to halt its path, eventually leading to its encounter with several maidens, leading to a catastrophic clash that only served to strengthen the beast. Antares could not be killed, not by the maidens. Maybe only at first. The beast grew with each strike it took, and by the time its foes realized its powers, it was too late. They instead used their own powers, sealing it away deep beneath the earth before entrusting its safekeeping to others as their duty laid elsewhere. That is how the story ends. The beast remained alive, sealed forever. There was no conclusion to this story, no retribution for the beast, no revenge for the families who lost their own to it. Only a void left for a future hero to fulfill. It's a bad story. Silver said out loud as he closed the book with a pensive expression. /step, /creak, /. As he pondered over what he just read, Silver heard the sound of footsteps right outside the house. But he didn't look surprised, he had already felt a presence approaching them long before Belle even slept. It could only be one person. /step, /. A tall, slightly burly old man walked onto the living room. He wore traditional clothing a farmer would use, thick pants with shoulder straps, a long sleeve shirt, a pair of leather boots, and a straw hat to cover his rather ragged, short white hair. His beard and mustache were bulky but short, in fact, they were trimmed rather well, stylish for sure. Like Silver, he had a pair of white eyes, albeit his seemed brighter than even Silver's, seemingly shining, even in the dark. Like thunderbolts in dark clouds. He had a neutral expression on his face as he entered the living room together with a few pieces of firewood in his hands. But as he looked at the strongly burning fireplace, his expression went from neutral to surprised, somewhat confused as to how the wood had manifested within it. As far as he remembered, there was little wood left. Of course, that was Silver's work. The fireplace was in its dying moments when he came back with Belle, but for the sake of reading the boy his stories, he lit it up with some wood he had in his pocket space. Though, this only meant the old man's trip to the woods in the night had now been for naught. Phew. I apologize for overstaying my welcome, I was about to leave. Silver said with a light smile as he carefully got up from the sofa, trying not to wake up the boy. Ho ho. I don't mind, child, read as much as you'd like, words hold meaning within them, but there is only worth in them where they possess a beholder. Stories are meant to be shared and remembered. Belle's grandpa replied with a grin as he placed his straw hat on a hanger. He looked at Belle for a moment before exhaling out loud, a thin smile on his face as he did so. If you don't mind, were you fetching wood? Belle and his sister were quite worried. Silver asked as he sat back down. Ho ho. I thought we would need more wood to heat the house for the night. But it seemed I worried for nothing. I thought it would be a fast trip, but finding an appropriate log took me quite a while. He said with a laugh as he looked at Silver. Either way. Make yourself home, you're basically family already. He added with a smile as he sat down, pouring a bit of water to himself from a jar on the side. You know me. I imagine everyone in the village does, we rarely have visitors and our most recent batch has been quite enthusiastic with their stories, to say the least. It would be hard not recognizing you after the many descriptions given off by your parents, and your eyes are especially unique. That combination is hard to see anywhere else. You are a bit taller than I expected though. He said with a pensive expression as he scratched his chin. Well. I have grown quite a bit since I left. About an entire palm. Silver asked out loud as he thought about it. My experiments have altered my body considerably, and despite how my latest experiment reversed some of those changes, I'm still quite tall for what they expected me to be. Ho. It can happen, especially to boys as young as you. Zhu said with a chuckle as he took one last sip from his cup. Tack. He placed his cup back on the table with a light tap before turning to Silver, looking him straight in the eyes for a moment before looking back at his cup. I heard you went to Orario to become an adventurer. How's the city? I imagine it's as busy as always. Peaceful to some degree. It was quite chaotic till a few years back, but things have calmed down somewhat. But every once in a while things pop up here and there. There is no lack of ambitious and playful people in it, be them men or God. Thankfully, some good people are trying their best to keep things afloat, the guild isn't doing a bad job at it either. Then nothing's changed. Belle's grandfather replied with another chuckle as he closed his eyes, memories flashing before his eyes. You talk as if you were there, have you ever visited it? Silver asked in a low tone as he looked at the crackling fire. If I have visited it? Well. Can't say I haven't, being as old as myself you end up seeing and hearing all kinds of things. Although. At the same time. I barely went anywhere. He said in a deep tone as he looked out through a window. Either way, I don't think this is the time for us to have such conversations, it's quite late after all. He said as he got up from his seat. He approached Silver, picking up Belle gently from the sofa. I would hate to wake these two up, the gal herself has quite the personality, she'll tear me apart if I wake her up right now. And after a walk in the forest, I can't say I have the energy to read another story for the lad if he wakes up too, ho ho. He said with a laugh as he walked to a door nearby. Make sure to close the doors once you leave as it's quite chilly outside, you're welcome to stay too since it's rather dark by now, I'm just afraid there aren't many beds left, but if that's not a problem, the fireplace is all yours. Stay for as long as you'd like, I'm sure these two would love that. It may not look like it, but the gal sees you quite highly, the stories of what you used to do inspired her immensely. She just has some difficulty showing that off. Just like someone I used to know, ho 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 ho. They say blood is as thick as it can be. I couldn't agree more. He said with a light chuckle as he left the room, leaving Silver behind with his book. There's much to talk. But as he said, not now. In the end, he remained silent as he saw the old man go, glancing back at the book as he heard the sound of a door being closed behind him. I should take my leave as well. He mumbled out loud as he put the book back in place. I'll come back for these, the night is still long and I have a lot of energy, but there's something I must do first. After he finished cleaning after himself, Silver left the wooden cottage, taking a step into the dead of the night. The moon was high and bright yet the night was dark and silent. Even so, Silver had no difficulty moving around. Maybe it was part of the test, or they did it because they felt he needed a good scolding. But in no time at all, Silver arrived at his grandparents' house. A few meters into the woods next to Silver's parents' home was another relatively small wooden house with a small garden full of exotic flowers next to it. This was the home of his mother's parents, Misty and Lington. The old wizard and the retired assassin. Or blade for hire, as he would say from time to time. The garden itself wasn't actually composed of pretty flowers but deadly plants and herbs strong enough to overdose an ordinary person if ingested, sometimes even if touched. Such unusual plants were hard to find in the dungeon, but on the surface, they were as deadly as they could be, even if these were weakened strands from growing on the surface. As always, his grandmother didn't seem to care about her surroundings. though she did have the ability to deal with most issues regardless. Slash knock knock, slash. Slash creak, slash. Answering the door was an old man with a gentleman's face, thin and sharp together with a simple mustache. He had a serious expression on his face, nothing out of the ordinary, but having lived with him for 18 years, Silver knew better. For this retired assassin, few were the times he would look like that. He was serious, really serious. He was in trouble. Was what Silver determined as he saw his face. "We've been waiting for you," Lincoln said as he gestured for Silver to get inside. "Sorry, for being late. I had to put Belle to sleep. The traditional way. Looks like I won't be getting out of it in one piece this time." Of course, the night is long, being a little late isn't an issue. He's not even making light jokes. Looks like he's brought back his work face. An assassin needed multiple faces just as everyone else. A face when facing their employees, a face when walking on the streets, a face when slitting the throat of their prey. Faces with clear goals, deeper than the faces an ordinary person would place before meeting their friends and family. In Lincoln's case, Silver could see no emotion in the old man's eyes. It was a really good face, nothing unexpected from a top-class assassin of the past. Slash clack, slash. As Silver got inside, Lincoln closed the door behind him, locking it in an almost dramatic way, making Silver stop to look at him before sighing and walking deeper inside. Following the hallway and turning right led Silver to a wide room where he saw his grandmother, Misty, and his other grandparents sitting around a weak bonfire. But instead of smiles, the atmosphere was so chilling Silver felt the fireplace was freezing in the room instead. "You all wanted to talk with me?" he asked lightly as he tried to keep a somewhat positive expression. "Yes, dear. Here, sit," Alia said with a light smile as she patted a chair next to her. "I feel as if I'm about to enter a courtroom. Would you like something to drink? We don't have much, but I've boiled some tea for you." "Oh. Thank you very much, I'll have it. I already spoke quite a bit. I drank some water, but I won't deny some good tea. Besides, I miss this taste." Slash step, slash. Silver approached the table. Slash schwa, slash. Exclamation point. Slash grab, slash. Slash silence, slash. Suddenly, as he was about to sit down on the chair and grab the teacup, feeling relaxed and with his guard momentarily down, Silver had every hair in his body rise as his vision flashed with light. Before him, he saw 5 very sharp nails claw toward his face like bullets cutting through the air. Meanwhile, behind him, he felt a deep coldness threatening to reach his nape. He knew what that feeling was. There was a blade quickly reaching his neck at speeds beyond anything an ordinary person could even process. He reflexively replied in kind, raising his hand and blocking the strike before him while lifting a shield to block his neck, slash crack, forward slash. Exclamation point. But to his dismay, the invisible shield he raised was immediately broken by the blade. However, given the speed it moved, Silver let go of blocking the strikes and instead opted to sidestep. Slash schwa, slash. He was so fast that even his grandparents had difficulty following him, and in the end, as if to add insult to injury, Alia's claws were still promptly halted as Silver held her wrist. This left everyone in complete and utter silent shock. Silver, their little kid, the brat who not so long ago struggled to fight even goblins, had now kept up with their speed, evading and grabbing their blows. Even if they were old, they were once first-class adventurers. Alia for the most part. Lincoln never reached that level. Not because he didn't have the talent but because he never went to Orario. A level 4 assassin was one of the most fearsome beings the world outside of Orario could fathom. There was little room to grow when the world was at your feet. That was how most heroes outside of the city saw and experienced the world. It was no wonder their worldviews were shattered whenever they stepped within it. When everything ended, silence came to the room again as Silver realized what he had done and what they were trying to achieve. "Crap," he said out loud as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. "I acted on impulse. So it's true," Alia said deeply as she exhaled, causing Silver to let go of her, concerned and fearful for having put too much force on his fingers. I am sorry, did I hurt you?" "Sush now boy, I'm old. Not falling into pieces," Alia replied with a chuckle as she adjusted her shirt again. She looked back at him before pinching his cheeks and hand, as if trying to confirm if he was truly her grandson. In the end, she touched her own arm, letting out another sigh as she sat down again. "Hugh. Oh dear, I think I worked these old bones of mine a bit much. I should have stretched a little before doing that," she complained as she moved her arm around. "Humph. I told you to not do much, you're not as flexible as you once were," Sappho said on the side with a grunt as he shook his head. "Thank you for your very mindful concern, Baldy." Tisk. While they bickered with one another, his grandfather approached him from behind, a clear remorseful expression on his face as he looked at his hands. "I'm sorry son, I didn't want to give you a scare. I've never held my blade against family. Silver didn't know why, but it was almost as if he was trying to apologize for even doing it when in truth, Silver barely minded it at all. As unexpected as it may be, or as expected as it should be, Silver's opinion of him was of great importance to Lincoln. Extreme even. Because he was one of the few things that brought warmth to his life. This shall be the first and last. Lincoln said on the side as he placed down his prized dagger, feeling deeply regretfully he even tried swinging it at the boy. I don't mind. But don't do it again, my neck's still cold. Somehow. Silver tried to play it cool, but he still ended up smiling awkwardly. Chuckle. That's the effect of my skills. It's been a very long time since I've heard of their effects. Sometimes I forget they're even there. It reminds me of the past. Around 50 years to be exact, a few days after we first met. Alia said with a small smile as she looked at her husband. You thought I was going to sell you off to your pursuers, so you tried to threaten me. Ah. Yes, that day. Everyone else I've used this on ever since then never lasted enough for me to hear what they thought about it. He said with a faint smile, as if those were good memories of his past. That isn't something they should be remembering fondly of. Ahem. Anyhow. That chill I got. I've never experienced it before, but it's quite the dangerous skill to have. Grandfather's skill allows him to bypass most magical barriers when he's striking from the shadows like that, and since my plasmids are technically magical constructs. Should I be happy he's old now? And that he's my grandfather? Now's not the time to linger in the past. The night is long, but it won't last forever. Sappho said on the side as he tried to stir the conversation onwards again. Right, we should focus on what's important. Misty added as she gestured for Silver to sit down already, and he did as he was told. Let's not waste too much time here then. Boy, what is your current level? Don't lie, only speak the truth. Level 4. Silver replied with a sigh as he knew there was no other way to keep quiet about this. I became level 4 not that long ago. Silence. Just how? How did it become like this? Misty asked as she looked at him, her expression heavy and tense. She expected many things from him. She would have accepted it if he said he became level 2 over 8 to 9 months of adventures. After all, he was an exceptional child. But that number got a bit inflated, hasn't it? Well. One thing led to another, a fight here, a skirmish there, a monster party taken down. Eventually, I became level 4. He added with a shrug as he tried to play it off. Don't try to play dumb, an excuse like that would only work had it been half a decade since you became an adventurer, and in your case, it has barely been a year. Alia said as she made it clear she wouldn't be accepting half-assed answers. What did you do outside for this to happen? Now that was the question. Better put, what hadn't he? Killed a Goliath, fought a strange mutated person, created an irregular minotaur, fought 2 families in a war game for the sake of his goddess, confronted the shadows of his grandparents' past, hunted dangerous monsters in the dungeon, found strange talking monsters, trained with the gods, faced terrorist organizations, killed dozens, incited another war game for the sake of his mortals. And a few more things in between. It's complicated. And a long story. Not that long but wide. I've been pretty much doing something every day to the point every week I had something noteworthy going on. We'd be here for the entire night and the next days if I began to share it with them. Would that explain the 2 goddesses you brought with you? Sappho asked as he raised an eyebrow, though it was clear he was having some fun with that question. Yes, it would. To some degree. Silver was a bit awkward as he tried to answer that question, trying to be vague about his relationship with them, not because he wished to hide it, he was just embarrassed to say it out loud. Ball of adamantite would be needed to say he was pursuing 2 goddesses romantically at the same time. What about a certain war game I've been hearing about? Alia asked as she tapped her sharp fingernails on the chair's table. Which one? I'll keep the most recent one out of the story. I imagine some rumors may have circulated out of Orario by now, though what they know is likely everything my grandfathers saw when they visited the city a few months ago. Whatever happened afterward is not relevant for today's endeavors. Yes, it would. Silver replied after thinking about his answer. It was quite the mess. Apollo trying to cause trouble and Tydeus is a douche while trying to grow his forces in secret to fuel some sort of stupid plan. The war game ended pretty neatly, but he got me quite worked up due to his perversion. Anyhow, whatever reasons he may have had, be they serious or not, he's better left off in heaven. I heard most of his familia is doing fine now, despite being scattered around. His captain has grown the most under Hermes' care. As for his manor, after a few repairs, it's as good as new. Poor. Are you going to start explaining or do you need more tea? Misty asked as her voice grew heavy and somewhat commanding. She began pouring tea for Dale, and her expression was so adamant he feared she was going to just let it overflow if he chose to ignore her. Now, don't be so heavy on the kid, we came here to see if he was all right, not to mentally torture the lad. Sappho said as he patted Alia's shoulder, trying to calm her down. On the side, Lincoln did the same to Misty. We already discussed this before, not now. Alia said as she pushed Sappho's hand away. Ahem, we never determined how to conduct this conversation, and I abide by what I said before, there's no need to villainize him. He added as he looked at his wife. I'm not villainizing him. She tried to retort, but it seemed even she found it hard to believe her own words. You are, stop trying to make a fool of yourself, he's no child anymore, take a look at him again and treat him like the man he is. Alia turned to look at Silver, from head to toe, she looked at him slowly before letting out a sigh and closing her eyes, taking a deep breath before saying. Are you in trouble? Injured in any way? No, I'm financially stable and able to make enough money to support my familia on my own. Silver replied slowly but clearly. How are your studies regarding your abilities? Any side effects worth mentioning? Misty asked as she also calmed down. No, as my status grow, what I can do with them only seems to increase, there's nothing of concern to keep an eye on. Aside from my inability to perform ordinary magic that is. My head still hurts whenever I try to chant even the most basic verses. What about your training, have you neglected it? Sappho asked as he took this chance to speak. I'm okay, I'm currently training with an acquaintance, an exceptional teacher, and a good friend as well, everything's going fine. Have you killed anyone so far? Lincoln asked as his eyes grew cold. Yes. Did they attack first? Alia asked as she frowned as well. Yes. Then it doesn't matter. Like that, the subject was dropped in its entirety, it was clear none of them seemed eager to speak about it now. As silence took over the room again, it seemed Alia wanted to say something, but it was having difficulty putting it in words. She wants to ask if you're willing to share with us your story, as although it's yours to write and thread, being an adult of age and fully able to take care of yourself, we still worry about you. Sappho said as he closed his eyes, knowing his wife's stubbornness far too well. It's not that I don't want to share it, but it's that it's a long story that has a lot of details to be explained. If you all don't mind, I'll share it when I'm back, I'll be returning after a few weeks at most. Where are you going? Misty asked as she pushed her glasses back. I'll be traveling across the nearby nations for business and sightseeing. I did work out a little too much recently and my goddess was making a fuss about it. He said with a small smile. All right. Alia said as she got up from her seat. Really? #thud/. Why are you so surprised? Alia hit Sappho's head as an annoyed look appeared on her face. You're free to go now, we've asked our questions and we'll wait for your return. Lincoln said as he patted Silver's head. Although it was a bit awkward due to the boy's height. He was taller than everyone in the room. Try to return soon, we'll miss you. He said before giving him a hug. I won't leave right now, we can talk more tomorrow morning. Good night then, we'll be seeing you in the morning. He said as he opened the door for Silver. Good night. // Lincoln closed the door behind Silver, and whatever they talked about after wasn't of his concern. Silver returned to Belle's house immediately after, trying not to eavesdrop on their conversation. From there, he took his seat on the sofa again, resuming his read from where he left off. /later. The hours passed as Silver read the thick book, story after story of legendary tales and myths, all available at the pass of a page. He made sure to copy all books and their contents with his abilities before the sun rose in the distance, knowing his time in this little cottage had come to an end. He didn't know when, but their contents would be of use one day, be it now or /chirp, /shine, /hm. Eventually, the sun took over the horizon, shining ever strongly across the sky, and with it, the start of yet another day. Already. Yawn. /poof, /. With a light yawn, Silver placed the storybook by a shelf before leaving the house as he could already hear Belle's grandfather getting up from bed. And with a short and wobbly step, Silver vanished, leaving behind only the weak, dying fire inside the fireplace. Around 2 hours later, /chatter, Silver. Are you sure it's okay to leave like that? It feels rather abrupt. Hestia asked as she looked back at a village in the distance. They're all such nice people. I would have never imagined such a place existed deep in the mountains. Artemis added as her eyes grew soft. It's okay, it was only meant to be a quick stop to confirm their condition, we'll see them again when we return. Silver replied with a smile as he looked back as well. After the sun rose, Silver took the opportunity to sneak back inside his home and prepare breakfast with whatever he found lying around and some other things he had in his pocket space such as cakes and other types of bread. It was no surprise that they all loved the food, especially his parents who never tasted the great culinary diversity of the big city. In a sense, it made them desire to live there, something Silver wished for somewhat. However, now was not the time, since albeit his family living next to him would make protecting them a simple thing, it would also expose them to too much danger. Maybe building a vacation home for them would solve his conflicting emotions, but such future was still far from his grasp. The time would have to wait until he exterminated that which lurked in Orario's shadows. The food also made both Belle and Avia wonder about Orario, but as everyone said out loud, they were still too young to dream about it, no matter how much they wished to visit it. Strangely enough, their grandfather did not make an appearance. It was as if he was actively avoiding them. But aside from Silver, no one would understand why that was the case. In a sense, it was for the best he did it, although it made him feel bad for the old man. So he left a small gift before leaving. As for the present, everyone enjoyed the nice breakfast before wishing them their farewells. It was a bit awkward trying to convince his mother he needed to keep moving, but in the end, everything went well and they moved on with their journey. Before leaving, Silver managed to discuss their future a bit more. After all, their problems were long gone, so if they wanted to they could return to their home village at any moment and resume their ordinary life. Nonetheless, with a baby in a cradle, things weren't so easy to do. Rubia was also fearful of the effect changing homes may have on the child, although she knew it would be for the best to leave eventually, given there were little to no children in the village for their son to grow up with. And even though Silver could easily transport them all back anytime, in the end, he decided to leave such discussions for when he was back from his trip as it was clear his parents liked the village and its atmosphere, even if life there was a little harder than back down at the mountain's foot. As for the rest of the villagers, Silver would visit them once he was back. There was much left to be done still. Once we're back we can stay a little longer, maybe even share some stories with them. But right now, there are some things I would like to do first, and since Tenkai is quite large, I'm not so sure how long it would take for us to achieve it all, and I would prefer if we did not spend too long out there just for the sake of it. If possible, I would like to be able to check on them every week or so, even if it means spending an entire day using my magic to move around, but that's just my wishes. Either way, if we do have the time, you can count on us coming back, otherwise, we'll be back another time. Silver added with a weak nod as he finished stretching his arms. Speaking of that. Just what are you after? You said nothing so far and I won't take another step forward until you tell me. Hestia said as she crossed her arms. Her anger was cute, the way she tried to act like a boss was unfortunately rather silly. It's just a trip, there are many places I would like to visit. Silver said as he turned around. Another opportunity like this may take years to decades to appear, and although that may be the blink of an eye to you both, I'm still not at the point where I can ignore the passage of time like that. Silver joked out loud as he patted Hestia's head. There are so many places I would like to see and explore. The elven forests, some kingdoms nearby, maybe even Altina, the center of magic development. The northern Black Desert, the southern Golden Desert, and the nations surrounding such areas. And much more. On foot, such a massive trip would take years to accomplish even while mounted on one of Ganesha Familia's flying wyverns, but that shouldn't be much of a problem for us. Wait. Ganesha has flying wyverns for mounts? Artemis asked as she raised an eyebrow. Yes, of course, tamed and trained over decades of studies and experiments. I thought it was common knowledge, you never heard their cries whenever you were in the area. It's hard to hear anything when his home feels like a zoo. Well. Ganesha can be taken as the god of monsters. Silver said as he touched the back of his head. Pretty much all monsters on the upper and middle floors have been attempted to be domesticated in some way or form by his tamers over the years. There's no one more knowledgeable on monsters than his familia, and with the guild's approval, Ganesha can conduct any experiment on monsters he deems fit. This includes taking them out of the dungeon if needed. Silver replied as he looked around. I do know Ganesha conducts the monsterphilia. It just never came to me he could be so serious. Artemis said out loud as she cut Hestia. Ganesha is probably the most serious god in all of Orario. Maybe only behind Aurena's if you think about it. Silver said with a chuckle as he turned to Hestia. Well. Ganesha can be serious but most of the time he's a goofball, yes, but then again, which god isn't strange most of the time? But in his goofiness. That is exactly why one should fear him, because while most gods are relatively face-forward about their feelings, Ganesha's personality hides just how intelligent and capable he truly is. Not that it changes his goofy nature. No matter what, he'll always smile, and that is why he is Ganesha. Silver interjected as he raised his left and right hands. Why does it feel like you respect him more than me? Hestia asked with a pout as she grabbed Silver's shirt. Haha. There are different types and layers for what one may deem as respect. Silver replied as he evaded his eyes. I respect Take for his talent and ability to keep his head calm and his thoughts in order, no matter what the situation may be. I respect Mayaka's eagerness and ability while in the lab. Together with how effortlessly he can sway a lady's heart. Don't respect that. Hestia exclaimed out loud as she tried to jump onto his shoulders. Oh ouch, please, don't pull my hair. Silver said with an awkward smile as he let Hestia play around. What about me? Isn't that much obvious? Silver said with a confused expression as he looked at Artemis. Unable to face him, Artemis looked to the side as she blushed lightly. Hey. That's not allowed. After calming Hestia down, Silver said. Here, the path down the mountain is rather treacherous and full of twists and turns, so let's take a shortcut. UHG. Can I opt out of it? Hestia asked with some lingering fear as she held his hand. Don't pull too much, please. Artemis said with a light smile as she looked at Silver. Sigh, just when did I ever do you two wrong? Ever since we began this trip, I mean. Silver asked with a smirk as they vanished from their location. Good thing you said that, I have list ready just in case. Artemis said with a teasing smile as she looked at Silver. Haha. Maybe later. Maybe I should write one too. Hestia whispered to herself after she heard Artemis' words. /scribble/ /scribble/. Meanwhile, inside his ostentatious home constructed in his figure, a masked god could be seen writing continuously on a long parchment with a feather pen together with piles of papers mounted on each side of his table. He silently wrote until something seemed to spark his attention, his ears perking up as he turned his face to look at the side. Ganesha is currently performing his duties as head of the familia by filling up the documents he threw aside because he didn't want to do them before. Shashasha. Ganesha whispered as he looked at the door. I know that. One of his followers replied as he shook his head. Why is he whispering anyway? Who's he even talking to? That damn bird again, /caw/. Next to the god, a golden bird cawed weakly, as if whispering as well. Somehow, it seemed to agree with the god. /scribble/ later, /schwa/. High in the skies, Silver, Artemis, and Hestia sat atop a wooden boat as they navigated across the clouds, enjoying the breeze as pure white clouds passed right above their heads, sometimes close enough for them to touch them. Their speed was incredibly high, so much so the mountains underneath them came and went quickly, vanishing into the horizon within a minute. Because they were already so deep in the mountains, Silver thought it would be better to enjoy the rest of the way like this rather than to walk on foot. It wasn't as fast as their previous method of traveling, but it was still fast enough for him. And since teleporting around took quite a bit of his energy reserves, this method could be seen as more efficient as well. Smoke. As he flew through the mountains, Silver's gaze fell into the distant clouds. Faint trails of smoke rose to the sky, breaking from within a wide region covered in a faint layer of white mist. They weren't strong, but they were numerous. That isn't a forest fire, it's more controlled. It's like smoke from chimneys. And that mist. It doesn't look like natural morning fog. People. A village of some kind. A land hidden by mist and fog. I feel like I've heard that before somewhere. Being this deep in the mountains, Silver did not remember reading about any settlements around this region. It was one of the reasons why he wasn't paying much attention as he conducted the boat around. There were paths that crisscrossed throughout the entirety of the Beol Mountains leading to all of its corners, but as he said many times before, the mountains are a challenging place to live in. Unless they possess some degree of protection like the Black Dragon scales or by being next to Orario, it was next to impossible to set foot here or maybe even anywhere on the continent. A foreign country was always accompanied by either one or many familias to provide security and comfort to its people. Unless the deity in question was mentally retarded, like the case for the Ares familia and their warmonger of a god. We should be about a week's journey from the city, given I had to backtrack a little to reach Bell's village. That is. At least from the perspective of a wagon or convoy, as an ordinary group of travelers can't cross this entire mountain range on foot. Unless they scavenge for supplies on the way. Emphasis on ordinary. How far are we from the city? 200-ish kilometers. Not quite, it's considerably more. Sigh. These mountains are incomprehensibly massive. Did a god sneeze around these parts or something millions of years ago? Driven by curiosity and the desire to explore new lands, Silver had a quick talk with both Artemis and Hestia, which led to a unanimous vote to go check the smoke out. Like all villages they passed by so far, they wanted to see what kind of people lived this deep and far in the mountains and how they had managed to survive such treacherous land. So without much trouble, Silver changed course, steering his floating boat towards the distant mountain where the smoke came from. /schwa/ /sniff/ /land/ Gently, Silver let the boat down on the ground in a patch of land surrounded by water. This place. What's going on? Hestia asked as she stepped out of the boat. There is a strong, rotting smell in the air. Everything's dying. Artemis added with a frown as she looked around. Something's wrong, I can see signs of conflict everywhere, there are clear marks of strikes and footsteps on the ground and trees. To think there was such a place in the mountains. Books aren't really that reliable, huh? Hidden by the mountains and the weak mist was an extremely long expanse of land covered by thick, large trees. The ground was covered in murky, deep water, with the tree's roots sticking out from its depths. A swamp. There's fog everywhere. It's not very thick but it's considerable, I can't see past a certain distance. There are signs of civilization all around me, some of the trees seem to have outposts built atop them, watchtowers, likely for monsters. Some already broken beyond use. But there's one thing these buildings have in common. They're as far from the ground as possible, and for good reason. The swamp itself. I've never seen something as unwelcoming as this. I'm used to seeing greenish or even brown water, but purple. It's as if this entire swamp is telling us to get out. And you tell me someone lives here, /bubble/. Toxic fumes are being expelled from within the bubbles that sometimes splash on their surface, and I can tell from a glance the waters are deeply toxic and corrosive. A tree leaf fell on it and it disintegrated within a few seconds. This is as toxic as a deep floor monster's toxin. Incomprehensibly fatal for any surface ecosystem. Any deep floor monster is pretty much a disaster. Stronger monsters amidst those floors can terraform their environments, leading to even more problems. I can't tell if this is caused by a monster, but if it's not, I would be very keen on studying its source, /sniff/. The air is toxic and the water is poisonous. I can only imagine what the land is like. How can someone even live here? In fact, they had to have thrived even, since that outpost was well built with wooden boards and even a stone foundation. That is the only reason why those outposts have yet to fall. Stone doesn't corrode as easily as wood. With those thoughts in mind, Silver kneeled next to the surface of the swamp, taking out several glass vials as he began taking samples from the water. Both Artemis and Hestia looked with empty gazes as they saw Silver's inquisitive and interested expressions as he looked at the disgusting and smelly water. Interesting. What's interesting? The only thing I see is a bottle of dirty water. Hestia said out loud as she got closer to Silver. That is what I see too, and that is exactly why it is interesting. Silver replied without turning back. /crack/. Be careful, don't get too close to the water, it's highly corrosive. He added as he looked at the glass vial break in his hand. It even dug through glass. At least I have some other vials for this purpose. Quite a strong reaction, generating enough heat to crack the glass. With the expectation of meeting and hunting strong monsters on the surface, Silver brought all kinds of studying materials for his trip. Albeit long past him, Silver still had some habits deep within his blood from his days as a researcher. How could he cast away the opportunity of observing and documenting such unusual and rare instances? That much I can see. But why the interest? Artemis asked as she closer as well. I just sigh. Why not? Sometimes the best healing potions are derived from the foulest of poisons. Exploring is the basis of an adventurer, isn't it? Silver asked out loud as he took out his traveling gloves. Though that is just an excuse for me to play around. Why do boys need a reason to grab a twig in the shape of a sword? It's just the right thing to do. That is usually the case for materials from the dungeon due to their magical properties. I can't see how a natural surface swamp would contribute to. What are you doing? Artemis exclaimed as she saw Silver stick his right hand in the water. /tzzzzzzzzzzzz/. Whoa. Silver said with open eyes as he pulled his hand from the water. Immediately as he did that, his entire skin fell off, revealing a pristine hand underneath. This is quite aggressive. What a strong acid. Why are the trees fine though? Are they resistant to this? Silver asked out loud as he scratched his chin. Hey. You can't do that. Have you ever thought of the diseases you might get? Artemis exclaimed as she pinched his shoulders. Ah. What she just said. Haha, don't worry about it, I didn't really stick my hand in it, I'm very much aware of the risks of still water. Silver replied as he put his glove back on. Though this isn't that either. Anyhow, no way I would stick my hand without some protection. I created a secondary skin coat long before I stuck my hand inside. I just wanted to see how quickly this swamp could eat it. It was quite fast, even with my natural level of resistance. I may not have abnormal resistance, but my resistance as a level 4 adventurer and high constitution should be more than enough to resist even strong acids on its own. This can't be natural, this place is worse than a highly dangerous sulfuric acid pool. /sizzle/. Cough. This place smells. Silver said out loud as he waved his right hand around. The gases don't seem that dense here, I don't feel much on my skin either. There should be no respiratory problems. But just in case, I'll keep them away from us. We should move on for now, see if we can find any natives and get some info on this place. Silver said as he turned to the side. My curiosity is rising by the minute. Exclamation point. But suddenly, his skin hairs got up as he felt the water tremble. Slash jumped back, slash. With a sharp expression, Silver jumped back with both Artemis and Hestia in his arms as the swamp water exploded with activity, splashing all around. Slash splash, slash. Slash roar, slash. What the? Dozens of strange purplish creatures jumped from the depths of the swamp. They all looked different from each other, a mess of bones and decaying flesh, corroded beyond recognition, moving in a disorganized and messy way as they crawled towards them. Their flesh had been exchanged to flowing water, a mix between a solid and liquid body, as if a slime-like creature had been shoved inside their body. Silver's brain began working at high speed as he thought about his opponents, causing the world to slow down as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. At least a dozen enemies, they're slow, nothing special. But their appearances. They're not in any way similar, aside from the purple water covering them. This isn't as per the dungeon's standard, it usually creates masses of similar monsters, like a species. There isn't a single monster group that can be as varied as this. The dungeon also tends to create biologically accurate creatures, giving them functioning bodies and systems that allow them to live even outside the dungeon and reproduce, even if their biology causes them to live short lives or strange ones. Even if they have no biology, like in the case of undead monsters like skeletons, they still seem to have a core to support their movement. However, I don't think these slimes belong to the same group. Or possess anything like a magic stone inside. Slash raise, slash. In the blink of an eye, Silver raised his right hand. Slash crunch, slash. By closing his hand, he crushed one creature under the intense pressure of his telekinesis, causing it to implode as it fell to the ground, motionless. Slash twitch, slash. However, albeit faint, he could still feel its body twitch. Slash turn, slash. Within the same second, Silver moved his hand to the side, pointing his finger at another one of the strange monsters. Slash flash, slash. A powerful ray of light was emitted from the tip of his finger, burning a hole straight through the body of the monster. But it kept moving. Something strange. Silver thought as he looked at the monsters. These monsters are slow and weak, as slow as I would expect a surface monster to be, nothing a level 2 adventurer shouldn't be capable of taking care of. But they're unusually resilient, their bodies possess little indication of such prowess but they can still move even while under such severe damage. Like they're some sort of undead being. For once, even if the skeletons in the dungeon look like that, they still have magic stones so they're technically alive. But these have nothing, they're literally just moving carcasses. Their skin is also thicker than expected, and their flesh, albeit decayed, is stronger than appearance indicates. Unusual for a monster to have such discrepancies in its abilities. But to top it all, they also possess no discernible magic stone, a glaring red flag that something's amiss. Finally, albeit vague, I can tell something from their forms. To confirm his hypothesis, Silver spread his hands apart as he locked onto another one of the monsters, dissecting its entire body with one powerful telekinetic pull. Within the blink of an eye, all of the water surrounding its body and the decaying flesh and dirt were sent away, revealing a little bit of its mangled body. A carcass. I finally understand what's going on. These aren't monsters. They're fillers of some sort. Something is killing all monsters in the surroundings, using their bodies as husks and controlling them. And given the strange condition of this swamp, I'll have to assume the monster in question is its source. From now on, I have to deem this entire swamp as one entire sentient being. This is dangerous. As the realization of what he was facing dawned on him, Silver's face twisted into a smile. Slash swing, slash. Slash slash, slash. Silver swung his right hand sideways, causing a powerful air blade to slice through the air, bisecting all of the monsters into two, causing them to fall to the ground where they kept twitching as if trying to regain motion. We need to move, if we remain nothing good will happen. He said as he manifested his flying boat again. Despite my excitement, I must first assess the situation before making a plan. I must find a native of the region. He quickly looked at Artemis, pushing her arms down. Don't try to fight them, they're covered in acid, one wrong move and you'll get yourself covered in it, use the bow if needed. These aren't monsters, they don't even have magic stones in their bodies so try to knock them down instead of killing them. I'll explain the rest as we move to the center of the swamp. Silver said as he pulled Hestia into the boat. All right. Artemis looked back at the monsters and the trembling waters of the swamp. Something was wrong, severely so, she felt something amiss with this place. And she was going to find out what it was. Slash schwa, slash. The boat took off into the skies, far from the swamp's reach. As they flew away, the waters regained their calm, and not long after, dozens of fillers extended from within their murky depths, pulling the bodies of the monsters back into the darkness. Notes. Chapter 286, Goddess of a Foreign Land. High in the sky, schwa, HM. As he controlled the boat, letting it soar above the trees, Silver's gaze momentarily fell onto the swamp they had just landed at moments prior. There, he noticed how the purple waters moved, and how tentacles seemingly rose from its depths, dragging the rotten carcasses of the monsters he just slew back into it, as if they were never there. It seems this is indeed the work of a monster, or maybe a group of said monsters working in tandem, albeit that last part is more unlikely. It could also be a mix of the factors I thought about before. And a few more I'm unaware of. How interesting, I don't remember ever seeing or reading about a monster with such characteristics. A predator that hides in the swamp. A trap monster, you could say. With high corrosion resistance, as it can remain in these waters, it can control them to a certain extent and infect the carcasses of monsters, allowing it to control them by moving the water around. It possesses tentacles, which isn't common in the dungeon, at least not like this, but I need more of an in-depth look to say anything else. Still, this must be one of those cases. Yes. A unique one. A monster that is either the sole one of its kind, be it from birth or growth. It could be both. However, such unique monsters were usually created before the seal of the dungeon, so this one would be rather old to be out here in the mountains. At the same time, nothing impedes a unique monster from growing past its limits and becoming an enhanced species or even an irregular. I wonder which of these and their combinations this creature is. Over millennia, the dungeon produced all kinds of monsters, but some came out as being more special than others, the biggest example being the three great ones and other ancient mythical creatures, not to mention monster rexes. No one can confirm if there are others like them deeper down in the dungeon, so until he can dive there himself, any such existence shall be deemed one of a kind. It could also be that they used to be part of the dungeon, but over millennia, it stopped producing said creatures for some reason. Silver knew that the dungeon had changed considerably since ancient times. After all, in the ancient past, the dungeon didn't even have floors properly mapped out, it was but a deep hole leading to darkness where monsters were spawned non-stop. Now, systematic floors are leading deeper into the unknown, and with the way the guild retains and erases traces of the past, it's hard to say which kinds of monsters the dungeon stopped producing and which are the newer ones. Together with its reasons for doing so. Is that? Whoa. While Silver was deep in his thoughts as always, Artemis and Hestia were quick to notice a city rising in the distance, built upon the sides of the mountains. A beautiful place full of life and people, thousands of stone and wooden houses constructed side by side with architecture no less than that found in Orario. An ancient city hidden in the mountains. Image. To think there was such a place. Silver muttered as he looked down at the people on the streets. For a moment, I thought we were too late to find anything, that the swamp had corroded what life could have been here long before we arrived. Thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case, which is even more alarming. I can tell that were it not for the swamp, this place might have been a good place to live, though I still can't say why anyone would want to live here. Above all, there are also monsters around. The standard monsters, albeit I saw a minotaur walking at the edges of the swamp not that long ago. This place isn't safe like the other ones. This means that the people here need to fight for their lives, and there are clear traces of that in the outposts and trees of the swamp, whatever old they may be. To some degree, this makes me remember the depictions of how the world was in ancient times. I'll be landing soon, it would be too bad if we made a bad impression by landing directly inside it. Hold tight. Schwa. Silver steered the ship, tilting it down slightly, and soon enough, they landed a few steps away from a rather tall stone wall, directly above a stone path that extended to the swamp before branching out into many paths. Everywhere he looked, he saw stones and trees riddled with wounds and scars. This place was no stranger to fights. The more he saw, the more interested he became, so with a curious smile, he approached the city's walls. Step. Okay. This place looks better than the swamp. Artemis pointed out as she looked around. She was happy to see the city-state as it gave her hope the people here lived happily despite all the death and decay around them. It's not safe here, let's get in. How? There's a massive gate in front of us. Hestia said as she pointed forward. Don't worry about it. You don't plan on blowing it up, do you? Of course not. Where did you even take that option from? Silver asked as he patted her head. I'm an advocate of linguistical problem solving, aren't you too aware of that? He added with a smirk and a laugh as he approached the gate. Wahawaya. Hestia exclaimed out loud, her face completely and utterly red. Hestia. Don't scream. Artemis also didn't seem completely okay either, it was good Hestia was looking elsewhere. Hello. Someone suddenly said from atop the wall. Did someone go outside? The cleanup squad. They don't go out at this hour, nor do they return. It was a knight clad in full armor, like the standard medieval knight. Image. I apologize for the commotion, but we got lost as we made our way through the mountains, and as we crossed the swamp, we saw smoke in the distance, so here we are. Silver with a blunt expression as he looked up. As if he's going to believe that. The two goddesses thought at the same time as they looked at Silver. That's terrible. Quickly. Get inside. The outside is not safe. You're all fortunate for making it so far without encountering any monsters. I'll get the gates open, so please hand in there. The guard exclaimed out loud as he vanished from view. He did. The two goddesses thought as their expressions twisted slightly. In the end, they all quickly got inside before monsters appeared and the gates were closed behind them with a loud thud. Slash on the other side of the wall, slash. A large town unfolded before their eyes as a wide road went into the horizon, curving slightly due to the mountain side. Having seen the city from both the sky and ground, Silver could now more accurately estimate its size. He thought that there should be at least a few thousand stone houses built over the slope of the mountain, with an outer wall separating it from the swamp. Once they got inside, the knight they met before quickly introduced himself to the trio, leading them to a small house next to the wall where he began questioning them. It wasn't anything serious, but it was protocol, nothing Silver wasn't willing to do. During this process, Silver managed to take a deeper look at the city and its people, trying to catch a glimpse of their culture and way of living. He saw dozens of soldiers in similar armor, and from Hestia's words, they all had a blessing. It didn't seem very strong, but it was above the standard, meaning they were all likely level 2 or stronger. It was a force he didn't expect to see in such a remote region. Slash a bit later, slash. Inside the house, Silver and the rest finished recounting their story after being questioned by the guard, and with a silent but pensive nod, the guard permitted their stay by saying, "Travelers, huh? It isn't the first time we had travelers pass by. From time to time, we do have visitors as they make their way to Orario, although you guys are by far the smallest group we've ever had. It's not easy to cross the mountains, and we usually see large convoys pass by, much less one that passed directly through the swamp. There are many better paths through the mountains. You were all unlucky. Or should I say, very lucky. Well, not that's my business. That was all I wanted to ask. In any case, it's about time. Welcome to Beltane, the country of mist and springs." The guard said with a smile as he got up from the table. "Stay for as long as you'd like. We have our own currency here, but accept Orarios if necessary, although that may be hard to see amidst the busy market streets. Still, you can always pass by the counting house to exchange currency. It's a large building towards the north. Just follow the largest street in the city, and it'll lead you to the large central plaza fountain. From there, it's a slight walk uphill. You can't really miss it. I have to return to my post now. Enjoy your stay." The guard said in a positive tone as he left through the entrance of the room, leaving them alone. "People here are nice," Artemis said with a smile as she got up from her seat. "That is certainly true, he was very welcoming, but I feel like it was more a distraction," Silver said as he completed Hestia's sentence. "The people here seem to have bigger problems to worry about than strangers getting in their territory, and in a sense, it was even as if he wanted us to leave quickly." He emphasized how Beltane had little to offer throughout our talk, saying it was a simple town. He wants us to sightsee and then leave. That was the impression I had from him. "Oh, you're being pessimistic. We don't know them, and you're talking like that," Artemis said as she puffed slightly. "That's not what I meant to say, I was just pointing things out. But you're right." "Then. What now?" Hestia asked as she got up as well. "Now. How about we take a look around? I'm a bit tired from moving the boat. Sitting somewhere and having a meal seems nice to me, and on the way, we can try to learn more about the city and its people. And sometime along the way try and figure out what that monster was about." "That seems like a good idea. I'm particularly keen on learning more about why these people live here. I can't see how they would stay here, much less build such a place," Artemis said with some sadness. "I've heard that one before. People seem to love butting their noses in other people's business without even understanding them." While both Hestia and Artemis looked towards the entrance of their room in surprise, Silver eyes sharpened as he looked at the newcomer. A god, he thought as he looked at the lady who had just entered. Just from her aura alone, it was clear she was divine, but Silver also had another method to identify one. Gods were often very easy to notice amidst the people as they usually adorned their own divine garments. Hestia herself usually wandered around her white dress with the blue lace, which was one such piece. The woman who just entered the room had salmon pink eyes and teal blue hair. She wore a black dress, a black cape with gold accents on its edges, and a gold beaded necklace composed of many smaller necklaces. In addition to this, she wore flowers in her hair as an ornament, flowers commonly seen during spring. Image. I can't quite refuse that. I used to be quite upfront in the past, but still, rather rude. Artemis replied as she looked at the goddess. Used to? Ah. Congratulations, I guess. Looks like you finally unstuck. The woman asked with a light smile as she looked at Artemis. She's just as I expected, huh? Artemis looked bothered by Bera's words, but seeing no malice in them, she let it go as she kept her cool. And I guess you changed little, still the same as always, honest, Bera. Hestia said out loud as her expression went into one of helplessness. Aha. Hestia. I still remember you and your deplorable guts very clearly. Bera said with a smirk as she closed one of her eyes, making a teasing expression as she looked at the goddess. She doesn't hold back at all, huh? Meanwhile, Silver felt this wouldn't end with just a few words. Now what? What did I ever do to make you hate me? Hestia asked as she opened her eyes wide. Are you asking me a question? Very well, I'll answer it for you. Your cheap, so-called, unconditional love gets on my nerves. She said with the same easing expression as before, although this time it even sounded as a form of mockery. Unconditional love. Oh. I know what this is about now. She must be talking about Hestia's attitude while in heaven. I don't think the gods would lie to me about this, and I also believe in their words. But from what I heard, Hestia was one of the goddesses said not to have grown bored with their life back there. Which can't be said to be a feeling shared by many. And her reason for that was because she loved it, she loved the world and its people. There was little to hate, she was the goddess of warmth, the fire that can never be extinguished. I think I know why she hates her. She looks really gloomy. Not in the depressive kind of way. It's jealousy. Silver thought quietly as he watched the discussion unfold. KYAA. After thousands of years and we have finally met again eye to eye, and you give me that. Hestia exclaimed as her cheeks grew slightly red. Thousands. Sigh. The future looks bleak. Well, you asked me and I answered it, not like I can't do that. I can't lie after all. Question mark. She can't lie. Silver was caught by surprise by her strange remark, prompting the goddess to remark. Oi Hestia, it seems your child is having trouble following our conversation. Boy, when in doubt, you should ask questions, shouldn't you? She asked with a grin as she looked at Silver. I didn't plan to butt in. Much less in your 1,000-year reunion. Silver said with a slight smile as he shook his head. Thousands of years. Being a god sure is a pain. And from the looks of it, that'll be mine also. It's hard to even think about such an impossibly long time. Heh. Aren't you a cheeky one? Hey, Hestia, your child is calling you old. Huh. Is that true, Silver? Hestia asked with a frantic expression as she turned around to grab his collar. Why are you asking me such a question? Silver asked with a helpless expression as he let her swing him around. She's playing with you. Gods can't be called old anyway. Aside from the ones that look old. Are they born old? Do they? Actually, I'll just forget this. Well. Never mind that, what was that about her not being able to lie? Are you just going to ignore my question? If I may speak. From what I know, Bera is a peculiar type of god as she must answer every question asked to her truthfully. Artemis replied as she touched her chin, trying to remember things she had heard eons ago. Everything? Silver asked as he raised an eyebrow, thinking about something stupid. Hey, try to use the right head this time. Bera said as she noticed his expression. Luckily, it seems neither Hestia nor Artemis noticed her sarcasm. I only thought she was pretty for a second, she's on the verge of spilling blood. Mine. Sigh. She does answer everything truthfully, but how she answers it plants seeds of doubt in its listeners, so she got the nickname, Malicious Honesty. Hestia said as she continued Artemis' words. The truth hurts, I guess. Silver said with a pensive expression as he looked at the ceiling. I still hate this nickname, it's awful, I merely enjoy living an honest life. It's just that the people with persecution paranoia are the loudest of the bunch. Bera said with a serious expression, clearly displeased as she scoffed. That or people enjoy listening to conspiracy theories more than the truth. Silver mumbled to himself as he scratched his head. Bera was silent despite hearing Silver's words. Besides, you don't like me either, do you, Hestia? I say we're even as you have no right to berate me. Bera said as she turned to Hestia, her expression serious. TSK. Once again, you're correct, but that's exactly what I don't like about you. While it seemed their conversation had ended, Silver remained pensive as he roamed within the confines of his mind. Oi, it seems you have something in mind, didn't I just tell you to speak your doubts out loud? What have you been teaching him, Hestia, letting him be silent all the time? He looks like those boring guys back in heaven, only ogling all the time without the balls to say anything. Bera said with a bored expression as she looked at Silver and then Hestia. WH. Silver is just But before Hestia could reply, Silver said. I'm more of a listener than a talker, but you seem like a girl who enjoys the latter more. Oh ho. Bera seemed interested at Silver's change in attitude, but not displeased. Very well, I do have some questions in mind, so here it goes. You're not part of the Olympian pantheon, so I wondered how you two met. He said bluntly but formally, as he knew Bera wasn't being rude, at least not out of malicious intent. That's not a question, try again. She said with her usual teasing expression as she looked at him. He had the urge to roll his eyes, and a momentary pressure built up at the top of his head, but he still retained his cool as he said. How did you two meet? Finally, a question I can answer. It was all because of the Staff of Winter. Hestia said as she began narrating the events. Ah. Who permitted you to talk? Bera asked with a frown as she looked at Hestia. If I leave it to you to tell the story, you're going to distort it all over. I only tell the truth, it's not my problem if you can't bear it. Bera replied with her usual teasing expression. Chi. As if. Anyway. I was all because Bera didn't want to stop waving the Staff of Winter around, causing winter, blizzards, and snowstorms to ravage the mortal world, so I was called by Bridget to have her stop so spring and summer could resume as per normal. Hestia said seriously as she remembered the past. As she said that, Bera looked away, her arms crossed, somewhat bothered by Hestia. As for Silver, he got his answer with her words. So they met in a very godly manner, huh? A god manipulated an entire world's seasons, so another world got angry and asked for help. How fun. At first, Bera said it was because it was more convenient to her, but that's just her trying to divert my attention, in truth. Now aren't you saying too much? If you add such details such as the complexities of a god's mind, how do you expect this story ever to end? Move on. Besides, you're fairly mistaken about something, so don't try to justify my actions through the lenses of your unconditional love, it sickens me. Bera said as her expression twisted. Huh. Is that embarrassment I hear? Hestia teased with a distorted, cheeky smile. Think what you will, finish your story so we can move on. She said dismissively as she waved her hand around. Humph, fine. What more is there to say? With the power of communication, I managed to have you stop and left, done. Power of communication. As if. You pestered me for days on end, and to kick you out, I dropped down my staff, that's more in line with what happened. Pestered you? I don't remember asking you to stop doing anything, though. Don't try to play me, you. Can we leave that for later? I'm getting a headache. Silver said as he scratched the back of his head. Just when things were starting to get fun. Bera said with a smirk. If possible, may I ask some questions? That's up to you, don't tell me what to do. Okay. This city, it is located next to a terrific swamp, why build it here out of all places? There was no other choice. Bera replied quickly. No other choice. Interesting. How come someone has no other choice but to stay here? And even if they had no choice in the past, how come nothing's changed since then? This place is only a week away from Orario. As long as you have a bag of rations and a few water bottles you can make your way to the city if necessary, so it's not like they couldn't leave. Instead, they thrived. This means something is preventing them from leaving. Then why is it that the people can't leave? Because they'll die if they do so. Die. Yes. That wasn't a question, but okay, if they'll die, what would be the reason for it? A chronic disease. A chronic disease. Are you telling me everyone in the city has a unique chronic disease that can be healed here? No. I see, so the people are truly trapped here. I still have one last question, if you are willing to answer me, that is. What is? Wah. This is getting on my nerves. Hestia exclaimed out loud as she slammed her foot on the ground. This is so dull and repetitive. It feels like it's going to go on forever. This feels like a broken crank that you keep turning on and on. And on. She said with an upset expression as she looked at Bera. And you're not helping. Playing along with her. Just ask a broader question already. Hestia said as she pointed at Silver. Silver raised his hands in distress. What's all of this about? The swamp, the disease, the city, and the strange monsters we saw outside. How does it all connect? When did it all start? Spill it all out in chronological order, Bera. As always, it's gotta be the lowly cow to ruin my fun. Bera said as she exhaled loudly. Very well, I'll tell you, but I'll warn you, it's a long story. Also, this is the last time, don't order me again. Be warned. Bera said as her eyes went from calm to sharp and heavy before returning to their previous glow. Ahem. It all began with a singular monster. An ordinary monster, the kind found anywhere that anyone could easily defeat. By a trick of fate, it fell into the spring of life. The spring of life? What is the spring of life? Silver asked as his eyes sharpened. It's one of the many springs of Beltane, one that holds substantial power. Its waters can heal wounds, recover stamina, and cure illnesses, very much like a naturally occurring special potion. I see now, so that's why the people can't leave. Until a few hundred years ago, the people of this country praised and worshipped the spring. When they arrived here, they said this was the spring of miracles, let's make a country here. This is our paradise, one of those fools said. But one day, a terrible miracle occurred. The monster you just mentioned? Artemis asked as she crossed her arms. Indeed, the monster that fell in the spring by chance clung onto its source, and the rest is obvious. It began absorbing its power. So it wasn't a unique monster. This is an irregular existence. An ordinary monster that went beyond its limits, becoming something else. This may be the most extreme case of an irregular ever recorded, though. If I'm interpreting this story correctly. Decades. Centuries passed as the monster silently absorbed the spring's power. Before anyone noticed, it finished its transformation, and the Swamp King was born. There are no villains in this story, it was purely all an act of coincidence. So this entire swamp. It's an extension of the spring of life, any ordinary monster that falls within it absorbs its power, becoming stronger than normal. But as the spring was corrupted, the country panicked. Something's wrong with the spring of miracles. What should we do? What should we do? And that was when I showed up. I pretty much understand what's going on now. So pretty much, the people can't leave because the spring is their only sure way of dealing with their inherited disease, since in the centuries they lived here, under the protection of the spring, there was no need to fear it, so I imagine they never really tried to deal with their disease's root and it just spread everywhere. They have to fend off the transformed monster or die, is this what you're trying to say? Silver asked as he looked at Bera. Not quite, they did try to solve their problems, something they still do to this day. One might even say they had never spent so much effort trying to solve it. Question mark. When I first descended in this land, the people asked if there was a way to save their country. I was asked, and I answered them, and that was how the departure ceremony came to be. What is the departure ceremony? Artemis asked as her face began to twist, growing serious. OIA. You're likely not going to like it, you sure you don't want to go outside for a little bit of fresh air? Just answer the question. Please. It's a sacrifice. Exclamation point. And not just your run-of-the-mill sacrifice, it has to be a special one. Crafted solely for said purpose. Created. How do you create this sacrifice? Silver asked, knowing full well he had to be careful with his words. How else? Through breeding, of course. She said with a smirk as she looked at Silver. Artemis' face began to grow red, and not due to embarrassment. Chianthrope, cat people, werewolf, Boaz, Hume bunny, Renard, the list goes on and on. Ordinary people with a bit of elf blood as well. Over 30 bloodlines were fused for the creation of the sacrifice. It took generations to achieve the right balance, as if one side was too dominant, we couldn't make a mistake with the other. That is quite incredible. Ahem, I mean, horrific. How did you manage to breed so many different species together when only humans and Amazons can have descendants with other species? Silver asked with a degree of amazement and morbid curiosity as he tried to be as gentle as possible around the subject. What an inhumane question coming from a man without much compassion. Of course there are ways to do it, as unconventional as they may be. You just need to reach the right balance, to the point certain traces can be passed on without rejection from the bloodline. Something nigh impossible to do, but possible. As I said, it took generations for the right combination to be achieved. I see. Silver said as an imagine formed in his mind. How gruesome and barbaric. I think I can understand how they did it. Maybe it's something that happens naturally out there. If a human has a child with a member of the werewolf tribe, the result will be a child with the genes of both species, regardless if one side is more dominant than the other. Suppose the child is taken as human and has a child with another werewolf, and the child retains the human appearance. In that case, its genes will unconditionally tilt to that of the werewolf side more, regardless of how little resemblance it may have to its parent. There must be a point where the resulting child of this line can then be considered neither human nor a werewolf, thus becoming a half-beastman, something that doesn't exist. Following this method, you keep breeding these unique existences in a certain order until the right balances are achieved, and eventually, something new is created. Or so I understood. If so, this is probably one of the cruelest and vilest experiments ever conducted in the mortal world, of course, only if the people were forced, which doesn't seem to have been the case. The people here seem happy. Maybe they did it through consensual pairings. Not that I care. What I'm wondering about is the unique heritage of each species and the appearance of the individual. And maybe some of the research papers. Understanding how fauna works with genetics is imperative to my current development path. Wouldn't it be the discovery of the millennium to understand how genetics impact skill growth? If every adventurer could awaken their skills knowing what they might have. Of course, this could also lead to further problems, not that it contradicts the necessity of the research. A scientist will be condemned for killing 100 people for researching the cure for a disease only for those the cure will save generations after not even remember his name. People are hypocritical by nature. What about the purpose of this ceremony? What is the point of the sacrifice? It's that of a bomb. Like before, they all went silent. Artemis' expression was especially cold, frigid, like ice. She will manifest a certain kind of magic, a poison barrier, a magic strong enough to pierce the Swamp King's defenses. This is the creation of a unit with unique special abilities. Bera said with a smirk as she raised her tone slightly. So this is all meant to kill the Swamp King? Artemis asked as she held in her emotions. More so, but killing it is impossible. We can only put it to sleep by using the sacrifice to directly feed the monster the barrier. The sacrifice we made is a poison bomb. It'll shatter its connection with the spring of life and force the beast into natural recovery, stopping the monster for a few decades, a process we've repeated many times. And will continue to do so for centuries to come. Bera said as her smile grew wider. Silence. The hard truth was laid bare. Hestia looked at the side, looking at her friend with sympathy. Silver was in deep thought, more curious and amazed than anything, albeit he didn't show it as much. While Artemis. This. I can't accept it. What's there to accept? The people chose this, they asked me, and I answered. This path was one they chose themselves and will continue to tread on out of their own volition. This is unbelievable. Artemis exclaimed as her eyes grew resolute. Oh no. Silver and Hestia thought as they looked at the blue-haired goddess. It seemed she had walked past the point of hearing a no for an answer. Notes. Hello. I hope you like this chapter, smiley face. This arc is not present in the anime or light novel, it's a special event that happened in one of the games and I'm now introducing it since I decided to push some of the things from the games onto the story. There are several cool storylines from the games, so I hope you all like it. We won't be able to explore all fully since each of those stories is long enough to cover several movies, some as long as half a day or an entire day worth of continuous story, but we can still move past them, Silver style. See ya all later. Chapter 287, Mirroring One's Helplessness. Really sorry for the delay and all that. Several universities in my city have gone on strike, and I'm a bit tired of it all. Peace. This is unbelievable. Artemis exclaimed out loud as she took a step forward. Artemis. Unbelievable. Only your reaction is, did you even hear anything at all? Bera asked as she raised an eyebrow, somewhat annoyed at Artemis' tone as she cut through Silver's words. This isn't going to end well. Silver looked with a blank expression as the goddesses threw words at each other, not knowing when nor how to interject. I could say the same. Did you hear what you just said? You've told these people that the only way to live was by breeding a sacrifice across generations. How could you subject them to such atrocious life? You're disgusting. Bera said out loud as she looked at Artemis. In the cruelest, most brutal definition of what she felt, those were the words she chose to define Artemis. She wasn't completely wrong. What? I never told them to follow my words, they chose them themselves. That is easy for you to say. What do you expect a desperate mortal to do when answered by a god? That is their problem, not mine, they asked, I answered. What they do with what I said is none. Do you have no sense of responsibility? Do you feel nothing watching these children as they treat their bodies like? And what do you know? Bera asked slowly, her tone icy and cold. Tug. Hestia tried tugging Silver's shirt to have him do something, but he wasn't sure what to do either. Right now, Artemis wasn't being herself, and if he interjected, the only thing he would be getting would be a pincer attack from both of them. He wasn't ready for that level of bickering yet. You're not from this place, you don't know them, what they do, their habits, their dreams, nothing. Do you know the aspirations of a child starving on a cold winter night under a blizzard? Do you know the aspirations and determination of a starving mother as she gives the last piece of bread to her already dead child? What do you know? What do you understand, spoiled goddess from the city? You speak of golden laces, marble thrones, heroes, and fairy tales. You only know how to act, not solve. To swing your sword around and kill with your arrows. What do you know about their circumstances? I've been here for a millennium, watching them grow, walk, reproduce, die, time and time again. Don't speak as if you know anything of me or my emotions. You know nothing, you can do nothing. Bera said in an icy cold tone. If she felt any anger, it was impossible to tell, Bera's expression was now completely and utterly devoid of emotion. As goddess of winter, it was no surprise her emotions were cold and silent. She had seen many deaths, maybe too many. Silver felt as if he was staring at a block of ice. Even the room itself got colder. To some degree, Bera may have released a portion of her divinity, but it was hard to say if that was the case. Only Artemis and Hestia could define that. While Artemis closed her eyes in pain, understanding full well that her rage wasn't well placed or directed at the right person, Silver and Hestia stood silent on the side, watching it all unfold. Hestia tried to comfort Artemis, but Silver stopped her, shaking his head. From the moment he heard Bera's story, he knew this would happen. Artemis was too just of a person to overlook such gruesome acts. And in a sense, he felt her disgust. She was right to feel anger and display such emotions. This wasn't a way to live, stranded in the middle of a mountain, having to raise your children to become sacrifices just so you can continue to live a half-life, bound to the decadent, corrupted spring of life. Hostage to a monster. But what did he know of them? For all that he knew, they could be happy, extremely so. They could see being a sacrifice as an honor, a duty, to save their kind before ascending to heaven. It wasn't unusual for civilizations to seclude themselves and live peacefully. In fact, it was usually when two different cultures clash together that conflict arises. As for Artemis, she was also too smart not to realize how Bera truly felt. Her aggression towards her in the situation came from her helplessness, which in turn, came from sympathizing and mirroring Bera's stance and weakness. Although that interpretation came from herself and not Bera. But then again, how could a god not understand another? It's obvious Bera didn't wish for them to live like this, she answered. Yes, but was that the sole answer? No. But for Bera, answer she didn't know were variables she threw aside. What she told them was the greatest truth she believed in. And the one they followed. It didn't mean she liked her own answers. Artemis was also helpless in a way. This feeling must have been heightened after seeing the abandoned village and destroyed places on their way here. Maybe. She wasn't screaming at Bera but herself. Artemis had many regrets. She saw many die, she saw the dark ages, she saw friends go, be kicked out, the despair of the people in the face of time, disease, monsters. Themselves. Bera is a goddess that stood in this land for hundreds of years watching over the people as they fought for their survival against a monster that could not be defeated. No, she was there even before that. Bera stood in this land as their goddess even before the monster manifested. She saw with her own eyes as the once peaceful and isolated nation fell into chaos at the hands of the monster. Those nights they saw before, their strength did not come from mere training. They fought to the death before, multiple times before coalescing into a new stage. The scarred walls of the city facing the swamp, there were conflicts there before, they were constant reminders of the difficulties of these people. Bera gave them a method to live when asked, but it wasn't out of a sadistic desire to see them suffer for countless eons, it was everything she knew, the only thing that could work. When asked, did she feel compelled to answer? Just because she has an oath to answer every question, it doesn't mean she has to. A lie can be an answer, and so can be silence, but as a goddess, she knew that silence or lies would change nothing apart from giving them false hopes or a slower death. Gods have to make choices oftentimes beyond the scope of a mortal's lifetime. They'll pass away, leaving a legacy behind, a problem for successive generations to deal with. But a god stays eternally, watching the seeds of their actions, the consequences of their choices across all time. Whenever she sees a sacrifice being flung to its death, does she remember the words she said centuries ago? Definitely. Beltane was Bera's living hell. And haven. She must have felt helpless as well, just think about it, over those centuries, all of the people she must have met, all of the children she grew close to, maybe even a lover, someone that truly understood her, people she treated dearly, all dead, to the swamp. Even if they did not die to it, they passed away while thinking of it. Gods often desired to return to their loved ones in heaven, but Bera couldn't because she had her own responsibility. If that was the case to her, her hatred for the swamp must be no lower than her hatred of her weakness and the disease the people were slowly dying from. And also, from how she and Hestia met, it seemed that her reasons for throwing blizzards into the mortal world and extending winter was much more than just a whimsical action, she had purpose. Silver thought deeply as he closed his eyes. Gods act in strange ways. Perhaps to her, someone dying of cold was better than dying of the disease or whatever troubles the mortal world had to offer. To have their body ravaged by beasts, humans, or natural disasters, maybe an icy tomb was for the best, because at the very least, in their final moments amidst the winter storms, they would feel warmth one last time. For a god of death, embracing the end was a form of salvation. In the face of adversity, accept it, and maybe your dreams will come true. Silver felt no remorse for the gods that make such controversial choices. Instead, he felt happy these people were given a chance to live. Most do not have the chance. It is true many gods acted in malevolent ways, spreading mayhem and disasters, bringing chaos and dooming the lives of many. But at the same time, many gods did what mortals could not, spreading their words and bringing hope to others throughout all of Genkai. This country seems peaceful, at least from the little he saw, but if despite such odds the people are sane and cheerful, then the hope they were given has given them strength to keep on living for all this time. Would such a scene even remain had she never given them the choice? Maybe by now, this country would be nothing but ruins, and in its place, a deadly swamp with an ancient monster would remain. The age of heroes and great spirits has long passed, there is no one left who can deal with this monster. The people of Beltane lost their chance to ask for help. Maybe they already did once before, Silver wouldn't be surprised if they had. But by the looks of it, the result mustn't have been pretty. Gee, I'm pissed off now. Bera said out loud as she looked away, annoyed. Go on now, do what you came here to do, look around, buy some stuff or something, and leave, never return while you're at it. I'm not in the mood to entertain your guys anymore. Can I ask you a question before you leave? Silver asked somewhat awkwardly as he tried to reach for her. No. With a silent reply, she left, leaving the three of them alone in the room, and this time, no one else seemed to arrive. Sigh. This time, while Silver was distracted, Hestia approached Artemis, trying to appease her as the latter clenched her fists, pensive. Silver, on the other hand, thought about how he would get Bera to spill out more details about everything she said, including something like the Swamp King's location, which he didn't know. It may seem uncaring that Silver wasn't approaching Artemis to comfort her, but the truth was that he cared deeply about her, which is why he did not do so. His trust and confidence in her was too large for him to feel the need to comfort her right now. Besides, this was necessary. What was justice? Was there something like true, all-encompassing justice? In the past, the god of darkness and true evil sought to answer this question, what was justice? Was there such a thing as absolute? To this, he asked the goddess of justice what it meant to be just. And she couldn't answer him. And in the end, as he played a game of knives and tricks with the god, he reached a conclusion. But in the end, it went back with him to heaven. The goddess of justice was left alone with his answer. She was justice, but they did not need her justice. Her justice did not save those she loved. Such was the legacy left behind by the god of all evil. Could someone be just all the time? Some said yes, others exclaimed no. Silver did not agree with either, as there were many kinds of justice, and in a sense, the environment one lived limited which were possible. A king can be just for decades if his people allow him to, if the environment lets him rule peacefully and wisely. But such is an ideal world, far from common reality. To the common folk, there were many kinds of it. Many asked such questions in the past, especially when the Astrea Familia was still active. Justice for a peasant is completely different from a noble's justice, but just because he is a figure of power, does that disqualify his answer and need for justice? What did he do throughout his life? How was he raised? How do you expect a frog raised in a well to dream of a mountain? Is he wrong to act in a certain way when subjected all his life to act like it? Are his sins truly his to bear alone, and is his justice any less than another's? To understand it all and encompass all, that was true justice. But it wasn't the one the people sought. Justice was, in its essence, a matter of personal taste. Justice was something you created to fit your goals. In that same way, Astrea's justice differed from Artemis. And Hestia's too. Silver's also. Artemis needs to understand that the world isn't so direct and simple. And she knows that. What pains her isn't all that, but the helplessness in being utterly unable to help those in need. Silver was somewhat surprised she acted this way. Artemis was a strong girl who usually displayed her emotions in a silent but mature way, which was usually a direct but simple approach of getting her hands dirty and working to solve the problem rather than whatever this was supposed to be. Tantrum. This was something her captain had her fair share of trouble dealing with. More than once, both he and Artemis were walking on the street only for him to realize she had vanished because she saw a couple of kids being bullied on the side, so now she was reprimanding everyone, including the parents. If there were any. The moment she heard Bera's story, something flipped inside her head, causing her to lose the coolness of acting out of the ordinary as she pressed her troubles onto her. Still, amidst her confusion, there was one thing she could do. Step. She stepped forward, looking at Silver. Did you calm down? Mum. Bera was harsh, but you were also rude. Silver replied plainly as he crossed his arms. There was no need to beat around the bush, he was going to confront her about it. I know. I have, and I'm sorry. For showing you such a sight. She said as her eyes sharpened. Do not be, you shouldn't be apologizing to me but to her. And again, no matter how ugly you look, this won't change how I see you, it's but part of life. From her serious gaze, Artemis slowly looked away as she smiled awkwardly, having difficulty choosing whether to laugh at his remark or be serious, causing her lips to tremble. And not now. Gore. Stop flirting. Hestia exclaimed as she jumped between the two. Chuckle. Ahem. So. Are we killing the Swamp King? Of course. Silver said as he cut through Artemis's words. Huh. How did it get to that? Hestia asked out loud as she looked between Silver and Hestia. What do you mean? The moment they mentioned a monster that has never been defeated, I knew I would be killing it. Fate has led me here. Silver said with a smile as he looked around. Fate? What fate? I knew there was something special about this place. That swamp drew me in instantly. Stop trying to excuse your actions. Well. Excuse or not, there's only to gain by taking it down. That. We don't know much to state such things. Hestia replied weakly as she looked at her hands, trying to figure out replies to rationally have Silver reconsider his actions. She didn't want him to stop pursuing eliminating the Swamp King, instead, she wanted him to take it slow. They weren't from here and they didn't know how the people felt. Bera's words seemed to have taken root within Hestia somewhat. That's why we need to go ask some questions, aren't we tourists right now? I'm sure someone is bound to tell us where the spring of life is, from there it's easy. No, it's not. We can't just engage in a conflict within a foreign land. Besides, not only do we not know its strength, we also don't know the damages clashing with it may have on the environment. Hestia exclaimed out "Ood" as she pinched Silver's arm. And you think I don't know that? I'm not talking about engaging the creature, I'm talking about figuring it out. Is it a mutant? If so, from which monster? She said it was a weak one. Okay, can we figure out a weakness? Why is the sacrifice necessary? How does it work? Why does it affect the Swamp King the way it does? Can we figure out a way to deal with it without relying on the sacrifice? Why was Beltane unable to eliminate it? If we can solve those questions, maybe we can start talking about taking it down. Or would you prefer to leave them all behind? We can leave if you wish, if you promise not to mention this again. That is. It settled them. What is? Silver smiled. Notes. Chapter 288, Beltane and the Spring of Life Part. Enjoy. If we can solve those questions, maybe we can start talking about taking it down. Silver said with a smile as he patted Hestia's head. Humph, if it was that easy, they would have figured it out by now. Hestia said in a weak tone as she dropped her head, not resisting Silver's hand but not enjoying it either. Definitely not trying to act tough. You're missing the point here. Not every problem can be solved with pure perseverance, not without some creative thinking at the very least. Tell me, what is the job of an adventurer? Silver asked as he walked past Hestia, walking to the edge of the room. Their job? To explore the dungeon. She asked as she went after Silver. Artemis was also pensive, going after him as he left the room. How do we do that? Going on an adventure. Right, an adventurer's job is to go on an adventure. So, when we do that, what do we usually find? Monsters. We're getting there, so tell me, what happens if we find a monster we can't face? You run away. Artemis said out loud when Hestia did not reply. If you can, not all can. And in those circumstances, the job of an adventurer truly shines. An adventurer is someone who seeks to make the improbable possible. To resolve the issues the ordinary man cannot, that's what we are and should aspire to be. Those that go well and beyond. Well, they're given another name, aren't they? He asked with a smirk as he raised an eyebrow. And I will solve these people's troubles, whether they want it or not. My way. He's acting cocky. But before all that, I'm hungry. Tap tap, /. Let's stop by somewhere first and then start asking questions. Silver said with a chuckle as he patted his stomach. Hestia and Artemis looked at each other for a moment before rolling their eyes, following Silver as he explored the streets of Beltane. The opening acts of a new adventure. Later, /. Chomp, / MMMMN. Yummy. Hestia said out loud as she licked her lips in delight. Eat slowly, you're making a mess. Artemis replied as she took a bite of her food as well. It was delicious, although she kept herself controlled, not spilling it everywhere. Right now, they weren't that far from the entrance of the city, being in a restaurant at the edge of a street. It sold mostly oily foods, the reason why Hestia was making a mess. Image. Silver, on the other hand, ate without much care, enjoying his food as he looked around, seeing the people go on with their lives. The more I look at it, the more I find this place impressive. Beltane isn't a tiny country like the dozens of small hamlets scattered throughout the lands. I thought it would be small but I was wrong. It extends over a few mountains, covering pretty much the entire area surrounding the swamp, although most of the more distant settlements are composed of farming plots. It's hard to say how many people there are here but I would say it's between 10 and 20,000, not much, but considerable for a place in the middle of the mountains. It's a prominent enough place to have an economy, for the people to be numerous enough to provide for themselves, gather their own resources, and be self-sufficient. At the center of it all lays the spring of life and the Barra Familia, although they aren't exactly the ruling force. The native said Beltane has no rulers, which means the people are primarily self-governing, working together towards a common goal. And the reason they can be so harmonious is because they are all chronically ill. If they don't work together, they'll all die. Maybe some won't, those that aren't ill. People like me who came from afar before settling down. Anyhow. Of course, there is some manner of governance in this place from the knights patrolling around. There are laws and representatives that help the people voice out their troubles and concerns to each other, and usually, Barra is present to make everything fair. She came to me as a playful and remorseful goddess, but she is pretty serious about managing these people. Someone has to be there to make sure people build their houses properly, that their needs are met, and that the rights of others are also enforced. Only that way can a society maintain itself. When rights are broken, and community trust is shattered, people stop looking over their shoulders for each other. That's when decency begins to fall off. But for people to have the space to trust others, someone must first protect them. Even then, it's quite different from Horario, as I would say. This is a small glimpse into the world of the past, a society that has maintained itself with little change for 1,000 years. In those times, I imagine people had to gather in these small, isolated communities and act together to defend against monsters. Otherwise, if they grew too much, they might attract stronger monsters. I'm afraid even a level 3 monster would be a disaster in those times. It still is today. After all, the quality of an individual hasn't really changed much in these past few hundred years. I would even say it's worsened since people don't have to rely as much on training, leaving it for those with blessings and whatnot. But that is only a personal take. I'm sure that on a continental scale, the strength of an individual has increased, even when taking the natural increase of the population. Since people aren't just dying left and right anymore. It's incredible to see. In the distant past, records would tell tales of how kingdoms would often rise for hundreds of years isolated, as travel routes were frequently brimming with monsters. Their language isn't unique though, which is odd to me, but I take that's due to the gods. They can easily learn the language of the mortals, but as time passes, they retain the language, preventing it from changing too much. Also, it's likely because the ancestors of the people in these plains and mountains were originally part of the same groups, so our language is similar, although they have a rather heavy accent. Although I do know most of the common tongue was taught by the gods and before, their representatives. Modern languages can likely be traced back to the spirits and the gods respectively. Mortal tongues and divine ones. It's also interesting. Hestia is part of the Olympian pantheon, and apart from the traditional language spoken around Horario, she also knows how to speak Latin. Or the closest language to it I can imagine. Takamikazuchi knows how to speak something akin to Japanese, and so do his children. I heard from them that they learned how to speak Koine, the common language on the way here. Honestly, they're quite good at it. Still, that raises the question of how Take knows how to speak Koine when he's from such a diverse pantheon, or as Hestia would say it, on a corner of heaven far away from hers. Sometimes, I wonder if Koine was a language bestowed on mortals by the gods since they all seem to know how to speak it for some reason. Maybe their omniscience allows them to learn it whenever they descend. Regardless, these sorts of subjects have always fascinated me. I ask questions like these from time to Hestia, but for each and every question she answers, 9 others remain unresolved. I'm still waiting for her to name 3 divine artifacts she left in Haven. Why is she so secretive about it? Loki talks all the time about the artifacts she stole from others, /chomp, /. Silver ate his food without much thought afterward, enjoying his peace for the next few moments. After a few more minutes of eating without much care, Silver paid for his food with Valis, which the restaurant owner accepted without issue. It wasn't very expensive anyway, coming to a total just shy of 70 Valis. With how well they ate, none of the 3 were complaining. In comparison, the one-person pasta at the Hostess of Fertility cost 300 Valis, no drinks included. The Hostess was an expensive restaurant, that's for sure. Mia never denied it, and sometimes, she seemed proud to add zeros to her menus. But it was a fact the pasta was large enough to feed an entire family. So the price was justifiable. Or so Mia would say. 300 Valis was still ridiculously expensive, enough for a family to feed themselves for days, if not a week. The problem is that adventurers are big eaters, which usually leads to their portions being comically large. One of the reasons being one was expensive. Not counting for the absurd inflation of recent times. Something he definitely did not contribute towards. Horario was an economic center. It is obvious some things would be expensive compared to the countryside, especially with the difference in currency as Valis were more valuable to these people than their coin. Still, for all mentioned, he missed seeing the hostess maids, not that he would say that out loud. /walk, / chatter, / fresh vegetables. Only half a piece for tomatoes. 5 for 2 pieces. Baked pies. Get your tasty baked pies for 30 pieces. As they walked through the streets of Beltane, talking with the natives from time to time, Silver and company eventually arrived at a large street market stretching far into the distance. It was rather crowded. There were hundreds of people in this very place, chatting and talking, eating and laughing. It was almost as if the Swamp King wasn't an issue. Whoa. Silver. Look. Hestia said with excitement as she pulled him along to check every booth she fancied. Whenever she saw something interesting, Silver bought it for her, causing her to go on a spree, pointing at things with a wide smile as she hummed a lullaby through the streets. Never having to worry about her wealth, Hestia's take on money wasn't exactly tame as it should have been. Not that she was lavish. Meanwhile, Artemis didn't seem as eager as her friend, instead looking around with a serious gaze as she walked under the guise of her cloak. Slash thud, slash. What is it? She asked as she looked at Silver. You look down, are you still upset? I just can't throw these thoughts away. What these people have to go through. I see. But do these people look in pain to you? Silver asked as he turned to the people in the market. No, they're happy, satisfied with their lives, but you feel that they shouldn't? No. That's not what I meant. But that's how you sound like. How do you think you sound like from their perspective? I'm sure they would understand your thinking, that you're worrying for them out of kindness and goodwill, but do you think anyone would ever want to be pitied upon? Especially for the families of those that sacrifice themselves for their sake. Pity from an outsider that's free to come and go as he wishes. From someone that does not understand their pains. For them, your pity would tarnish their sacrifices, diminish the valor they showed in willingly putting their lives to an end to preserve this peace you see now. I would be lying if I said I know how they think, but people aren't that different from each other, our brains work in the same way, our hearts aspire for similar things. You can pity them, but don't tell them you do. Show it through actions rather than words. Can you imagine how many words they've heard over the centuries already? Of course, just because they suffer, it wouldn't justify their behavior, as everywhere you go in the world, people suffer, and trying to weigh their problems on a scale to see who's in the right is a very human thing to do. Sometimes, we spend more time pointing fingers at each other than trying to solve our own problems. Maybe some don't even want to lose it, as the moment they see themselves free, they would lose the point of their existence. Some make their problems their personalities. How would they see you, someone trying to solve their problem, as? Artemis was silent. But not all feel like that. To those who seek the light at the end of the tunnel, your pity is just like empty words of salvation with nothing to back them up. There's no point in feeling bad for them, they wouldn't want it, what they would want is for their troubles to end. Let's aim towards that, shall we? Mum. If her mood improved, it wasn't noticeable. Anyhow, do you want one of those earrings? I think they would look good on you. You think so too? She asked as an awkward smile slowly crept up her face. Yeah. Slash smile, slash. Hey. Are you two done? Hestia asked on the side as she tapped her foot on the ground with great displeasure. Cough. We should move on. Silver said in a weak tone as he moved close to one of the shops, buying whatever he saw as an excuse before moving on. Slash around an hour later, slash. After walking for over an hour buying and eating many interesting things, talking with the locals and exploring some national sites, Silver asked the locals for directions before stopping by an inn, reserving 2 rooms for them to stay for the night. With everything he had in mind for this place, he knew it would take some time, and although he was pressed for time, he was willing to spend a day here if it meant taking care of things neatly. Phew. I can finally rest my legs. Hestia said out loud as she rested her head on Silver's bed. Although Silver booked 2 rooms, for some reason unknown, mystical, and completely not predictable reasons, both Artemis and Hestia decided to rest in his room instead of theirs, even if it meant cramping it. Knowing this would happen, Silver booked a larger bed, although the innkeeper looked at him with a strange gaze, impressed with Silver's abilities. It seemed that somewhere along the lines, misunderstanding brew, but Silver let the matter rest as it is, better that than trying to explain what was actually going on. Not that the truth was that far off, anyhow. I've eaten a lot. I need some rest. Foo-foo. Hestia added as she tapped her belly. I'm a bit tired too. Should we call it for today? Artemis asked as she turned to Silver. Sigh, why are you asking me that when you've already taken my bed hostage? Silver replied with a sigh as he looked at the 2 of them on his bed. It seems like you 2 already made your choices regardless of my wishes anyway. While the 2 of them were ready to just close their eyes and let their stomach settle down, Silver wasn't going to rest now as he was barely tired. They left on their journey in the early morning and it was barely past noon, the day was still young. I'll go take a stroll around town, I'll be back in an hour or so. You 2 can rest in the meantime. Once I'm back, we can explore more of the city together. How about that? He said as he left his baggage behind. For the sake of being in character, Silver was carrying a large bag on his back containing several miscellaneous things. It wasn't heavy, but it was mostly a bother to carry around. He was happy departing from it. Ah. Already leaving us behind? Artemis teased as she laid back on his bed. Feeling comfortable, are we? Silver retorted with a scoff as he rolled his eyes, opening the door in the process. If you need me for anything, you know the drill, just use the magic item and I'll be back in the blink of an eye. You won't cause trouble, will you? Hestia asked as she turned to him as well. Is that the last thing you'll say to me before I go? I won't, all right. That didn't sound convincing. Artemis said with a chuckle as she saw Silver close the door. Slash clack, slash. And there he goes. Silent and serious. It's only us now. Artemis said as she laid her head on the pillow. Yeah. It's not every day we have such a chance. But is it strange I'm already bored? Hestia asked out loud as she turned to face Artemis. No. Not at all. Rithusa says that's natural when one's in love, the desire to not part ways to your beloved. Oh. Don't say it like that. If he hears it, he's going to tease us forever. Hestia said in a meek tone as she tried to hide her embarrassment. Us. Why did you pull me to your bravado? I'm fine, I'll just close my eyes and rest. She said with a laugh as she turned around on the bed. Huh. Slash chuckle slash. Slash creak, slash. All right. Now I'm all on my own. Time for some real investigations. He said with a thin smile as he stretched his neck. While Hestia and Artemis took a nap, Silver raised his head as he looked at the marvelous city unravel before his eyes. But first, I need to figure out what to do with the eyes watching me from afar. Ever since Silver entered the city, he noticed he was being watched, something that only intensified after he met Bera. They aren't being very sneaky. Maybe because they never had to. I didn't expect to see master assassins in the middle of nowhere, but those guys are pretty subpar. Any second-class adventurer would have noticed them. They're only as good as third class. Well, they don't seem to have evil intentions, and I kind of look like a suspicious person right now, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and leave them alone. For now. Instead, I'm more interested in the shadow that's watching me. It was a light feeling, as if he wasn't there, but Silver heard his breathing. There was no way he wouldn't, being this close to him. However, different from the other tales, this one had little presence, as if he wasn't there at all. Had it not been for his usual probe of his surroundings, Silver may have missed him at first. That only made him that more interested in the shadow. So with a faint smile, as if oblivious to their presence, Silver went down the street to meet with some people. Although he had promised not to cause trouble, it seemed he was en route to breaking his vows. If they could see him right now, just what would they think? Well, if trouble is caused by someone else, then he wouldn't be going against his word, would he? He needed some serious reprimanding for those lines of thoughts. Notes. Chapter 289, Beltane and the Spring of Life Part. Enjoy. This is a mega-sized chapter, 8K or something, so I'll be seeing you guys next week. Peace. Step. Stop, slash. Around half an hour after he left on his investigative journey, Silver stopped somewhere in a more remote region of the city as he felt the people going after him move erratically. He could tell from their whispers and movements, they had finally decided to approach him after he made his goals clear. To stop him, to show him their boundaries which he had crossed. Slash. Those guys. They're finally moving. Did I get on their nerves? I did ask too many questions. Silver never tried to hide what he came here to do. From his questions and the way he moved around, it would be clear to those following him that he was after the spring of life and the monster within. It was only a matter of time before they lost their patience. His reckless actions couldn't be overlooked anymore. I made it far too obvious. Would they take the bait and come after me? He looked around as he touched his chin. But it's not like they can leave me alone either, since not approaching me would mean that they're leaving me to my own devices. Not exactly wise when I'm going to dig up a bomb. They'll do everything in their power to prevent me from finding the spring of life and facing the Swamp King, since from everything I've learned so far, their ritual to put the beast to sleep is still a few years away. They're not ready to face the beast were anything wrong to happen. Strangely enough, none of the people I talked with know where the spring of life is located, mainly because the entire swamp is fed from the spring's waters, so it has the same effect everywhere. There's no need for any of the city dwellers to know where the source is. In fact, it's better if they don't know. Only a few seem to know where the spring's source is, and those people are the ones I want to attract. The problem is that I can't discern who's telling the truth among the people I've talked to. Not that precisely, that is. I could also go after the elderly. Some of them is bound to know where the spring is located, having lived through multiple cycles. Which was my plan until this happened. I'm provoking them with my actions, but fate will tell if we'll end up as enemies or not. But before leaving, I promise not to cause too much trouble, so I have to stick to that. If lying to a god is bad, breaking one's promise to them is even worse. I won't tarnish my reputation for such a thing. Step. Thinking of that, Silver heard footsteps behind him, prompting him to turn around as he faked some surprise. However, that didn't seem to fool the newcomer. The one who approached him was an elf, a man with pale green eyes and a serious expression, eyes that had experienced much pain and suffering throughout the years. Looking at the man gave Silver a feeling very much akin to that of Riveria. This man was an old elf, one that looked much younger than he actually was. A century-old man who had been scared more than once throughout his life. Image. Enough act. You're all the same. The man said as he took slow, calculated steps in Silver's direction. You take us for fools, country bumpkins that know no better. You treated us as if we were air, provoking us right before our homes. Whoa, that's a strong start. You adventurers lot undermine anyone that isn't from Orario. And its dangers. Listen to my advice, leave, turn back, and return from whence you came. Quite a way to introduce yourself, no? Silver joked as he looked at the men. Rude, but I didn't give him a reason to treat me with respect either. It doesn't change the fact it's rude, though. I've already said my lines, leave, there's nothing for you here. The man said as his eyes sharpened, his muscles tensioning. He seemed ready to strike, the sword by his waist seemed to tremble in expectation. But of course there is. I have business with the Swamp King you see, could you kindly tell me where it resides so I can say hi? Silver smiled lightly. He thought about how to present himself to the elf, but after a quick round of thinking, he decided to go with how the elf saw him. A somewhat arrogant adventurer confident in his own strength, was there anything better than to give your opponent the impression they knew everything about him? Well. He wasn't his opponent yet, but he felt this elf wasn't a very patient person either. From the looks of things, there was only one way this could end. Say hi. Do you treat this as a joke? You. Ah, I see. He said as he closed his eyes, his voice turning solemn as he understood what Silver was doing. It seems words won't be enough to convince you. Unsheath. The elf unsheathed his sword from its scabbard, getting in a stance as he pointed his sword at Silver, 1 foot before the other, akin to a fencing stance. That's an interesting sword. Silver thought momentarily as he analyzed his foe. It was an Eastern-style katana, not something Silver saw frequently around these parts. Very well, I expected more given her words, but this is how it ends. Like many other times before. His words were deep and hinted at something Silver already suspected at the back of his mind, but in the end, he did not bring it forward, merely smiling as he looked at the men, not reacting with a counter stance. Instead, he tried to de-escalate things. You know. Talk things out first. As if he expected that to work. Well, it seems there's a misunderstanding here, I only came here to deal with a monster, why draw your sword towards me? He asked with a thin smile, knowing full well why the man was acting like this in the first place. I'm here to stop you from wasting your life away. What you seek cannot be achieved. Oh my. I appreciate your care. But I'm not someone who goes along with rumors. Then you shall face my blade. Looks like we won't be able to solve this peacefully. Sigh, a shame, but expected. He touched the back of his head, somewhat helpless, as he tapped his foot on the ground. I promise not to cause too much trouble. So I guess we can call this a spar. Can we? Great, I love the enthusiasm. You lot have always been stubborn, no wonder you guys oftentimes stay single for hundreds of years. He said as he stopped thinking too much. I've exhausted my lines. If we can't talk with our lips, then we shall with our fists. Silver added as he cracked his knuckles. Vanish. Where? One thing though, I don't think I need you to worry about my well-being, you should worry about yours Instia. Silver said as he reappeared behind the men, barely finishing his lines before the man's sword came slashing through the air with immense speed. Swoosh. The elf sword passed straight through Silver's neck without a shred of hesitation. No. That wouldn't be right. As his sword approached Silver, seeing his complete lack of a reaction caused the elf to try and stop his swing, but it was too quick. He acted in reflex and swung with great speed. By the time he processed the situation, his own sword was already half through Silver's neck due to its immense momentum. Yet, he felt nothing, it was as if he was slashing through air. And so he was, as soon after, Silver's body began to dissolve into smoke. Whistle. That was fast, better than I expected. But what was that at the end? Silver said from the side as he looked at the elf. He now sat atop a small boulder, looking at the elf with a carefree gaze as he relaxed by the shade. Meanwhile, the man sweated slightly as he tried to understand what just happened. What happened? An illusion. Was it pure speed? No, that can't be. When did he cast magic? I saw no. Wait, was I under his control from the start? It could be. He wasn't surprised by my appearance, as if he already knew I was there. But that can't be so simple. If I were under the effect of an illusion, I would have felt something odd. The elf brainstormed, trying to make sense of what just happened, failing every time. Don't overthink it too much, man. Hey, between you and me, you're a nice guy, aren't you? Silver said as he pointed at his arms. You tried to deviate your slash, not many would have done that after such a scare. I apologize for what I did before, it wasn't my intention to provoke you all like that, but I needed someone to talk to and those people wouldn't cut it, so I had to take some desperate measures. I felt as if you were all avoiding me even. I had little choice on the matter. How about we start this over? I guess we started on the wrong foot. How about some very late introductions? Maybe this way, we can reach a consensus, But before Silver could finish his nonsensical speech, the elf dashed forward, his sword raised upright before he slashed it downward. Slash thud, slash. Exclamation point. TSK. A rookie mistake. However, this time, Silver did not evade it, taking a step forward, blocking his hands from coming down, putting the elf in an awkward position. The elf immediately noticed his mistake, his face tensioning as he braced for a counterattack. But then, Silver said nothing, only looking at him as if he expected something to happen, causing the elf's expression to slowly go from neutral surprise to a slightly annoyed, challenged one. Honestly, the elf had no reason to slash after Silver's lack of interest in fighting, he only did so out of curiosity, a desire after experiencing this strange man's behavior and abilities. He felt his pride be ticked. This man had made short work of his discipline and abilities, walking over him without much issue. And that was severely upsetting. Even so. He took a deep breath. Trying to calm down. Slash smile, slash. But just as he calmed down, Silver said with a slightly mocking smile. Was it necessary to cut through my words? You've done so several times. Slash slash, slash. Taking another quick breath, the elf pushed his left foot to the side, causing Silver's balance to break. And as he fell, he slashed diagonally against his neck once more, this time, with a quicker and sharper stroke. For an ordinary adventurer fighting without a weapon, this kind of scenario would be borderline fatal, but to the dismay of the elf, the men seemed to be having fun. Slash snap, slash. Silver snapped his right hand fingers, and right before the elf, he vanished. At that moment, the elf stood there dazed, a bead of sweat falling from his forehead as he turned to the side to face Silver once more. Interrupted yet again. This time, however, Silver did not smile. His eyes flashed for a moment, reflecting his mood change to a darker, heavier one. Fine, it seems he's really not the kind to listen to words. I thought he would have enough after being a little intimidated by my plasmids, but I guessed wrong. This elf has pride in himself, I only enticed him into acting with that. Since that's the case, should I just punch him hard? No, not yet, I can't strike first. I'll give him a dozen more strokes. That way, Hestia can't complain. Satisfied with himself, Silver said as he waved his hand around. You're pretty good, by Arario's standards, you would almost be first class. Anyhow, I stand for what I said before. I'm not here to fight you guys. Despite my shallow provocations. And that's exactly the problem. The elf replied as his expression turned solemn. His movements, not only once but twice. I must remain vigilant. But what's his deal? Is he playing with me? Observing me? I thought he was a haughty adventurer, but he's different. He knows his worth and that of those around him. Regardless, no matter how confident and sure of himself he is. The Swamp King isn't a monster that can be killed, he said as his grip over his sword tightened. And why is that? Is he protected by an ancient curse? A magic spell of unknown proportions? Praise tell, I'm all ears. For all I know, Bera's story is but the tip of the iceberg, she could have left out many details from her tale. After all, even if she is compelled to answer every question, it doesn't mean she has to tell the truth. A lie is an answer as well. All monsters can be killed, the only eternal beings are the gods, and everything else eventually perishes with time. The elven man's expression sharpened as he looked at Silver, but he eventually relaxed slightly, saying, that may be true, but the Swamp King cannot be felled with simple steel alone. We've tried, you guys tried. Everyone failed. And as a consequence, all of our forests rotted due to its wrath. We cannot afford to lose anything else, so I ask of you, once again, to leave. You're aiming to provoke a being we cannot bear to contend with. Leave us to deal with it on our own terms. The elf said sincerely as his stance and tone grew firm. I understand. Silver replied as he closed his eyes. With everything he gathered so far, the picture of their situation had already formed, and with it, he began to understand how this man felt and why he wanted Silver to leave so desperately. One could say he was a coward, but was that really the case? To level up to this degree, this man likely fought monsters time and time again. And in this land, there's only the Swamp King. And the few scattered monsters of the Beol Mountains. He grew stronger to protect his people, hunting and persevering. But eventually, as he climbed higher and higher, the greater his despair grew. And eventually, he gave in to fate. Accepting reality for what it was. The Swamp King's power seemed boundless, even for him. His courage shattered and his valor fell. What a pitiful man. Then. But I'm afraid I cannot do that. Why? You're not even from here. You came out of nowhere and are now meddling in our business. What does the Swamp King have to do with you? Everything. The Swamp King is everything to me. Silver said as his eyes grew serious. Turning my back here without even taking a look would only weaken my resolve, the very same resolve that drove me to be who I currently am. I cannot so easily abandon that. Silver replied as his eyes shone again. I'm an adventurer, I kill monsters, that's all there is to it. The Swamp King attacked me as I passed by, and I can't overlook that. I won't leave this land until I've looked at the creature myself. You who lost your drive against mine, which burns bright. It's a bit quirky, but it's the truth. I'll lend you some of the flames, try to fight against fate. That is the ballad of a hero. I stole this from one of Belle's books. I like the line. Then. I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you here. The elf replied as he raised his katana once more. It seems so. I'm Melios Silver, by the way. I imagine you'd be interested in hearing my name now that we've talked for a bit. Besides, I don't like being referred to as you all the time. Bold of you to assume I would call you by your name, arrogant adventurer. The elf replied as he got into a stance. It seemed as if he didn't care, but in truth, he did care a bit. Whatever Silver's motives were, they were far from plain provocations. This wasn't born from pure arrogance. He wholeheartedly believed in his ability to deal with this issue. And this sparked his curiosity. Could there be someone so sure of themselves in the world? If he did not possess the ability, then he would make him wake up to the real world. Before he dug himself a grave. That's right, I'm arrogant. That summarizes most of it. How I got here? Silver said with a chuckle as he remembered all of his times acting in absurd ways. If I never believed in myself and worked myself towards a goal. What am I even thinking? Slash whoosh, slash. Slash flash, slash. Once again, Silver vanished before the elf's eyes, and before he had the time to be surprised, his instincts told him a strike was about to fall upon his waist. Slash bam, slash. A flash of light followed with intense pain as he barely blocked Silver's straight jab with his katana, being blown back towards a tree, crashing it as he fell a few feet from it. Cough. Arg. Huff. The elf felt great pain in his chest, too much in fact, it was unnatural. What's happening to me? Poison. It can't be I. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash slam, slash. Guah. Not giving him time to rest, Silver reappeared on the side, kicking his waist and sending him against the rocky mountainside, causing him to crash against a wide boulder, splitting it in half. Slash step, slash. The sounds of his footsteps immediately woke the elf from his daze, causing him to cough some blood as he tried to recover his bearings. Feeling and tasting the blood in his throat made the elf realize that this was a serious fight. He had to sober up. You're too distracted. You can do better than this. Silver said out loud as he approached the elf. Gaa. Huff. Damn it. How is he moving so fast? Magic. But I've heard no chanting. Just how? Is the difference between us that large? It can't be, how come? Is he an actual? Huff. Don't think this is over. I'm. Huff. Belthane's devoted sword. For a century I shed my blood for the people. He said weakly amidst gasps as he recovered his breath. And I'll gladly do so again today. Is this even necessary? Huff, become a sword. Devoted hearth of steel. Chanting huh. Seems like he's decided to take me seriously. This is getting interesting. Usko Nari. The elf said in a low tone as he raised his right hand forward. Sword of faith. Slash shua, slash. Question mark. That was fast, extremely short chanting huh. But the wind. This is familiar. The wind began to shift, to gather unnaturally as it shuffled around chaotically. Around the man's right hand, Silver felt an unusual concentration of magical power, together with strong winds revolving around his palm. A form of wind control, akin to aerial. But while aerial is an irregularly strong self-enchant, this one is a sword of wind. Interesting. Silver said in a plain tone as he looked at the man's hand. As expected, you figured it out at sight. But that changes little. With great focus, he got into a stance once more, his blood scattering into the wind as his body was washed away by the powerful currents. With his wind sword in his right hand and his katana in his left one, he said, I won't let you get the better of me again, come. Slash crack, slash. My pleasure. Silver said as he took another step forward, vanishing from his position as he immediately reappeared in front of the elf, ready for another strike. Hup. The elf's speed hadn't changed, his strength remained the same, his sword remained as sharp as before, but his focus had shifted, and his will even seemed solid. His thoughts flowed like water as his vision grew turbid. The world grew opaque as only a single object remained in sight. He immediately reacted to Silver's movement, strike forward, his senses told him. Slash slash, slash. Slash clang, slash. This time, replying to his strike, Silver produced a long spear from his pocket space, blocking the elf's strike. The first time he felt it necessary to pull a weapon to face him, he was now treating this seriously. Even if just a little more than before. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash clang, slash. Slash slash, slash. Slash clang, slash. Another strike, a flurry of swings with the wind in tow, carrying the might of a typhoon. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. Slash clink, slash. Slash clang, slash. A dozen strikes were exchanged within 2 seconds, the wind of the man's saber cut through the ground and stone around them, leaving behind scars as they danced in the ruined grass field. Through this clash, both managed to grasp how proficient each other were in their respective fields, and as they expected, their foe were just as capable as they had imagined them to be. Silver saw the elf as a master swordsman, although one plagued with doubt and confusion. He would easily find space with the likes of most first-class adventurers, and for a countryside warrior with the blessing of a goddess far from Orario, it was quite the accomplishment. Almost legendary even. Just a few steps more and he would reach the realm of heroes of the ancient times. But for that, he would first need to rid himself of his doubts and regrets. Slash slash, slash. Meanwhile, the elf saw Silver as an erratic warrior, one that had combined his strange powers with his combat style. Or was overly reliant on it. Of course, this was merely a passing observation, the elf knew Silver had yet to be serious, so he feared for THS possibility that his foe had yet to stop playing at all. Regardless, to defeat him, he had to perceive through his power, to be faster than Silver, but was it possible when he couldn't even follow his movements? How was he instantly moving around? What were its limitations? If he could move so fast, why was he holding back? Why not strike him and end this bout at once? Unless he was being made a fool. Slash clang, slash. Sword and spear clashed, but the elf kept being pushed back despite his devotion and will. Slash clang, slash. Slash slam, slash. The elf swung his swords in a closing X pattern, intending to force Silver to receive a strike in exchange for blocking another. Exclamation point. For a moment, Silver was impressed. He had seen this technique before. Takamikazuchi had taught something similar to him before, one of the hundreds of martial arts he knew and taught his children occasionally. Meanwhile, the elf was ready for his evasion with his speed, an ability he had already taken as momentary. Otherwise, he would have already lost. It was the only possible way to make sense within his understanding of the world. He could not envision a reality where Silver's abilities came without a cost. But against his expectations, Silver did something else entirely. Slash tang, slash. He spun his spear, pushing the end of its shaft against the elf's chest as he parried the blows, being faster than the elf could even react, sending him recoiling backward as he crashed against the same boulder as before, causing rock fragments to fall onto him as he gasped for air. His wind sword flew to the side, dissipating within the air, causing the hustling air to calm down as the world turned quiet. H-A-A-A. 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 W-Y. Did Y-U. H-A-A-A. Use the end O of your H-A-A-A. Spear. He asked amidst quick breaths as he raised his head to look at Silver. Are you mocking me? He asked out loud as he looked at Silver with indignation. I came here to kill a monster, not you. Silver replied as he rested the end of his spear against the ground. Huff. Damned adventurers. Huff. When will you learn? How many times have we tried? How many of us did we sacrifice? The destruction around us, Beltane can't take it. Silver did not make fun of him, he merely said, being serious as he looked away. I don't see it getting any better by doing nothing. At this rate, your homeland will rot away into dust. Your sarcasm changes nothing. The only way forward is through the ritual. Who said that? Our goddess. She who can only speak thorny truths. Amidst countless failed attempts, and thousands of deaths over hundreds of years, the only way to guarantee our survival is through the ritual. She said so. She said a monster cannot be killed. Maybe. Maybe she was right. You bunch cannot kill it, not with that mentality. If you're curious, go ask her, is the Swamp King stronger than the behemoth? What? Is the Swamp King stronger than the Leviathan? Tell me, is the Swamp King as strong as the three great beasts? Do you even know what those are, or are you so isolated you're unaware of the outside world? Of course I know that. Then why are you in such despair? The Leviathan was slain, Behemoth fell. Its body decaying into the black desert. The Swamp King can be killed. Unless it's as strong as the Black Dragon. Because if it is, then you all better just kill yourselves right this moment and cut yourselves the pain. What you guys are doing is only prolonging the inevitable, giving time for the monster to fatten to an unbelievable degree. Huff. You're right, we're only prolonging the inevitable. As we search for a solution. But what else are we supposed to do? We'll die either way. The elf said as he got up from the ground. There it is, the real reason for it all. I thought you were better than that. TSK. If you care so much, why aren't you fighting? The only thing I see is a fool hiding behind his fears and insecurities, a pathetic sight to behold. If you can't face it now, try again, level up, develop your abilities, tell your smiths to improve, gather rarer materials, and challenge stronger monsters until you can face it head on. That's what you were supposed to do, not this. Just what are you even doing? Protecting me from making my own choices. Protecting your people like the children they are. You. The man tried to speak, but nothing came out of his mouth, only gasps for air and exhales. He had been robbed of his voice. My body. I've been poisoned. But how? When? You fought well, but that's it for today. Silver said as he raised his hand, pointing it at his face. The elf tried to move but his body was paralyzed, unresponsive. You won't be able to move for a while. Once you've rested, we can continue this bout. Step. At that moment, he heard footsteps coming from a street near him. He turned around, glancing at the intruder, a human man, one not that old either. I see, so the real boss has arrived. The man wore a dark blue shirt with a piece of yellow cloth tied around his waist. He also has a green cape and a dark cloth mask covering the upper half of his face. His skin was slightly tanned, and he had a sheathed curved blade at his waist, another katana, albeit longer than the one used by the elf, a two-handed sword. How noisy. Are you the final hurdle? Annoying. I could say the same, you're all annoying. As he inspected the men, a few things passed by Silver's head as he realized something rather strange. This guy. He's blind. Yet. He can easily move around with great accuracy. His senses must be extraordinarily refined and sensitive. Silver turned around momentarily, looking at the elf. It was clear that he had relaxed somewhat. He's not as tense as before. If he trusts his companion, then this man must be stronger than him. This place is rather interesting. Two such people in such a remote land. Bera really kept quiet about such things. With these two, she could have given Ishtar a good fight. Not something I would expect from a remote country town. You must have listened to our conversation. Are you going to stop me as well? Draw your weapon. The man said plainly as he placed his right hand on the hilt of his blade. That stance, it's a katana draw stance. How odd. That's a Far East technique, where did he learn it? It's the second one I've seen today. Well. Their weapons are rather similar to those of the Far East, they also wear kimonos. Still, I didn't expect to see such a culture deep in the mountains. Did a Far East god pass through here in the past? Bera doesn't look like a Far East goddess to me. Especially since she seems to be part of the same pantheon Bridget belongs to, and that's definitely not the Far East. Maybe they just developed this culture on their own. No matter, since it came to this. I'll test him as well. Snap. Silver snapped his right hand's finger, and immediately after, he vanished from the elf's field of view, reappearing right before the blindfolded man. Exclamation point. //. With ungodly precision and speed, the man cut straight through Silver's neck in the blink of an eye, only to frown as he reset his stance to a drawing one. What happened? I felt nothing. His presence vanished before reappearing before me. When I cut through it. Air. It didn't connect. What's going on here? Speed. It doesn't seem like it. There are no remnants. It was at this moment the blindfolded man understood the severity of the situation. Just what were you facing, Uskari? The serious man quickly connected the dots, realizing why his companion stood defeated on the side, readjusting his stance to a defensive one as he searched for his enemy. However, in a strange turn of events, Silver had seemingly vanished from the man's sensory field, leaving him baffled. But to his utmost surprise, Silver said from behind him, "As expected, you can't notice me if I do this." Silver's voice was cold and thin, almost sharp. Slash slash, slash. Slash bam, slash. His blade cut through the air with such speed a vacuum formed behind it, yet he felt nothing, only air once more. His eyebrows completely furrowed, and the man felt extremely annoyed. Something was wrong. How come he missed not once, but twice? Who taught you how to wield a sword? You're excellent at it, the way you handle it is impeccable, sharp, singular slashes, this is the epitome of what a swordsman should strive for. Silver praised as he crossed his arms a few meters away from the man. Maybe I should bring Take here in the future, he would be thrilled to see him, perhaps even teach him a little. Masters don't appear everywhere, and this guy looks young, maybe he'll reach the realms of ability. Take often speaks as the pinnacle of human ability. For me, I find it hard for him to get any better, but who am I before a god? Slash dash, slash. The blind man dashed forward as he closed the distance with Silver, but he stopped midway through his charge, not feeling his enemy anywhere anymore. He vanished, again. You're quite impatient, not exactly what I would expect from a swordsman of your caliber. Though would it be more correct to say you're gauging me? Silver said as he reappeared where the man was just before. They had essentially switched positions. It was clear now, he was being toyed with. Slash turns, slash. He turned around, slowly facing Silver again. You must be confused, how can you not feel me? You can hear my voice, you know I'm here, but you can't discern anything else, right? My form, the pulse in my veins, the smell in my clothes, the air hustling around me, my weight on the ground. It's as if you're talking to the air. You're not very talkative, are you? Could it be? Of course. Do your ears hurt whenever you speak? Silver asked with an evil chuckle as he took a step forward. Fine, remain silent. But at this rate, we'll go nowhere, or better yet, I'll finish this faster than even that elf over there. But that would be boring and tasteless. I've been thinking, since I came here to kill the Swamp King, isn't it just right for me to see how strong Beltane is? You know, to test the waters. That looks prudent enough. But so far, I haven't been impressed. Silver said as he took a step inside the man's strike zone, clearly provoking him as his eyes flashed with light. His smile widened. Slash slash, slash. Unsheathing his blade with massive speed, he struck Silver directly, changing his angle as he aimed for his chest. Slash clang, slash. Moving his spear, Silver blocked the man's blow, feeling the brunt of the impact through his arms and fingers. Heavy. Stronger than I expected. But not because he is strong himself, his technique itself is flawless, it's multiplying his force. This is a martial art. Another one. Slash slash, slash. Silver did not have a lot of time to think before another strike struck, coming from the side as the man stepped forward, moving towards him. Slash clang, slash. Exclamation point. Slash slash, slash. Slash cut, slash. Immediately after he parried the blow with his spear, the man chained another strike with incredible speed, surprising even Silver as his sword cut through his upper right shoulder, traveling down his chest before leaving through his waist. This cut. I felt it. The flesh being torn apart, bones splitting, and veins rupturing. But why? Why isn't he falling? Wait. Where's the blood? Impressive, I know this technique. Silver said out loud as he looked at the swordsman's arms. It's Shohato, a sword technique that requires a high degree of intuition and interception. 2 precise cuts in which even if the first one is dodged the second one will surely kill the opponent. Or so I've heard. Incredible execution. I never managed to evade it even once. Not through ordinary bodily movement, that is. He added as he scratched his chin, pensive. Even with the difference in speed and power between me and Takamikazuchi, his application of the technique left me in awe. It's easy enough for me to predict the second sword strike and leave Take's range before he strikes, but he always catches me by surprise with a series of other techniques, forcing me to either receive the blow or move outside of his range via some other method. Even with the difference in our strengths and reaction speeds. It's a technique meant to kill your opponent even if he's faster than you, not applicable to most monsters, though. Still. This man's sword is exactly like his, even if his combat sense isn't the same. But technique-wise, I'm not capable enough to discern them both. If I were to try. Take's sword feels unavoidable, while his feels heavy. This was the first time the man showed surprise through his expression. How do you know my technique? The man asked with a frown as he took a step back, retreating as he built some ground for himself. Meanwhile, the elf opened his eyes wide in surprise, blown out of his seat by his companion's retreat. Your technique? That can't be the technique. Ah. I see. It makes sense now. You're self-taught, aren't you? I'll take that as a yes. But man, you're incredible, you derived sword techniques on your own. Something like this took centuries in some schools back in another continent. A blind sword master. Are you Belthane's best? Silence. Good, then this means that as long as I take you down, no one can stop me from facing the Swamp King. Do try your best, I've been itching for a proper morning routine. Silver said as he stretched his neck. Step. Silver stepped forward. Let's begin, I won't be holding back now. Try to hit me again. The swordsman said nothing, but he was evidently ready for the incoming battle. Whoosh, bam, crack, Taking a singular step forward, Silver invaded the man's space, delivering a mighty blow to his stomach, sending him crashing across a stone pillar, which immediately crumbled under the force. With the remaining energy, he was flung across an abandoned house, piercing through it as he crashed against a tree inside the nearby forest. Hustle, caw, The birds flew up high, startled by the sudden impact. Chatter, The flock of the birds and the sounds of mayhem gathered the attention of several passers-by down the mountain, causing them to whisper to each other as they tried to figure out what was going on uphill. This included a strange girl with unique antlers and horns growing at the sides of her head. Bam, urg. It was a one-sided beatdown. Boom, With his bare hands, Silver fought against the sword master, delivering incredibly potent kicks and punches, each strong enough to shatter massive boulders and trees in half. Clang, His skin seemed as hard as his sword, creating sparks whenever they collided, igniting the air as the man bit his teeth in an extreme effort to keep up with Silver's movements. Amidst his strikes, Silver would often bring forth his spare spear, trying to break the man's rhythm whenever he grew used to Silver's range with his fists. Just where was he pulling the spear from? The blind man couldn't understand. In this battle, he was experiencing many firsts. The heavy feeling of suppression. Punch. Whenever he slashed, Silver's speed exploded, always delivering a blow to his weak spot, his stomach. Gaha. He had been hit there so many times there was nothing for him to vomit aside from his blood. Kick. He wasn't even being given a moment to rest as Silver kicked him in the face immediately after, sending him crashing against a rocky precipice, causing boulders and rocks to fall as the mountainside trembled. Crumble. Huff. The swordmaster breathed heavily as he fell to the ground, his body trembling in weakness and pain as he tried to access his enemy. You're strong. His opponent said, his voice deep and solemn, devoid of any surprise or emotion whatsoever. Your status is that of a level 5, but you aren't one yourself, are you? There isn't the same pressure as I've felt from one in you. But your skill far surpasses that of most I've seen. If not all that hold a sword. Isn't that ironic? I think it's unfair. For your sword to be cursed with your arms when your hands are so skillful. But is that all? I expected more of this Swamp King. Are you going to tell me it's no better than a deep floor monster? You gave me quite the impression before, a proud sword master. Rest, I'll take it from here. Silver's words stung deep, aiming precisely at where the man felt worst. To him, he was nothing, their strengths couldn't be compared, and that only made his words of respect hurt further. Like salt instead of water, he kept rubbing it deeper, torturing him continuously. At that moment, the swordsman held the ground, crushing the earth between his fingers in pain and torment. The difference between him and an adventurer from Orario. The so-called first class. No, maybe even higher than that. If you are so strong, where were you when we needed you? 4 centuries, we suffered. Thousands died, offering their flesh to satiate the beast, to put it to slumber so we could live in denial and peace for a little longer. When even the city of heroes abandoned us, you weren't there. If you were, would have anything changed? Why? Why should they be scorned and trampled for trying to survive? Was their pride not enough? No. He was playing with his emotions, he knew, but he couldn't stop him. Because deep down, he also had his own ideals. A pride, not his, but from his people, who bled every day for themselves and those around them. He wished for no praises, but their will shan't be tarnished. He was a warrior of Beltane, the city who fought the Swamp King for millennia and that will one day free themselves from its reign. Rise, crush, Like a torrent of water, the swordsman suddenly felt immense pressure fall onto his shoulders and body, pressing him back to the ground. URG. If everything before wasn't enough, now this. Just how many abilities does he have? I heard no chanting at all. Who is this adventurer? Questions ringing in his mind, his calm demeanor was slowly shattered as it was replaced by anger and indignation. He had enough, it was now or never, he would show him the pride of the warriors of Beltane. Rise. He slowly got himself on his 2 feet again, even as Silver increased the weight to an unbelievable degree. Sheath. He sheathed his sword, focusing solely on his edge as he felt his environment. Exclamation point. And it was then that he felt it. For a fleeting moment. He heard his opponent's breathing, his enemy's neck. Slash. He immediately exploded with force, his ears, nose, mouth, eyes, everything bled as he pushed himself to deliver that one last, fatal strike. Cut. Then, like a knife through meat, his sword slashed deep onto his neck, stopping after a few centimeters, but that was enough, he had won. His sword had reached his opponent, a single awkward strike. Yet. It struck true. Huff. But something was wrong. Why? Why wasn't he falling? Suddenly, he felt coldness in his stomach, a sense of déjà vu. That hurts, but I'll have to commend you yet again. That was a phenomenal strike. Silver said with a smile as he raised his right hand, holding onto the blade. I cut you. The swordsman said with difficulty as he tried to move his blade, only to notice it was completely stuck. With his lacking strength, it wouldn't be going anywhere. You did cut me, but a tree is not chopped with a single swing of the axe, it needs several to fall. Unfortunately for you, I'm much sturdier than a tree. That was when it hit him, despair, the overwhelming difference in power between him and his opponent. Even if his blade slashed across his enemy, he could just brush past it. His body a mountain of steel and iron, unbreakable, unshakable. Indignation filled his mind, he tried to fight back, but he couldn't, his body had already stopped moving. The weight was no more but his energy was also gone. He bet everything in one last strike, but for his opponent, his neck alone was enough to stop it. How ridiculous, who's the real monster now? Drop. The man fell to his knees, still unwilling to accept defeat, but unable to resist as his own body failed. I'll rid you of your troubles. I'll kill the Swamp King. Silver said as he raised his right hand, ready to knock the man out. No. But suddenly, or mayhaps, just as planned, a girl came running from within the woods, a group of soldiers running right behind her. With a distinct enough appearance any could tell from a distance, it could only be one person. She's late. Welcome. Princess. The ruler of the country, those of blue blood. The Princess of Beltane. Notes. Chapter 290, Beltane and the Spring of Life Part. Another large triple chapter, see you guys next week. I'll try to return with the 3 chapters per week, I just need to break these and we're golden. Anyhow, peace. No. Speak of the devil. The moment he was about to knock out his opponent, a young woman came running from the ruins near them, her dress now dirty and torn. She ran with great zeal as she tried to stop Silver, tears flowing down her eyes with every step of the way. It was an overly dramatic scene because regardless of how fast she ran, she was no better than an ordinary person, her speed as slow as it could be. She's a bit late. But welcome. Princess. Silver muttered as he turned around. But even Lily runs faster. Actually, Lily is a pretty good runner. Regardless, Silver had no intention of standing in her way and stopping her from saving her friends, there was no point in even doing so anyway. Besides, this wasn't that kind of show where he, a level 4 adventurer, would be surprised by a common person running in his direction. No matter how tired and unaware he was, it would be really hard for him to be jumped by an ordinary person. With that speed, Silver might as well read a book as he waited for her to approach him. Anyhow, he let the strange girl run past him and stand in his way, her eyes and arms open wide as she blocked him from advancing any further. She's quite pretty. And weird. What in tarnation is she? Looking at her caused Silver to shiver internally, because he was well aware how she came into being. For he did not doubt the words of the goddess. She was a genetic anomaly, a being created from the bloodlines of dozens of different species that weren't supposed to be able to breed with one another. A being of such unimaginable complexity that it would likely cause the researchers of the future a headache trying to figure out just how a being like her even came into existence. It was like taking a donkey and somehow creating a new species that could reproduce. That being after repeating the process a dozen more times to create the perfect horse. For her appearance, the girl had dark brown hair alongside eyes of different colors. A rarity to be sure, and something that seemed to enhance her uniqueness. If everything else wasn't enough. Her left eye was blue while the right was an unusual golden color, akin to ace eyes. It was a color most commonly seen in beastmen, not humans. Or whatever she was. The source of Silver's confusion was the strange pair of horns on her head, an indication of her ancestry with sheep people, a rather common race in these parts, although most of them seem to live within large cities such as Orario, and this is because they don't originate from this region of the continent. In fact, they aren't even from it at all. Sheep people originated in the Far East, having spread over millennia ever since things calmed down once the dungeon was sealed. To top it all off, she had another pair of antlers growing on the side of her head near the base of her other pair. Antlers. Antlers of all things. Silver thought as he had the urge to scratch his head. Being honest, Silver had never seen someone with antlers. He knew they existed, but they were so rarely seen in Orario he wasn't even aware of what they were called. It was never an issue, but now, he regretted at least not taking a glimpse at that book of races he inherited from Apollo and threw at a corner of his office. Above all, that's only a few of the few dozen species she has running in her bloodstream, one of the few that actually manifested. It was utterly ridiculous to even think of what wasn't being shown. At this point, he wouldn't be surprised if there was even the blood of a Xenos mixed in there as well. If it was even possible for such a thing. Besides, aren't antlers for male deers or something? Aside from her strange physical features, she wore a cream-colored dress with orange trim on the top and sleeves. It was somewhat oriental, reminiscent of the Far East, having a festive vibe even, but it was formal at the same time. She also had 2 laces tied to her horns. It was cute. Overall, she had the face of a beautiful princess, but her demeanor was that of a spoiled girl, not being mature at all. Image. Yet, as she cried, Silver saw her emotions glister within her eyes. As expected, for a child whose destiny was to be sacrificed, nothing else mattered more to her than the lives of those she cared for. Though Silver never planned to go that far. It wasn't like his actions proved otherwise. Here he was beating 2 of the strongest members of Beltane down to a pulp. Things couldn't be getting worse than they already were. His first impression was likely completely and utterly ruined. Princes. The swordsman said weakly as he felt the familiar presence enter his personal space. What a disgrace. The man thought to himself as he tried to get up, only to fail in mustering any strength. He wanted to rise and stand before her, yet his body did not listen. He never felt so weak, even when he challenged the monsters in the mountains to grow stronger. Nothing had ever pushed him to such despair. No. No more. Leave Ladari alone. She exclaimed loudly as she stood before Silver. Talvi. Stand. Behind me. Ladari spoke amidst gasps as he held his stomach. No. Miss. He said awkwardly as he tried to pull her attention to himself. Talvi, is it? I heard her name before from the other inhabitants of this city, but I envisioned her a bit differently. I expected her to look like some abomination. Well. I'm glad I was proven wrong. Nonetheless, how do we solve this issue? Better not call her by name yet. I'm many bad things, but not this kind of an asshole. I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Silver said with a somewhat apologetic expression as he relaxed. The girl was evidently confused, her expression locking in a mix of bafflement and anger. Seeing that his words worked, Silver proceeded, saying, Miss, it may not look like it, but we're not fighting to the death here. To be honest, this was more of a trial than anything. I'll have to lie a little. I'll apologize later. Trial. As if. On the side, the still paralyzed Uskari had the urge to scream in anger, but alas, his tongue was locked in place and the only thing that seemed to change was how intense his glare became. He could only look intently as his face grew red. A trial. Is this true, Ladari? She asked as she turned her head around. She's really naive. Silver thought as he looked at her. If I had bad intentions, this slight moment of distraction would have been everything I needed to knock her out. Not that I needed it. She doesn't look like someone who would put up much of a fight if things went down that route. Huff. Huff. I lost. That's all there is to it. Ladari said in one breath, despite his physical weakness. Even amidst his exhaustion, he retained his pride amidst gasps, trying to maintain his strong persona in front of the princess. He finally understood that there was no point in trying to get up and that instead, he should focus his energy on recovering as fast as possible so he could stand up again. Not that he had a plan to deal with Silver, but anything was better than gasping for air on the ground. Ladari. She momentarily looked at him, fully understanding what he was feeling at that moment. Having grown together, who else but family to understand you? Anyhow, the princess quickly turned to face Silver, a somewhat neutral expression now on her face. Who are you? Great, this is better than all the screaming from before. Silver thought to himself as he let out a mental sigh of relief. For lack of fancy words, I'm an adventurer, though originally, only a passerby. He said as he manipulated the stone underneath him to form a seat. You speak as if those were different conditions. She replied, still greatly skeptical and wary of him. And they are. At first, I came here since it was on the way, a mysterious city in the middle of the mountains. How could I not visit the place? Or so it was, until I was attacked by a strange monster in that poison pot you call a swamp. He said with a cough as he looked at the mountains in the distance. From that moment forth, I went from a passerby to an adventurer, being dragged onto this mess. Now, I came here to do my job, especially since you all don't seem capable of doing so anymore. No offense, mind you, too many people out there suffering from monsters, it's part of my work to take those out. The ones I can. However dangerous they may be. Although I do prefer if I kept my life after. Silver then turned to the two swordsmen who were collapsed on the ground. Those two believed I wasn't strong enough, their doubts were well put. From what I heard, my predecessors didn't leave behind a good impression on you all. Me, on the other hand, believe we can never know until we try. Thus, we came to an impasse. And for as long as history goes, when two people disagree, well, it goes either one way or another, right? This time, I emerged victorious. The princess' expression wasn't pretty to look at, and for a moment, Silver thought he spoke too much and that he had chosen the wrong vibe to try passing. But after a deep breath and some thinking, she replied. An adventurer? No. It's not possible. Talvi said slowly as she quickly realized what this was about. Nothing is truly impossible. Otherwise, life would be meaningless. Silver retorted as his eyes sharpened. You don't understand. I'm trying to, but no one tells me anything. He retorted sharply as he cut through her words. The Swamp King can't be defeated, it can't be killed. Well, why? Silver said as he got up from his seat. Before, I asked that elf if this monster was the strongest one in the world, and he was unable to answer me. I tried to hold a conversation with the blind dude over there, but he's as talkative as a damn stone. He added as he swung his hand in the air, protesting for his lack of sense. So, if there's no one I can rely on, I'll seek it out on my own. Even if I have to force it from someone. Talvi understood his words, they made sense, but only in a bubble, and an argument that only works inside a bubble is meaningless and essentially incorrect. Or was it? She couldn't let him run wild. Thousands of lives were at stake here. You're being short-sighted, do you even understand what would happen were you to fail? Talvi asked sincerely, her expression serious, albeit also deeply melancholic. That one over there already filled me up on it. No need to repeat it. He said as he pointed at Uskari. Then why risk it? Pride. Is that it? Maybe, I can't deny there's pride in it. Silver said as he looked directly at Talvi's eyes. And a few things more. However, it all falls down to some sort of pride, I'm afraid. I won't shy away, I cannot shy away. For no matter how unreasonably irresponsible my actions may be, if one cannot stand before a monster, then all is lost. I won't stand in the background and leave my life in the hands of the success of another, I would much rather die trying to carry my fate with my own hands instead. So, I won't shy away from this monster, I cannot. Especially now of all times. An ancient monster terrorizing the people. This is the perfect heroic myth, this is but a microcosm of what I may be forced to face, I can't let go of this, if I do it now, then why not later? And even if I do return later, would anything be left standing by then? I can always destroy my own argument with facts and other tales, but it's fundamentally all about conviction. The strength to stand for yourself and face one's horrors. The goddess said it wasn't possible, so I'll prove her wrong. This is the dream of mortality, the chaotic miracle that is creation, the very thing that drives the gods mad with desire. I will kill this monster, my way. Of course. I could have approached this in many ways, but what are they all if not excuses? In the end, I have to draw my blade and slice the Swamp King, and above all, I'm on a schedule here, I don't have the time to go on a long questline to prove myself to these people before mounting a final resistance against the beast with the power of friendship and cooperation. It's a bit too fantastical for me, I prefer a more direct approach to things that piss me off. And if all of that isn't enough of a motive, then if I leave now, this will likely leave a scar on Artemis' mind. I'll never let something like that happen. You. Before Talvi could even finish her sentence, a voice of disapproval rang behind him. You're disgusting. Someone voiced on the side. That's quite the way to put it. But did you have to phrase it that way? Silver said with a sigh as he turned around, only to be met with Bera as she took a step too close to him, invading his personal space. There wasn't even a need for Silver to think, he understood immediately why the goddess was this out of character. Like many gods he knew, some would completely flip over if their children were to get even slightly hurt by the hands of another mortal or god. Hermes was one such god, followed by Loki. Both were individuals Silver would spend several hours begging if he accidentally hurt one of their children. Offending Hermes is one thing, Asphi would probably beat him up before anything happened, a slight apology would then suffice, depending on the situation at hand. But Loki. She would probably devise something demonic to completely destroy both his body and soul even if Reveria tried to stop her. Though there was a chance she may ignore her actions if she felt angry at his actions also. In short, gods cared deeply for their children, it was but a representation of their many flaws. The loneliness of eternity. He can be rude and disrespectful to the gods, but most wouldn't even care. After all, what was the elegy of a short-lived soul before an eternal concept? To them, it was like a grain of sand passing by their feet on a windy day by the beach. But messing with their children? That may as well be beyond their line of reason. In the end, gods were individual beings with singular personalities, none the same, so generalizing them wasn't something Silver would rely on. To the gods, a feat before the other was the way to go when dealing with them. Humph, is there even another way to put it? If there is, do enlighten me, though I think that with your muscle head, that would be quite the feat, she said with a smug expression as she pressed her finger on his chest. Hashtag. Out of everything someone could call him, being called a musclehead was really not his thing. Silver was momentarily offended by it before he calmed down, knowing there was no point getting angry with a goddess, much less a playful one like her. His temples tensed, but only for a breath before he calmed down. She knows where to poke, I lost my cool there for a moment. I hate trying to play mind games with the gods, I feel like I'm a child trying to convince an adult to buy me candy. But two can play this game. Silver said as he looked at her. Your refusal to comply with our previous questions, wasn't it all because of your own internal fears? He asked with a serious expression as he looked at her. In the end, the children resemble their god, their fears stem solely from their inability to deal with the root of the issue, the fears of failure, which comes from your own lack of knowledge, a reflection of your failure to give them another solution. You're quite bold, boy, saying a god lacks knowledge, talking as if you know me or anyone else. Bera said with a sly smile as she looked straight into his eyes. It's the truth, isn't it? How long has this been going for? How many centuries have you all suffered like this? You say I'm bold, I say you have the balls to say there's no solution aside from these meaningless sacrifices. Meaningless? Bera asked in a low tone as her expression turned dark. Very well then, since you're the goddess that always answers, answer my riddle if you will. Silver said as he crossed his arms. Is the Swamp King stronger than the three great monsters? Is that the extent of your argument? It doesn't go that far. You've already used it before. It's all I need answered. All monsters can be killed, that is my argument. You are truly a musclehead. Fine, I'll answer your question. But before she could say so, Silver raised his hand, interrupting her. You don't need to say anything, I know it isn't. Good, I don't like answering people who order me around. Much less fools who ask meaningless questions. Bera said with a scoff as she crossed her arms, clearly somewhat displeased with his tone and words, though she knew he wasn't fundamentally wrong. She was a goddess, and not a stupid one, maybe stubborn, but not stupid. She knew the same old method of just beating the monster to submission was a solution, but it's not like she could convince a bunch of common people to fight what was essentially a mutated boss monster with near-infinite vitality. And she knew that even if she told them to grow strong, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the beast's rate of evolution. In a sense, she had her reasons to believe so, but in another, it was a clear fumble in reasoning. With a blessing, mortals could relinquish their limits and pursue a higher vessel, trying to confine them to this piece of land was nothing but extending their suffering. Of course, it's not like the people gave up on strength, it's just that, in all of their history, Lidari and Uskari were the two strongest they ever managed to create, and the idea of sending her children to Horario for strength was ridiculous, even to her. Beltane was constantly seeking a method to free themselves. They were at their apex, and tomorrow would break that record, constantly, again and again. Until one day. Some considered, some tried, they all failed too, a story far too old for even most to remember, one she buries deep within herself in a futile attempt to stop others from throwing away their lives at the city of heroes. In the end, after the thousands of possibilities she may have seen with her divine brain, only one reasonable solution remained, which led them here, 1,000 years later. She would have traded anything to spare them this suffering, but there was no one to trade with. They were alone, tucked away in their little paradise. Their heaven became their hell. I know. You said so before already. Anyhow, it's time for me to leave. Silver said as he shook his head, somewhat agreeing with her. And where do you think you're going? To the spring of life, where else? Would you like to go with me? He asked with a snort as he turned around, walking past Talvi, who was now left out of the conversation. Did I let you leave, boy? Be a good kid and listen to a goddess. She asked deeply as her eyes sharpened. I only listen to my own goddess, and I don't remember those kinds of orders amidst the words she gave me. For your knowledge, she only told me not to cause trouble. Anything else is fair game. You call this? Sigh, you sure know how to annoy me. It's been centuries since I felt this annoyed. Should I have expected it coming, as you're her child? Bera said with a tired expression as she touched her head for the first time since they met. Slowly, a headache was forming at the corners of her mind. But after a while in silence, she raised her head, looking at him with a deep, deep gaze. All right, do you want to prove me wrong? I'll give you a chance. Her tone seemingly shifted. But if you fail, I'll be cutting it right off, she said as her eyes darted to his pants. Kia! Talvi exclaimed as her face grew red, looking at her goddess with an upset expression, completely thrown off due to the sudden shift in her goddess tone. What is it, boy? Growing cold in the feet? She teased, trying to get under his skin as always. Hey, are you going to do that personally? Can we change the terms a little if I win? Silver teased as he laughed as well. Gasp. Talvi gasped as her mouth opened in shock, Uskari's expression distorted as he grew pale, not believing what he had just heard, while Ladari stopped moving from a feeling he had never felt before. Ha. It's been centuries since a man tried to court me, not since I turned the last one into a popsicle. Man, that brings back memories, she said with a smirk as she touched her chin. She turned back to face Silver, a smirk now in her face. Try it if you can, though I wonder if you have the balls, those two would likely cut them right off if you did, no need for me to get involved. She added a chopping sign with her fingers as she mentioned Hestia and Artemis. For a moment, Silver laughed it off, but then again. Although something like that would be ridiculous from Hestia, he did imagine a more violent reaction coming from Artemis. Though, albeit extremely dim, there was a chance Hestia could react even more violently than her. The tales of her past self from a time long lost from Hermes were enough to make Silver shiver. Can we just go back to topic? He said as he touched his nose bridge, trying to forget everything he was thinking about and move on. Hey. Laughing as she knew she had won, she walked to Silver, saying, Talvi, take care of these two dunces, I'll talk with them after I'm back. She then turned to face Uskari, alternating between him and Ladari. I thought I told them not to approach the outsiders, and I was right to go after them as they ignored me altogether. The result wasn't far from what I expected. They were too ashamed to say anything, or fearful. Yes. Talvi was immeasurably confused, so much so that she vaguely nodded as she looked at her goddess. This conversation had gone a tad too fast for her, which wasn't unusual given her goddess antics, but the thing is, how come this man was following her? At one point it seemed as if she was going to punch him in the face and the next moment they were talking about. Her face then turned red, and she once again derailed onto her fantasies. Silver said nothing as he witnessed it all. He was surprised the goddess predicted this outcome from their singular meeting. Not after all the confidence she showed the last time they met. It seemed it was all but a bravado, as in that single moment she met him, she already knew there was no way her children could stop him. Sometimes he wondered if all gods could do the same, but if it was that simple, then they wouldn't derive surprise from impossible odds being overcome. How confusing the divine mind was. Turn. Bera then turned to Silver, saying, As for you, would you be so kind to allow my child to move again? Cough. No problem, but it's not necessary. He will recover naturally in a few hours, but I guess that's a bit excessive, he said as he raised his hand in Uskari's direction. My skin. It scratches. Arg. Immediately after, a few droplets of dirty blood seeped out from Uskari's skin, the poison Silver injected into him was now being properly disposed of. Silver threw it to the side, staining the floor with a dark trail. Done, he won't be moving for the next few minutes but he should be fine afterward. As for the other one, he's just tired, he did more damage to himself forcing his muscles to move than I did to him, he added as he dismissively waved his hand around. Not surprising, he's just like that most of the time, how else do you think he became this rude? He used to be so polite when he was younger, Bera said as he looked at Ladari. Ladari said nothing nor showed any reaction to her words, but inside, he was offended. Let's get a move on, I don't have all day, she said as she began walking away from the ruins. Silver turned his head back to look at the trio one last time before following after Bera, the two vanishing in the distance. As Silver walked away, Talvi, Uskari, and Ladari were left to their own devices. Just what's going on? Talvi asked as she helped Ladari get up from the ground, much to his ashamed expression. I lost. We lost, Uskari said as he completed Ladari's words. With much of the toxins inside his body gone, Uskari's incredible high abnormal resistance kicked in, allowing him to speak, even if weakly and wobbly. But how did things turn out like this? Who was that man? Cough. I don't know much either. From what I've seen, he's an adventurer from Orario. Ladari said as he took a deep breath. The story goes that he was walking down the mountains when he got lost, ending up in the swamp where he was attacked by the Swamp King's tendrils. Though I don't think someone like him can get lost. He likely saw Beltane from afar, deciding to approach when he was attacked instead. But the Swamp King? Did it wake up already? Talvi asked with concern, fidgeting with her fingers as she grew worried for the people. No. It won't wake up this soon. It's likely closer to twitches than anything, an instinct to protect its territory. Ladari replied as he got up completely. It hasn't been long since they arrived, and when they did, the goddess went to meet with them before talking with us, saying she met an old, bothersome person, a stuck-up person that can't look at their own nose, and a playboy who thinks too much, and that it would be for the best if we didn't meet with them anytime soon. Likely for this exact reason. Talvi listened quietly. It wasn't every day Ladari spoke so much due to how sensitive his ears were. He must be really appalled by this event, or consider it of utmost importance. She said he was a maniac, saying she could see it in his eyes. I didn't quite understand what she meant by that, but after meeting him, I can kind of understand now. Uskari added as he let out a sigh of disappointment. But why were you all fighting? I understand the gist of it, but still. He wants to face the Swamp King Talvi. And it's not the time. Beltane isn't ready to confront it now. In case something goes awry. And above all, I didn't want to trust outsiders again. Not after what they did to us. Uskari replied as he closed his eyes and bit his lips. It's my fault. Had I instead tried to talk to him instead, maybe things. Nothing would have changed. He's as stubborn as Talvi. There's nothing that can do to stop people like them. Ladari added as he fetched his blade on the ground. For a blind man, he was quite aware of his surroundings. Hey. That was unnecessary. I'm not that stubborn. Talvi said as she puffed her cheeks. Cough. Anyhow. We need to prepare for the worst. Uskari said as his expression went dark. It was obvious what he meant. Were Silver to fail and prematurely awaken the Swamp King, then they had to prepare the sacrifice to put it to sleep ahead of time. It was the only way. Talvi's expression became stoic as she heard that. She knew of the responsibilities she had, and she knew this day would come. Saying goodbyes was never good. She did so once already. And now, it would be her second time. Help me up for now. We can talk on the way to the spring. Uskari said as he tried to move his arms, only for them to twitch a little. Are we going after them? But she. And what? Are we meant to stay as our fate hangs at the hands of another? To leave our goddess with a violent stranger? Even if we do nothing but watch, it's better than licking our wounds here in these ruins. Uskari said as he clenched his teeth. Talvi turned to Ladari for help, but he said nothing. He only stood there, blade in hand. His meaning was clear. He agreed. All right. With Ladari's help, although it was hard to say if he was enjoying the process, they helped Uskari walk. Step by step, they went after their goddess and the violent men, Silver. But with their speed, it was hard to say if they were going anywhere. Sometime later, The way to the spring was full of moss, broken stones, poisoned streams, and dead plants. For once, Silver could envision what was once a stunning lush forest, but now, only this deadland remained. Neither Silver nor Bera said anything on their way to the spring, with Silver believing it wasn't quite proper, but it seemed Bera only saw his silence as something to mock, as soon after, she said. We're here, quite the company you were, huh? However, Silver did not joke back, trying to instead, fix some of his broken image. Once this is over I'll. Shush with it, will you? I don't want to hear empty words for something I don't really give a care, so do your thing and leave ya. Of course. Silver exhaled lightly as a weak smile formed on his face. And without hesitation, he took a step inside the spring of life's clearing, taking a look around as he tried to gather as many clues as he could. Unusual. What's unusual about it? I mean. How can it not be? What even is this place? Is this a spiritual land? No, forget that. Firstly, what even is the spring of life? Really? You're going to hit me with that line, silence is an answer, or something? Silver asked as he turned to face Bera. How did you know? She asked with a teasing smile as she touched her lips. Figured, you seem like the kind of goddess who would pull such things on others. My, thank you. Whatever. The clearing wasn't anything special. It was a small pound surrounded by massive trees with barks akin to that of a boulder's surface, pilled together to give the illusion of a mountain's wall. At the center of the pound was a small rock with an ancient tablet atop it. There were a few old pieces of cloth and paper talismans around the stone, together with 2 wine bottles and a bowl made out of carved stone. This entire scene gave Silver the sensation of an old, shamanistic ritual meant to seal an ancient beast/demon, or that of an ancient shrine left behind by eras past. Something quite unusual in these lands. Image. It would be easier to assume he was somehow transported to the Far East instead of the Beol Mountains, but then again, the world is thousands of years old. Maybe one day in an already forgotten time, people of the Far East or a deity associated with their mythos came here and left something behind. Gods, even in the ancient past, were prohibited from interacting with the mortal world. However, in certain circumstances, their arcanon could descend to reshape the world's laws. If a spirit blessed the land or a ritual was conducted, it wouldn't be strange to explain the unnatural existence of this place. There's an insanely high amount of magical traces being released by this seemingly uninteresting pond. It's useless to me or any mage, I would imagine. However, if there are traces, then there has to be a source somewhere. But such intense concentration would negatively affect someone, yet everything points to this place being some sort of immaculate paradise for the sick or anyone, as a simple sip of the spring's waters would cleanse someone of all their bodily problems. Or at the very least, quash them for a while. In the end, what even is magic? I always found it weird that magic seems like a force of nature, yet it can manifest as these strange circles full of runes. Even the arcanon, which is the purest manifestation of the rules of the world, often takes perceivable forms, at least that's what the books say. I have yet to witness a god going haywire and releasing his arcanon, and hopefully, I won't anytime soon. Either way, this can be seen as a mere interpretation from our mortal minds, but that is a question for another time. Silver crouched near the spring, carefully putting his hand inside it. Slash sizzle, slash. He quickly took it out, glancing at his somewhat burned hand. This was once a place of worship and reverence. But now, the spring's waters are tainted. This is a highly potent corrosive poison. Nonetheless, something's not quite right here. Silver expanded his senses, diving deep into the spring itself, figuring it the source of its problems. I see, the spring is constantly trying to purify itself, but the poison is just unending. There's a powerful stream of it flowing into the water, and it's stronger than the stream's healing ability, which is quite interesting. This poison is not just strong, it's considerably resistant to healing magic, or so it would be if we had a healer here. The poison of the Swamp King evolved to be hard to purity, even so, it's being purified by the spring. Yet, it lasts just enough for it not to be cleansed instantaneously, and with how much the Swamp King releases, it can never be cleansed on time, only somewhat diluted. This means the Swamp King will have quite a potent poison, though it's more corrosive than anything else. Anyhow, where's the source of this water? Bera watched in silence as she looked at Silver. For once, she had no expression on her face, just an icy, cold stare, worse than anything she had shown before. It was good Silver wasn't facing her, otherwise, he may have been slightly intimidated, which wouldn't actually help his already shattered face, if he ever had one. Face-like reputation. The spring is also very deep, deeper than I can measure with my senses. It goes on for several kilometers underground. This looks to be like some bottomless sinkhole that was later filled with water, but trying to explain it using geography when a spirit could have just come and cast some sort of magic is not going to lead me anywhere. Part of me wants to believe this place is a spiritual land, but trying to make sense of this at this point in the race is a bit too premature for me. Aside from that, there's a stone lid with a few holes in it atop the hole. This is what supports the stone tablet sticking out of the water. It's likely all part of some sort of magical ritual to seal the Swamp King. Maybe it was the original method of sealing the beast. A method that lasted a long time, with this now being its remnants. Despite the corrosive water, neither the pillar nor anything in the surroundings seems to be dying. Even the plants seem somewhat okay, although they're now yellow and dry. Likely, the vitality from the spring is so overwhelmingly strong that it seeps into the earth and allows the plants to live even as they absorb this tainted water. This checks out since you can purify the water and drink it to get the original effects of the spring, meaning that despite being tainted, the water of the spring contains almost endless power. It's only surrounded by filth that can't be consumed by humans. Maybe that's the reason why the poison isn't being thoroughly purified. The monster may have evolved its poison to a state where the spring has difficulty taking it out, as in a way, if the spring purified everything without care, then it would delete all matter it got in contact with, especially organic matter such as a human's throat. There is a method of selection here, even if entirely natural. So in essence, the spring is the same as it always was, it's just dirty. Is there anything else? Ah yes. Where's the darned monster? Silver got on his knees, his guard up. He closed his eyes before shoving his hand inside the swamp. Slash splash, slash. After a few seconds, he smiled. Found you. Notes. Chapter 291, Beltane and the Spring of Life Part. There will be another chapter released tomorrow. Peace. Slash smile, slash. Found you. Underneath the protective stone dome sealing the depths of the spring, a large creature prowled in the dark. Its body was asymmetric, its flesh decaying and healing simultaneously, transmuting with every second into another form as its corrosive poison seeped onto the water, destroying its own body before being reconstructed by the spring's mystical power. Purified and corrupted, time and time again, reconstructed, time and time again into a stronger vessel. Even if little by little, an ant, step at a time. Due to the immense vitality of the spring, its body never decayed, nor did it lose strength as it kept releasing poison to its surroundings, turning the once clear and pristine water into a shade of pure dark and violet, bubbling with toxins. It needed nothing to sustain itself, the purest energy became the strongest nutrient, pushing this once ordinary creature with a finite lifespan onto an undying, immortal abomination. It was hard to say what this once was, as nothing he had ever seen resembled this beast. Whatever it looked like in the past was now completely and utterly forgotten by the mass of dead flesh that composed its body. Hundreds of fillers coiled around it, locking it in place as they clung to the walls like chains, making the monster seem like a snake as it floated deep within the spring. Or like some sort of fleshy hive clung within an abyss. Silver figured out the creature's main strength from a simple study. Somehow, the creature found a way to connect itself to the source of the spring through its fillers, which granted it near immeasurable power. That much was a given as he knew of the fact from Bera's words. The question he just needed to answer was how, and here was the first line of it. As for where this unending degree of energy came from, he couldn't tell. It was likely some form of spiritual magic that persevered through the centuries, an imprint of the ancient Great Spirit's magic, not anything new as their footsteps could be seen everywhere. But mayhaps, beyond his understanding, it could be the simplest answer of them all, divine intervention. If one could not understand the world, leave it to the gods to explain it. If the gods created the world, why wouldn't it have their touch, after all? Most of the gods drew delight in the imperfection of men and from their conflicting ideologies. Just like the dungeon, the world was filled with places mere mortal understanding could not devise an answer for. With that in mind, he arrived at a final answer. If he could not understand the source, nor was there the possibility of destroying it, then he just had to pull it out before it could react and fight it on land where its advantages were gone. But could it be so simple? The strategy of fleeing from a monster or drawing it towards a disadvantageous environment was as old as written time. Heroes of the past, lacking in strength, had to make do with ingenuity to survive. That was how ordinary people hunted down the equivalent of level 4 and 5 threats of today. Even in modern times, such strategies were employed. Who would so foolhardily face a monster in its natural habitat? Ahem. Well, although the words may sound straightforward, pulling the gargantuan creature from its nest 100 meters under highly corrosive water and a several-ton heavy seal full of magical inscriptions was something likely not even Gareth would have been able to do. At least not without some injuries and complaints from the old dwarf. Though if he worked with Finn and Riveria, they would likely be able to come up with a solution. Maybe Riveria would have frozen the water or boiled it down completely, who knows. Regardless, this was a monster that was stronger in its home ground than outside of it, exactly like Amphisbaena, who, despite its large sluggish body when on land, becomes a level 6 beast when inside the many lakes of the water city where it could move around fast and efficiently. But different from that, while Amphisbaena may be dangerous when in water, its defenses and overall strength remain the same. A good whack, be it when it's inside or outside of the water, would still do the same damage. Several other variables aside. On the other hand, in this monster's case, while it's in the spring, it becomes nigh immortal. And Silver wasn't willing to test how far that immortality extended. The vitality within the spring was endless even to him. He would even go as far as to say there was likely no one alive who could instantly kill it, as Silver feared this monster could just revive from any injury for as long as its magic stone wasn't broken. There was even the harrowing chance its magic stone mutated or fused with the spring source. Thankfully, however, he hadn't heard of one such event happening. And although there were people with peculiar abilities that when bent together would possess unparalleled single-target power, putting them together was another issue in its entirety. Not to say the idea of keeping the spring intact was an essential detail that had to be kept. What point would there be in gathering the strongest heroes of Orario just to have them raise this entire area to dust, and with it, the miraculous spring? This was a monster that required extreme effort and planning to be slain, and maybe it was why Auranas decided to abandon Beltane rather than send more adventurers to hunt it down. This was a strong and troublesome monster, a combination more than deadly. However, for as long as this creature remained within the spring, what was there to worry about anyway? Maybe that was what Auranas thought once, even if that meant the suffering of thousands. Given his compassion for the world, he would have considered Beltane during Zeus and Hera's rise, but as intelligent as he was, a god in Tenkai was not omniscient. If they ever truly were like that. Though if there were a god to hold such a title, then Auranas, Father of the Sky, would be the one to hold it. Silver could only wonder what made him reconsider sending anyone to take it down during the absolute height of their fame. He did not believe the fact the old god forgot about it. It couldn't be, right? I can try pulling the creature from within, but that wouldn't work very well. The problem with this approach is that I also don't know if the monster has some sort of immaterial connection with the spring. If it's something spiritual or even arcane in origins, things could get a little complicated. There are 2 ways I can envision me defeating this on my own. 3 if I add me just wrecking the spring to oblivion. This could lead to many things, though I won't consider them as they're an absolute last resort. If I have to break the spring to defeat the monster, I might as well postpone this for later, as I could be dooming these people to a painful and slow death. For the first idea, I can pull it out and kill it on land, but I doubt the creature would fight me outside of its home ground. Most monsters with this degree of strength would possess some intelligence. However, that isn't always the case. The Spartoi are pretty strong, but they're just a bunch of dumb skeletons. Dumb, level 4 skeletons that can use most weapons with the same level of proficiency as a martial master. But unintelligent when alone. Which they usually aren't since they're generally in the presence of their king. Anyhow. It would likely try to flee, but that would be boring. I came here to fight for the sake of that sweet Excelia, not for sport. It isn't sport. It does sound like it, though. The other way would be to find its magic stone and shatter it immediately with a single attack. Another boring solution to my problem. This is the safest option. The Swamp King is in a deep sleep, and it won't be able to react to me getting close and striking its weak spot. No, I don't even need to do that. I can cut it into 2 pieces right now if I prepare enough. As I said, the Swamp King is immortal, not unbreakable. I could cut it in 2, but it would surely heal. If I put enough effort into it, I'm sure I can do the same to Amphisbaena, though such strong plasmids are still uncomfortable for me. The problem is what I thought of before. If I shatter its skull, would it die, or would it persevere? There has to be a point of no return, where, regardless of how much vitality there is within the spring, it cannot bring someone back. Even if it can. Would it still be the same being? I'm getting ahead of myself. That said, this is enough for now. My hand hurts. With a pained expression, Silver pulled his hand from the spring water, looking at it as he waved it around, trying to cool it down a little since it was burning. Unfortunately, it wasn't. His entire skin seemed to have vanished, leaving only his muscles, causing him extreme pain as his nerves flared chaotically. The sight of his hand caused Bera some distress. She was disturbed and somewhat worried, despite everything he had done so far to her children. However, Silver never lost his cool. Soon enough, soothing light enveloped his hand, and his skin began to grow rapidly. Within a few minutes, his hand was back to how it looked, though it would still need severe treatment from him for a few more hours for it to be fully functional again as his body settled down. This was a surreal level of healing compared to healing his eyes and arms, but those and these are completely different. For once, he had risen in level, strengthening all of his plasmids, and second, one was reconstruction from a completely charred state. This was regrowth from decay. The superficial healing of his skin or most tissues was far too easy for him to perform. Now, recreating a limb wasn't as easy and intuitive. Phew. He exhaled as he waved his hand around, the pain still lingering in his bones. I wanted to try and see how my constitution would fare against its corrosion, but living without abnormal resistance is shooting myself in the foot, huh? Or maybe, this monster is just that high of a menace. It could be both as well. Anyhow, I learned a lot today. I can start making my preparations now. Silver looked around a bit more and noted a few more details at the back of his head before turning around and going for the exit of the clearing. Aren't you going to fight it? Getting cold feet. After all that talk? Bera asked as she saw Silver go for the exit. Silver turned to face Bera, somewhat confused, but then, it came to him. His actions were indeed contradictory, so he saw the need to explain himself. Oh. Is that what it looked like? It's not anything like that. I came here to make my preparations. I'll fight it once my weapon's repaired. I'm not that reckless of a person, okay? Before you speak, I never said that it had to be now. I only came here to check it, and I did. I'll fight it tomorrow at the earliest. I'm sure you can tell if that's a lie. Silver's voice was filled with determination as he smirked and walked past her, noticing her expression. Tomorrow at the earliest can still be next year by the latest. She said with a calm tone as she followed him with her eyes. Although it was still to be seen if he would commit to his words. I won't take that long. Ahem. I've looked at it, and overall, I don't think it's impossible, though we'll have to wait and see later. The biggest issue here should be cutting the monster's connection to the source. If that can't be done, then I'll have to brute force my way to its magic stone, if it even exists after all this time. He said as his expression changed to a pensive one. I've never seen such a monstrous example of a monster's mutation. This isn't an enhanced species, much less an irregular. Maybe this is what a monster can achieve if they're allowed to run wild for long enough. It's unique enough to be its own classification. Though I could be wrong, the only way to know is by opening it up. But as exotic and curious this situation is, it evokes some caution. You talk as if either were easy. Besides, when did you possess any caution? Bera asked as she crossed her arms and unknowingly pressing her arms underneath her bosom. Damn. Silver quickly shook his head as he washed his mind clean, adopting his serious face again. Sigh, so. What's your plan? The second thing I hate the most after being ordered is the unknown. Funny, I thought that was what the gods enjoyed the most. Silver retorted as he walked onto the swamp, leaving Bera behind. You'll see for yourself, I have some ideas and they will suffice. Above all, I'll try my best not to break this place too much, though don't hold me accountable if I damage the area a bit. See ya. He said as he waved his hand to her. This child. Bera was left in the spring with a calm and serene expression. Her thoughts seemed a mystery, but just when she was about to leave. Actually, I can't just leave you here. So, forget I said that. Silver said with a half-smile as he returned from the forest, realizing his mistake. He seemed a bit embarrassed as he coughed out loud, looking away as he waited for her to walk past him. He tried making a cool expression, but her emotionless gaze caused him to stop trying to act tough. He's really intriguing. Bera did not seem to react to his words or actions, merely walking as if nothing had changed. But inside, she had a change of heart, or better put, she confirmed something about him. And so, the two returned to Beltane where many awaited their return. Especially after the fiasco that was Silver's and her children's encounter. This, of course, included two very angry and upset goddesses. Which soon enough, would become three. Later, chatter, I'm really sorry about this. Hestia exclaimed out loud as she bowed to Bera. Cough. Why are you apologizing when I did nothing wrong? Silver protested on the side before Artemis hit his head lightly. Bonk. He was sitting on a chair, on a corner, though at the very least they kept his decency by not pushing him to face the wall. He was willing to go with their antics as he felt he deserved this, but he wasn't going to be treated like a child. At least. That is what he told himself. Reality would beg to differ if Hestia released her divinity and told him to sit down. No matter how much of a tough guy he liked to play when around others, if she did something like that, would he be able to keep a straight face? You have no right to speak after breaking your promise. Artemis said coldly as she sat down on a chair next to him, her legs crossed as she looked at him dismissively. I didn't break my promise, they were the ones that went after me, and after I stated my reasons for being here, the elf over there got all worked up for some reason. His words were slightly obnoxious and misleading, but Silver wasn't lying. Which only made things worse. Who was he trying to fool here, exactly? The 100-year-old elf who saw pretty much everything there was to see. The blind man who couldn't care less as he couldn't see. The three goddesses who lived for tens of thousands of years, maybe. Their age was irrelevant anyway. Maybe the naive princess lived with a mask on her face. But what would he gain by fooling her? What? I did that, but... Before Uskari could finish defending himself, Hestia interjected. You're one to talk, Silver. You could have easily not fought them, but you did. We could have talked our way through things, but you provoked them and cultivated this outcome. This isn't the first time you've done something similar. I haven't forgotten what happened in the past. Above all, you caused all this mess when you could have finished everything swiftly. Ouch. While Silver remained quiet, Uskari's pride shattered as his head dropped. Come on. At least leave him some room to breathe. And in the end, that's causing trouble, so don't push the blame away because it's irrelevant anyway. You're getting better at this. Silver said with a sigh as he looked away. Artemis is teaching her way too much, this isn't good, I like the easy-to-fool Hestia. Ooh, I'm getting lessons from. Hey. Don't try to diverge the topic. Tisk. A few minutes before, Moments after Bera returned with Silver to Beltane. They met Hestia and Artemis, who were rallied by Talvi after the mess Uskari, Ladari, and Silver created in the old ruins near one of the plazas. Right now, they were in a large room inside a manor, the home to all of the priestesses and the so-called royalty of this nation, Talvi's house, somewhat isolated from the rest of the country as it was here they received their education and grew to perform their duty. It can be seen as a depressive and desolate prison to some, but to Talvi, it was her home. She never felt chained here. She was as free as she could be, although the chains bound to her feet were just that long. In the end, it was the best place to talk and discuss things away from the eyes and ears of the Belthane's people, although right now, this was mostly a scolding session by the goddesses. All three of them. Hestia and Artemis were upset for Silver's lack of care and clear provocation of the other side, but his futile attempts at shifting the blame from himself were a habit they disliked very much. Silver usually acted out of his volition whenever he felt like it. However, whenever he could, he would try to find some moral justification to act, even if he had to force it into existence, which only made its morals questionable. It was forceful but effective, though most would digress if his actions were righteous or not. When he pushed Ishtar to a war game, many showed doubt at his actions. As chaotic as they were, they couldn't be ignored, as he was acting in the same way Evelyn was, and no familia wants a rogue first-class adventurer causing trouble left and right. When he proved his actions to them, despite unwilling to, then they let him be, not that they forgot what happened. This time he was on the right. Would this remain the case? Meanwhile, for Hestia and Artemis, no matter what he said to defend himself, Silver's actions were as obvious as they could be. The moment they heard a few details. No, even before that, they already realized what had transpired and what his intentions were. Such was the thinking ability of a god. Some were better than others at that. Meanwhile, Bera reprimanded her children for going against her orders. She did say before she hated variables, and her children acting like that was somewhat not within her plans. Not that she hadn't predicted it. She knew them better than anyone, just like Hestia and Artemis knew Silver, but that didn't remove the unpleasantness of the situation. Because she knew and loved them, her children acting out of her orders was so much of a bother to her that even when given her laid-back attitude, she ended up stepping up to voice her distaste and disappointment. Though, her attitude was so tame compared to Hestia's and Artemis that it made Uskari reconsider what benevolence truly was. And in this realization came his spite. Heh, serves you right. Uskari looked at Silver as his two goddesses pinned him down, throwing words at him whenever he tried to speak. Silver tried to talk but Hestia didn't let him off the hook easily as he did technically commit terrorism by attacking another country. Belighting others like that wasn't what Hestia wished of Silver, and even though he gave excuses such as trying to show them that reality isn't as crushing and that they can fight fate, Hestia knew better than to give in to his sweet words. A thin smile rose in the corner of Uskari's lips as he saw Silver's defeated expression, a weak satisfaction for what the men just had him go through. But at the same time, there was a certain degree of envy, as he also wished for attention from his goddess. Though not in a romantical sake. Gods. Don't even joke about that. He knew better than to love her. Not because of her identity as divine, but merely due to her rotten personality. Some girls were better refrained from approaching. Or even interacting. No matter how divine and sweet their voice may seem. And huff. I'm done. After what felt like an eternity of verbal torture and many light knocks to his head, Hestia finally lost the strength to speak, so she sat down to relax. Soon enough, Silver got her a cup of cold water, and she took it down without even saying anything. However, she quickly realized he was trying to be smooth, so she shot him a side eye before turning to Bera. Once again. I'm really sorry, we have no business shoving our nose around. But you were going to, weren't you? What's the point of playing gentle now? I hate liars almost as much as those who order me around, so stop it. It's horrid to listen to your excuses. You're no different from him. Like God, like child. Bera replied dismissively as she smiled at Hestia. Hashtag. Understood. She said as she gnashed her teeth. She really wanted to bash out at her, but she knew they were in the wrong, so she kept quiet and took it all in. Before she could say much on the matter, which there wasn't much to anyhow given she didn't know what to say, Bera broke the ice by saying. I hate being in the dark. So tell me your plan, how to intend to kill the Swamp King. She asked out loud as she looked at Silver. Sigh. Just what is it that you don't hate? Everyone went silent, waiting to hear his words, including Hestia and Artemis, who were very interested in his plans. Technically speaking, although he caused trouble, he should have gathered enough information to know if a raid against the monsters was feasible, and more than anything, they wanted that monster dead so everyone could live without worries again. Talvi and the others were also largely silent, watching from the sides as they waited for his words. My plan. Well. Given its nature, I'll tackle this issue the same way I would when facing Amphisbaena. You do know what that is, right? I didn't ask you that. Very well. I'll pull it out from the spring and kill it on land. That was Silver's #1 plan, which he eventually chose after thinking for a few moments. While Talvi and the others were shocked by his unconcerned tone and words, Bera was interested in the aftermath and the process itself. How? The Swamp King is fused with the Spring of Life, and it won't be coming off so easily. Its connection can be broken by Talvi's magic, but its range is so weak it does little but damage part of the monster's main body. She said nothing, but it was implied in her words. That was why the priestess was a bomb. She was meant to be devoured while her magic is in effect. This act causes the Swamp King to suffer severe damage, leading to its hibernation. If the priestess magic was stronger, this issue wouldn't exist. Unfortunately, there were variables at play beyond Bera's control. So even if you can bring it out from within, how do you plan to reach it without melting into a puddle? Your arm didn't fare well when faced with its concentrated poison. she said as her expression sharpened. That is a simple answer, I just don't need to touch it physically. Silver replied with a shrug as he looked at the window. Silver. At least try to respond properly. Artemis said with a sigh as she patted his head lightly. Look, I'm a bit tired, that's all. He said as he turned to Artemis. Explaining what I can and cannot do has always been a little of a headache for me, and right now, I'm not really in the mood to go into the specifics. Honestly, I'm just a little tired of all the words people have thrown at me since I got here. Seeing these poor and pathetic people rub the wrong way in me. Also, Bera is more chaotic than Loki with her words, she poked at me so many times already I'm on the verge of losing my cool. No. Just by thinking like this. Actually, I already did. She won, she broke my darned patience. But Bera wasn't willing to stop at that. She needed a more conclusive response. How can we trust you if you won't open your mouth to us? That was when Silver decided to be direct and tell a piece of his mind. Who said I need your trust? Silver retorted coldly as he looked at them. Silver. Hestia was surprised by his rudeness. This wasn't how he usually was. Was the poison affecting his mind as well? It would be greatly concerning if it was as well. No, I won't listen this time. He said as he got up from his seat, pushing Artemis away gently as he did so, causing her to frown. Silver walked to a window, looking at the swamp. You see that? The deplorable ugly swamp. He blurted out as his eyes sharpened. It's disgusting, and it's bothering my goddess. That's all I need to know. She doesn't like it, so I'll remove it from this world. I don't need your recognition, I don't need your trust, much less your help. He said as he walked past them, making a gesture as if he was about to cut it all down. Because it's already apparent you all aren't able to offer me any. Uskari and Ladari did not reply, although their expressions were rather evident. Now that's out of the way, for your previous question. First, I need to fetch my weapon, then I'll prepare some things and take it down. Then. You watch. He was going to say something else, but part of his rationale returned, and he realized there was no reason snapping at her at all. So he closed his mouth, focusing on his plasmids. Shum. The wood in front of Silver distorted, becoming a portal which he quickly stepped through, vanishing from the room. Creak. The room creaked as it returned to its natural state, baffling those who remained behind. For the most part. Ladari and Bera were still as emotionless as ever. Notes. Chapter 292, Beltane and the Spring of Life Part. Another triple chapter, see you guys later. We're reaching the end of this arc, it's about time we moved on. Until. Step. As Silver landed on the dreaded swamp, he turned back to look at Beltane as he scratched his head in frustration. Sigh, that was a bit excessive. I'm not a damn child to snap out like that. There goes all of my maturity. He rested his hand on a nearby tree, exhaling loudly as he closed his eyes. I mean. I was excessive, but so were they, but then again, I can't really blame them. He said as his head went back and forth. On a battle of rights, they. It doesn't fucking matter. Phew. This is rubbing me the wrong way. I'll talk with them once I'm back. That much is proper. I just feel like I'm too old for this drama. What am I? A teen arguing with his girlfriend. I'm over that phase already. Not that I ever went through it either. After all I'm. Ahem. 18. 18 is a little bit. URG. They say man never grows mentally after a certain age, that's what matters, right? Not like they're any better. He said with a scoff as he crossed his arms. Flash. Silver vanished from the woods, going on with his journey. Swoosh. A few minutes and a dozen more teleportations later, Silver found himself atop the walls of Orario, ready to begin his preparations and check on his familia before his eventual duel with the King of the Swamps. Chatter. The bustling streets rang with the chattering of people coming and going, the sounds of horses and carts, adventurers and merchants, the smell of food and smoke from the ovens and fires within all homes. It had been a short time since he left, no more than 4 days had passed, and the last time he visited was to sneakily send his halberd for repairs. And last time, because he was needed back in Ida's village, he didn't check on the others due to a lack of time. He was worried, that much was natural given everything that prowled the dark. Silver was most worried of Evelys and whatever they were planning. But at the same time, he didn't want to be overly concerned about leaving them for a few days on their own. Not after everything he did to make them self-sufficient. He was sure everything would be fine, but seeing how they were after a few days would set a precedent for how things would be in the following weeks he would be away. As for Evelys, Silver was confident in the guild's ability to handle things. After all, even if he wasn't here, Orario would still be able to deal with them. as this was the city of heroes. Right now, coming and going was still something he had the luxury of doing as he was relatively close to Orario. The Beol mountain ranges extended for hundreds of kilometers, but they were still within the immediate surroundings of Orario. But for every kilometer he walked on the road was one he had to walk back from if he wished to return, and at some point, even with his excellent mobility, moving around may take hours or even days of unending use of his powers, which even for him was tiring and stressing. Some people may dream of the ability to run around at super speeds, but what they don't know is that from the perspective of the one running, time usually moved just as fast. Moving massive distances, even if he was going to just teleport around, at the end of the day was boring. So for the sake of simplicity, confirming if everything he left behind as preparations would suffice should be enough for his worries for the coming journey. But before he made any visits, he went to a few shops where he bought a few items before visiting another equally upset goddess. He had a knack for making them frustrated, that's for sure. Or maybe that was his charm, as at the same time, he had a knack for attracting their attention. You could say it was a matter of taste, and many gods would raise their thumbs and say Silver was amidst the classiest of all mortals. The tales of romance between gods and mortals was as old as it could be, a tale that began with the gods themselves as they looked upon the mortal world from their high thrones. Mostly male gods and their nonsensical attraction to mortal women. Which was ironic given most heroic stories depicting men and gods would be rather tame, with the men devoting themselves to the divine, waiting for the time they would reunite within heaven. The goddesses loved those stories. Some had such lovers in heaven, staying within rather than descending as that would leave their beloved alone. While some descended to find their reincarnated lovers or even their promised ones, those goddesses were worthy of utmost respect in his eyes, although it wasn't only women but male gods too. Some goddesses sought their promised ones but still sought warmth in bed. Whatever they saw as moral wasn't for Silver to judge, although neither would he applaud them. The tales of divine debauchery were a bit too much for him sometimes, he didn't even want to know what they did to their spirits in the millennia they were up there. To some degree, Loki's killing spree of divine pantheons was tame compared to the rumors surrounding Aphrodite's lust. Silver wasn't a man to judge someone by their past, but he had a bottom line too. For as terrible as it may sound, although he wouldn't mind talking or holding conversations with anyone regardless of their past, having romantic relations with a goddess who was known for a certain kind of action wouldn't sit well with him. Not when half of all male gods he knew would have done the deed with his beloved. Maybe that was why he aimed for those untouched. As a reflection of his inner desires. Well, this was something better left for a god of love and a lengthy psychology session to be discussed on. Clang clang, slash. The clang of hammers echoed through the streets, reverberating off the stone walls and down the city. The air was filled with the smell of hot metal and the pressure of their intense concentration. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. Slash steam, slash. Two people, dressed in heavy leather aprons and wielding hammers, were hard at work shaping glowing hot pieces of metal on anvils. Sparks flew as they struck the metal with precision, their movements synchronized in a dance of craftsmanship. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from the flickering flames of the forge, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Despite the noise and heat, there was an atmosphere of focused determination as the smiths worked tirelessly to create their masterpieces. Silver looked with interest as he passed through a workshop near Hephaestus' home, a common sight around these parts. Master and student working together to surpass themselves, to create pieces far beyond their ability to handle, true masterpieces, timeless and eternal. This was theirs and everyone's dreams. Repeating through time for thousands of years. The dream passed on from one individual to another, the gods would affirm it was palpable, hope, emotions, transferring from one to their descendant. It was something Silver couldn't understand but recognized. Yet another aspect of the world the gods observed but men could not. When the gods looked upon him, what else did they see that he did not? He wondered about these things from time to time. But as easily as those thoughts came, they vanished. Only to reappear again, weeks to months later. Slash creak, slash. Silver entered Hephaestus' office after knocking on her door, and this time, he walked through the front entrance. This meant that she had already been notified of his presence and had opened some time to talk. She made it clear he wasn't to visit her unnoticed for business like he did last time with his weapon, and although he did it again this time, at the very least, he came through the front door, willing to wait if she was busy doing something else. And for as rare as it was, she wasn't busy with forge work. For now. Slash not long after, slash. Here it is. Hephaestus said with a tired expression as she placed his halberd on her office table with ease, much to his surprise. It was hard to spot, given she never worked before anyone, but Hephaestus was quite physically powerful, displaying her divine stamina as she kept working before a forge with ease for days at times. Her hammer, a divine artifact, was one of the few divine items. If not the sole one Silver had ever laid his eyes upon. The crystal-like hammer was usually hidden in her private forge in the side room locked away next to her office, although from time to time, when she was tired or just returning from a heavy session of work, she would bring some of her tools with her merely because she would forget they were even there, her focus and concentration so great she usually forgot she even held them in the first place. Image. Though it could also infer other things, as it's hard to imagine a god may forget such a flimsy detail. Maybe to her, the hammer was a part of her body, and one can't just drop their hand casually, can they? Silver once tried to lift the hammer with telekinesis, and although she immediately scolded him heavily for it, he did manage to feel its weight, and it wasn't any lighter than his halberd. It was a tool only a goddess of the forge like her could wield. As for how the hammer felt, it was special. He felt as if he was holding a volcano. As if deep within, the hammer contained enough power to rival such a natural disaster, if not surpass it. Honestly, it was likely much, much more, beyond his understanding. It was, after all, the hammer that shaped Orion, the divine arrow. On that note, maybe Silver did see a divine artifact before if the arrow can be considered one as it's more of a manifestation of Artemis Arcanum than anything. But where the hammer ends, and the divinity begins. Was something better asked another time? Slash thud, slash. Slash whistle, slash. Fantastic. Is it fixed? That was quicker than I thought. I came here mostly to goof around. Silver said out loud without any shame as he looked at his halberd clad in a clean white cloth. Hephaestus didn't seem bothered by his remarks, replying calmly and coolly as she saw down on her chair again, looking at the documents she was working on before Silver's arrival. I thought so too, but one of my clients ended up canceling their weapon production due to a recent shortage of pure adamantite from the deep floors, so I had some time left and worked on it. A shortage? Not like that's a problem. Mining for adamantite can be an issue as it only appears on the deep floors, and only level 6 adventurers can break it directly, but that's only true for the pure and treated metal. So a shortage of it? How odd. It's not like they're lacking in personnel. First class or maybe even a level 4 should be able to mine it if they have the right tools for the job. A level 3 can likely mine it also. But they can't do much at such depths besides being a supporter. Above that, mining or doing anything unrelated to hunting monsters is often more dangerous than the usual process of dungeon diving itself. If getting down there wasn't enough of a problem, returning while carrying enough ores to make the trip worth it is the bulk of their adventure. They have to fight, find the ores, extract them, and then return them safely so they can sell them. It's not easy when each chunk can weigh as much as a person, and they need to make space for supplies and protect it from other adventurers who aren't so keen on making the week-long trip themselves. It usually takes longer than that, though. Anyhow, low supply. The guild. No, Arenas alone wouldn't be enough. He wouldn't even try to pull so much attention to himself. Then. It can only be low-key. It should be time for another one of their massive expeditions. Unless another familia is consuming vast amounts of it for some reason. But I can't think of anyone. It's an expensive ore at the end of the day. Is this another one of the many consequences of the downfall of the Ishtar familia? I'm tired of all the notices I got from the guild for all the shit that caused. Anyhow, I've never seen pure adamantite in the dungeon. I'll collect it if I find it. However, the issue should be resolved once I'm back from my trip. As Silver fell onto his thoughts, Hephaestus replied nonchalantly. For you, maybe not, but don't forget I usually ask the materials out of my clients before working on anything as I don't have the time to source them. Whatever I have in the forge is either brought by them or my children through whatever means they have available. If I ever do work with what I have, I charge premium for the materials. That is how valuable my children's time is, and above all, I don't work with dubious materials. She said deeply as she looked at Silver, as if accusing him of something he never did. Though he had a feeling she read completely into him. Just to make sure, I'll be charging that fee off you as well when I make your bill. I had to melt and reforge most parts of your weapon to fuse them back together. Quite the hassle, honestly. She didn't say it, but she technically worked on its restructuring more than in the halberd's manufacturing. So it wouldn't be wrong to say she reforged it completely from zero. I also modified it a little to prevent this from happening. I won't charge you anything for that, as it was an oversight of mine. I never expected you to grow this quickly, and for your abilities to develop the way they did. Given its previous state, the best I can say is that I was sloppy. Come on, that's not true. You're a hardworking goddess. Silver said with an honest smile as he looked at her, raising his hands and gesturing for her as a way to show his appreciation. It's literally in your face as well. Hephaestus had dark circles surrounding her eye. It was noticeable and rather distressing. Humph, flattery won't make me decrease the price of the repairs. She said with a sigh as she looked at the side, a little better than before. Your halberd shouldn't break into pieces from now on. It's sturdier and stronger than before, but its design remains the same. I added some materials to strengthen the bond between the existing materials. It's essentially a singular piece at this point. And due to your magic, I altered some of its intrinsic properties to make it more suitable, as in a similar process I used in the confection of your gloves. It was previously made mostly of mithril, but I've added adamantite to create an alloy. She looked at Silver, expecting deep appreciation. I rarely use alloys like these, so you better not break it this time. As I mentioned before, consider it a sign of apology for my mistakes. Rarely have any of my weapons broken, and never have I ever seen someone break one I made personally for their own use. Not that quickly, at the very least. Sigh. She seemed to remember some instances of the past, preferring to shake her head and return to the present rather than resent the long-distant past. For your previous request to make a pair of boots, I've thought it over, and I have a design. Just bring me the materials, and I'll make it for you. That's great to hear. Music even. Silver said as his smile widened. She rolled her eye. How much for both? The repairs and the boots? I guess you can add the enhancement there as well. A modification can be an enhancement, but she went beyond just a simple modification. And my expectations. She really is a hard worker. This is when I would ask, how do I repay you? Or so Hermes would be telling me to do. The longer I spent alongside him, the greater his voice seems to echo inside my mind whenever I was talking with others. And the problem is that it often tells me good ideas. Albeit not moral. Ha! Hephaestus exhaled, grabbing a pair of thin glasses as she pulled a piece of paper from a drawer underneath her table. Ahem, considering the fees for out-of-schedule work. Fees. The materials I had to use. And a few things more because you aren't an ideal contractor. What? Hey, if I come here often it just means I really love your items. Silver said with a broken smile as he looked at her. But she did not smile at all. Let me remind you of what you did. Silver knew where this was going. Around a month ago, you melted half of your weapon. Melted, completely. And even after I modified it, you broke it into pieces. What's next? You'll somehow send it to heaven, and I'll have to ask a god to send it back down after sanctifying it. She asked as she looked back at him with a heavy glare. Is that even possible? He asked quietly on the side. Hopefully, you'll never know. Anyhow. I'll give you a discount and round it all for 500 million Valis. Be happy. Cheer. She said plainly as she raised the receipt to the air, trying to be dramatic. Slash thud, slash. Silver immediately fell back, hitting his head on the ground as he exclaimed. You better kill me instead. Humph, stop being dramatic. Besides, I doubt you'll even get scratched with those in your hands, so don't even try. She said with a light smile as she moved her writing pen around dexterously. What if I ask you to make the boots now? How much would the fee increase? You know, the material cost and the extra work fees. Scribble, slash. About this much. She said as she handed him the papers. Silver's soul almost returned to heaven as he gently folded the bill, placing it carefully on her table, very gently. Fine, I'll give you the materials as soon as I have them in hand. Silver said with a sigh after he completely disregarded the modified price. He then turned to her, disgruntled. You're brutal, even Goibniu isn't as much of a penny pincher as you. Finn's spear cost only 130 million. Silver said with a cringy expression as he placed his halberd on his shoulders. The price isn't determined by the materials, my dear customer. Also, how do you know that? That's private, contractual information. That's not the issue here. He said dismissively as he looked away. And say what again? Maybe it's time to modify your contract since you're now first class, She said with a slightly threatening tone as she pointed her pen at him. According to their contract, it would need to be revised once he became a first-class adventurer, which he technically already was due to his strength, although he could be an ass and talk about the diplomacy of things as he was, merely level 4. That would come with even greater restricting clauses, and the cost of his equipment and repair fees would increase even further. But at the same time, he would gain other privileges. Nothing he didn't already have due to his intrusive personality and relationship with her, thanks to Hestia. I was talking about him. You hair. Yeah. Silver said with an awkward smile as he looked away. Foo-foo. That's about right. At least someone else noticed the hair. Only Tsubaki noticed it so far. But it's not like I've been outside for long recently. Is it too weird? My hair usually gets in the way when I'm forging, but I can't just cut it out, so I tried something different this time. She has a ponytail in the manga but not in the L, and I think the images differ quite a bit, so I just went with the interpretation she held her hair differently today. Anyhow. These materials are a bit hard for me to get right now. There's not much I can do about it. Getting the effect you desire while maintaining some degree of defense isn't easy. Her tone was a little pensive, but she seemed to be considering whether they were too difficult for the current him to acquire. Amidst some of her requested materials were items found extremely deep in the dungeon, such as a black rhino's horn or a cadmus hide, strong monsters found beneath the 50th floor. Known only to a small group of people, Silver had only gone as far down as the 37th floor, where he stopped as he found no need to advance further. Due to his level up, he chose to remain in the Colosseum to adjust to his status as he healed his body, and when he accomplished both feats, he left Orario. So it was a matter of time, not ability. Though it was still to be seen if he could last at such depths. He likely could, but there was more to the dungeon than just monsters. No, I'm not talking about hard due to my level, I'm currently not with the time on my hands. I gave you a brief explanation last time, but officially, I'm within my manor, but right now, I'm crossing the Beol Mountains. I traveled back here just to check on some things and, of course, see how you were doing. He said as he smiled again, trying to be smooth. Ha! A cheeky way to say you came here to get your things fixed. She said as she rolled her eyes, although she was happy nonetheless as Silver didn't lie. Now, I know about your financial situation. I have an accountant who keeps track of my clients' expenditures, so once you have it, just send it to me, and I'll cross it in your long list of debts. Long list. I feel as if it just keeps on increasing. Also, why's the bank sharing my info with you? Wasn't that also contractual information? Chuckle. Boy, when you're in my line of work, you need some assurance, otherwise, there would be no trust. As for the list, of course it does, you're the reason it never ends and one of the reasons why I stopped reconsidering the need of not having an accountant. She said with a scoff as she waved her arm around. That's a way to put things. Thank you for the sweets and tea, they're much better than the tasteless gifts most bring me when they come to ask something out of me. I can taste tea, but I can't eat gold. She said with a sigh as she turned to her papers. I don't usually say this, but I must finish these by nightfall. I understand, I'll take my leave immediately, oh, steamed goddess. He replied with a courteous and exaggerated bow, something somewhat familiar to her as it was something gods in Olympus used to do whenever introducing themselves. It became a custom in some lands of the mortal world after they descended, for apparent reason. And where did you learn that from, oh, troublesome mortal? She asked with a chuckle as she held her teacup. From Hermes. Silver snitched without a care in the world. Of course, it would be him. He always teaches others these useless things. She said with a frown as she kept tapping on her table. Silver shared a few more words with Hephaestus, saying his goodbyes as he stepped out of the office. Here was still something he had to do before returning to Beltane. This time, Silver did not stop by a shop. Instead, he returned home with focus, entering the Hearth Manor under the guise of darkness. He was there to find someone, something he didn't want to do, but a necessity given the weight of his responsibilities. He was sure of his chances of victory, but he had to look beyond his pride and plan for not only the best but also the worst. Chatter. Although he didn't need to hide from his companions, from their perspective, Silver did leave for his parents' home so everyone did not expect him to be around. As such, to preserve his image and keep his word by not breaking the illusion they were completely on their own, Silver walked around while stepping on his toes, evading as many people as possible until he found his target. After all, if he were to meet with Daphne, he could only imagine the earful she would give him, especially if he were to say he wasn't going to stay for long. It would hurt his image quite a bit. Humming. There she is. Taking care of the flower garden was a renard with golden fur, her tail wagging in the wind as she gently planted tulips on the ground. Over the months, the front garden of the Hearth Manor had undergone considerable changes, and now, more than ever, was gorgeous. Before, Apollo focused on maintaining the integrity and richness of his familia by keeping the front garden grand and imposing, elegant and luxurious, simple to an ordinary person, complex to someone with a keen eye for art. For Silver, it just looked boring. A large expanse of green with a few fields of plants and other stupid displays of art, a massive waste of space. So over time, he modified the frontal garden, adding many plants and even small trees which would eventually grow and cover the front of the manor. Like a small part of sorts. It would obscure the front view of the manor, but that was okay, as Silver didn't care about those aspects at all. Humming. Grow. Grow beautifully. The renard whispered happily as she planted the flowers. The flowers here grew freely beside one another. Wasn't it perfect? Even if for the sake of their own pleasure. Step. Her ears twitched, turning towards the echoes of someone approaching from behind. Grass was stepped and dirt compressed, a familiar sound, one she heard almost every day. Excuse me, I'm almost done. Haruheim replied in a low tone as she finished cleaning the dirt from her dress, getting up soon after. Although Silver approached her from her blind spot, Haruheim felt completely and utterly safe, mainly for two reasons. First, 90% of the familia was composed of women, and although strange still, it's considerably less of a problem if a woman approaches another like this, especially given most girls in the familia were young and full of mischief in their veins. The second reason was that due to the first, most men in the familia were extremely defensive, to the point they would usually call or make themselves apparent whenever talking with a girl or anyone even. Otherwise, problems would arise. The only boys who didn't seem to have that issue were Silver and the triplets, who couldn't care less about women in general and were more focused on their training instead. While Silver was just seen as a very trustworthy man who could keep his calm and not make things weird. Unless the girls wanted him to. He was the one they called in the middle of the night if trouble arose in their dormitories. And although they had Daphne, sometimes, the girls preferred to deal with him than her. Which he always found reasonable. He liked to tease Daphne about this from time to time. Her reaction varied. That was why Haruheim felt safe and comfortable, regardless of who approached her and how. Not like she had anything against anybody anyway, she was a gentle soul who always believed in the good of others first. Or too much of an airhead to understand said things. Haruheim. Silver said in a low tone as he waited for her to turn to him. Exclamation point. As she heard his voice, her fur rose slightly, and her tail wagged more fervently. She turned to face him and took a step forward, smiling. Silver. I should call you Captain. She said with a smile as she fidgeted with her fingers. I said that time and time again. But there's no need for that when it's just us, formalities can be a bit overwhelming when even my friends overdo it. He replied with a smile as well. Silver looked at Haruheim, at her ears twitching in the wind, and he had a terrible urge. I really want to pet her. Why are most beastfolk so? Like this? Is there a reason for this? Should I just give in and pet her? Silver fought his instincts to pet her golden ears. Her fur was so gorgeous it glistered in the sun, shining as the wind blew it away like golden rays amidst the clouds. Then. Silver. She said with a chuckle as her tail moved from left to right. I thought you were away to visit your parents, are you back already? Her tone was cheerful, but it contained a certain melancholy. Silver felt bad for invoking such feelings in her, so he brushed past the topic, moving on. I already visited them. They are fine and well, I'll introduce you to them in the future, they would love to meet you. He said with a smile as he gave in to his urges. Pat. Haruheim was greatly surprised by his actions but did not stop her hand, mumbling incoherent words in a low tone as her face grew red. Silver, on the other hand, enjoyed the feeling of her fur as he caressed her ears. They were extremely fluffy and smooth. It brought back long, forgotten memories of a time he had mostly achieved at the corners of his mind. As those memories passed faintly through his mind, a cryptic smile formed on his lips as his eyes turned distant. But that glister of light quickly vanished as he returned to the present. Anyhow, I passed by because I needed you to do something for me. Could you come with me on a little adventure? He asked with a smile as he took his hand off her head. MNN. Ah. Of course. I'm free for now, but... Will it take too long? I usually go to the dungeon with Daphne and the others in the morning. Although it was already past noon, Haruheim wasn't sure how long Silver's adventure would last, so as awkward as she was, she brought forth the only scheduled activity she had on her calendar, no matter how far away it was. It was actually quite sad. To think the only activity she had to look up to was the daily dungeon dive with Daphne and the others. I'm mostly done with my duties for today as well, the rest of the day is just training, right? Silver asked as he looked around. Ever since he contracted some maids to take care of the manor, Haruheim's workload has essentially become zero. She only needs to go to the dungeon to get some exelia and train to master her magic. Anything other than that was free time for her to do what she wished. The problem was that her past never taught her how to enjoy the world. She grew up as a doll in a noble household away from the world, and then she became a prostitute, locked away in a cell without much to do. Her entire life was about imprisonment where the only things she had to accompany her were her thoughts and, later, the books and stories Aisha and the others brought her. To her, that was only natural. Her entire world, it was a painful one, and one she wished to free herself from. But now that she's free, she doesn't know how to enjoy this brand new sky. Even if she did nothing but wake up and train, being able to choose how she did so was already the pinnacle of her life. It wasn't just her that felt that life in the Hestia Familia was carefree. Many shared her feelings. Not that Silver allowed them to do so out of his volition. He made it his policy to allow people to do as they wished as long as they showed results, and he gave them more than enough guidelines to follow. If they couldn't achieve anything despite that, then he would begin pushing them around. Thankfully, no such actions have been needed so far. Yes. I've been working hard to reduce the chanting time for Yukai no Kazuchi. It still takes quite a while, though. Cassandra, on the other hand, has managed to cut her chanting time in half, to the point she thinks it's impossible to decrease it any further. she said with a light laugh as she looked at the ground. But Silver did not laugh. Instead, he patted her head again, causing her to yelp as she was caught by surprise once more. You're doing fine, Haruhime. You nor anyone else should compare themselves to others. In the end, and this applies to Cassandra as well, what matters is how much your progress satisfies you. Your magic has a fantastical effect that cannot be so easily compared to others. There is no way to determine what we'll find by exploring it. But neither does its complexity undermine the hard work of others. Focus on yourself and grow to be the heroine of your own story, that's all you should strive for. Silver moved to the side, creating a very slim shard of ice, giving it to Haruhime before laughing. She held the ice, it was cold and weak, so much so even she could break it, and her warmth alone melted it. When I first awakened my magic, before I got Falna or received any training, this much in your hand was everything I could do. In desperation, I gathered everything I had and created a slightly bigger shard of ice. It saved my life, but I went unconscious from mind zero. For years after, I trained, had ideas, wrote them down, experimented, and now, I'm here, thanks to hard work and the support of others. So never give up, keep trying, as above all, you still have 2 more slots left to fill. We never know what interesting things you'll manifest, right? A bit of a lie, but lies are good when used well. Throughout his speech, Silver kept patting her head, causing Haruhime's face to beam red, but she kept her cool. Part of it. And replied. Why yes. Great. Now. How about you 2 step forward so we can move on? Silver asked as he turned to a bush on the side. /schwa/. From the bushes, 2 girls fell awkwardly, one atop another. A renard and a hum bunny, 2 equally unique and rare races. But with equally long ears. Ouch. What was that, Keed? Why did you push me? A renard girl with black fur asked as she felt another girl press her down. I wanted to get a little peek but I lost my balance when he turned to us. Oops. The hum bunny girl replied as she made a cute gesture, hitting her head in the process. WH. Meanwhile, realizing she was being watched, Haruhime got so embarrassed she almost melted. She ran behind Silver and tried to hide by shoving her face on his back, causing the 2 newcomers to get embarrassed as well as they thought this was too lovely. Ahem. You know what'll happen if Daphne learns you've been eavesdropping on others, right? The 2 looked at each other, both equally apologetic. Well, I would like to offer my sincere oppo. The renard tried to speak and apologize, but before she could say anything more, the hum bunny girl said bluntly. I'm really sorry, Captain. We came here to invite Haruhime to eat something in a sweet shop nearby, but Momiji got really curious so. /push/. Gah. The renard girl frowned heavily as her expression twitched. She pushed her friend to the side with such force the bunny girl gagged on the ground from the air leaving her lungs. That is very much a lie, I must say. The sequence of events that led to this scenario does not, under any circumstance, include me inciting her to such a deplorable act. Besides. You were the one who crouched down first. The renard said as her eyes twitched. Hee hee. 2 clumsy girls, one polite but mischievous, and the other overly polite. Albeit a little snappy. Silver already knew the shrine maiden had anger issues, a torrent fire ready to explode underneath her polite facade. Better end things at that, 2 curious girls. That's all there is to it. Anyway. I heard something about an adventure. Are you abducting our princess away again? Keed asked as she got up from the ground, helping her friend before dusting her clothes. Although she had been pushed aside violently, she didn't take it to heart as she still helped her friend. Such comradeship was commendable. It was a friendship where the 2 friends punched and kicked each other without end. True friendship, as some may say. You want to come? Silver asked with a sigh as he scratched his forehead. Yes, please. Keed. You can come too if you want, we won't be leaving for long. If you insist. Momiji said as she fidgeted with her fingers. Hearing this, Silver raised his hand to the side, and the air momentarily trembled with invisible power. /crackle/. The stone underneath the grass twisted and turned, and before long, a portal of grass, roots, and stone rose from the dirt. All looked in awe as the magical portal ignited with power. If this wasn't an adventure, then what was? Oh ho. The famed magic I've only heard about. Legend tells you it can take you anywhere. Keed said in a dramatic tone as she looked around. And although silent, it was evident her friend was also very interested in it as she kept glancing around. She was the kind of girl to appreciate things in silence and modesty. Not that Keed's approach was any bad. It can only take you whenever I've been. LL be a short trip, and at most, we'll be back by nightfall, and if anyone asks where you've been, make sure to have an excuse. I'm not supposed to be back and definitely not meant to take anyone on an adventure outside of the city. Officially and unofficially. My lips are sealed. Momiji said as she closed her eyes and nodded. Nothing's more exciting than doing something illegal. Keed said as her ears twitched. Keed. I promise never to say anything. I. Sigh. Thank you. Let's move, I'll fill you all in the details once we're there. Silver said as he walked to the portal, Haruheim right behind him. Where are we going? Keed asked as she stepped cautiously around the portal. To a neighboring nation. He said with a smile as he touched the portal. We're going to solve their problems and shed some light on their worries because we're cool. Step. Before they could ask, Silver stepped through the portal, leaving them in complete silence. Well. You first, Momiji. Keed asked as a bead of sweat fell from her forehead. It'll be fine, he would never put us in danger. Haruheim said with a faint smile as she looked at her reflection in the swirling portal. What about those rumors I heard? About him causing trouble in the dungeon with the others. And no problem he can't solve. Haruheim said again as a bead of sweat appeared on her face. The two girls looked at each other, and for a moment, both reconsidered stepping through the portal. Step. But as they saw Haruheim vanish beyond the swaying film of the portal, they quickly went after, too interested in stepping down now. Whoop. Notes. Chapter 293, Beltane and the Spring of Life End. Whoosh. Step. On the other side of the portal was a lush forest with sparse trees covering a quiet, lush hill. Shwa. Shivers. It was considerably chilly, so much so that Haruheim immediately raised her hands to her chest, feeling the cold winds pass through her fingers, condensed breaths forming as she breathed. She tried to warm herself a little by using her tail as a scarf, but it wasn't long enough. Phew. It's cold in here. Not as cold as winter back home, but still quite cold. Keed said as she stepped out of the portal. It is. Momiji agreed, holding onto her tail as she tried to gather some warmth. Meanwhile, once they all stepped through the portal, Silver checked to ensure no one had sneaked by the portal as they crossed before closing it decisively. Crackle. Behind them, the portal crumbled, returning to dust as the twisted stone and wood vanished onto the grass around them. All right, we're here. Pay attention where you step, I don't want anyone rolling downhill. Silver said in a light tone as he looked around. As he said so, his right hand glowed red, and soon after, the three girls around him felt warmer, the cold not affecting them as much anymore. Haruheim, beside him, instinctively held onto his hand, memories of her childhood passing by her eyes as she remembered her time with her father. Only for her to quickly pull it away, too embarrassed to even look straight. The cold and warmth made her remember. Inhale. Exhale. As she delved into her thoughts, the two other girls finished their inspection of the surroundings, turning to Silver for some answers. Where are we? If I'm allowed to ask. In the Beol Mountains, towards the north of Orario. Silver replied as he turned to Momiji. That's quite far. Should we get ready for something? Now that I think about it, I haven't brought anything with me. Keed said in a low tone as she looked at her hands, embarrassed at her carelessness. I left my sword in my room, maybe I should have brought it. No need for anything, I'll take care of everything. Although. Take these. He said as he pulled a few weapons from his pocket space. He gave the bunny girl a sword and a dagger. Meanwhile, he gave both Haruheim and Momiji staffs, as it was the best given they weren't meant for combat. Momiji looked at the staff with some confusion, after all, how was she supposed to use it? She wasn't used to performing her rituals with such a cumbersome thing. But then again, better a staff to hit something in the head with than her fists. Seeing that they had accepted his items. With a thin smile, Silver stepped forward, calling them to follow him. It's a bit cold in the mountains, and it seems it's about to rain, so let's get moving. Night's upon us. It'll be a long one. In no time, they braved through the woods, the golden leaves of autumn falling around them. At the end of the forest and the hill's edge, they saw a building rise in the distance. One house turned into 2, then 5. 100. A city rose at the side of the approaching mountainside, the sun setting behind it. Welcome to the city of springs, Beltane. Silver said as he covered his eyes slightly. This is a secluded nation. Haruheim asked as her tail wagged in interest. She read many stories of distant lands, isolated by the environment around them. They held their own struggles and myths, legends passed down through time. Unknown to any but themselves. Many heroic tales were born and ended within such lands, heroes born from nothing, vanishing as their tales came to an end. To think there was one so close to Orario. Even if the Beol Mountains were massive, they were still considered nearby given the vast expanse of the world. Close enough for them to be said to be within the city's immediate surroundings. With such a vast world, how many similar sites were hidden in the wilderness? One could only wonder. Whoa! What a beautiful place! Keed said as her ears twitched in the wind. I thought there couldn't be settlements in the Beol Mountains. Was I wrong? Momiji asked as she turned to Silver. No, the mountains aren't safe for ordinary people to live in. However, exceptions can still apply, from time to time. He replied as he shook his head. In Belthane's case, this is a familiar nation, they don't need to worry about protection. A familiar nation? They asked in unison as they turned to Silver. Seeing their expressions, Silver scratched his chin in helplessness. Maybe it's because you three haven't gone far from Orario, but it isn't unusual for a familia to settle down and build a kingdom out there. It's strange for Haruheim not to know about it, though. Was she that secluded from the outside? For all there is out there, Orario is an irregularity. There's no place out there where so many gods live together in harmony. The same can be said for the Far East. Amaterasu rules over the island, and the other gods take over multiple positions. It's a simple depiction of a familiar nation, albeit there, they call it the royal court. A different name for what's essentially the same thing. Culture and customs aside. Takamikazuchi is a god at the bottom of said structure, with only a simple shrine where his followers were orphans and poor children. That was why he left, not because he was dissatisfied with his condition, but because he wanted to provide them with more, so he departed with some of the older children so they could make money and send it back to the shrine. Quite the adventure to partake in. But not very different from what I did. Leaving family behind to pursue something is always hard. Momiji and Keed nodded, that was how things went over there. The gods ruled over the land with the 8 noble families, such as the Sanju, of which Haruheim was once the successor. Nations with a god at their center, either as a spiritual leader, consultant, or even their king are the norm here. Usually, a god's role in a nation is to provide his blessing so his people may thrive, but depending on their personality and their children, the system of governance changes. Some countries have only the royal familia, and those with close ties to them receive the blessings of the divine. Sometimes, they have multiple familias, each with their tasks in the society, just like Orario and the royal court, although we can't exactly compare both. Further north, there is a large country called Rakia, a country ruled by the Ares familia. There, Ares essentially commands the whole country as its god-emperor. However, as a god of war, Ares is usually focused on annexing nearby regions and expanding the size of the country, creating multiple servants familias as he forces the weaker gods to submit, leaving the governance of the country to the royal blood. And as a god, he has the divine right to choose the next king if he so wishes. It wasn't always like that, though. But the world is constantly changing. When he descended, Ares rapidly grew in power and eventually overthrew all other gods in the territory, either exiling them or sending them back to Haven. That's how things usually go out there. Things aren't as peaceful as Orario. They never were. Orario is an illusion. A lie Arenas took 1,000 years to build. It took many wars, gods, and the lives of generations of adventurers to accomplish, but eventually, the fear of the people subsided, being taken over by other priorities. Even then, the city isn't a paradise. I would say it's anything but that. Things are the same everywhere, aren't they? Momiji asked as she looked at the city with a heavy gaze. Even in the Far East things weren't peaceful. Not so long ago disaster struck the island and the 9 noble families became 8. Death and war was everywhere, affecting all, mortal or divine. Some places are better than others. In one way or another. But it's not up to me to decide what's good and bad, right or wrong. Silver said with a sigh as he looked towards the north where Rakia was. One thing is for sure though, if Ares took over and won, and the country isn't falling but thriving. Then there's something to be said about that. However, such success could also be an illusion from war. Out there, you have to look out for yourself and those you care about, as there's no lack of people who will try to pass their leg on yours for their benefit. As the sun began to set, cold wind blew on Silver's back, causing the girls to shiver as a wave of cold air brushed over them. Seeing this, Silver coughed lightly, hastening his walk. Anyhow, that's all too complicated and tiresome to think about. Now, it's getting colder, and I have to prepare. Prepare? Keed asked as she tied her hair. Silver turned to the city, saying, There's a monster down there. I came here to kill it. To resolve an old grievance, you could say. I'll have Arenas owe me a bit after this too. I should be able to squeeze him a little and have him reduce those taxes. I have to be like Loki and Hermes and push that fat elf some more. Well, teach Hestia how to push him that far since he only listens to the gods. A monster. But where? Are we going to help? Keed asked as she squinted her eyes. She got a little tense, as expected, this place wasn't safe. Or so she thought. Underwater. Inside the springs. And no. Thank you for the help, but this is a fight I took myself, one I'll finish alone. He said with a small smile as he turned to her. Your fight is elsewhere, in the dungeon. Once you level up a little, we can discuss you joining me on an adventure. In other words, the Excelia is all mine, go find your own monsters to fight, okay? He added with a laugh as he patted her head, causing Keed to push him aside with an upset gaze. Stop it. I'm not a kid. Sorry, your ears just keep twitching. It's hard to resist when they're that cute. Exclamation point. Well. I know they're cute, but they're off limit. Not that sudden. She said as she fidgeted with her fingers. Ah yes, the embarrassment of a village girl. Meanwhile, Momiji protected her ears, predicting an attack. On the other hand, Haruheim's ears began to twitch a little too, but she didn't dare to look at him. Chuckle. Well. Who knows what the future has to offer? If something happens. I'm counting on you three. He said with a smile before he turned around. Silver stepped forward, going downhill through a stony path in the mountainside, helping Haruheim as she was the weakest of them all. Although Momiji was also a priestess with no stats, she was in much better shape than Haruheim. There was a rather wide disparity between the girls when it came to that, maybe because Momiji was a priestess used to dancing for long periods of time while Haruheim was no different from a flower in a pot. Meanwhile, Keed was almost level 2, having trained in her village all her life under the blessing of another god before leaving on her journey as per her village's customs. Such rough terrain was no issue to her. On the contrary, she felt right at home underneath the trees in the cold breeze. Step. I'll tell you how I got here as we get there. Oh. I have to make this clear once more before we proceed. He turned to the three of them, his face twisting into a dark, serious frown. He made a gesture with his hands, crossing his palm with his finger as he narrowed his eyes. If Daphne hears about this, we're all dead, there won't be a saving grace if that happens. It's over. Done. Over. Consider that. Are we in agreement, girls? Whatever happens here dies here until I say otherwise, or do you have anything to say? Nod. The three nodded furiously, knowing what would happen if they disobeyed his words. No one wanted to hear Daphne's furious nagging for an hour straight, much less face punishment for their actions. Great, take this as a small vacation, an afternoon in a city by the mountains. Shum. Silver took 3 small pouches from his pocket space and gave one to each. Keed weighted the pouch with a cautious gaze while Momiji bowed fluently. Meanwhile, Haruheim nodded ecstatically. Here, some pocket change. Pay me back when we're back, okay? It should cover everything you need, but if there's something you want, tell me, and I'll get it for you. But you'll be paying me back, I know exactly how much is in each bag. If I'm missing a single coin by the time I'm back I'll sell your stuff to make up for it. He said with a sly smile as he looked at them. So stingy. I heard you made 1,000,000 valis the other day just by getting a few lower floors herbs. Keed said with a frown as she hid her money back. Not 1,000,000, a few million. Also, they weren't just any herbs. I collected rare herbs. Only someone with the appropriate scouting ability and general knowledge could locate such materials, mind you. Silver said with a smug expression as he looked at the forest. I was paid for a job well done, if you want to be paid well too, then teach yourself the skills to do so. Humph. He rolled his eyes as he saw her weak tantrum, but since he didn't want any trouble, he gave in. For now. Fine. Here, have another bag. He said as he threw her another pouch. Hee. But if I hear any complaining from you, I'll tell Daphne you were the one who ate her cake slice last week. Silver said with a smug expression as he walked away. Huh. I didn't do that. She exclaimed as she ran after him. Of course you didn't, that was me. But I wonder who she'll believe more. He said as he smiled evilly. You. I'll snitch you to the goddess. Keed exclaimed in fear as she took a step back. That's a low move. I'll take it as a declaration of war. Silver added with a smile as he turned around. URG. While she was distracted, Silver patted her on the head again, causing her to flinch before laughing it off as he walked away. Anyhow. With those out of the way. Onwards. Later. Splat. Not long after they arrived, rain began to fall as dark clouds loomed in the sky, bringing forth night a little sooner than expected as they cast shadows onto the earth below. To the people of Beltane, it was a prime opportunity to collect some fresh rainwater, free of contamination and toxins, with little to no purification needed. That's because as water evaporated naturally, the poison and toxins in the rivers were left behind, sometimes gathering in places where they dried up, becoming perilous poison pits where one wrong step could mean falling onto a pit of quicksand. Where instead of sand, you had highly poisonous dust strong enough to kill even higher-leveled monsters in mere moments. As for wells or freshwater lakes, unfortunately, most reservoirs of fresh water in the immediate surroundings of the swamp had long been contaminated. Those still of use were either at higher elevations or far away from the city. And no one wanted to spend hours in dangerous woods to fetch a bucket of water. Regardless, while some worked hard to collect water for themselves, some preferred to stay at home and do their own things, be them natives or tourists. Amidst those people was a certain goddess, who right now wasn't very pleased with what she had just heard. What? Slash thunder, slash. Lightning struck in the distance with excellent timing. So precise they feared it struck down by her wish. Inside a room in the same in silver stopped by earlier were Hestia and the three girls, now having a heart-to-heart discussion as their goddess slowly lost her calm. By coincidence, Artemis wasn't in the room right now. Otherwise, things would have been a little harder to explain. Aside from a selective few, no one knew Hestia was with Silver. Much less that Artemis was also with him. If the fact that two goddesses went with him were to spread, things would get complicated. Let me see if I understood this right. Silver passed by home. Picked you three. And then left you all alone in the middle of the streets. Hestia asked as her expression went dark. Hestia's expression wasn't of anger, it was one of tiredness and mild helplessness. Why? No. Momiji interjected before Keed said something highly incriminating. Captain originally went to fetch Haruheim. We, on the other hand, asked to tag along for nothing outside of curiosity and self-interest. Please, do not be harsh with him. And he didn't leave us alone. He gave us directions for the entire city, including money and this magic tool, although I'm unsure what it does. Momiji said as she showed Hestia a small translucent marble. You're such a good girl. But don't defend him. It was still his irresponsible choice to drag you two all the way here. But I guess you're right. Silver did everything right. Nonetheless, he's still irresponsible for leaving you three alone in the middle of a foreign country. That said, Goddess, what are you doing here? Keed asked as she touched the back of her head. Captain Daphne said she would be busy for a while. Never thought she would be busy because she was outside of the city. Is this even allowed? Me? Ahem. I'm accompanying Silver on his trip. Hestia replied with a smile as she touched her hips. I heard he's your first child. You're really kind to go with him. Keed added as a smug smile formed on her face. She was slowly beginning to understand that the things she was told didn't depict the whole picture. Foo-foo. You bet, I'm always by. Wait a minute, don't try to change the topic. Chi. The two fox girls looked in disbelief at the exchange between the goddess and the bunny. Humph. I'm here to make sure Silver doesn't cause trouble. Her face then grew somewhat gloomy. I thought that if I stood by his side, maybe this time he wouldn't return all battered and bruised from his adventurers. But even now, it seems he's going straight towards trouble again. Worse is that this time, I'm the one pushing him towards it. The girls listened in silence as the atmosphere took a sudden turn for the worse, until Keed said, He's a dunce, isn't he? Always causing trouble to others, doing whatever he wants, isn't that right? She asked as she patted Haruheim's shoulder. Haruheim was confused, but Keed kept elbowing her waist, and in the end, she nodded reluctantly as well, not quite understanding what was going on. Right, the captain's way of doing things isn't exactly subtle, he would do well having a few classes on eloquence back in the Far East. Lady Aim would have taught him many lessons back in the Far East. I don't know who that is, but I'll take your word for it. Hestia exclaimed loudly as she smugly raised her nose, her mood seemingly improved. He doesn't know how hard it is. One day, you wake up, and everyone's talking about how your child blew up a house. Then a street. Next thing I know, it's a freaking tower. Then it's the bill. She exclaimed with clenched fists as she trembled lightly. She must have some suppressed resentment. The two girls thought while Haruheim smiled awkwardly. I swear. When I find him, I'll... Wait. It then all dawned on Hestia, causing her to open her eyes wide. Ooh. She gasped as her heart skipped a beat. It was then that she realized. If he wasn't here with the girls. Just where was he? Her eyes shook as her hair moved with the weak, cold breeze. Slash tremble, slash. The ground began to quake. Slash boom, slash. Slash tremble, slash. Slash roar, slash. Suddenly, the entire city began to shake. Echoes of a powerful roar rang faintly in the background. The streets began to ring with the uproars of confusion and fear as the people of Beltane ran through the wind to question what was happening. Twitch. G goddess. Hestia's expression began to twitch as she lost her calm. Please calm down, goddess. SSILVEEERRR. Thunder, tremble, Obviously, Silver was up to no good. Notes. See you guys in a day. Or Friday. This chapter was average in size, and the next few chapters are average, so we're essentially returning to the 3 chapters a week for now. Peace. Chapter 294, Awakening of the Ancient One. Hello. First, there are a few details I got a little wrong due to the fact the source material of this event isn't properly translated, but I got my hands on the ROS recently so I got to alter a few details of the story. I won't be changing anything since we're already at the end, but some of the next chapters were altered with these details so we could get closer to the source. I believe making twists in the story is the way to go, but I usually prefer to follow the source if it says something is the way it is and so on. For most of my knowledge on these events, I follow the events of the game Memoria Freeze, but since the event isn't always detailed, going to the mangas is the way to go. Unfortunately, not all are translated and the app where they were released is Japanese and hence not available in my country. Even so, with the power of the wiki, I managed to find some images and essentially understand everything I did wrong before. Here is an image for Beltane. Image. Anyhow, enjoy. /crack/ URG. Alright, enough stretching. Next to the source of the spring of life, Silver sat before the corrupted lake, looking down at its murky waters as he cracked his wrists. He checked his surroundings. A few items were scattered around, potions and weapons ready to be taken mid-fight, together with other objects that may come in handy. At the same time, his thoughts ran wild as he opened and closed his hands. This is my first time doing something like this, so I took extra precautions. Maybe I planted too many traps. I'll probably not even use half of them, but that's the usual. Also, it's not like I'm fighting deep down in the dungeon where my only worry is the presence of other adventurers. This time, I have an entire country behind me to care for. And above all, I must ensure the spring doesn't suffer significant damage. Because I don't know when it'll just snap and lose its functions completely. By far, this isn't the most technical fight I've ever had, but it's an annoyance to deal with, regardless. Now. I've had enough of this rain. He said as he wiped his forehead. Step. It was time to slay an ancient beast. Let's roll back to around an hour ago, when Silver and the girls parted ways. 1 hour ago, step. As he arrived at the source of the spring of life, Silver began to study his condition as he prepared for his fight. There wasn't much else to do, but he thought it would be proper to go over everything at least one more time before moving on with his plans. After all, what he was about to do went against several things he promised to his goddess. So he wasn't going to fumble now of all times. He promised to take some time to prepare and even told Bara he wouldn't fight it yet. But that was before. He knew what would happen if he were to wait, and instead of letting those people join him, facing it now was his only choice. He was essentially ready to face it now regardless. First, my physical condition. He mumbled as he looked at his arms. I'm ready to face anything, but my body is still not in its utmost perfect condition. Just a day ago, I pushed my body to try and deal damage to the Black Dragon scale, a dubious yet necessary experiment. In the end, however, the only thing I damaged was myself. And my halberd. Well. Not exactly one of my best ideas to date, but innovation often comes from mistakes or risky endeavors. Trying once wasn't going to hurt much. At least not anybody else. Can't say the same for some of the poor animals buried under the avalanches I caused. Still, it's not like I'm without options. If I can take the Swamp King off this place, even if for a moment, it may be enough time for the spring of life to purify itself. And if its healing effect is strong enough to make this monster nigh immortal, it should be enough to heal my injuries and any fatigue I accumulate throughout the fight. Although relying on it isn't part of my plans, it's a resource to consider. Anyhow. Hephaestus fixed the halberd within a night, improving it even after she admitted to having underestimated me. Honestly, I underestimated her myself. I know she's a goddess, but this is the mortal world, shaping a weapon of such complexity within a day is a bit ridiculous. I want to see her work on the forge. But she's really stingy about showing it to anybody, even Tsubaki. That's something for another time, anyhow. Meanwhile, my body is still healing. The damage I caused to myself last time exceeds my ability to mend it instantly, so I'm still somewhat sluggish. If I had a proficient healer, this wouldn't be much of a problem, but proficient healers are rare, and even then, there is a limit to what healing magic can do. Even some of the most expensive elixirs need to be accompanied by proper first aid before being used, like in the case of a broken arm. Using an elixir may lead to bone malformation due to overgrowth. Often, an adventurer must live on with a broken arm for a few days to heal correctly. Potions and other items, when used in bulk, can lead to undesired aftereffects. And although I don't frequently make use of elixirs to heal myself, that doesn't mean things would change much if I drank one now. Especially when I already did, not long after that incident. In the first place, my plasmids aren't and never will be healing magic, they're more about piecing my body back together and transforming it, stimulating key areas to speed the natural healing process and diminishing its side effects, such as scars and sequelae. Healing magic is magic. Another way to see things is that while my plasmids heal by using what's within, magic heals by pulling in outside things. If it makes any sense. Slash wounds are easy for me to heal, a few layers of broken cells are nothing to mend back. But a tearing wound that messes everything up. The mutilation of the flesh, fragmentation of the bones, if not vanishing of particular body parts. Or wounds affected by magical effects. That takes time. Above all, what makes it take even longer is that my blessing often needs time to readjust. Hestia's divinity strengthens my body. No matter what I do, I cannot replicate it, nor will I never try. It's a useless endeavor. At least for now. I see no possibility of even understanding it. If I lose my arm and heal it, my blessing will not return. At most, that's akin to reattaching an ordinary body to a supernatural one. It takes time for my body to readjust and equalize, a process similar to leveling up. As a consequence, this applies to most wounds healed by my plasmids. The problem is that most adventurers can't really regenerate body parts, so this isn't an issue for most. In fact, I don't even think it's written anywhere. It's an issue only I'm affected by because it's so exaggerated. That is why I feel somewhat sluggish. Not too much of a problem either way. Slash clank, slash. Silver took his halberd out, placing it against the ground. It looked the same as before but had a certain luster and sheen on its edge, with a few extra runes here and there and some smaller details around the intersections on the top. But overall, it was hard to spot a difference. Without a doubt, it was considerably stronger than before, but in the end, given its nature, the strength of the halberd came from his own status, nothing else. Of course, given that it was made by first-class materials, even if he were weaker, it wouldn't break unless a greater force was applied. The reason why it rarely broke even as he abused it daily during his previous leveling feats. It was a one-of-a-kind weapon that grew together with its user, and even if the materials it was composed of were of high class, the weapon was still highly dependent on himself. Just as most weapons were. With some exceptions like magic weapons. I can feel it's sturdier than before, but the timing is what's important here. He said as he passed his hand through the glowing runes on the halberd's edge. Slash shine, slash. The blue runes flashed momentarily as if responding to his touch. Originally, I expected Hephaestus to take longer to fix it, but her speed has made me change my plans. There's nothing else to inspect. The only thing left is to challenge and take the Swamp King down. I could wait to recover to an optimal state, maybe even question the others about their previous failed attempt at defeating it, but I'm wary of what Bera and her children may do if I give them time to think and plan. It's not that I feel they're an issue but I would prefer if I were given space to act as I wished. And I'm confident that if I wait until tomorrow, she'll force me to cooperate with those two and likely even more. This would turn the situation from a one-on-one situation to a siege of sorts. Despite being the right thing to do, that's not what I want. I'm not sharing the Exelia with anyone, it's all mine. Unless things really hit the gutter. Then I won't mind sharing it. If Hestia was here, she would bonk his head really hard. Only to cry in pain afterward. Then there's the rest of my plans. Haruheim, she's the wild card of this operation. Her magic should be more than enough to cover whatever gaps there are in my plans. After all, if brute force doesn't work, it just means you weren't using enough of it. And even if that doesn't work, Hestia can give me a little boost. A status update coupled with a level boost should even the odds. Not that I expect things to go down that route. Following this, Silver checked his pocket space, pulling a few items from within and spreading them around. The first thing he took out was the special pair of gloves Hephaestus made for him. He put them on with a smile before moving on to the next few items, putting them all on one after the other. Alright, I look good. For the first time in a while, as he wore the leathery armor, Silver looked like a proper adventurer. Aside from his unmatched pair of metallic gloves, the rest of his set was mostly leathery armor fitting a thief or lightweight warrior. There was little to no metal aside from pins and locks keeping everything in place. It was brown in color, being completely unordinary. Even so, it had a certain charm to it. It was important to say that Silver would often venture to the dungeon in casual clothing. Rare were the moments he went in armor, even in those moments, it didn't last very long. He mostly did so for his image. Suppose he entered the dungeon through the main entrance, which he did occasionally to hide his ability to enter and leave the dungeon whenever he wished, he would wear armor as it was better than making everyone think he was insane for venturing into the dungeon in slippers. More than he already was. As for his reasons for not wearing armor, that was a problem as old as his career as an adventurer. Given the way Silver fought and moved around, having armor would often do little to nothing to protect him. It usually got in his way due to how his plasmids worked and also because fighting without armor was dangerous, and that equated to a harder challenge, which often correlated to greater Excelia gains. And with his skill, Silver's topmost priority was maximizing his gains. His efforts all lead to his fast advancement. If that wasn't enough, 2 of his development abilities worked around him getting injured during a fight, a process greatly inhibited by wearing expensive armor. While most tried to avoid as many injuries as possible, treating such development abilities as temporary bonuses, Silver saw them as his bread and butter. Of course, that led to his title as a masochist. Of course, thankfully, few knew of such personal details. But at the heart of it all, Silver wasn't against wearing armor. He even preferred to have something to protect his body during fights against tough opponents, at least for a while as he grew used to his enemy. Armor served as a way for him to learn and analyze his opponent until he was confident enough to take it off. Either because it grew too damaged or was getting in his way. It always ended up as one of the two. But even if he wished to settle with an armor set, the problem was that his growth rate was such that ever since he became level 3, finding an appropriate armor set for an affordable price became difficult. With his contract with Hephaestus, after he requested her to make his armor, and several months after he became level 3, she only made him a pair of gloves. Her busy schedule and eye for perfection were among the many reasons Silver had yet to possess a full armor set befitting his abilities and status. That was also one of the reasons he chose not to update his status after he became level 4. It was a way for him to accumulate Excelia and make some time for Hephaestus to make him something. Once he had something to wear, even if he outgrew it, she would know if it would be wise to upgrade it or to scratch it for something new altogether. Why question a god of the forge? Just leave her to her work, and things will end up fine. That was how he often thought. Her prices were also horrendous. Even with his hard work in the dungeon and abilities, Silver was living paycheck to paycheck. But that was also due to his greed in acquiring the entirety of the main street leading to his manor. Huff. Given the monster's nature, wearing armor that protects against poison and acid is the right call. But I don't have anything specific for that. Still, I do have a set resistant to corrosion. I plan to give it to someone else as a gift for their level up. Now it has an equally great purpose. The problem is that the set isn't powerful enough, so it won't last long, if at all. Well, as long as it does something, even if little, it should be enough. At worst, I'll just buy another. 100,000 Valis is nothing. Silver touched his temples, trying to think ahead and plan like a proper Familia captain. I have to think like Finn. How would he plan for this? Well, first, assuming he was satisfied with the recon of the area and information gathering of his agents, he would commission every member of his Familia to get a complete set of the best poison-resistant equipment to prepare for the Swamp King's excitic poison. Then, he would prepare potions and the like. Formations. A trap zone. Retreat routes. Magic items. Plan B, C, and D. It's the usual Finn thing. He would also formulate an attack route to initiate a clash against the beast. Yeah. Research and try to create possible scenarios in his head for what the creature could and will do. How it would fight given its appearance and so on. But it's not like I have to account for others. I have only myself here to rely upon. The only person here I can account for is Haruheim. And possibly the princess. Her magic is said to be the only thing that can damage the Swamp King, a power created through bloodline merging, magic breed for one sole purpose. With Haruheim's magic, could it be boosted onto an entire new stage? Maybe it could grow strong enough to wipe the beast down with a singular cast. Those are the only people I have to care about, the others aren't going to add much to this operation, I'm afraid. But if the worst-case scenario does happen, those two should be enough to take care of things. Silver looked at his pocket space before closing it with a decisive expression. Let's see. Gear. Checked. Items. Checked. Though I could definitely prepare more. Well, you can always prepare more, but even Finn stops planning at some point. You can always overwork yourself, but there's a point at which things start becoming excessive. That aside. Plan B. And C. Checked. Silver looked around and crossed his arms. The sun has just set. I don't know how well the Swamp King can see, but it should be an advantage for me. The rain will also help dilute its corrosion. Or worsen it. I still have plenty of time, the night's only started. He said as he took a step to the right, walking straight onto the woods surrounding the spring. I'll prepare some traps. Having some spread around won't hurt. His expression tensed. Even if I must atomize it, I'll take down the Swamp King today, /swoosh/. Silver vanished onto the woods with those thoughts, executing his plans to take down the ancient beast. And around an hour later, he went back to the spring, weapon in hand. It started now. Back to the present, / splash, / splash, sizzle, / urg. Even the splashing droplets of water from the spring are corrosive enough to melt stone. This darn place, Silver said as he floated above the spring of life. He looked down through the purple smog, visualizing the shape of the Swamp King. Regardless of its immortality, a monster usually has its magic stone in one of two places. The center of their body. Or their heads. That's how the dungeon makes its monsters, and no matter how much the Swamp King mutated, it should still exist within the rules set by its creator. If it's not directly at the center, it's usually centered around an axis. Like inside the heart at the center of their chest. There aren't many monsters in the dungeon that aren't uniform and symmetrical. And despite its current appearance, even the Swamp King cannot escape this category. Underneath its corroded flesh and skin lies the deformed skeleton of something. I can't quite penetrate it much further due to its magic resistance, but it's there. The shape of what this monster once was. Even in Zeus' book, there is no mention of a monster without a magic stone. There must be one somewhere inside its body or connected to it. I just have to find it, and victory will be in my grasp. Taking it down at once would be the right way to go. But for as boring as that would be, I have greater priorities to respond to. /. Silver opened his pocket space, taking a spear from within. It was a rather ugly and menacing spear with a tip that looked like a spiked tail with a bloody red end. There was a dark aura surrounding the blade, casting a gloomy feeling on any who laid their eyes upon it. Of course, it could only be one weapon, the spear Silver stole from Evelus. Dick's prized, cursed spear. A weapon capable of inflicting unhealable wounds even by the most advanced of magic. Resistant even to weaker forms of curse dispelling. One of the vilest weapons Silver ever laid his eyes upon. And wounded by. A cursed weapon. Highly illegal and thus very cool. Unfortunately, even after all this time, the spear still stank lightly of iron. The blood of its victims was endless, this darned smell would never truly be washed. It was a reminder that there would never be. There couldn't be a redemption for this weapon. The souls of those murdered by it, did they frown at him as they watched him from Haven? Silver felt cold just from holding it. Phew. Will this work? He asked himself as a smirk formed on his face. Fingers crossed. Sizzle. He lowered the spear and had its tip touch the corrosive water. And upon contact, the water bubbled violently, as if it was about to burst. Because some droplets threatened to fall onto his legs, Silver stopped playing and focused on his prize instead. Well. This is the first time we're meeting, but. Grasp. Nice to meet you. Silver said with a smirk as he threw the spear downward with immense power. Throw. Pierce. The cursed spear breached through the water like a torpedo, empowered by Silver's plasmids as it made its way to the hibernating Swamp King. Even as the spear approached, it did not react. If it had any reaction to it, Silver did not notice, but even if it had, it would have been too late already. Before he could even blink, the spear left a gaping hole in its body. And even after a few seconds, it had yet to heal. Tremble. Roar. A mighty cry echoed soon after. It was the awakening of the ancient disaster. Notes. Chapter 295, Immortal Severance Part. Sorry for the delay, I think I skipped Tuesday chap. Anyhow, this one is for Thursday, see you all on Sunday. Peace. Tremble, crack, splash. The entire spring began to quake, and with the trees and mountains surrounding it. Torrents of poisonous water rose to the skies, splashing all around, dissolving everything on its path as the ancient monster went berserk. Trigger, boom, tisk. Albeit he already expected this, a few traps he set around the area triggered, causing flames and smoke to reach the skies. Annoying. Crack. Underneath him, the protective stone submerged in water cracked, and from its gaps, tentacles of black smog rose from the depths of the spring, reaching onto the sky as they ravaged the lake and its surroundings even more, searching for its enemy. Silver, on the other hand, quietly observed the Swamp King's struggle from a higher position, waiting for it to do anything special. From here on out, his focus was the utmost priority. Slash whoosh, slash. By raising his right hand, he retrieved the cursed spear from the depths of the spring, taking a look at its condition. It looks a bit polished. It seems the corrosion gave it a new sheen. Not bad, he said with a smirk as he rested it on his shoulder. All jokes aside, it doesn't look like it'll last long if it falls there. I hate corrosive monsters. They're too expensive to fight. Slash splash, slash. His gaze went back to the spring. The world continued to shake as the beast awakened. So violent its rampage was it gave the impression the mountains would collapse if enough time passed. The Swamp King, the monster who went past its limits. Honestly, it doesn't look like much. Before the beast could cause any further damage, Silver acted. Slash clap, slash. He clasped both hands, leaving his spear and halberd floating beside him. Slash push, slash. Slash crunch, slash. With a pushing gesture, Silver moved his hands downward, immediately crushing all of the black tentacles laying haste on the surroundings. The sounds of bones cracking and water splashing echoed like jelly being smushed under a heavy weight. Slash pull, slash. Following this, he pulled with his right hand, his fist clenched, as if holding onto something. Slash crackle, slash. Slash pull, slash. Slash shwa, slash. The massive stone dome under the water was forcibly broken, removed from its ancient resting place, unsealing the great calamity from within. Truth be told, it was no seal. The Swamp King wasn't limited nor constrained by its existence. The dome was merely a natural stone structure carved long ago during a time of peace and religious practices. It was meant for the priestesses of the past to stand on, allowing them to bathe in the spring and partake in now forgotten rituals in honor of the gods and natural spirits. Nonetheless, it was in his way. Slash boom, slash. After raising the enormous stone structure, he gently let go of it somewhere down the swamp. Trying not to break this old heirloom. Regardless if he could fix it, he had no intention of defaming this place further. Slash splash, slash. Slash roar, slash. At the same time, the Swamp King exclaimed loudly from under the water, its screams reverberating from the watery chasm as it shook the earth with its movements. Slamming its body on the underwater canyon, the spring slowly shattered, one piece at a time. It slowly untangled itself from its nest, rising to the surface of the spring with clear intent. It was going to devour and destroy everything on its path. Slash splash, slash. In mere moments, the large injury the cursed spear left on its body had already healed, displaying the catastrophic power of the spring's healing power. As he witnessed the monster's flesh reconnect and transform right before his eyes, Silver understood the spring's true value and why it was such a miracle of nature. Under its might, even a vile curse vanished in seconds. It was more effective than even the strongest healers in Orario, and by miles at that. It's indeed a shame it became like this. He mumbled in a low tone as he moved to grasp the spear again. Slash roar, slash. Unsurprisingly, his voice attracted the monster's attention, which immediately bolted from the spring, opening its gargantuan jaw to devour him whole. Even to the dungeon's standards, the Swamp King was massive, its jaw wide enough to devour even Amphisbaena, or at the very least, take out a huge chunk of its already colossal body. It was the second biggest monster Silver had ever seen, whether in picture books or face to face. Second only to the Leviathan. Unfortunately, he felt little threat coming from the monster, but deep down, he wished for it to struggle, to give him a fight worth all this hassle. Just so he could push his blessing even further, towards an even higher stage. An adventurer's journey was a form of ascension. The only difference between each was the process. And Silver wanted his to be. Slash slash, slash. Slash cut, slash. Unflustered by the monster's size, Silver swung his spear vertically toward the sky, slashing the upper end of the Swamp King's jaw. The impact and sharpness of his attack was such that it split the monster's mouth in two, spilling violet, musky blood everywhere. Humph. Slash splash, slash. The sudden attack left the beast heavily injured, its body clumsy coiling over as its back splashed against the water, causing it to rain all around. Slash sizzle, slash. Smoke soon began to rise across the entire swamp, the trees burning over the caustic demise. Slash bubble, slash. Slash roar, slash. As it fell back to the spring, the Swamp King roared in pain and anger. Its cries soon muffled by the water. Slash rise, slash. But just when he thought he delivered a crushing blow against his opponent, the Swamp King rose again from the spring, completely healed from his attack, as if nothing had even happened. Slash open, slash. And as he witnessed the jaw open again before him, Silver had a momentary glimpse of glee. Right, this is how it's supposed to be. Slash vanish, slash. Slash snap, slash. As the beast's jaws closed around Silver, he vanished from his previous position, reappearing right above the monster. Slash pierce, slash. With a powerful thrust, he embedded his spear straight through the head, or what he assumed to be, of the Swamp King, sending it spiraling down once more. Hot blood splattered across his skin as broken shards cut through it, causing it to turn blue and black. Slash sizzle, slash. Ouch. This hurts. Silver said as he whipped his arms from the corrosive water and the strange shards. I feel like I'm punching a rock and only hurting myself in the process. But these. I see. The Swamp King. It seems it's some sort of serpentine monster. Those aren't commonly seen in the upper and middle floors. Bara said it used to be a monster anyone could defeat, but I can only think of a few serpent monsters that appear in the upper floors, all living in the mist forest before the middle floors. Still, they aren't what I imagine would conform to her statement. Still, compared to this monstrous creature, those feel like ants. The Swamp King, from head to tail, was over 60 meters long and over a dozen meters wide on average, its head alone being considerably larger than a house. However, that wasn't its true body. Silver had already realized, from the beginning, that the Swamp King possesses a strange power, being able to manipulate the swamp's waters to a certain degree and control it to the point it could be used to puppeteer the carcasses of other monsters. It could move the water to create false monsters with the strength of a level 2 to 3 adventurer and even control it to create deadly wisps strong enough to disintegrate most matter it came in contact with. And above all, use the swamp's water to envelop its body in a protective shell, boosting its size even further and creating its strongest defense. A hard shell covered in a thin layer of corrosive water, it wasn't excellent, given a level 3 or 4 adventurer was strong enough to pierce it. However, the point of the shell was to cushion attacks, and it was efficient enough that Silver felt as if he was hitting jelly. Still, it was good enough to push down an attack by a level, and even if it connected, to punish its aggressor with a barrage of poison and corrosion, with even its scales being built in a way they would splinter like the shards of granite upon impact, increasing the chances of its attacker being poisoned. Just like Silver experienced just now. Nonetheless, no matter how overwhelmingly stronger Silver was compared to the beast, its greatest strength lay not in its size or power but in its unending vitality and territorial advantage. With every punch and swipe of his spear, torrents of water would downpour onto him, corroding his flesh and bones to mush in moments. Things would have been deadly if not for his strength and constitution. No wonder the people were unwilling to fight it. A single mistake could signify the loss of an entire limb if not a life-threatening scar. And given the spring's water was corrupted, there was only so much they could do to purify it. By the time they do so, it may already be too late to save someone. The Swamp King's body was its greatest sword and shield. To win, he had to peel it off, one layer at a time. Slash splash, slash. Like before, mere seconds passed before the swamp re-emerged from the spring, its body completely healed despite the terrific damage Silver gave it moments prior. It'll take forever at this rate. Alright. I had enough fun for now. As he said that, he momentarily turned to look at his spear. The curse works on the monster, but it only delays the healing process by a few seconds. Substantial, but not worth the damage from the corrosion. Before this spear breaks completely, I'll stash it. I appreciate your cooperation, but I can't replace you if you break here. It's not like there are many hexers just lying around. Slash swoop, slash. A dark vortex manifested behind him, sucking in the spear before closing unceremoniously. Slash grab, slash. Silver moved his left arm, this time clutching his halberd. Slash roar, slash. Huff. Slash inhale, slash. Slash smash, slash. Silver took a deep breath, floating lightly in the air as he evaded the monster's jaw, tensioning his muscles as he brutally shoved his spear onto the side of its head, bursting through its protective barrier and cutting into its flesh underneath. Slash sizzle, slash. As the corrosive water splattered onto his body, he opened his eyes wide and stared straight into the disheveled eye of the beast, now revealed as the entire layer of dirt covering it shook from the impact waves of Silver's attack. I wonder what'll happen if I take your head off. As he smiled amidst the intense pain, Silver swung the halberd sideways, sending the Swamp King's body flying over the trees as a caustic blood rained down the forest. Slash flash, slash. Slash kick, slash. Following its movement, Silver teleported over its head, slamming his feet against its skull, sending it crashing down against the earth like a comet. The snake's body arched across the forest, casting a dark shadow as it covered the bright moon in the sky. Slash boom, slash. Slash tremble, slash. As the colossal beast slammed against the ground, causing a weak earthquake, sending echoes across the land. Slash sizzle, slash. Now on land, the Swamp King sluggishly moved its body, melting its surroundings with every twitch of its tail. With every movement, its hard shell peeled, melting around it, giving Silver yet another insight into its powers. It seems its abilities rely heavily on the spring's constant power supply, now that it's not connected to it anymore, it cannot sustain its previous appearance. Also, I don't know if it's related, but I feel as if the water level of the swamp is decreasing. Land, rip, Meanwhile, Silver landed before it, proudly holding his halberd as he ripped apart the now completely corroded chest piece he was wearing, exposing his wounded chest to the foul-smelling air of the swamp. Phew, time for round 2. He exclaimed as he shoved his foot on the ground. Crack, The earth rumbled, and the trees shook from his step. Roar, The beast replied in kind, coiling its body in a way it hadn't done in centuries. A defensive posture, it was being threatened. By a being of insignificant size. Smaller than even one of its many fangs. Its wounds healing at breakneck speeds, the battle continued. Clash, boom, meanwhile, quake, crackle, The city shook faintly as the forest rumbled with the echoes of a catastrophic fight. Within her home, Talvi balanced herself as she ran to the window, trying to figure out what was happening, tumbling whenever a powerful shockwave hit her home. Boom, And no way. From afar, sparks of light and fire lit the sky like thunderbolts in a storm, casting shadows onto the mountains like the flashes from a camera. Already. She exclaimed out loud as her pupils shrank, fear and worry overtaking her as she turned back in a hurry, 1,000 thoughts racing in her mind as she ran outside of her home. That's as far as you're going, miss. Before she could leave, someone stopped her. Although the darkness covered much of her figure, the divine aura surrounding her was unmistakable. Barasa. Enough of that, go back inside, I won't repeat myself this time. Bara replied, her gaze heavy and deep. You must prepare. With those words, Bara turned back, unable to face Talvi any longer. She walked to the horizon, but where she was going was clear. There was only one place she could go. Whenever a mortal faced their ideals in search of their truths, defying the will of the gods as they carved their fate, writing it down in history, be it with ink or blood. The one they challenged would observe as that was their duty. And shame. Roar, thud, Talvi fell to her knees, weakness overtaking her as she heard the cries of madness incarnate resonate in the air. Panic, Soon enough, the cries of the people reverberated across the city as dozens of lights lit up in the darkness. Thousands began moving in the dark, trying to make sense of this apocalyptic scenario. Shwa, Talvi. At that time, Uskari jumped from a ceiling nearby, his expression tense and heavy as he helped the princess get up. In normal times, he would reassure her that everything would end well, to try acting as the advisor as he had done for the past few decades. But this time, he wasn't here to protect her. He was here to ensure the fate of the people moved on. And above all, he knew that maybe today would be their last, together. Notes. Cool. Chapter 296, Immortal Severance Part. Hup. Bam, The battle continued, mighty blows were exchanged every minute, but it soon became clear who had the upper hand. Despite its clear continuous regeneration rendering its foes' strikes useless, the Swamp King saw itself unable to completely melt down the annoying fly constantly buzzing around and hurting it every moment it scraped by. The insect constantly zipped around, evading critical strikes while also regenerating and reconstructing its body, seemingly unaffected by its poison and corrosion. Shatter. Meanwhile, after several minutes had passed outside of the spring, the Swamp King's regenerative properties began to take a turn for the worse. Break. As the injuries in its body began to accumulate, the little fly grew bolder and bolder, taking deeper, longer cuts throughout the extent of its body. Ripping apart its scales and teeth, slashing its eyes and nose. Playing with its senses, toying with its size. Without it knowing, the battle dragged on so much that now they arrived at the edge of the swamp, the furthest point from the source of the spring of life. The Swamp King noticed this change, as its connection to the spring was still there. Its body sustained itself by absorbing the vitality contained in the shallow rivers and ponds on the ground, but now, here, away from the caustic swamp, the Swamp King saw itself stranded. The ground was dry and desolate. Roar. The moment it realized something was off, Silver acted. Or better put, that was how he fought all this time. Whenever the beast felt something was wrong, Silver struck with a mighty attack, pouring his plasmids to the utmost power, diverting the attention of the snake towards him as he knew that the moment it realized what he was doing, it would immediately turn tail and flee to the center of the swamp once more. All it would take for the snake to render his efforts futile would be a singular jump, like a spring, back to the pond it called home. The Swamp King may be large, but it was much faster than the ordinary I could perceive. Its wide and clumsy movements may be predictable to him, but they all broke the sound barrier, its speed and might unmatched in these lands. Before he leveled up, Silver lifted a portion of Ishtar's tower with his telekinesis, but for such a gargantuan monster, even with his current level, he was on the fence on whether he could stop it from going where it wanted to or not. So before it could do anything, Silver swung his hand down as it began to transform. Slash slice, slash. The air momentarily shook, vibrating under the push of a strange force. Slash splatter, slash. Light seemed to twist as something violently cut through the flesh and bones of the beast, unlodging a massive portion of the monster's tail straight from its body. Slash boom, slash. Simultaneously, a powerful explosion rang underneath its body, shattering much of its protective barrier. Slash roar, slash. The Swamp King roared in agony as the entire tip of its tail was suddenly cut from its flesh. Blood poured like rivers from its wound, the remaining healing power from the spring too insignificant to heal the wound on time, only stopping the blood loss after a few seconds. However, even if the beast was within the spring, would it still heal the wound? Slash slam, slash. Slash splatter, slash. Before the Swamp King had any chance to process the pain, Silver concentrated the remaining of his magic power onto his right fist, delivering a crushing blow straight onto the back of the monster's head, pushing it straight onto a large stone spike he raised while it was distracted. Slash crush, slash. Silver didn't stop, immediately falling onto the beast's head, stomping it further onto the spike, albeit the stone underneath the Swamp King had long given out due to the sturdiness of its body. Even so, the injury intensified, and so did its pain. Slash crack, slash. Slash rampage, slash. Rohair. The Swamp King squirmed, its giant body dancing on the edge of the swamp, raising everything around it to dust and splinters. Its sudden movement jolted Silver straight onto the clouds, where he calmly began assessing the situation as he burst through the rain clouds like a torpedo. Slash thunder, slash. The starry sky now above him, he looked at the world below as rumbling thunder echoed around him. He looked at the distance, noticing how Beltane was now flaring with lights, some of them fast approaching through the forest. It seems they've woken up. Those lights are probably the city soldiers moving on with those too, maybe even. But he discarded those thoughts, focusing on his battle instead. Slash gulp, slash. He quickly drank a mind potion as he flew in the air, his headache intensifying by the second even as he tried to recover. He threw the empty bottle inside his pocket space before exhaling out loud, cracking his neck as he cleaned some sweat from his forehead. Arg, my head. No matter how much I strain myself, I never grow out of this darn sensation. What I wouldn't give for. Sigh. It doesn't matter. Then again, I tried something a little too complex this time. Space and time, complex subjects often at the center of lengthy discussions, their nature and composition, forms and shapes, beginning and end, beyond our understanding. Was time real or an illusion from the human mind? What was space, and what was the fabric that reality was built upon like? Was there even such a thing, or was it merely a conceptual idealization for our feeble minds to grasp and understand the world they were contained in? After all, the human mind can only understand what it can think about. Concepts and ideas beyond its limits of visualization are often discarded or thrown away to preserve its fragile integrity. Silver spent a long time researching both subjects. He and many others, of course. He, as much as he was a product of hard work, was a result of the efforts of many, even if those who helped him were only able to do so because he gave them the chance to shine and pursue their dreams and goals. Even so, he had no definite answer to any of those questions, mind you. But he deeply understood many of the particles in this immaculate tapestry that was our universe. At least, he believed he did. How far he actually knew only went as far as the answers he arrived at. Many questions remained locked away at the corners of his mind as he drew his final breaths in that ludicrous world. And awakened here, where gods walked freely. Anyhow, teleporting around, himself or others, was far beyond what his plasmids could do. He just couldn't influence the world further due to the changes in their fundamentals. Now, after so much struggle, he was finally able to perform some of the feats of his past life, even if in a smaller, more controlled environment. Silver couldn't shatter space to see what lay beyond it, but he could still do many things with it. To stretch and contort its fabric. Even if at the expense of his mental fortitude. Slash roar, slash. You're not helping. He said as he touched his head, still free-falling from the sky. Silver shook his head as he cleared his ears, took a deep breath, and turned to face the Swamp King on the ground. Exclamation point. Slash shwa, slash. At that moment, he saw with horror as the large snake suddenly bolted back to the swamp center, and he immediately tensed his muscles as he clenched his teeth. That's bad. At that angle, the Swamp King would completely trample over the fast-approaching team, piercing through the forest, and if by any chance the priestess was with them, then their backup plan would be crushed into mush. Even if she weren't there, although he believed those soldiers were stupid for leaving the safety of the city's walls, it would still leave a bad taste in his mouth for letting them die like that. So he vanished from his position, leaving behind a faint ripple in the air as he reappeared hundreds of meters away, directly before the slithering beast. "Stop right there!" he exclaimed with anger as he raised both of his hands, using his telekinesis to push the beast away. Slither, slash! Exclamation point. Blast, slash! But like an unstoppable train, the Swamp King burst through Silver's telekinesis, causing magical power to rampage through the surroundings as he was blasted out of its path. Shua, slash! Splatter, slash! His right hand burst apart as the recoil from the magical power raged through his veins, but it was quickly suppressed as his hand morphed once more, releasing steam into the atmosphere as it grew red momentarily. Damn it! Crunch, slash! Silver invoked greater changes in his body, and the environment replied in kind. From his shoulder down to his arms, his skin transformed as stone-like protrusions rose from his bones, piercing his skin and reacting with the air, causing them to shatter and float around him like discs around a planet. Rise, slash! Crackle, slash! Dozens of stone spikes rose from the ground on the snake's path, forcing it to either slam onto or evade them. Blast, slash! Boom, slash! Crash, slash! But without hesitation, the Swamp King slammed its heavy body against most of the spikes, sustaining little damage. However, it did evade a few of the larger spikes. And even if little, when these obstacles accumulated, they slowed it down considerably, giving Silver enough opportunity to reappear before it and hold onto its chin. Hup! Shia, slash! He only uttered a weak grunt as he mustered his physical strength to its maximum potential, shoving his feet onto the earth, leaving behind a lengthy trail. Kick, slash! Slam, slash! With a mix of his plasmids and physical strength, Silver kicked the Swamp King's head above the ground. Teleport. Silver teleported once more, reappearing before the Swamp King's head as it flew in the air. Blast, slash! Crush, slash! A powerful explosion rang in the sky beside the Swamp King's body, and its head was soon seen crashing back onto the earth, where it slid off for a few dozen meters more before it stopped. Vanish, slash! Silver teleported again, reappearing before the beast's rear end. Crunch, slash! The ground around the Swamp King cracked as Silver's plasmids began to get a hold of it. URG. Come on. Hup! His entire body was tense to such a degree his veins were about to pop all over, but Silver performed his craziest feat of strength yet. Raise, slash! Boom, slash! He pulled the entirety of the Swamp King's body with his telekinesis and slammed it against the ground behind him. Fall down! He exclaimed as his hands twisted. Crash, slash! The beast fell with a meteoric crash, and this time, it did not recover as quickly as before. The spring's power was slowly wearing off. That much was obvious due to its weakening disposition and the very swamp they stood on. Shine, slash! It wasn't clear to notice from the Swamp King's poison, but the spring of life was already showing signs of purification. The beast now outside of the source, the spring's endless vitality began working its magic, purifying much of the land every second, returning the lake to its previous immaculate translucent appearance. But even so, the Swamp King was far from done. Open, slash! The Swamp King's body suddenly began to twist unnaturally, and amidst its rolls and coils, the beast quickly moved its body, revealing its open jaw directly to Silver. Power began to gather within the depths of its throat as he felt a strange surge of energy come from deep within its body. He was ready to evade it, but then, he noticed what would happen. Behind him, he heard the echoes of footsteps in the damp ground amidst the rain and, further back, the echoes of worry and fear of the people of Beltane. Amidst the chaotic fight, the Swamp King pushed him into a corner. Evade, and everything you were fighting to protect would vanish. Stay, and become dust. Even if this was but a prank from fate, Silver had to face it. Beltane was right behind, and the Swamp King was about to release its strongest attack. But if he stayed... Jet, slash! In that split second of hesitation, purple light covered the horizon. Notes. Chapter 297, Immortal Severance Part. Sorry for the delay, we return with the fight with a light POV from another perspective. Step, slash. Just moments before their encounter. Splash, slash. Boom, slash. There is it again. Tremble, slash. What's going on? Tremble, slash. Don't stop. If you fall behind, return immediately. Don't try to catch up and regroup within the city walls instead. Someone exclaimed from the front. The soldiers of Beltane ran under the brittle rain, piercing through the caustic swamp, their heavy boots leaving deep footprints in the mud as they advanced through the dead vines and crooked trees. Their armor was made from the strongest refined metal from the nearby mountains, tempered with the sole purpose of resisting the beast's corrosion. They bit their teeth as the poison from the swamp seeped onto their skin. Even so, their trained bodies evolved to combat its corrosion, remaining solid under the Swamp King's lethal breath. Leading them was Ladari, the blind swordsman and vice-captain of the Bara Familia. A position he didn't seem too eager to be in, although he never seemed happy in any circumstance whatsoever. Right now, he was leading the strongest warriors of the Familia in search of the Swamp King, their goal. To buy enough time for the ceremony to be concluded. Nothing else. As anything else was meaningless. Even so. What could they do? A dozen level 2 soldiers and a level 4 swordsman. Even if they were all close to the next stage, what could they do against the onslaught of the creature they were about to face? Truth be told, Ladari questioned the intent of this action. After all, what were they supposed to do against the berserk monster? It's not like they were about to engage in a siege, much less trap the beast somewhere. They tried it before with decades of planning. Multiple times at that with different strategies. None worked. At a certain level of might, human ingenuity reached its limits, and no matter how much they tried, even with the help of Bara's blessing, they saw themselves unable to effectively achieve results. If they ever achieve any. Every time they failed, Swamp King always fled with little to no injury, hurt solely from the sacrifice of their priestess. Dozens would march onto the battlefield, few would return. But one would always be sacrificed. Eventually, they settled with sacrificing only one, and they grew used to it. The thought alone disgusted Ladari, but there was little he could do but clench his fist. He grew the most he could, and yet he saw no light at the end of the tunnel, all of his efforts worthless. He wasn't the only one to feel like that. It had always been like that. For the people, for the priestesses, their partners, family, descendants. For as long as their history was written. But to remain here and march. Those were the orders of his goddess, and for as rare as they were, he was going to adhere to them. It seemed that at the end of the day, Bara chose this path rather than trusting the outsider, maybe out of desperation, maybe due to something else, but right now, she was throwing away any degree of trust she had for him and putting it all on their own preparations. It's not like she ever trusted him anyway. For them, this was just something they expected. It was only a matter of time till this day arrived. It only dawned a little sooner. He was upset, fuming with rage at the thought that Talvi's remaining time in this world had been cut short, but there was no space for emotions on the battlefield. Ladari sealed his mind and closed his blank eyes underneath his veil, focusing on his surroundings. In a way, it was a type of mercy. At least this way, he could forget that his sister was about to die. Shake. As he ran, Ladari tried to feel what was happening in the distance to avoid prematurely leading his squad to their doom. There was no expectation of them all returning together, they were here to die. But a meaningless one was not what he sought. A wrong move could mean falling onto a pit of corrosion, never to be seen again, not even their bones. A late reaction could mean being squashed by the beast's colossal body. Ladari, a blind man, was tasked with leading these soldiers through the dark night as they sought to catch up with the duo's fight. Truly a madman's crusade. Tremble. He could feel the Swamp King's powerful strikes, the heavy tremors as its body slammed against the ground. Either from its own volition. Or another's. He's strong. Ladari understood that right now, the outsider was fighting the ancient monster. And from the looks of it, he wasn't losing. By far, this was the most anyone had ever pushed the Swamp King. He had to give it to him. There had never been anyone like the outsider in the entire history of Beltane. He didn't know what Silver had done to pull the beast from its nest, but as he thought about it, Ladari realized that today was the weakest and most exposed moment the Swamp King would ever be. Suddenly awakened from its deep slumber, the beast was far from the spring source and, above all, on land. If all of Beltane's army was to ally with the outsider, would they have a chance, this time? Last time, they failed at the cradle. The beast devoured them whole before it rampaged across the forest, destroying much of the land and transforming it into this desolate and dead swamp. But now, the beast had been pulled outside. Maybe. Suddenly, Ladari's expression tensioned as the hairs on his neck and back stood upright. A spark of light shone before him. So strong it even pierced through his veil and blindness, shedding faint light onto the darkness of his vision. Evade. He exclaimed loudly as he pulled his sword. Jet. But before he could pull his weapon, the entire world was covered in purplish light. Meanwhile, shake. Run. Huff. Goddess Sama. Please. Wait for me. Momiji exclaimed as she ran on the streets, trying to catch up with Hestia and the others. As Momiji ran, she realized, once again, how ridiculous her previous thoughts were. Ever since she left her hometown, she vowed to maintain the style of her shrine and spread the honor she felt for having grown the way she was today. And that meant to walk around in wooden sandals and her red dress. It wasn't surprising, as lo and behold, like the others once said back in the hearth manor. Running around in those, especially down a hill, was excruciatingly painful to her poor ankles. It took a lot of her will and balance just not to fall like a boulder. As for Keed, she was running around in wooden sandals, which wasn't much better. Thanks to her stats, however, she was having a better time running around the place, although she almost tripped once. Image. Haruheim, on the other hand, had long learned about these issues, so her dress was made in a way that allowed her to tie its ends around, and she also had specially made shoes to help her run unimpeded. There were other details to it as well, like her dress being made so it wouldn't be caught by stone spikes or spears as easily, ripping apart instead. In the dungeon, being caught by a sharp spike and stripping while being pursued by monsters isn't great. Still, it was quite the drag for her. But as Silver liked to say, would it be the same if she didn't have her priestess dress? Every adventurer of fame had their own. Drip. Haruheim already had hers. Why change it? He liked it. And more than anything, having his entire family follow a dress code would only work to diminish its charm. Though he wouldn't refuse to look cool like the other families do from time to time. Quake. As for how they got into this situation. Quake. Immediately after the city began to shake and quake due to the tremors from the swamp, Hestia bolted out of the inn's room, taking to the city as she ran towards its entrance. Because Haruheim and the others didn't quite know what was going on or what to make of the situation, they followed after her, not stopping their goddess in the slightest, albeit they did try to ask what was going on. More than once. Unfortunately, Hestia was far too focused on running to say anything, clearly distressed as she ran with everything she had. Which wasn't very fast, given that even Haruheim could follow her without sweating much, although Momiji struggled to do so given her recent awakening. She was a priestess, not a fighter. And although Haruheim wasn't any better, she did have much higher stats than her merely from having her blessing for a few years more. Huff. Just bite through it, Momiji. Keed said on the side as she ran after Hestia, trying not to lose sight of her as she cut through the crowds of people. Easy for you to say. She replied with a frown as she held her dress. Haruheim, on the other hand, remained silent, thinking deeply as she watched the horizon. Exclamation point. At that moment, she saw the dark silhouette of a massive serpentine creature rise to the sky and bloat the stars, causing her to tremble momentarily and almost fall. That. Momiji and Keed soon saw it as well, their beast senses working their magic, allowing them to see better in the dark. What's that? Momiji asked as she tensed. What else? It's a monster. Keed replied as her ears dropped. Many things passed through their minds as they watched the shadow coil in the sky. Even Hestia stopped running as her expression grew serene. She clenched her fists, and with a decisive expression, she resumed running. But this time, she spoke. We need to catch up to him. We can't leave. I knew you would be here. A voice sounded from the side. Exclamation point. As they arrived at a somewhat isolated intersection, someone approached from a side street, walking calmly as they stood on their way. It was a woman in strange clothing but with an unmistakable aura, a goddess. Was what the three girls thought as they saw Bera for the first time. Bera. I can. No, Silver. He. It doesn't matter anymore, it has already begun. Talvi is getting ready for the ceremony. She replied profoundly and with a cold expression as she looked at Hestia. Whatever she felt now, be it anger, resentment, or regret, it wasn't possible to discern. Her cold expression seemed even more distant than usual. What? But I thought we. There is no we here, Hestia. And maybe there never was. Your child made this point very clear. Bera said professionally as she put her hands before her stomach. URG. Step. As she said that, a group of soldiers quickly arrived after Bera, encircling them. March. Clang. A dozen soldiers slammed their spears on the ground around them. They did not raise their weapons nor said anything, they merely stood there, unmoving. Bera. What's the meaning of this? Hestia asked out loud as she looked at the soldiers. This is bad. Bera's really mad. Damn it, Silver. I'm really mad this time. I can't be late. At the same time, Haruheim, Momiji, and Keed gathered, cautiously observing the soldiers as they waited for the goddesses to finish their discussion. For them, this situation was extremely confusing. When they arrived, they thought things would be calm and somewhat welcoming given the way Silver phrased things. But now, why did it seem as if they were the villains? Above all, every soldier was clad in heavy plate armor with a shield and weapon in hand while they barely had a weapon each, and from the four of them, only Keed knew how to fight properly. Things weren't looking good. I've had enough of you and your group causing trouble. Bera said out loud as she moved her right hand from left to right. This time, there will be no interferences. Things will go my way. I had enough of your bratty child running wild in my home. She turned to Haruheim and the others. Or children. But we barely even started. You were supposed to give us a chance. And. I mean. Hestia got embarrassed as she tried explaining herself, but Bera did not care. It doesn't matter what you did or planned to do, what I felt. Or believed. The Swamp King has awakened and is laying waste as we speak. It's clear the situation isn't under control anymore, and I cannot give you all more leniency. When he spoke with me, I believed there would be a plan, that we would work together and figure something out. But he pulled the rug under me. It's clear, no, I knew this would be the case. You as well. He was never here to fight with others. A child that can only look at their own feet. One that ignores the others actively. I wonder what's worse, to act without considering others due to ignorance. Or what he's doing right now. But what's the point of talking? Hestia, I can't put my faith in your child, regardless of how much trust you have in him. I only trust my children. In the same way your child only trusts you. Time's up, Hestia. She said with a light exhale. You are to go back to your room and wait. We can talk about the rest once the ceremony has finished. She said as she waved her hand, giving an order for the soldiers to move. Please, surrender peacefully. The soldiers exclaimed in unison as they raised their shields, taking a step forward as they closed in on them. Wait, Bera. We can't leave Silver to fight it alone. Hestia exclaimed as she grew somewhat worried. Fight. There will be no fight, Hestia. Slash boom. Tremble, slash. The Swamp King. You're underestimating Silver. He's stronger than you think. Hestia said out loud as her expression grew firm. Bera did not reply. You're trying to protect your children, I know that. But please, trust us. Your actions. You aren't saving them. As long as we can get to him we. Slash flash, slash. Slash shine, slash. Light suddenly flashed deep in the woods. And after a moment of brilliance, came its echoes. Slash boom, slash. Slash sizzle, slash. Ha. H-A-A-A. Huff. S-shit. As the smoke cleared and the mayhem settled, Silver reappeared amidst the falling dust as he breathed heavily, chaos surrounding him. Around him, everything had been reduced to dust, the trees, the stones, the ground. Everything had vanished, leaving only dark puddles of poison and smog that continued to eat away at the ground, releasing toxic fumes into the atmosphere, prickling his skin, and tearing his eyes. This destruction went on for dozens upon dozens of meters, but thanks to his intervention, its influence was focused instead on the area around him rather than the city behind him. A lake of poison had formed where he stood. Had he not been here, the city of Beltane would be experiencing the worst rain in its history. As it would be ending today. Slash clang, slash. Huff. It served its purpose. Silver said with a tired sigh as he threw the shield on his hand on the ground. A green tower shield made of pure adamantite, strong enough to withstand even the mighty blows of Gareth, the strongest dwarf alive. And the full might of a dragon's fiery breath. Reduced to nothing but a slab of metal and slag. Alchemically decomposed into a mass of something. Welp. There goes all the money I saved in the last few weeks. At least the adamantite is still there. Part of it at least, but I'll have to ask someone to reshape it again. Unless this poison has rendered it useless. But I'll take the loss. Silver wasn't a fan of shields, for various reasons, but he knew that having a plan B and C was necessary in this line of work. Before going on this adventure, Silver requested such a shield from Hephaestus, expecting trouble in his journey. And even if not in it, then in the future. After some bickering and some rather not elegant pleas, she permitted him to buy one from one of her many shops, given their exclusivity contract. And with a discount, also infamously known as credit. A top-tier shield that went for dozens upon dozens of millions of valis. Gone in the blink of an eye. And that's already considering he used his plasmids to shield himself and those behind him. The soldiers of Beltane now stood motionless on the ground, dazed. Only one still moved somewhat as he tried to get on his knees. The attack didn't pack much of a punch, but it was horrendously corrosive and loud. It was not great news for the shield or for their ears. But better it than him. Although he was to blame for most of the sound. To spread its area of impact, Silver imploded several kilograms of kaneseki, the drop item from flame rocks. The subsequential explosion dispersed much of the initial torrent, vaporizing much of the poison before it reached them. But to some degree, the shield would have likely been enough on its own. Phew. Where is HM? As he took a deep breath, recovering from the Swamp King's attack and the light confusion from the explosion, Silver noticed something odd. // Lying where the Swamp King delivered its last attack was the monster itself. Still coiled up, the Swamp King remained there, motionless. But something was wrong. Or rather, missing. /jump. Silver jumped from his location after confirming everyone's well-being, cautiously approaching the monster. /tap. Tap. This is. What? Did it just shed? To his surprise, the Swamp King had shed its skin, leaving behind a massive carcass rotting and corroding in its poison, like a small mountain sinking in a lake of lava. No, this isn't a shed. There's even a skull there, he said as he turned to face its head. Skin. Bones. Flesh. Wait. The flesh is heavily rotted. He frowned, the gears in his head turning, cranking together as they moved in symphony. And then, things began making sense. Shit. /jump. Silver jumped backward, running towards the spring of life, passing through the fallen group of soldiers without giving them a second glance. At that moment, multiple things connected at the back of his mind. From the moment they arrived, memories of the strange possessed monsters resurfaced. How they fought the carcasses of dead creatures controlled by the Swamp King's tendrils. /run. Huff. All this time. All this darn time. I was fighting a fucking dead carcass. Silver tensed. Hopefully, what he was thinking about didn't happen, but he had to hurry, regardless of his feelings. Before the worst came to be. /bubble. Bubble. /. /splash. / 1,000 years ago, a weak, flimsy monster, cowardly by nature, pathetic in strength, fell inside the spring of life in its dying breaths. There was no goal in this action, no greater meaning behind its movements. It was all a stroke of luck. A trickery of fate. A blessing for the beast. Doom for its pursuers. But even as it changed, as its body was filled with energy and power, its disposition did not change. Fearful and cowardly, plagued by the memories of its hunters, it remained within the spring's depths, even as hundreds of tiny ants bathed and swam above it. The beast saw little worth pursuing them, even as the voices told it otherwise. It looked upwards towards the faint rays of the sun, gazing at the distorted light as bubbles floated towards the surface, only to pop soon after. Sometimes, it could see its reflection, distorted and ephemeral. Kill them, the voices said. Pursue them, they ordered, its marriage twisting as its muscles tensed, ready to pounce. But I'm afraid, the beast replied. This act of defiance worked in its favor, as it soon learned that there was more to the world than following orders. The voices never stopped echoing, however, but it grew to ignore them over time. In this impasse, with little to do, the little monster hibernated for months, years, decades at a time. Its body continued to change, mutate, evolve, breaking the boundaries imposed upon it by the dungeon, becoming something even it, in its silent wisdom, could not fathom. Growing. More and more. Until everything changed. One day, hundreds of years ago, a powerful monster invaded its territory, attracted by the scent of prey and the ever-fulfilling force of the spring, just like it was so long ago. And for the first time since it crawled out of its cradle, the little monster fought back. To protect its territory, peace, and something else it could not describe. And against all odds, it won. Glee filled its mind. Victory, oh sweet victory. Finally, it was strong. It had defeated a foe many, many times bigger than itself. It had conquered a being it could only look up to before. A being created to slaughter its predator. The little monster, created to be nothing but fodder, fought against fate and won. Yes. Just like the very ants who once tried to hunt it. But as it stared at the carcass of its slain foe, the little monster realized a crucial detail, a moment of enlightenment, if you will. It concluded. Why? Nothing could stand in its path. So why? Why hide from the ants? Why sleep in the dark? The world was it to rule, the world would conform to its presence. Not the other way around. Kill them. The voices ordered in its mind again. At that moment, the little beast silently agreed, casting aside its past self, accepting its new form and title. It resurfaced from the depths of the spring, donning a new shell, a new appearance. The Swamp King had been born. At the same time, in the dead flesh of its foe, the Swamp King saw a kind of power it could never attain, a form of perfection outside of its physical ability. So, with much pondering, it attempted something beyond its comprehension and instincts. A new realm beyond its initial programming. Adapting and overcoming all odds. Why? Why go out of its way to do anything? Why even bother trying to do something? Alien. Because of a strange emotion. It felt hunger, hunger like never before. To rise, eat, destroy, grow, devour, and repeat it all over again. Yes. The monster learned to yearn. A new word surfaced in its mind, memories from time immemorial. Desire. Individuality. In its doubts and thoughts, the new beast took over the fallen body of its foe. It stole its magic stone, and fused with it, becoming a new being. That was the first monster the Swamp King parasitized. Bubble, open, At the depths of Spring of Life, multiple pairs of hazy eyes opened in the dark. They waited. Patiently. Its newest foe was about to arrive. Notes. See ya. Sorry for the delay, if the images aren't there. Bruh. Chapter 298, Immortal Severance Part. Step. In the end, I'm here again. But I'll end it here, this time. Following the trail left behind by the Swamp King, Silver returned to the Spring of Life. Bubble. If not for the toppled and the occasional dead and corroded trees, it would be hard to spot any changes in it as, from every angle, the spring still retained its millennium appearance, despite all the destruction beyond it. However, caustic bubble slowly emerged from its depths, releasing toxic gas before him, a simple and silent sign of the aberration it hid in the darkness. Bubble. Splash, growl, From its waters, something slowly emerged, parting the lake as it rose above the trees before arching over to inspect Silver up close. Shwa. Water fell from its body, forming small waterfalls, like a curtain unveiling a treasure. Phew. It's ugly. And smelly. That's how you look like, huh? Silver said with an exhale as he raised an eyebrow. The Swamp King, now released from its shell, stood at an unimpressive 4 meters tall. However, it was evident much of its body laid submerged in the water. It consisted mostly of dark vines and roots, tangled together to mimic skin and flesh. Holding onto the edge of the spring were 2 large arms which ended in 3 large claws. However, how long its limbs were was difficult to tell as they vanished under the veil of vines and moss. Before Silver, the vines coiled together to form a large open maw full of sharp teeth, each about the size of his entire arm. Along the vines, dozens of large eyes locked their gazes on him, watching his every move. Above its head, the roots and vines solidified under the protection of a rocky shell. An unusual shape, but sturdy, this monster was built to be imposing. And to a certain degree, it was working. Image. Clink. The Swamp King climbed out of the spring, growling as it inspected him, calculating its moves before engaging its foe. Its hesitation gave Silver the chance to drink a vial of the purified spring water, throwing it on the ground once he was done with it. After the monster pursued him in anger, he took the chance while it was distracted to take a sample from the purified spring for later use, and now was the right time for it. Since, if not now, it didn't seem he would have the chance to drink it again. Phew. Good stuff. He felt the water run down his throat and stomach, and immediately after, a soothing sensation took over his body, healing everything it passed through, from minor injuries from many of his past encounters to his headache. I feel great. I'm in my optimal state. Even the strongest elixirs and healing magic could not fix my darned headache, but this spring water could. This would sell for thousands. But it's better if the adventurers don't know it exists. I'll bottle a few dozen of these once I finish this. Yeah. Recovered, Silver cleaned his mouth with the back of his hand. Shadow. The Swamp King approached, towering over his body, casting a long shadow over him as it blocked the moon and the stars. It seemed to be trying to intimidate him, maybe it drove satisfaction from the fear of its prey. That wasn't unusual, as Silver knew full well that monsters grew intelligent as they grew stronger, even if little. Shoan. Round 2. Silver said with a small smile as he pulled his halberd from his pocket space, slamming its bottom tip onto the ground. Crack. Move. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 dark tendrils reached for the sky. The final battle had commenced. Meanwhile. Aha. They're catching up. Run. Faster. Huff. Shut it, you stupid fox. This is the best I can do, and your screaming in my ears doesn't help. Keed replied as she ran downhill. Eh? Haruheim asked with a confused glare as she turned to her. Not you. The other stupid fox. But I. Stop right there. While the final battle began, a great chase ensued back at Beltane. With their goddesses, heroic, sacrifice, the trio of beast girls now ran with all their might as they fled from a crowd of knights, all deeply angered by their transgression. Well. To say the three were running would be a lie. Huff. Huff. Keep running, Keed. You can do this. Momiji exclaimed as she cheered her friend on. After this is over, I'll have you stop eating at those bakery shops for an entire month. Obviously, the only one running here was Keed. A black fox in her right arm, a blonde one in her left. With the help of Haruheim's level boost, she now had the strength of a peak level 2 adventurer, being much stronger than most of the knights. N0. Coupled with the difference in their equipment, the heavily armored knights were being left behind as they failed to keep up with their pace. Especially as they went downhill. Take a turn here. Huff. I think. We lost them. Momiji exclaimed as she looked back with difficulty. Slash jump, slash. Huff. Huff. Where do I go now? She asked as she jumped over Belthane's walls. The forest. Haruheim said out loud as she raised her head. Huff. You want me to go where that monster just was? We'll be squashed. Don't worry, it seems things have settled for a while now. Momiji said as she gulped silently. Still. Why do I have this strange feeling of danger? But. If that was the case. Still. I mean, the captain would have been here by now. Haruheim said in a worried tone as she looked at the distance. I hope everything's okay. Guys. Can you two not talk while we're in this circumstance? It's weird. Keed said as she resumed her run. I'll try to get us as close as possible. If the captain needs us. I mean, needs you, then you know what to do, otherwise. We're booking out of there. She said as her eyes sharpened. I really don't want to do this. Just what did I sign myself for this time? The world outside. It's scary. I'm sorry for doubting you, father. Keed's expression was tense and pale, but she kept running, holding the two girls tightly under her arms. Look ahead! Exclamation point. She glanced at her friend, but immediately stopped as she almost hit a tree. Pay attention, Keed. Momiji exclaimed with a distressed gaze as she exhaled in relief. Huff. Momiji doesn't seem too scared, but that was just because she never fought properly before. The little she has experienced in the dungeon so far is nothing compared to that thing. She doesn't understand how catastrophically powerful that monster is. Well. It can't hurt to try. Much. The trio resumed their rush, a single order to be completed, a divine decree issued by their goddess. Would their valiant hearts achieve what she desired? Meanwhile, As the battle ensued, all corners of Beltane followed. In this historical day, all eyes and ears looked at the swamp as the fireflies passed by. Chi. They fled. Sigh, what a mess. Bera said out loud as she looked at the lit torches in the distance. She recognized most of them, but their behavior was sporadic. It meant they were after someone. They had failed to surround their target. Fufufum, I knew they could do it. Hestia said with a smile as she proudly raised her nose. Not that she had any pride left in her. Right now, she was tied like a sausage and thrown on the side like a sack of potatoes. Of course, the one who did said bandaging was Bera herself, mostly due to Hestia's previous actions. You talk about honor and trust, but then you go and do such a thing. Bera said as her forehead tensed. Just moments before, when Hestia and the others were surrounded, Hestia knew she had to do something fast, so she simply threw herself at the soldiers. She knew they wouldn't try to hurt her, a god in the flesh, especially since it seemed that wasn't what Bera wished. As expected, the soldiers hesitated to move, pulling their blades away, giving Haruheim enough time to finish chanting her spell, strengthening Keed so they could all leave together. All of these months of training paid off. Although not much had changed, Haruheim now knew when she needed to chant, not relying on being requested to chant anymore. Her awareness of the world had greatly changed as she took an active role in a party, and that change alone might have altered Belthane's fate. A second of hesitation may have cost them their window of opportunity. To give them more of a chance to escape, Hestia continued being a nuisance, and it worked. The soldiers were all forced to retreat or drop their weapons in fear of hurting her. She gave Keed one order, to bring Haruheim to Silver so she could assist him. However, why did she grab Momiji, too? Well, not that she was a bother, but Hestia didn't quite understand why she would be that hard on herself. Nonetheless, her ridiculous plan worked. Until Bera slapped her in the face. Only a god could deal with another. That was the unsung rule. And Bera used it now after Hestia's dishonorable display. Bera had never been physical with her. Not even when they first met. Although they did have a little scuffle when Brigid tried to steal the Staff of Winter. This marked the point at which Bera lost her patience with Hestia. It was impressive that it lasted this long. She wondered if she should have done so earlier. But now, what was the point in thinking about it? It worked, didn't it? Although my face still hurts. Hestia said with a pitiful expression as she pouted. That's the least you deserve, for all the time you annoyed me back in heaven and now down here, you just can't leave me alone for once, can you? Bera asked as she looked away. How shameful of you, the keeper of the eternal flame, using her status like that. Bera blurted out loud as a frown formed on her face. Humph. Had I never visited you, who can imagine what would have happened by now? Brigid would have likely waged war against you to resume summer. And what was that about status? Don't make me remember what you did. Wait. Are you thinking that would have been better? Hestia exclaimed as her eyes grew teary. Was it that obvious? She asked with a teasing smile as she turned back to Hestia. Mew. Untie me. Hestia exclaimed loudly as she threw a fit. No, you can squirm all you want. You already played your part. And so did I, although. There's still someone missing. Someone left to join the play. She said with a tired expression as she looked at the overall direction of the spring of life. Aha. Hestia exclaimed as she smiled. Artemis. Step. Huff. Huff. Tea time out. Keed said amidst gasps as she stopped near a tree. I can't move my legs anymore, drop, thud, Oof, ouch. No need to throw me on the ground like that. My dress all muddy now. Keed turned to look at Momiji with a collected and calm glance. Her calm expression seemed to say, do you think I give a f, dot. Hashtag. Tremble. Before Momiji could voice her indignation at the destruction of her precious dress, the swamp echoed as the trembling began again. They're fighting again. We're close. Haruheim said as she looked at the darkness beyond the range of their torch. Huff. Give me a moment to breathe, and we can. That's where you all stop. You'll go nowhere. A voice echoed from the darkness. From behind a tree, an elf with pale green hair walked out with an unsheathed saber already in hand. Why you? Momiji exclaimed loudly as her eyes sharpened dramatically. The situation seemed tense. Here, at the end of their goal, would they finally be stopped? Who are you? She and Keat asked as their expressions dropped. Ha. Haruheim also awkwardly looked at the elf, not knowing who he was supposed to be. You are G. Uskari felt his pride break even further as he closed his eyes in pain. But that only lasted a moment as he resumed his seriousness, pointing his blade at them. Who I am is inconsequential. No one shall interfere in the ceremony. I vowed to accompany the priestess throughout her life until she became ready, and today, I'll end it. I don't know who you three are, but given what's at stake. I'm sorry for this, I'll make it quick. Wait. But before Haruheim could speak, Uskari vanished from her vision, his speed too great for her to even react. Whoosh, drip, Before her brain could comprehend what transpired, the wind was cut, and flesh was broken, staining Momiji's pure white garbs. Red. Notes. N. It was mentioned before, but Keed came to Orario because of her coming-of-age ceremony. She is a warrior trained in the Far East, so I gave her a level already. This way, according to the game's lore, she would be around mid to late level 2 by the time the story came to be, which was when the game took place. Of course, there's so little information on that game that I can create my own story, but yeah. Chapter 299, Immortal Severance Part. Drip, touch, This is. Before Uskari could swing his sword down, a simple iron-head arrow flew through the air, slashing across his cheek before piercing a nearby tree with uncanny precision. Had I moved to finish the strike, my neck would have been pierced. Realizing the treat, Uskari jumped back as he wiped his cheek off. Gulp. At the same time, Haruheim swallowed dry as she looked at her reflection on the edge of Uskari's cold blade, her legs weak as she realized how close she had just been to eternal darkness. Coward, attacking an unarmed lady like that. Momiji exclaimed as she pulled Haruheim closer to her, trying to act tough despite her evident fear. Keat also took a step forward to try and protect them, counting down how long Haruheim's blessing would last on her head as she looked for a chance to escape. Tremble. Meanwhile, the forest continued to tremble. Regardless of their defiance, Uskari paid them no heed. Instead, he focused on finding his opponent, hidden in the trees somewhere. I know it's cowardly, but I'm willing to take the blame if it means saving the others. Judging from its angle, the arrow came from a nearby tree, but I couldn't feel anything. The wind. Feels normal. Who shot it? Girls. You should all move on before it's too late. A voice echoed from the side, answering his question. Exclamation point. He needs you. Step slash. From atop the canopy of a nearby tree, a cloaked woman jumped to the ground, bow in hand, clutching a scarf to hide her identity. It was hard to say who she was, as her clothes hid her appearance and any visible trace of her skin. But she was undoubtedly a girl with pure blue eyes, her voice sweet and melodic, a pleasure to listen to. Albeit her aura was strange. You. To all but Uskari, the woman was a mystery, but the elf immediately recognized who she was. What she was. Although they had never met, he heard from Bera whom she may be. 2 goddesses had recently arrived at Beltane, and from this one's chest. It was evident which of the latter she was. You think I'll let them walk past me? He asked as he looked at the mysterious archer. She shook her head lightly as she pulled an arrow from her bowstring, placing it on her bow. No, that's why I'm here. Pull, I won't be giving you the chance to stop them. Clench, This time, Uskari felt really offended. You. Release, Fwoosh, Clang, Quickly, follow the sounds. Exclaimed the archer as she began releasing arrows. Humph. Clang, Uskari effortlessly parried every arrow, but strangely enough, whenever he tried to move out of his spot or swing his weapon to interrupt the trio, an arrow would fly at an awkward spot and prevent him from moving. Arrows aiming at his feet, falling from the sky, aiming at his throat, arms, and legs. The darkness obscured his vision, the wind was strangely against him, he couldn't smell anything properly, and the light from the torches was getting in his way more than helping. But for the archer, all of those things were inconsequential. Instead, they seemed to be helping her land her arrows more accurately. Tisk. Clang, This is annoying. In no time, the 3 vanished, leaving only the 2 behind. Clang, You're good with the bow. But you're now all out of arrows. Uskari said as he raised his sword. To keep him pinned down, given his stats, the archer used an entire quiver worth of arrows in just a few seconds. Even so, she didn't seem worried in the least. No matter how fast they are, I can catch up with them, this is at most a fleeting distraction. He said as he got onto a stance like a proud knight. Maybe. Maybe you're right. No. You're right. The woman replied as she pulled a pair of daggers from her waist. Unsheath. But I'm not going to fall that easily. She added as she got onto a stance as well. Tremble, I don't want to hurt you. Neither do I, but as someone I know would say. Someone has to draw the short end of the stick. She said in a quirky tone as she bent her knees. URG. I really hate your tone. And that bastard's too. Fwoosh, Uskari suddenly vanished, reappearing before the archer. I'll give it to you then. Try resisting. Uskari swung his sword sideways with incredible speed, cutting through the tall grass with such precision it didn't waver even a millimeter as it arched through the ground. Clang, Arg. The archer parried the attack, causing his blade to be deflected upward. Kick, But that was little to the elf swordsman, who quickly kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing against a tree. Thud, Huff. As she recovered, the cloak and scarf hiding her identity fell, revealing who she was. Her ephemeral blue hair contrasted heavily against the dark tree and grass, its divine sheen seemingly illuminating the surroundings. Pardon me for my offenses, goddess, but I have a duty to fulfill. I'll bear the punishments for my transgressions after this is all over, together with the sin of not keeping my oath, once more. He said as he momentarily bowed his head. Cut, clang, But instead of replying, Artemis slashed her daggers forward, causing Uskari to block them as his expression tightened hastily. Don't drop your guard against your opponent. Artemis said as she ducked, kicking Uskari's legs and causing him to lose his balance. Chi. As he tried to recover his balance, Artemis slashed with her dagger sideways, cutting through his leather chest armor before he fell to the ground. Even to Artemis, Uskari's skill with the blade was incredible to watch, but to her, this result had already been predicted from the very beginning. It felt cheap to try and hunt a mortal, but right now, she had bigger issues to worry about. Roll, slash. Uskari got up from the ground, touching his chest with one hand as he raised his head to face Artemis. You could have finished things off by now. Why play around like that? He asked as he took his hand off his chest. Artemis had 2 chances to deal significant damage to him, her ambush and now. Yet, in those 2 opportunistic moments, she did nothing but kick him aside. He felt he was being looked down upon, but then again, it gave her the chance to speak. As at least now, he was willing to listen. I'm not here to take lives. I'm here to save them. Yours. And hers. Does any of that matter now? It's too late to try and play friends. Is it? Artemis asked as her expression grew heavy. Uskari didn't like it. Because it made him remember his weakness. Right, the reason he was here and not. Are you sure you should be here? Artemis asked him deeply as she looked at him from afar. Her words tugged at his heartstrings, causing his jaw to tense as he clenched his teeth. Whoosh, slash. Uskari dashed ahead, swinging his sword as his expression twisted. Clang, slash. Exclamation point. Artemis parried the sword, but even with her dispersing its strength, one of her daggers still flew off her hand, and intense pain assaulted her wrist. Enough talk. What I want does not matter, whoosh, slash. Pull, slash. The fight had been reversed, and now Uskari saw himself in the upper hand. But before he could act, Artemis moved first. Once again, having already prepared for this scenario. How far had she seen to have prepared so much? Did she expect Bara would betray them and send Talvi alone to sacrifice herself? Given the path to the spring, there were only so many places they could walk past. She must have expected him to prevent anyone from disturbing her, given that from this point on, the entire spring is surrounded by dense woods and a caustic swamp. Unless one could fly or walk amidst the trees like a monkey, this was the sole path. Shush, slash. As he swung the back of his blade to knock her out, she pulled a small string tied around the tree she jumped from, causing a small trap to trigger and pull his feet. Although the rope's force was negligible, it was still enough to destabilize him, as at the end of the day, an adventurer's foothold was only as strong as their weight. First-class adventurers were usually seen fighting and being sent around the place at high speeds. Even so, they would hardly take any damage from smashing their head against solid stone. It was exactly due to this fact. Smack, slash. After evading his sword strike, Artemis jumped in the air and pushed him back by kicking his chest, causing him to be pulled by the trap and hang upside down. Shaw, slash. As he hung there upside down, Uskari took a deep breath, asking with a tired expression. Just when did you? Phew. I knew you would be here, but I couldn't be sure so. Call it a precaution. She said with a smile as she crouched on the ground, fetching his sword. There are 7 more traps scattered around, the precaution of the precaution. I'm glad this one worked, though. She said as she smiled sweetly. To Uskari, it would be far too easy to break the tree in half and retrieve his weapon, but right now, what he wanted the most was just to stop. More than anything, he wanted this entire situation to stop so they could return to the life they had before. He and everyone else. He was mentally tired. Maybe Silver's words from before had taken root deep within him. He was a coward. A weak man hiding behind the sacrifices of thousands. Trying to justify himself with duty and honor. That wasn't what he wanted was to stand tall and fight. But who would remain if he was gone? Don't underestimate a goddess of the hunt. She said with a chuckle as she tied his sword around her waist. Was this all just a game to her? She knew things would end up like this. That those 3 would eventually run through here, that I would choose this place to stand guard. Was I too obvious? Or is she just that perceptive? Maybe. This was planned from the start. After all, just when did those extra girls appear? She doesn't look surprised by their presence, they must be part of their group. Uskari let the wind move him around as he thought deeply, and his expression dropped as he sighed again. Precaution. Do you think something will change if they gather? He asked as he looked at the path leading to the spring. Yes, I do, I believe in them. I know what they can accomplish. Well. Silver and the fox. The other 2 are new to me. Artemis smiled awkwardly inside her mind. A god must always believe in their children, but my faith is not from that alone, but trust in their abilities. Together, I believe this isn't a challenge they cannot overcome. Is that so? Do you believe this is all you have to offer? Artemis asked as she looked at the elf. Not at all. If I'm allowed to say it. I feel like crap. He shouted as his expression twisted. Maybe because he was talking with a somewhat gentle and understanding goddess, not the rude. His goddess was. Uskari ended up speaking his mind. letting go of his defiance as he let the weak breeze pass through his face. Maybe it was all the blood rushing from his head due to gravity. Ever since that guy appeared, I feel like I've been all over the place. I can understand. That's just the way he is. He doesn't stop moving, and sometimes it can be overwhelming. Artemis agreed as she thought of Silver. You too. That brings back memories. Talvi has been like that, too. Ever since she was a child. And that blind bastard as well. At least when he was younger. Both were quite troublesome to take care of. He said with a small smile. Acting old despite looking to be in his 20s. Not to speak of my goddess. You know how she can be. Oftentimes, it's me running around the place trying to calm everyone down after she speaks her mind a bit too much. He said with a faint smile as he closed his eyes. No. It's just me. Ladari doesn't care about anything that isn't Talvi or his training. I can understand. There was a time well. She didn't finish her words. I used to be like that as well. Albeit a bit more. Hands down. Memories of her times hunting down gods with her bow and arrow passed through her mind before she coughed loudly, embarrassed. Curious, I thought she was the worst of the gods. He said with a weak chuckle as he took another deep breath, looking at Artemis deep in her eyes. The Swamp King is immortal. They'll find a way to break past it. Can you guarantee it? Well. No. Sigh, then what's the point? That's the entire point, though. She asked him as she touched her chin. Wah. It's the uncertainty of the world that makes it beautiful. It's not knowing that makes it worth pursuing the truth. I believe in them, and that's enough. When you give up hope and begin sacrificing yourself and others to keep something going. Is it even worth it to let the idea live? Wouldn't it be better thrown away? But I know. I thought like you too once before. But I learned that you can seek another answer. There isn't always one way to solve any issue. Even if you have to make a gamble. When before a wall you cannot surpass. You must adapt. To break through it and achieve the impossible. That's what we seek by lending your kind our blessings. So you can all live your lives to the fullest. Stagnation. Sacrifice. Can be noble. But also, evil. Too many depend on you. A great honor. And a curse. There's a mistake your kind often commits when dealing with us. You look up to us too much. We aren't and never will be everything. Much of what we know, much of what we are, was built upon by you. We observed and learned. To love, to hate. Some saw the futility of their lives, and others grew bored from it. So they all came down to seek the purpose they all thought of. In the end, we were all drawn here. To Genkai. Where all possibilities collide. Such idealistic thoughts. Not everybody can continue to adapt and change. Not all have the will to pursue greater heights. Does that mean we have no right to live? Uskari exclaimed as he furrowed his eyebrows. You know that answer full well, don't you? She asked as her expression grew melancholic. Stop trying to cling to what you don't desire merely because a god said so, for as disrespectful as that may be to you. The greatest tales were built by mortals with their own hands. The favorite ballads of the gods were written by mortals, to mortals. We aren't all-knowing. Otherwise, the world would be gray. Or just a shade of another color, be it red, blue, dark, or whatever ideal color a god envisions. The mixtures of these colors is what makes the lower world so interesting. And if the world were to be so plain. But she didn't finish her words, growing embarrassed as she realized she trailed off. Pull, shink, Here, I'll leave this with you. She said as she took a step back, shoving his sword against the ground as she left. Now, I have somewhere else to be. Swoosh. Like the wind, Artemis vanished amidst the trees, leaving the pensive elf behind. Sigh. I shouldn't have let them go. I'm done. Bera will kill me for it. 2 times over, tremble. That is. If I can make it out of here alive. Maybe I can still catch up to them if I start running now. As he thought about what he should have done, he was interrupted by the sound of leaves hustling near him and the acrid smell of burnt and rotting matter. Sha. Step. Ah, it's you. A bit late. Did you shower today? Uskari said with an ironic smile as he looked at Ladari. How did you get like that? Ladari asked as he approached him, ignoring his remarks. Well. I gave in to their dream. That's the least of it. I might as well add. I feel somewhat clear-headed. I guess I needed some change of pace, for once. It could be due to all of my blood rushing down to my head as well. Slash whoosh, slash. Ladari's arm turned into an afterimage as his sword was drawn and sheathed, setting Uskari free before he moved on. Slash thud, slash. Ouch. So much for a warning. Slash step, slash. Where are you going? He asked as he saw Ladari walk away. Silence. Only a momentary stop. HAAA. Not you too. Fine. Uskari jumped from the ground, grabbing his sword before he landed. Might as well wash away my failure with my blood. Besides, I've always wanted to see for myself how strong it truly was. Corned and injured, how much of a struggle will it show? Uskari followed Ladari into the depths of the swamp, the echoes of an ongoing fight resounding in the distance. Slash roarar, slash. The final chapter of this story was about to start. Notes. Chapter 300, To Defy or Sacrifice. We're back for now. Thank you for being so patient. We continue from the clash with the Swamp King. Sorry to break in such an important part of the story, kind of a letdown. Anyhow, enjoy. Slash clang, slash. Slash swoosh, slash. Slash clang. Clang, slash. Slash crack, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash splash, slash. While everyone gathered at the swamp center, attracted by the drums of combat, the clash between man and beast ensued. Slash swoosh, slash. Hup. Slash swoosh, slash. 1,000 tentacles swung in the sky, falling before him like a barrage of artillery. All with enough power to crush a level 4 adventurer and resistant enough not to shatter even when clashing with his halberd. Slash slash, slash. Slash splatter, slash. Even if they did break, they would regrow in the blink of an eye. And with their caustic shards melting the ground, Silver quickly avoided them rather than clash against them as he ran around the spring. 1 wasn't a problem. 10 was still easy to evade. 100 was already beyond the human limit, even with his stats. Slash crack, slash. Everywhere he looked, the black roots could be seen trying to poke a hole in his body. There was nowhere to run as they covered every gap possible. Hup. To evade, Silver constantly zipped around, using his plasmids to buy time and space, forcing the Swamp King to tangle its limbs as he evaded before slashing them whenever he felt safe. Slash slash, slash. But the longer it passed, the worse things became. Not only for himself but also his surroundings. Slash clang, slash. Slash pierce, slash. The ancient trees of the swamp were toppled, and the stone surrounding the lake gave into the pressure, causing its shores to shake as the monster raged even further. Huff. At this rate there won't be a spring anymore. Slash whoosh whoosh whoosh, slash. Slash cut, slash. As exhaustion piled up, Silver slowly became sluggish, letting some tentacles graze through his body. Even so, he did not lose focus. He could not. Even a slight lapse in judgment could mean the difference between seeing tomorrow or not. However, his leeway time was nearing its end. Slash evade, slash. Slash break, slash. Slash splatter, slash. Silver evaded another bundle of tentacles, reappearing above the monster before his left arm burst into 1,000 tiny, fiery needles, greatly injuring the Swamp King as all its eyes exploded in a burst of sickly purple blood. Slash roar, slash. Slash teleport, slash. He teleported to the edge of the spring, trying to catch his breath as the Swamp King submerged to heal. Slash splash, slash. Huff. This won't do, I can't deal any damage. In the first place, I'm not even fighting its actual body. The Swamp King is a strange creature, to say the least. Its body is so mutated it's hard to determine what it looked like, even now that its proper form has been revealed. Underneath the 1,000 vines covering its body is a grotesque, swollen body akin to a large, distorted pig. It has 4 main limbs. The frontal limbs have 3 claws each, and its legs are similar to sharp stumps, digging onto the sides of the spring to keep itself stable. It uses its frontal arms to hold onto the spring side as due to its size, it can't swim very well. This makes it easy to topple it back down by disturbing its anchor points. But that's where my problems begin. Hundreds of vines grow from every portion of its body, and most are underwater. These vines tie it to the spring, constantly absorbing its power, feeding it to the beast. If I try to pull it from within, there's a great chance I'll collapse the entire spring now that it's severely damaged. Since I don't know where its power comes from, any damage could cause its mystical properties to vanish, which is the same as killing this entire population. But if I don't do anything, this will end up in an eternal tug of war. And I'm already growing tired of it. Huff. 1 drop of this spring is better than most elixirs. I can't outcompete an entire lake of that feeding onto a monster. Even a goblin would be tiresome to kill in these circumstances. Anything would, honestly. Anything I can't kill at once. Well. That's something to try later on. Once I think of a way out of this. No matter how fast I am, I can't cut all its tentacles and pull it out on time. It's shameful, but I have to admit it. This monster can't be killed traditionally. Not with my current abilities. I could try going to Hestia and asking for a status update, but I don't think much would change. I haven't had much experience as a level 4 yet. There's only a few options left. Haruheim and to shatter its magic stone. Silver didn't even consider sacrificing the girl to save everyone. He wasn't here to play hero, but he made a promise to them. And himself. Besides, he didn't want to move on with such a failure weighing him down. Today, the only thing that would die would be this remnant of the past. Slash splash, slash. Slash screech, slash. Slash burst, slash. URG. Slash bomb, slash. As expected, the Swamp King re-emerged from the spring soon after it fell, immediately launching an attack at Silver, pushing him back towards a boulder, blasting it to pieces as he was thrown back into the dried forest. Slash boom boom, slash. Slash slash, slash. Silver counterattacked by slashing the roots in half, but like a hydra, 10 more emerged to occupy their place, smashing through the stone and trees around him as they tried to tangle him. Slash break, slash. Not letting himself be captured, Silver kicked the ground with the tip of his toes, flying between the tentacles as he entered the Swamp King's mouth. Slash boom, slash. A large fireball suddenly formed inside the beast's mouth, eradicating the entire top half of its head as everything vaporized. HAAA. Hup. Riding on the adrenaline rush, Silver slammed the bottom half of his halberd against the lower jaw of the Swamp King, using it as a lever as he pulled the beast's flesh from the rest of its body. Slash rip, slash. Slash gore, slash. Slash slam, slash. Exclamation point. The Swamp King screamed before slamming its body against the spring, sending Silver flying against the air before diving back onto the water. Slash land, slash. Huff. With this moment of respite, Silver took a deep breath once more as he looked at his surroundings. It's not particularly strong, nor does it have high defensive properties. The problem is that darned regeneration. Any traditional monster around the same power level would have died long ago to me. It's frustrating. If I knew the properties of this spring and if it could withstand such destruction, I would forcibly pull it out by now, step, slash. Question mark. Simultaneously, as he mind-stormed a solution, someone emerged from the woods behind him, walking ever slowly with a heavy expression. You. The Princess of Beltane. Arrived at the spring. Her duty. To sacrifice herself for the sake of her country. Step by step, she approached the edge of the spring, looking down as she avoided stepping on the many puddles of corrosive water lying around. Like a bird hopping around in spring. But there was no purity here, only desolation, despair. What are you doing here? Silver asked as his expression changed. It could re-emerge at any moment. This is far too dangerous. It seems something happened back there. I expected this much. I overstepped their boundaries. Talvi raised her head to face him, momentarily losing her calm as she saw his condition. Aside from his half-ripped shorts, Silver was currently wearing nothing. But his half-nude body wasn't what made her hesitate. Everywhere she looked, she saw the marks of his fight with the monster, burns, slashes, blood. Or worse. It made her understand that what he said before was not a lie in the slightest. In his right hand, he held his weapon, shining in faint bluish light. On the other, he held a piece of distorted flesh. One of the many eyes of the Swamp King. And for a moment, before she arrived, she saw the blessing on his back shine. But as she couldn't read the hieroglyphs, she brushed that detail aside. It made her think. If this was what a hero in her stories looked like. He may be rude and even arrogant. But he stuck to his promises. The hero was hunting the beast. But it proved far too great for him to handle. It was up to her to carry on with his burden. It was hers to begin with. You already know. She replied deeply as she took another step forward. Silver knew that, of course, that wasn't why he asked. Given her clothes and the ceremonial items on her hands. There was only one possible reason for her being here. It seems Barra decided to intervene. I don't blame her. I haven't been subtle. He said as he scoffed, taking an ordinary potion from his pocket space as he looked at the lake. Just stand behind one of those trees. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Silver wiped his lips as he cracked his right shoulder, getting ready for battle again. I could say the same. Thank you for your efforts. You were rough, yet your kindness is evident. Her words caught him by surprise. Kindness. Had he ever shown them kindness? The only thing he had ever shown them was arrogance, anger, contempt at their pitiful condition. You tried to rile Ladari and Uskari up. To try and make them revolt and fight. I know your words rang true, but the meaning behind them could not escape my eyes. You wish for us to fight, to break free from our shells like the heroes in fairy tales. That's a kind way to look at things. I was angry at the time, but I indeed tried to help. That I thought of giving them some motivation. Even if for selfish means, it can be seen as the self-sacrifice of a villain. She's perceptive. I feel like those two only saw me as an arrogant adventurer. Alas. It's enough now. She said as she closed her eyes, clasping her hands. No one will hold you accountable for this. Maybe Uskari and Ladari will get upset, but the goddess should not try to murder you on the spot. I hope you understand and don't hold it against them for it. She added awkwardly as she scratched her chin. If anyone should ask for forgiveness, it should be me. But my apology to them will come through this beast's head. Silver closed his eyes to think for a moment before opening them, resolute. Let me take it from here. No. He replied plainly as he threw away his empty potion bottle. Why not? Can't you understand the situation? Read the room. Talvi exclaimed loudly as her expression darkened. I can very well. I just don't understand what you're doing here. Silver seemed to laugh drily as he turned around, looking at the bubbling spring as he waited for the monster to resurface. What? I already said that. Look. Mississippi. I was rude before, but I meant what I said. I came here to kill it. You're just getting in the way. Slash splash, slash. Slash screech, slash. As he said that, the Swamp King emerged from the watery depths once more, ready to attack. Slash slash, slash. But in a laid-back manner, Silver raised his right hand, and suddenly, the air twisted before Talvi's eyes, and the entire upper half of the Swamp King vanished before she even had the chance to blink. Slash gasp, slash. Slash splash, slash. Talvi watched in shock as the Swamp King fell onto the water, causing a tall wave to splash around. Slash fume slash. Silver erected an invisible shield around them, blocking the splashing wave from dissolving her to nothing. Phew. At least now I know the magic stone isn't there. Meanwhile, Silver exhaled, having spent much power with that move. Too much power. This was the last time he would be able to pull out such a stunt. But his point had been made, and he succeeded in buying some extra time for them to talk. You're strong. But the Swamp King won't go down with strength alone. Talvi said after she took a deep breath. Without me, you won't achieve anything. Huff. I know. Silver replied as his expression darkened. Silver was a stubborn person, so he kept clinging to his ideals, even as everything around him collapsed. He took a deep breath as he turned to her. Is there no way for you to chant your magic without? She shook her head. My magic is far too weak to be used that way. Its range is just a few meters around me. Once it activates, it remains like that even if I were to perish. That's why. Even if it's weak, you can always improve it through training and... Her eyes deepened, sadness displayed through them. I can't. No matter how much I train. My magic will never change. Because there are so many bloodlines within me. I belong to no race. This trait of mine is manifested as a skill, causing growth suspension. I'm unable to gather Excelia, and thus, no god can update my status. No matter how many times she tries, Barasama cannot update my status. What? A harmful skill. I've read about them, but this is my first time seeing one in the flesh. Even if I could level up, I would have chosen not to because the skill provides my bloodline with the magic necessary to put the Swamp King to rest. I cannot risk it changing. This blessing and curse have prolonged in my bloodline for generations upon generations. It won't end with me even if I perform my final duties. It shouldn't. But today, things could change. Exclamation point. Do you understand now? For the Swamp King to fall for certain, my life must be exchanged for it. She looked at Silver, the environment, and then the bubbling lake. I know our first meeting wasn't proper. But I would like to ask for a favor. She said as she looked at her hands, and her expression grew serene. Once my magic activates and the Swamp King devours me, slay it. For my sake, Uskari's, Ladari's, Belthane's, and everyone else. You alone pushed the Swamp King this far. Once weakened, the magic will eat away its insides while cutting its connection to the spring of life, rendering its healing abilities useless. Before, there was little we could know. No one was strong enough to follow up with the battle. Some even voiced that such an idea was a risk in itself. As angering the Swamp King as it was injured could lead to its rampage. But it doesn't look like it'll calm down. Once that's done, it'll be in its most vulnerable state. So I ask. No, I implore of you. Slay it. Slash splash, slash. Before Silver could reply, the Swamp King parted through the lake once more, as violent as ever. His energy dwindling, he was presented with a choice. To continue searching for the beast's magic stone. Or to sacrifice the maiden to weaken the beast so he could finally end this 1,000 years of misery. But would his pride allow for such noble sacrifice? The cycle would continue, albeit this time, the wheel would turn another way, yet it would still turn. Slash rower, slash. There wasn't much time to ponder. Notes. I got a few details wrong because the source material for this event isn't properly translated, but I recently got my hands on the ROS, so I had to alter a few details. I won't be changing anything since we're already at the end, but some of the previous chapters were altered with these details so we could get closer to the source. I believe making twists in the story is the way to go, but I usually prefer to follow the source if it says something is the way it is and so on. Once again, sorry guys, I'll be trying to resume updates not as normal, even if I have to do once a week. See you guys later, peace.